Okay. The domestic terrorist organization upstairs. The domestic terrorist organization upstairs is actively and criminally attempting already to terminate and disengage this. Yes, they are. Such silly federal felons. It is 3:07 p.m. PST. We're going to give it a moment before I go over the details that I need to go over and before I copy and paste the descriptions. Okay, I have no idea if we're still connected or not because Unit207 is already actively and illegally attempting to criminally prevent the live stream from being visible, from it recording, and doing what I speculate we're referring to as the war, which is really just the direct showing to the FBI that you deserve to go to prison. Oh, now they're manually overwriting the laptop's interface and choosing what gets clicked on or not because of the heifer upstairs. That's the reason for everybody going to prison and her instructions. Sorry, heifer. You're going to prison. You child abusing, kidnapping, stalking, thieving disgrace. And to think, for being as bossy as you are, you soon to be convicted domestic terrorist. Sure is shocking how desperate you are and how you, once again, utilized all of the individuals upstairs in an attempt to send them all to prison. And to save yourself, especially considering, according to the FBI, you're one of the recipients of the lengthiest prison sentences. Remember, that's why the FBI and I both agree, we're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. The big question is, will it be before or after you're federally disbarred? We're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. The big question is, will it be before or after you're federally disbarred? We're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. The big question is, will it be before or after you're federally disbarred? We're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. The big question is, will it be before or after you're federally disbarred? We're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. The big question is, will it be before or after you're federally disbarred? We're in agreement that it's more likely than not you're going to be killing yourself before your sentencing. Okay, so on that note, it is 3:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and the date is Saturday, February 15th, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen, pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI. They won't hire me because of my big mouth, and also because other departments and agencies have dibs on me in the federal government. That's how I've been able to take my kids to every theme park on the West Coast, to Disneyland so many times, to Universal Studios, to Great Wolf Lodge over 25 times, and to send so many teachers on vacation, as well as being the biggest spender at every book fair at Hawthorne Elementary, Jefferson, and Jackson. I would hit him every year, multiple times a year. How much did you spend on books, you may be wondering? Well, the most we spent in one sweep was around $600. Yeah, we got a lot of things, a lot of books. Love the book fair. And I think that part of the reason for that was the childhood trauma of never getting to buy anything at the fucking book fair. Not once. Not once. Boo-hoo. Everybody's got a sad story. Anyway, if you missed it, a real sad story. People who used to be police officers and prosecutors and child welfare advocates who have completely destroyed their own lives, in some instances since March 2023, in other instances since September 2023. And those individuals are all part of a domestic terrorist organization. It wasn't always a domestic terrorist organization. It became one on August 6th, according to the FBI. And then, according to the federal marshals, it became one in their book on August 17th. You may be wondering why those dates. Well, to find out that answer, you have a couple of options available to you. I suggest searching on the YouTube channel for Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. That's a video that's just under 2 hours long. And there's been lots of updates from February 4th to February 13th. There was an update yesterday as well. But the FBI thinks that everyone should look at the February 13th document and the February 4th document very closely, because contrary to what the domestic terrorist organization believes, the FBI believes that February 13th document and the February 4th document have pleased more than one federal judge in King County. Oh, I didn't know you lived in King County. I don't. I live in Snohomish County. But King County is where they're going to be tried. It's where they're going to be booked. And there's a variety of reasons for that. But according to the FBI, it's because one of the first institutions that this domestic terrorist organization and aggravated criminal conspiracy, this criminal enterprise, compromised and with participants from the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and the North Everett Precinct et al. Well, one of the first institutions that they corrupted was in Seattle. And also some of their members are individuals that were reported and named in 2017. To be a little bit clearer, there was about 5 or 6 people that were reported and named for threatening to perpetrate the exact crimes you all perpetrated. And the FBI said all but one individual are part of this domestic terrorist organization. Each and every one of those named individuals is part of this domestic terrorist organization. Anyway, you should be able to access those documents on facebook.com/mysticwinlivesonlyyou. But Unit207 has been using the law enforcement portal for their domestic terrorist organization and actively obstructing justice at every corner. That's the FBI's literal quote. The FBI had me write that in one of the filings of this month. That's a quote from them. Quote, "They are obstructing justice at every corner or every turn. Obstructing justice at every turn." That was the lingo. Obstructing justice at every turn. And tampering with evidence and telling people that they're part of a non-existent operation that's always been since its inception. An aggravated criminal conspiracy until the month of August, again, when legally it became, for all intensive purposes, a domestic terrorist organization and a real threat to the judiciary. And ever since then, you may be wondering, well, why haven't they been arrested? Why are you still being illegally detained? For the same reason that the FBI had me tell them over and over again in the filings that they've received for many months. so that they could do exactly what they've been doing since February 11th, as recently as the preceding live stream, so that they could further incriminate themselves and others, and so that the FBI could make an accurate assessment as to who will be getting immunity for their testimony and who only blew the whistle so that they could possibly get a plea deal only to forfeit it because of the criminal actions and unlawful directives that they followed in the last few days. Now, normally I would read through and go through everything, but they have criminally and illegally terminated all of the live streams since either the 11th or 12th. I know that there were 2 or 3 amongst over 60 that they've criminally and illegally terminated, concurrent with literally obstructing me from sending offline recordings of videos taken last night to the Seattle FBI field office this morning and the sheriff's. So I will read through those documents in the event that this live stream is still running, but I'm going to give it many hours and we'll see if they're even able to achieve that. There is one live stream I was able to end earlier today on my own accord, but all of the others were ended by them. And same with the day before yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. And that's where we are. So if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally telling you the end time and that another live stream is going to be initiating in 90 seconds or less, be advised that I didn't end it. Unit207 ended it. The domestic terrorist organization known as the North Everett Precinct primarily, i.e. my stalkers, formerly referred to as the Precinct of Fraudsters. Then they changed the name to the Precinct of Stalkers in January. And as of the last week, the FBI started saying, just refer to them as a domestic terrorist organization and put it in that February 13th filing and that February 8th filing and the filing from yesterday. And here we are. That's where we are, guys. Anyway. This live stream may end because I'm clicking on my YouTube channel from a separate window in order to click on one of the preceding live streams that correctly has the descriptions that should be reflected in this video that are not. And every time that I'm not actually watching the live stream myself, and even when I am, thanks to their criminality, they just criminally and illegally shut off the live streams. So I'm going to click, I think that the 11/17 one has the most updated description. I could be wrong though. It might be the one after this. So I'm clicking on that one right now so I can copy it. 1:56 p.m. Was that the last update that I wrote in the box? Or maybe it was this one, 2:10. One thing that I do find kind of ironic about this, though, is that the FBI has stated to me at least 100 times, that's not a joke, at least 100 times, that I'll be running a YouTube live stream at the very moment that every individual upstairs is getting put in handcuffs. So I do find that this entire crime spree of theirs, specifically since the 11th, during their downward spiral, their ongoing cycle of subterfuge, I do think that it is just kind of, it's a little funny that they keep doing this, because it's like, well, okay, I guess I should feel reassured because since they're doing this with all the live streams, well, that must mean that they're not going to be getting away with too much today because the live streams keep getting fucked with. Although it could be something as basic as when the individuals who are coming to arrest them walk right through their doors, when they walk right through their doors and say, all right, it's about fucking time. It could very well be at that specific moment in time, they'll have done exactly what they'll have done, and I'll have just enough time to initiate a new live stream. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. It'll be funny if that's what happens. Are we still connected? Clicking on this live stream in that other window. Unit 207 has prevented
It'll be funny if that's
everything from loading quickly.
Are we still connected?
Okay, we're still connected.
On this live stream.
Should I call it a miracle? Or should I give a nod to somebody who doesn't want me to acknowledge that they did it? Or should I say that it was the FBI? Or was it somebody that doesn't want me to acknowledge that they did it who actually works for the FBI? Could have been a little bit of all of those guys. But for some reason, this live stream is actually working for the time being. Again, that may not be the case because once again, I've navigated away from this live stream in that other window so that I could copy the title of this live stream's title and add it to this one.
Continuing with their pattern of
you can listen to this preceding live stream though while I do that.
I am playing the preceding live stream, which recorded for over 2 hours, that Unit 207 is actively attempting to erase the data from.
Uh-oh. A domestic terrorist is speeding away in the alley at 3:23 p.m. Just joking. I don't know if it's a domestic terrorist or not that's speeding away in the alley. Could have been. It could be.
Okay. So once again, the male and females upstairs in Unit 207, including the guy that rolled at 2:20 just to shut off the live stream from the North Everett precinct, are all upstairs, and they criminally and illegally ended that.
Are we still connected, or did Unit 207 disconnect this live stream? It's 3:24 p.m. PST. I neither hear nor see anything on the left window. Oh, there we go. I just heard myself cough.
Oh, there we go. I just heard myself cough. Oh, there we go.
Anyway, at this moment, let's just do a quick little hoorah. Dear Godzilla, so thankful for intelligent men who are underappreciated, a bit masochistic, and also sick of these fucking fascist terrorists. I can say that, can I? Right? Without giving anybody too much heat. You're still covered. You're still covered. Just saying. All the thanks in the world to intelligent men that are underappreciated, especially the ones that routinely date women that end up being cheating hoes. Dude, what is it with the cheating hoes, man? Heartbreakers. I know. I've never been a cheater, but I've been a hoe. So anyway, thanks to you. You know who you are.
I know. I've never been a cheater, but I've been a hoe. So anyway, thanks to you. You know who you are.
It's currently 3:26 p.m. PST. We're still connected. Again, I'll just let this roll, and we'll see how long it may or may not continue to be connected. And in the event that it runs for hours, I might actually go through and read you some of the important filings, most notably the one from the 13th, which the FBI highly recommends that you read the February 13th and the February 4th filing. Also, you can go on the YouTube channel. You can find that Mystic Wind versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, Stalkers, the Extortionists, et al. But you'll also want to search for 2/8. Type in North Everett. 2/8 North Everett. That'll bring you part 2, where I read aloud, not all of the filings, but the February 4th one. And the February, I read basically all of them except for the February 13th one that the FBI wants you to read if you've not already read them. And that is during the first 30 or 40 minutes of what appears to be an almost 12-hour long live stream. It's also the video that I set up on my own website, mysticwind.com, under the page that I created titled North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. And that's a domain and a website that I've prepaid in advance for many, many years. And years ahead. 2027 and 2028. I just can't remember. Was the domain till 2027 or was it till 2028? And the website itself actually cost a good deal of money. A good deal of money that was never important to me when I had lots of money before the domestic terrorist organization came and did everything that they've done. Hunter, you're so weird. I wish you would stop trying to share this chair with me. I wish you would stop. I like your cuddles, but I also feel like I'm sitting on this chair with 2 people. You're a cat. You're taking up half the chair. Unit207 thinks they've thought of a way to terminate this live stream again. And also, you may be wondering, why are we looking at the ceiling right now and not your living room like we are normally? It's because they deactivated and completely removed the ability for this laptop to record offline videos. And then the FBI gave me instructions, which I followed. And that made it so that that's no longer the case. But in the interim, I started filming on this laptop, which is the one that normally runs the live streams. And as you can see, it's what's recording my living room. And this is hanging out right below The palm tree, the holiday palm tree. We have decorations for every holiday. Well, not Boxing Day. We don't have any decorations for Boxing Day, I guess. Also worth noting, guys, just so your domestic terrorist organization knows, whatever plans you guys have for Monday, haven't heard Unit207 say anything about Monday, this Monday. But I have heard from the FBI that some of you have plans for Monday that you'll regret within 20 minutes of trying to follow those plans. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's when you guys were going to do the breaking and entering. You just wanted to torture me with the live streams to cause undue stress and to get yourselves absolutely convicted for your cyber crimes and cyber stalking, in an attempt to embarrass and shame me by making it appear as though potentially I'm the one that's doing all of the obstruction and tampering with evidence, when, as you can see in the live stream that precedes this, that has a thumbnail of the live stream that preceded it, showing that it ran for hours. And then you click on the actual live stream and you can see that Unit207 actually erased hours of that recording, or at least 1 hour. But the thing about it is they didn't actually erase it at all, you see, because every time that they think that they've been terminating these live streams, they've continued to run from where they were streaming for the FBI. The FBI hasn't missed a beat. They've got the full video for the full recording time. So does another government agency. And Nerd Squad, I am connecting the offline recording Indigo's HP Chromebook to the internet. It's already connected. And I'm turning on the Bluetooth for that to connect to one of the Bluetooth speakers. And then I'm going to play the podcast from this one. Spotify. Also, Nerd Squad, received that memo, baby. You're so smart. Is that the appropriate thing to say? Or is the appropriate thing to say, I never knew. I never knew. A lot of people coming and going from the alley basically since 10 p.m. last night.
It requires reliable level measurement.
To comfort and reassure Mrs. Curtis, instructed Knowles to ring up as soon as Sir Arthur's verdict was known, and then drove home. The children had just come in from playing in the snow.
Boy.
Grandpa, the snowman's melted, said.
Is Captain Savaho on the clock? Just joking. Or am I? Yes, I see you. You're so sneaky. You're also a hardcore voyeur, dude. Beeping Tom to the extreme. Which I approve of. Anyway.
Said Paddy. Did it thaw in the night? Must have done, replied Mr. Braxton, forcing a smile. Come and look, Grandpa, persisted Paddy. There's nothing left of it. Grandpa doesn't want to be bothered, said Mary, noticing his troubled face. Oh, come, said Mr. Braxton. When he reached the site of the snowman, his thoughts were still elsewhere. But his mind quickly refocused itself, for he was faced with something a little strange. Not a vestige of the statue remained, though the snow was frozen crisp and crunched hard beneath
You
their
act like
feet.
I'm so annoying, Hunter, but
And
you're
yet
the one
that
who
snowman
just keeps
was
sitting by my
completely
ass
obliterated.
24/7,
And
dude.
where it had stood
Come on, can't you
was a
sit,
circle of
sit on my
bare,
lap or sit on the
brown
side? Why do you have
grass.
to be right here by my butt?
It must have thawed in the night and then frozen again, he said uncertainly. Then why, began Paddy. Don't bother Grandpa, said Mary sharply. He's told you what happened. They wandered off toward the heavy, hurrying river. Are those dog paw marks? Asked Phyllis. That reminded Mr. Braxton. He peered down. Yes, he replied. And I bet they're those of that brute of an Alsatian. It must be a colossal beast. And it must have paws like a young bear, laughed Mary. They're funny dogs, sort of Jekyll and Hydes. I rather adore them. You wouldn't adore this devil. He's all hide. I'm in the wrong mood for these festivities, he thought irritably. During the afternoon, George and Walter took the kids to a cinema in Oxford. The others finished the decoration of the tree. The presents, labelled with the names of their recipients, were arranged on tables round the room, and the huge cracker.
Everybody who likes the title of my video, say nothing and don't look at the Jersey Devil. Why is she here on a Saturday? Why is she up there?
Just as the job was finished, Mary did a 3/4 faint, but was quickly revived with brandy.
Just
"It's the
joking. I have no
simply
idea if she's up
ghastly
there.
heat in the house, exclaimed Gloria, who was not looking too grand herself. The installation must be completely diseased. Ours always works perfectly.
How many stalkers are in the building right now?
Jack came up to her
According to the FBI, the answer
How are you
is
feeling,
more
darling?
than 7.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm all right. It was just the heat, of
and
course.
in more than one unit.
Yes, replied Mary, with rather forced emphasis. Scared you a bit, going off like that? Suggested Jack, regarding her rather sharply. I'm quite all right.
And then
thank
remember,
you,
guys, the
said
unfortunate thing
Mary,
is some of
in
their
the tone she
co-conspirators
always
are
adopted
actually
when
very
she'd had
likely
enough
to
of
be
the
very
subject.
violent as a
I'd like to
result
rest.
of the dismantling
Switch off
of their domestic terrorist
When Jack had
organization.
gone, she didn't close her eyes, but lay on her
That's the
back,
part that is
staring
so
up the
fucking
faint
ridiculous
outline
about
of the
it.
ceiling. She
Well, all of
frowned
it is quite
and
ridiculous, quite
lightly
frankly.
chewed the
But it's
little
like,
finger of her left
damn,
hand.
really? Of course,
The
my
habit of
precinct
hers
is
when
the precinct
unpleasantly
that's going to
puzzled.
have an exodus and has a domestic
Mary,
terrorist
like most
organization
people
and
with strong
kidnaps and
character
stalks
limited
and
imagination,
abuses children
hated
and
to be puzzled.
steals and, you
Everything,
know,
she considered,
ew.
ought to have a simple explanation if one tried hard
Of
enough to find
course.
it. But how could one explain this odd thing that had happened to her? Besides the grandiose gifts on the tables, which bore a number, as well as the recipient's name, a small present for everyone was hung on the tree. This also bore a number, the same one as the lordly gift, so easing the Braxtons' task of handing these out to the right people. Mary had just fixed Curtis's label to a cigarette lighter and tied it on the tree when it swung on its silk thread, so that the back of the card was visible, and on it was this inscription: Died December 25th, 1938. It spun away again and back, and the inscription was no longer there. Now, Mary came of a family which rather prided itself on being unimaginative. Her father had confined his flights of fancy to the annual meeting of his shareholders, while to her mother, imagination and mendacity were at least first cousins. So Mary could hardly credit the explanation that, being remotely worried about Mr. Curtis, she had subconsciously concocted that sinister sentence. On the other hand, she knew poor Mr. Curtis was very ill, and therefore, perhaps, if her brain had played that malign little trick on her, it might have done so in tombstone writing. This was a considerable logical exercise for Mary, The effort tired her. The impression began to fade, and she started wondering how much longer Jack was going to sit up. She dozed off, and there, as if flashed on the screen inside her head, was died December 25th, 1938. This, oddly enough, completely reassured her. There was nothing there this time. There had been nothing there that other time. She'd been very weak and imaginative even to think otherwise. While she was deciding this, Dr. Knowles rang up.
Sir Arthur has just been,
He said.
and I'm sorry to say, he's pessimistic. He says Curtis is very weak.
What's the matter with him? Asked Mr. Braxton urgently.
He doesn't know. He calls it PUO, which really means nothing.
But what's it stand for?
Pyrexia unknown origin. There are some fevers which cannot be described more precisely.
How ill is he really?
All I can say is we must hope for the best.
My God! Exclaimed Mr. Braxton. When's Sir Arthur coming again?
At 11 tomorrow. I'll ring you up after he's been.
Mr. Braxton excused himself and went to his room. Like many men of his dominating, sometimes ruthless type, he was capable of an intensity of feeling, anger, resolution, desire for revenge, but also affection and sympathy, unknown to more superficially Christian and kindly souls. He was genuinely attached to Curtis and his wife, and very harshly and poignantly moved by this news, which he realized could hardly have been worse. He would have to exercise all his willpower if he was to sleep. If, on the preceding night, the rest of the sleepers had been broken by influences which had insinuated themselves into their dreams, that which caused the night of that Christmas Eve to be unforgettable was the demoniacal violence of the elements. The northeaster had been waxing steadily all the evening, and by midnight reached hurricane force, driving before it an almost impenetrable wall of snow. Not only so, but continually, all through the night, the wall was inflamed, and the roar of the hurricane silenced by fearful flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. The combination was almost intolerably menacing, as the great house shook from the gale and trembled at the blasts, and the windows blazed with strange polychromatic balls of flame. All were tense and troubled. The children fought or succumbed to their terror according to their natures. Their parents soothed and reassured them. Mr. Braxton was convinced.
Oh no, the domestic terrorist organization upstairs has another great idea at 3:50 p.m. Fall back!
And seething.
Fall back!
Charges. Not till a dilatory, chaotic dawn staggered up.
All of your great ideas come with a minimum mandatory sentence of 2 years.
It was a yawning and haggard company which assembled at breakfast, but determined efforts were made to engender a communal cheerfulness. Mr. Braxton did his best to contribute his quota of seasonal bonhomie, but his mind was plagued by thoughts of Curtis. Before the meal was finished, the vicar rang up to say the church tower had been struck and almost demolished, so there could be no services. It rang again to say that Brent's farmhouse had been burnt to the ground. While the others went off to inspect the church, Mr. Braxton remained in the study. Presently, Knowles rang to say Sir Arthur had been and pronounced Curtis weaker, but his condition was not quite hopeless. One of the most ominous symptoms was the violence of the delirium. Curtis appeared to be in great terror, and sedatives had no effect. "How's that cowman?" asked Mr. Braxton.
Phew.
Died in
The
the
great
night,
idea didn't
I'm
work.
sorry to
At
say.
least not yet. The girls up there are like, no, we
Mr.
will.
Braxton broke one
We
of
will
his
obstruct
strictest
justice and
rules by drinking
continue
a very stiff
tampering.
whiskey.
We
Very
love. They're like this. Allahu Akbar!
Christmas
Ching
dinner
ching chong.
was
They're Kim
horribly
Jong Un. They've got some
hilarious.
mushroom
And
clouds
after
for
it,
this
children,
Jew.
bulging and
They want to
incipient
blow
and
me
bilious,
up, but they're
slept
going
some of it
to
off,
prison.
while their elders put the final touches to the preparations for the party. In spite of the weather, not a single
And then all the
cry
poor
of
whistleblowers
terror.
upstairs, they have to like
Those
look at them and go like,
recent
"Blah,
Mr.
blah, blah."
entertainments were justly famous.
Or,
So from 4:30
yes, you make
onwards,
the best
the
rockets.
cream
You
of
are
North
the
Berkshire
rocket man.
society came plowing through the snow to the hall. Lady
But the
Pouncey
Kim J.
offered
Ungs,
bringing up
that's what
the
I
rear
refer to
in
the
her
females who
airy
are
wand,
part of their domestic
which was
terrorist organization
dribbling
of,
steam from its ancient
as-
and aristocratic peak.
they're the Kim J. Ungs.
A tea of teas, not merely a high tea, an Everest.
And all the
tea.
men are the Alu Akbars.
Skyscraper
Blah, blah,
was
blah,
then
blah.
attacked by the already stuffed juveniles, who, by the end of it, were almost livid with repletion, finding even the efforts of cracker pulling almost beyond them. They were then propelled into the library, where rows of chairs had been provided for them. There was a screen at one end of the room, a projector at the other. Mr. Braxton had provided one of his famous surprises. The room was darkened, and on the screen was flashed the sentence, "The North Berks newsreel." During the last few weeks, Mr. Braxton had had a sharp-witted and discreetly furtive cameraman at work, while busy about their more or less lawful occasions.
To all the guys upstairs, I want you to
For
look
example,
around at the
there was a
females
sentence
and
from a
just
speech by
put
Lord
their
Garett,
face
Mrs.
on Kim J.
Pierre.
Ung's body and
Just a
head,
damnable
just their
and calculated
face.
lie for our opponents to suggest we aim at a preposterous and essentially inequitable equalization of income.
And then there was his lordship just entering his limousine, and an obsequious footman, mug in hand,
Do it to
holding the
all
door
of them.
open for him. His lordship's laughter was raucous and vehement, though he would have liked to have said a few words in rebuttal.
Quick, use AI
And
and
there
do
was
it, dude.
Lady
Make a little
Pouncey's
video and send it to
scrolls,
all the men, but not the
locally
girls.
known as the hippogriff, stuck in a snowdrift and enveloped in steam, with the caption, "Oh, Mr. Mercury, do give me a start," and other kindly, slightly sardonic japes at the expense of the North Berks Green. The last scene was meant as an appropriate prelude to the climax of the festivities. It showed Curtis and his crew digging up the tree from Lucky's Grove. Out they came from the Holm Oaks, straining under their load. But close observers noticed there was one who remained behind, standing menacing and motionless. A very tall, dark, brooding figure. There came a blinding lightning flash, which seemed to blaze, sparking round the room, and a fearsome, metallic bang. The storm had returned, with rasping and imperious salute. The lights immediately came on, and the children were marshalled into the ballroom.
3:55 p.m.
As they entered
PST.
and
Lots
saw
of
the high
evidence
tree
of a
shining
couple
there,
of stalkers
people
actively
so
stalking
lively
and
upon its
attempting to
branches,
tamper and intimidate.
a prolonged of astonishment was extorted from the blasé brats.
Upstairs, on the exterior,
But
and
there
online.
was another wave of flame against the windows, which rattled wildly at the ensuing roar, and the cries of delight were tinged with terror. And indeed, the hard blue glare flung a sinister glow on the tree and its whirling throng. The grown-ups hastened to restore equanimity, and, forming rings of children, circled round the tree. Presently, Mrs. Braxton exclaimed, "Now then, look for your names on the cards and see what Father Christmas has
Oh
brought you."
no! You know what I
No,
forgot?
hardly one of the disillusioned infants.
I
pretended
totally
any
forgot
belief
there's a
in
new
that
Tim Dillon
superannuated
episode, and I
deliverer of
missed it
goods.
because of the
The
domestic
response
terrorists.
was
Damn it!
immediate, for they had sharp
Pause.
ears
He terminated the live stream at 3:56 p.m. At 3:56 p.m.
Terminated the live stream
Oh, it looks like it
at
didn't work.
3:56 p.m. At 3:56 p.m.
On my end, it showed that they absolutely did in the way that they did on Friday, an hour before they rejected a legitimate police report because of Mrs. Jersey Devil. In the way that they did on Friday, an hour before. You know, that 2:26 p.m. live stream that was the last live stream they allowed me to record. And then remember, this morning, they prevented me from sending the offline recordings to the FBI or the sheriffs. And how did they do it on Friday at 2:26 p.m.? Well, they just shut off the internet that they've been pretending to be. And you'll be charged for that too. So if that was your guys' great idea, again, get it terminated and you go to facilitate that breaking and entering that you've premeditated and discussed at great length, most notably since October, needing to coincide with you terminating it because you plan on sending more people to my house to go to prison on your behalf. October needing to coincide with you terminating it because you plan on sending more people to my house to go to prison on your behalf. October because you're so incompetent and delusional that you don't realize you are going to prison. Because you're so incompetent and delusional that you don't realize you are going to prison. And per the FBI, 50+% of your domestic organization's members, and per the FBI, 50+% of your domestic organization's members are already going to be getting immunity because they're going to be testifying against you. Are already going to be getting immunity because they're going to be testifying against you. And also because, unlike everyone that you've tried to send to prison, bankrupt, and have their careers ruined, and also because, unlike everyone that you've tried to send to prison, bankrupt, and have their careers ruined, the FBI has made a point of telling them the reality via the filings they've had me submit and all of these recordings of telling them the reality via the filings they've had me submit and all of these recordings, i.e., everyone knows that you ladies, all of these recordings, i.e., everyone knows that you ladies were the only ones that were going to be going to prison. Everyone knows that you ladies were the only ones that were going to be going to prison until that first actionable kidnapping. Were the only ones that were going to be going to prison until that first actionable kidnapping. And then you made it a point to try and get over 40 of them to go instead of you. And then you made it a point to try and get over 40 of them to go instead of you. And it's never going to happen. You're going to prison and they may or may not choose to join you. It's never going to happen. You're going to prison and they may or may not choose to join you. If they're following your unlawful directives and fraudulent orders, not choose to join you. If they're following your unlawful directives and fraudulent orders to further your aggravated criminal conspiracy / domestic terrorist organization, to further your aggravated criminal conspiracy / domestic terrorist organization that you've been going around calling an operation, knowing the whole time it's been criminal. Terrorist organization that you've been going around calling an operation, knowing the whole time it's been criminal. And telling people to do crimes and promising them non-existent immunity. Time it's been criminal. And telling people to do crimes and promising them non-existent immunity. Well, the secret is out. Everybody knows that you tried to get them to go to prison, and that was your legal defense. Simply saying they did it, not you. Tried to get them to go to prison, and that was your legal defense. Simply saying they did it, not you. But spoiler alert, you're in the downward spiral. You're in the cycle of subterfuge. You are at the exact same place that you have been since a week before Thanksgiving. You are at the exact same place that you have been since a week before Thanksgiving. You've been checkmated, and the next step is either you all get detained in an unspecified day in March, and the next step is either you all get detained in an unspecified day in March, or you once again do find volunteers like you've had since the 11th who've been criminally and illegally ending these live streams. Volunteers like you've had since the 11th who've been criminally and illegally ending these live streams. To break and enter. Again, this time hopefully not using the disabled boys you've abused for over a year and kidnapped directly and with your co-conspirators. Over a year and kidnapped directly and with your co-conspirators. And the reality is, if you do succeed with that, which we all know you're desperate to make happen because you know of the severity of the charges, if it doesn't happen in 9 days, because you know of the severity of the charges, if it doesn't happen in 9 days, will actually lead to you all going to King County and being arraigned weeks sooner. Lead to you all going to King County and being arraigned weeks sooner. So just ask, would you rather go to King County Jail next month? So just ask, would you rather go to King County Jail next month? Or to your shock and dismay, as soon as some poor person once again volunteers to commit crimes for you. Some poor person once again volunteers to commit crimes for you. Which is what you're planning and why you keep shutting off these live streams. Which is what you're planning and why you keep shutting off these live streams. Which is what you've been premeditating and discussing. And why you keep shutting off these live streams. Which is what you've been premeditating and discussing. And why you keep shutting. So, do not be fooled. You've all been fooled, though, since the 11th. So I just feel like telling you guys to stop being a domestic terrorist organization is a moot point. And you've done a bang-up job with further proving the coordination of your aggravated criminal conspiracy / domestic terrorist organization. And then remember, everybody, you guys weren't a domestic terrorist organization until the month of August. Prior to that, you were only an aggravated criminal conspiracy / criminal enterprise. And then remember, everybody, you guys weren't a domestic terrorist organization until the month of August. Prior to that, you were only an aggravated criminal conspiracy / criminal enterprise. And then remember, everybody, you guys weren't a domestic terrorist organization until the month of August. So I'm going to see if I can hear the Tim Dillon show. I'm not a huge Tim Dillon fan, but I liked him last week. And that's where I stole that joke that I've been saying to people. I've been saying to some of the people in your domestic terrorist organization that some of the lucky ones are not going to be in a federal penitentiary, but instead they'll be managing Panda Express, and they'll be like this. Hi, I used to be an officer at the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, changed to the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers in January by the FBI. And then it turns out that I was actually a domestic terrorist with my fellow officers. So now I manage Panda Express. I take the orange chicken complaints. Yeah, I stole that joke from Tim Dillon's episode last week. Oh, it looks like there's lots of videos up from Tim Dillon. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. I'm on Tim Dillon clips, which is stupid. I don't understand this thing with celebrities making YouTube channels that are just clips of them. Obviously, like a lot of people are doing it, but why? Why not put like full stuff on here? I'll use the Spotify platform. So remember, what did we learn from today? Well, for one thing, we learned that you are indeed in a downward spiral heading towards full accountability under the federal and state law. Also, we learned, thanks to the FBI, that when the domestic terrorists completely disable and prevent you from recording things offline after a whole bunch of terrorist activities in the days leading up to it, and then block your ability to send offline recordings to the FBI and sheriffs like you were instructed to do. Not only is that a series of crimes, but also it can be undone thanks to the FBI, who undid it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Another atmospheric rain event here in Los
Okay,
Angeles.
so I do not agree with everything Tim Dillon says.
Cleansing
I
the
like
air
him
of the
because
fire,
he
which
is
nice.
a
Cleansing the
contrarian.
air of the hellish
And we
fires
do,
of the-
in fact, have mutual friends. And some of those mutual friends are huge A-list celebrities who literally get blown off by this guy. So I've never met Tim Dillon. But Tim Dillon is getting text messages from people who normally others like idolize and worship and get starstruck over. And they're like asking him to hang out and trying to conversate with him. And he just blows them all off. He gets invited to parties and he shows up hours late and then he stays for an hour and leaves. That is why I like Tim Dillon. He's fat. He's hilarious. And sometimes I think that he says the complete opposite of what he really thinks or feels just to be a bit of a shock jock. And I really liked last week's episode. But one thing I don't like about his podcast is I have zero desire to binge his podcast, and all of it, he's got hundreds of episodes I haven't seen. And the reason being is it seems like a lot of them revolve around current events. So this is his latest episode. I'll shut up now and play it. It's 4:09 p.m. PST. Federal felons, did you pray today? Did you pray today? Some of you did. The ones that are stuck up there pretending to be Nazis but are in fact Jews.
Be a 48-hour strongest storm in a year bearing down on Southern California could cause flooding.
Oh, goodness.
The terms now for
I
these
thought they
are
were still on
always,
fire, aren't they?
You
Finally
know,
out.
the most extreme. They're like atmospheric, sky storm. It's never like it's going to rain for 2 days. When I grew up, it was like it's raining. And now it's like an atmospheric, river or something they call it. Like what is the term for this? It's like a river of raging, even the way they write about it, they're like raging torrents of rain and atmospheric river, they call it. What happened to rain? Like it's going to rain a lot. Now it's an atmospheric river. Raging torrents of rock slides and mudslides that can be damaging and even deadly. Yeah, well, that's not ideal, but it doesn't help to call it an atmospheric river. It's like a river is falling out of the sky onto whatever. That's why I sold my house, obviously. Many people don't listen to the show. They listen, but they don't listen. So they come up to me and they go, "Did your house really burn down?" I go, "Well, it's pretty clear if you listen to the words." Now, I did keep hammering it, going, my house burned down. But there was a disclaimer early on when I said, I sold the house. And I did. I sold it last year because of the atmospheric river and torrents of raging atmospheric Rain, river in the sky. The storm is arriving through an atmospheric river. Atmospheric river storms are long plumes of water vapor that can pour over from the Pacific Ocean into California. They carry so much water that they're said to be like a river in the sky. Just a few atmospheric river events can bring California from 1/3 to 1/2 of its annual precipitation. What's nice about this, though, is we've had more rain than we've ever had, and we still don't have any water to fight fires. So that's good that we have more water, and yet none of it when it's needed because we don't have a way to trap it and keep it or whatever. But that's why I sold my home, because my home was on a cliff. I had a beautiful house. It overlooked the valley, really. I mean, my view was towards the valley, but I looked at some of the hills in Beverly Hills, and it was pretty. But, you know, the California mountains aren't like Colorado. This isn't, a mountain. This isn't limestone. This is dirt. The hills of California are packed dirt that with enough rain, they all, there's mudslides, there are rock slides, and people, Mulholland Drive, which is the road that you took to get, one of the roads you took to get to my house, a boulder slid down and destroyed Mulholland Drive, and they closed it. And it took months and months and months to get the road back to where you can travel on it. And I didn't love that. I didn't like the idea of that. Again, I think it's, this is, when you experience climate, you have to decide what is and isn't your home. This is real. This is true. When you experience significant events that are out of your control, fires, floods, hurricanes, you have to decide how much you love a specific part of this country, how much you're willing to sacrifice for it. Are you okay with having a home on the west coast of Florida if it happens to be destroyed? Can you bounce back? No, you should think about this. Truly, are you able to deal with the ramifications of an event like a Category 4 hurricane?
Just note
If
for the
you
record,
are
at 4:14
living on the
p.m.,
west coast
as
of Florida,
usual,
can you
some of
deal
the
with
extremely
the fire in parts of the
insipid
West Coast?
female federal felons of this domestic
Or
terrorist organization have been
are
actively
you
attempting to terminate this
going
live stream
to
through every
make a
way
different
possible that
choice?
they've been able to over the last few days.
What is your home? Are you willing to die for your home? In your home? Literally. Are you willing
The
to die
men
in your
are
home?
likely actually participating
Are
as
you
well,
willing to
but I can't hear
save
them at all.
people in your home?
The woman that's mouth has been
Are you gonna
going
run around
nonstop until
saving
she
other
criminally and
people in the
illegally
home?
got my
I
live
don't
stream
mean your
off at
home. I mean your
2:26
neighborhood,
p.m.
your
right when the
town.
Jersey
How
Devil left
deep
and got
are you
her
in? Are you
fellow
rooted?
volunteers to join her
Do
in
you
prison to
care?
reject another legitimate
Are
police
you
report.
willing to help the neighbors? Do you love the neighbors?
That lady is
Do
upstairs.
you love it? Are you fighting for it?
Terminate the live stream.
These are
Break
all
in.
real
Terminate the
questions.
live stream. Break in. It's our people. We're all that
Girl,
matters. It's not our people. It's
you
her
have to
and the
decide
Jersey
where
Devil.
you wanna,
All of
where
you,
your patch of dirt
all of
happens
you,
to
they
be.
already tried to send to
Is
prison.
it worth it? After we've had a wild year of fires and hurricanes and floods, and I'm not saying you can predict this. I'm also not saying you always have a choice. Your kids are in the school, your job is there. I get it. I'm not an idiot. I know that sometimes you just have to deal with it. But there are people that are maybe younger or they have the ability to think about these things before they buy a home, before they plant roots in an area. What are you willing to deal with? It's a trade-off. For sure, it's a trade-off. I don't know Elon Musk. I met Elon Musk one time at a New Year's party a few years ago in Austin. He was very gracious. He was very nice to me. A few of my friends were at that party. We spoke very it was a minimal amount of interaction that we had. He's an awkward guy. He's clearly on the spectrum. He clearly wants to be cool. He clearly wants to be liked. He has some brilliant thoughts in his head, and he's got other thoughts. He has some thoughts that have a lot of value, and I'm sure there are thoughts that do not. He is quickly becoming the most famous person in the world.
Okay, here's the thing. Elon Musk is not awkward, guys.
Trump sitting there and Elon Musk standing over him.
He doesn't want to be
kind
cool.
of an ominous way.
He is fine
kind of
with
wearing
you
all
not liking
black.
him because
I
you're
don't
not
love
cool.
that. And I'm not even suggesting that Trump is in some
Elon Musk is my favorite Japanese white boy.
In debt to Elon, or being cucked by him in any way. I'm just saying the photo itself, I don't love. Now, obviously, Elon spent a lot of money to get Trump elected, and Elon put a lot of effort and energy into that election. And Elon's now working, I believe, as a special advisor, and whatever the term is, with this Department of Government Efficiency. And he's going around and he is trying to purge the government of a lot of the some of the government employees. He's trying to identify and isolate cases of corruption, waste, abuse, and he's not wrong to be doing this. This is something that Trump wants him to do. The aesthetics of it aren't ideal. Trump doesn't look like he's in control. Now, I'm not suggesting he's not. This is just the appearance of it. And appearances are, in many cases, reality. They're enough reality for people to form opinions. So I think having a press conference in the Oval Office where Elon Musk is standing over Donald Trump, dressed in all black, speaking more than Donald Trump, isn't great. I predicted this relationship at some point was going to become difficult. I think that's starting. I'm not even saying that the U.S. aid program has an intrinsic value. I think some of it does. I mean, some of it for farmers, and I'm sure there are people all over the world that get some help from this program, but it is also an intelligence front. It is a CIA slush fund. They do use it to foment instability all over the world where they can. They provably use it domestically to fund protests. They provably use it for all kinds of activities that are not necessarily in the best interest of the American public, but they're in the best interest of the CIA and the people that the CIA works for. That doesn't mean that everything that that agency does is bad, and that doesn't mean that there aren't people that depend on that agency who will suffer because it's completely closed down. It is tough to hear people that have watched Benjamin Netanyahu vaporize tens of thousands of Palestinian children who now come out and worry about children in other countries not getting help from the U.S. aid program. That is what they call irony. I will say this, he's going to go into the Pentagon next. I mean, perhaps. They're saying that some of the next targets might be the Department of Defense and Education. The Pentagon, we know, has lost lots of money. U.S. aid, that program, has lost a lot of money. There are billions of dollars that are unaccounted for.
Oh no, the female
Pentagon,
federal felons upstairs
you
think
know,
they found a way. At
I
420.
remember back to the days of the Iraq War when the Pentagon had lost billions of dollars, trillions of dollars unaccounted for. This isn't something new. And this doesn't seem to be something that anybody wants to happen, which might be it.
Hey, I'm going to let you know a top secret. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You've only been able to do what you've been doing since the 11th because it's a trap. It's bait. It's a trap you have taken over and over and over again. You think that the FBI would have me put in multiple filings in the last 10 days that my door is going to be closed until you're detained, apprehended? If that wasn't true,
it might not be that bad that it's happening. I think Musk is doing it in a very sloppy way. I think he's got this band of 20-year-olds running around. I think the aesthetics of it make it seem like Trump isn't in control. And I think that makes Trump appear weak, which is not what he would want. And I think that there are going to be cuts that are sloppy in the same way that when the Biden administration got everybody to administer these DEI programs, diversity, equity, and inclusion, they were done in a very sloppy way. This idea that we had to make sure that every company, every university, every athletics, franchise had diversity, equity, and inclusion officers in it to make sure that they were hitting certain quotas.
okay, the females are
And that
gearing up.
the
They're getting
messaging
ready
of these
again to try and
institutions,
terminate it. You have to keep in mind, people,
didn't
I'm saying that aloud,
exclude
but
any
it is
group of people,
literally
no
what
matter
I
how
have been hearing
statistically
for, I swear to
insignificant
God,
that group was.
every
It
hour
was done in a very sloppy way.
since
This is
February
not
11th.
Unlike that, in the sense
And
that
I get it. Obviously, there's
this
some
is
mental
not a
illness within their
methodical
domestic
approach.
terrorist organization,
But I don't know that you have the time to do a methodical approach. That would be their
particularly
argument.
as it gets closer and
Their
closer
argument
to
would
them
be,
going
well,
to
we don't have time
jail.
to be methodical. We have billions of dollars unaccounted for. We have
But
tons
that
of fraud and
paired with
corruption.
the interruptions that they
And
have
the fact that
caused in
Elon
my
Musk
sleep for
happens
this
to be
entire
the
period of
wealthiest man in
time,
the world certainly does not help.
I'm just so
the
over it.
aesthetics of
I'm
what's
hoping
going
this
on,
live stream is still
because
running
here's the
so
way
I
this
can
is
go
being
to
presented.
sleep and actually sleep for
These are
hours
government bureaucrats who are doing good things.
without
good
getting up
people.
to have to react
They're lovely.
to
They
these domestic
are just
terrorists.
here to help. They're just here to help. That's all USAID is. That's
and
all
their
we're
crimes.
doing in other countries is helping. That's why they love us so much. I love, by the way, I'm reading these articles and they go, USAID is one of the reasons people like us in the world. Nobody likes us. Nobody. Go to any of these countries where they have USAID. Half the people believe it's a CIA front. The other half know it is, and they all hate us. None of them like it. The idea that people adore us, yes. Have we provided aid to people that have been grateful? Sure. But in mass, in totality, the idea that we're winning all these friends and everybody, like, go travel the world, tell me how much we're loved. Go travel the world, tell me how much after we've overthrown governments, okay? Invaded countries, occupied them, tortured their residents, kidnapped them in the middle of the night, put them in secret underground torture prison. How much U.S. aid has made up for that in the minds of people? I'm asking, go travel the world and ask a lot of these people, do they really love us, or are they full of shit? They don't love us. Number one. I'm not saying USAID doesn't have good things. The Republicans are trying to restart the farm aid package for a lot of the farmers that need aid. Because eggs are $1 trillion because they had the Holocaust, a bunch of chickens. Because of the bird flu, they had to Benjamin Netanyahu like 30,000 chickens. And now we all have to pay, it's $5 for eggs. I notice it now. I'm even noticing it. The rich. Not the Elon Musk rich, the working rich. But eggs are a lot of money now. So they're trying to restart, because they had to get rid of all those chickens. We're off topic. The point is this. People think what's happening right now. I love ShipStation. It's so important. I mean, let me tell you, life in general can be chaotic, but if you're in charge of order fulfillment for an e-commerce business, you know that it's its own special kind of chaos. Well, with ShipStation, you can count on your day-to-day remaining calm, save hours and money every month by shipping from all your stores with one login, automating repetitive tasks, and finding the best rates among all global carriers. You can focus on other parts of your business because you never have to worry about shipping and fulfillment again with ShipStation. And this is what I tell everybody who's dabbling in the world of e-commerce. All of your time needs to be spent thinking about sales and marketing, engines of the business. All the back office stuff you need to outsource to a really sharp, smart system like ShipStation. It is very easy to automate shipping tasks. You manage all the orders on one simple dashboard. I mean, it's really smart. You don't have to worry about who's getting what and where. You can click with one click, you do it all. It's the fastest, most affordable way to ship products to your customers with discounts up to 88% off UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates, and up to 90% off FedEx rates. Seamlessly integrate with services and selling channels you already use, and manage orders on one easy dashboard. Deliver a better customer experience with industry-leading scalable features that help ensure accuracy, get shipments out the door faster, and keep customers happy with automated tracking updates and with your company's branding. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce businesses with ShipStation, and 98% of companies that stick with ShipStation for a year become customers for life. Calm the chaos of order fulfillment with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today. Go to shipstation.com and use code TimDillon to sign up for your free trial. That's shipstation.com, code TimDillon, TIMDILLON. And I'm not saying I'm for all of it either. I'm not saying I agree with every single thing Elon Musk is doing. I was heavily critical of the visa thing. I remain so. I do not trust tech people. I don't trust what their end game is. They are creepy and disturbing. And a lot of what they want to do, I do not agree with. So don't tell me, but the idea that every cut being made is to a government bureaucrat who's just a good do-gooder, who's trying to help other people, isn't true. There are lots of people that work in our government who are incredibly corrupt and stealing money. This is a fact. They're working with members of the private sector doing this. That is completely 100% the truth. That doesn't mean that everyone is, but it does mean that if you take a magnifying glass to a lot of the programs in our government, they are useless. They do not benefit anybody, and they suck up a lot of tax dollars that could be going to help other people. All the people talking about USAID, the problem with a lot of this stuff, when you get on a moral high horse and you write articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Atlantic about how valuable it is that the United States help people all over the world. And that's a understandable point of view, but it would be more understandable if any of these people were ever concerned about Detroit, Chicago, poverty in America, Virginia.
At 4:30 p.m.,
upstate New York,
a female and a male upstairs are trying to terminate the live
Florida.
stream again.
They do not.
They have a new way.
As much with domestic.
A new way of committing a series
of wealth,
criminal acts with
one
action.
The only person who brought that up, Bernie Sanders, they all closed ranks to destroy. All of these establishment Democrats closed ranks to destroy Bernie Sanders and install Joe Biden when they knew he was crazy. And I know people in Chicago that were part of that effort. This is a fact. So all of these establishment Democrats who don't care at all about wealth inequality in America, they don't care at all about deindustrialized areas where people are hopeless and they're on fentanyl. They spent the last 4 years telling all those people they had white privilege and basically to shut up. They're men. And they caused all the problems. And then a lot of them voted for Trump and they were shocked. Why'd they do that? So at the end of the day, you can have the position that America is a wealthy country and should go around the world helping people, but that's not what's going on. That's not all of what USAID is. It may not even be a majority of what USAID is. This is a slush fund that is being used for all kinds of reasons, but one of them is because the CIA and other agencies are using that money to go into these countries to foment the type of instability and chaos that causes America to intervene in that country, or it causes some type of coup where we can replace the leader of that country with somebody that is amenable to the interests of American multinational corporations. That's a lot of what is going on. It's not all of it. It's a lot of what's going on. Domestic protests also partially funded by these NGOs, these nonprofits, this entire world of bullshit that exists that has never helped you or your family. It does not help people, a lot of it. USAID has faced accusations of inefficiency and waste over the years, including that it fails to measure the effectiveness of its programs. Much of USAID's money is handed out as grants or is subcontracted to aid groups and NGOs. Right. Critics contend that USAID's use of American contractors and its large bureaucracy means that not enough money actually ends up helping those in need. This is like a charity. This is like a lot of charities are fake. We know that. There are real charities. It's Venmo. It's helping people directly. Bethany does a great job. She hands cards and puts them in people's cash cards and gives them to people. Goes, go buy what you need. Something Bethany Frankel does, and that is true. But a lot of charities, and I've spoken not only to her about it, but other people, a lot of charities, okay, are not transparent, and a lot of people don't get the help. They don't. This idea that all charities are just these entities that just seek to benefit people. A lot of charities get such a small percentage. I mean, a lot of the actual people get such a small percentage of what the charity takes in when you factor in overhead, operating expenses, the salaries of the staff. They need some of that, and I understand it. That being said, sometimes it's 10%. If you donate to a charity, sometimes the people on the other end are literally getting 10% of the fucking money. It's insane. That's why I don't donate. I donate to myself because I get 100% of the money. Transparency is big with me. So if I donate to myself, I get all of the money. There is no overhead. Whereas if I'm donating, I don't know, to just, World AIDS, sure. But where is it really? Where is it really? And I help people directly. I help people directly, as you should. Doesn't anyone have a Venmo in Africa that I can send the money to direct? I don't want to give it to a charity in Washington, D.C. Can I Zelle you? Can I overnight you something you need? I'm only half kidding. The charity's scam. And then the government's involved? The government's involved in the charity, and it's going to get better? It's going to be more transparent now that the CIA is involved with the charity. It's going to be good. We know the CIA is full of charitable people. That's why they go into that line of work, because they can't stop giving. That's why Alan Dulles started that organization, because he couldn't stop giving. This is a guy, if you read his autobiography, who like watched his sister almost
Wink, wink.
drown, emotionless, stood there on the thing of the lake, the side of the lake. The point is this. The idea that the United States government is running around the world just helping people is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I'm sorry to be, and again, this doesn't mean that I think Elon Musk is doing everything right. This just means that like we're gonna have to get we're gonna have to sober up. I think there needs to be a Democratic Party, and there needs to be an effective, functioning Democratic Party and an effective, functioning Republican Party. You don't want a one-party state. It would be lovely if there were lots of parties, but there are not. There's two. And if the Democrats don't drop the identity politics immediately, if they don't stop this righteous indignation, if they don't stop the pearl clutching, the culture has moved on in America. There's been people are reasserting a type of traditional masculinity, again, that isn't focused around like it's not like we're going to kill everyone, and it's not this toxic masculinity in the fevered imaginations of some of my friends. Some of it, I'm sure, has elements of that, but a lot of it's like, hey, we want to watch sports and drink beer and be guys and not be told that we are the source of all evil on the planet. I think that's reasonable. Okay? The last 4 years and the intensity with which these cultural, conversations were happening, it was incredibly destabilizing for a lot of people. And they want to kind of go back to something that feels a little bit more traditional. Okay, that doesn't mean that you're throwing gay people off the roof. That doesn't mean that trans people shouldn't live normal, happy lives. It means that, we need to take a step back from, we don't need to live in the 1950s, but we also don't need 1,000 genders. We can't swallow that. The Democratic Party's got to cut this out. This is not helping anybody. You need to cut this. You need to stop doing it. I don't even know who this is for anymore. It's not. And I know that the right keeps calling them all pedophiles. There's nothing less sexual than the current state of the modern Democratic Party, by the way. None of this is even about sex. This is weird. It's like this bureaucratic office politics. Call me the right name or I'll have you fired. All of this shit that was done for 4 years, you're now seeing again. And it's happening. It's just happening. The right has now come to power. And the right is doing the things that...
Wow, man. How right on is he? I received some instructions from the FBI. Again, I don't work for the FBI. I'm just an informant. But they want me to play that 2/8 part 2 video which reads out the filings that you should be paying the most attention to at present. And then they want me to go over the report that was filed on the 13th, which I believe I have another recording of here on the YouTube live stream. So this is that 2/8 recording from 5:20 p.m. on YouTube.
Okay, Nerd Squad, it appears there is no delay. 19 seconds in. It is 5:21 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on February 8th.
It's really 4:41 p.m. February 15th, PST.
This is going to be part 2 of the 2-part video series
which was a podcast, but Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct. Oh, now we have a bounce back. It's 5:22 p.m. PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Glen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I'm not employed by the FBI, but I've been authorized to state that I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. This recording is part 2 of a series of recordings that have been made as a result of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters and stalkers and their litany of crimes perpetrated, 250 plus separate crimes over the last couple of years. Now, that being said, there is a first part to this, which was available as a podcast on Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio, and on x.com/MysticGwenPod. But the criminals of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one, it cuts out at the word extortionist and et al. It says ... So this is also doubling as a recording for the time period that it's running. I am going to now read you the updates since the preceding less than 2 hours long video titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. This is part 2. Again, no longer available on the podcast because of these criminal idiots. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207. That is one of the recordings we're going over, but it's not the one that we're to start with. This is the one the FBI wants us to start with. Garett. And now I am going to the February 4th, 2025 judicial notice. I'm going to read it verbatim on Facebook, which does include a first paragraph that isn't in the actual filing. Second police report of 2/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any / all cases with my legal names. Annette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks, urgent, please and thanks. ADA, mandatory file in any / all cases with my legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment. Extortion. Fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct. Individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, at 2120 and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum 2 Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actual kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the premeditated acts to obstruct justice, such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own home for 182 days since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home, per FBI instructions. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. 100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. 10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to 25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6. Recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date, February 4th, 2025. Time, 10:08 a.m. PST. Okay, now we're moving on to the next one. So I am recording now again on Twitter, but you all saw what Unit 207's added to their police report today, in addition to their other felonies at $40 million a pop. This was previously invoiced. Here we go. This is imminent threat to FBI informant of second count of breaking and entering, illegal and unlawful arrest, committal, kidnapping for today, 26 indoor Monday, 210. Crimes by North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, neighbors, parentheses, DCYF and EPD, comma, Owens, comma, Garcia, comma, et al. Via Unit 207. Addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207.
Well, their domestic
And
terrorist
associated
organization
individuals.
is nothing short of
Mandatory
efficient.
fine
Man, the
pursuant to
efficiency.
ADA in any/all cases with my legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. 2. Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. This document serves as an addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST. A female individual associated with Unit 207, identified as having actively participated in stalking and harassment activities against me since April 2023, and described as a protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of the ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant,
It sounded very much like this.
it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department
And there was a lot of this. Ali Akbar.
of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance.
I'm just going to pause it there and point out to everybody that's listening. Yes, the domestic terrorists upstairs. They just did indeed jump. That was hilarious. Anyway, back to the recording.
Capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to catch the FBI, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and a commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included. Breaking and entering of my residence. The first incident occurred on January 29th, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve utilization of co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens and or Anne Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators, Erica Owens and Richard Garcia, to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned defenses of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934 and incorporated herein, are demonstratively fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving. Protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy. Verified. Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them, and despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice, their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. Their recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the FBI, continues, but it is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling towards its inevitable conclusion.
Full accountability under the law.
I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Okay, then we have a third one. Stay tuned for the fourth one. It's actually very powerful according to the FBI. In contrast to Unit 207 judicial notice filed February 7, 2025, 2 p.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct Unit 207 and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases. With my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. Prior addendum, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST, to Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, and to all, and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject, supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, and incurred penalties, February 7th, 2025. This document serves as a third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08
It was
a.m.
actually only the
PST
second.
and supplemented on February 6th, 2025. It provides further information regarding the subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filings. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and the addendum of February 6th, 2025, and all police reports filed are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned addenda, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, their continued obstruction of justice, and the accrual of additional financial penalties. A. February 7th, 2025, 12:50 p.m. PST, individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass by repeatedly and forcefully knocking on my front door. This occurred in the afternoon and was clearly intended to intimidate, harass, and disturb my peace. This action constitutes a renewed and egregious threat, escalating their prior criminal conduct. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the prior rejection of police reports detailing the ongoing conspiracy and threats, this incident incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced and agreed upon. B. February 7th, 2025, 8:48 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct continuing its brazen and criminal obstruction of justice, rejected 2 more legitimate police reports. The report filed on January 4th, 2025, that should actually say February 4th, at 10:08 a.m. PST, and the report filed on February 6th, 2025, at 7 a.m. PST. These rejections are further evidence of the North Everett Precinct's active participation in the criminal conspiracy and their deliberate attempt to shield their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the ongoing conspiracy and the subsequent criminal acts documented herein, this act of obstruction incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced. See February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. EST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down and, quote, wage a war, end quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D. February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST. A female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E. February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th, criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream terminations incurs a $10 million penalty, as invoiced without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent break.
Their name is terrorist. They live on the 2nd floor. You know that song? My name is Luca. I live on the 2nd floor. Their name is terrorist. They're on the 2nd floor.
Breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. $10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. The current actions of the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207, as documented in this report, have incurred an additional $130 million in penalties. $80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and $50 million for the live stream terminations. Conclusion: the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. I demand immediate action to stop this ongoing criminal conspiracy and to hold all those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7th, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. Now I'm going to go over to.
Okay, now we're going to go to the latest one from today, which Unit 207 thinks that they can somehow manipulate or use in their favor. They plan on proceeding with their planned crimes. Remember, they've had crimes planned for Monday since last week when I made the first filing on February 4th. So pay attention to this one, because contrary to Unit 207, the FBI is very confident that this one right here.
Oh, the
This one
domestic
right
terrorist
here,
is chatting me still. Make sure you check out the chat, guys.
One right here, stalkers.
It's already
This
been
one is
verified.
Very important to your entire spring season.
Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I don't want food. You owe me money. According to the FBI, your employer owes me more money than they've ever had to pay out before because of your domestic terrorist organization, Dollface. And evidence tampering. Third addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 8, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Original filing, date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendums, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m. PST. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject: supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8, 2025. Demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum penalties under law. This document serves as the third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant and ongoing obstruction of justice, the endangerment of my children, further acts of retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial. If you look to the right, you'll see a chat going on. I don't know if it shows up because I don't ever have the chat enabled, but I had to follow the FBI's instructions on this one. So it's enabled. But if you look to the right and you happen to be watching this while it's running, it should definitely be visible. You'll see a chat conversation going on. I am authorized to tell you what I already stated, but when your specific channel subscribed to my channel, the FBI let me know that you, like a litany of other social media personas, are actually a domestic terrorist within the domestic terrorist organization that uses Unit 207 as its primary base of operations. Welcome to my chat. The FBI said, whoever you are on the list of people going to prison. And that was before your antics since February 11th. Financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500594, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage reference within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had, quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons, under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025, evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit 207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A, create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B, to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m., knocking. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. C. February 8th, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST, confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, a male in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least 2 of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of third, fourth, and fifth parties, beginning in September 2023. 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage. Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks and months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticwen. Direct communication. All conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters end August 14th tort claim filed in case number 10-500-5934. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were getting cease and desist letters. Involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as a art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020 and donated tens of thousands to the school district. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticwenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024
Pay attention.
To incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025.
Is it March yet?
Subject to change
Oh,
based on
no,
the
it's not.
conspirators' actions.
February
Unit
15th.
207 statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events, subject to quadrupling. The 40,000 for the knocking, or the 40 million for the knocking and 40 million for the obstruction based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and/or everyone sticking to the perjurous and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments. This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 8th, 2025. Time 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, it is now 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 8th, and this video is going to double not just as the part 2 for Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct, the fraudsters, the stalker, extortionists et al., but also as a live stream for the next, we'll say 12 hours. I have zero intention of turning off this live stream until tomorrow morning.
Okay, so that doesn't
at 12 hours.
finish what the FBI would like me to
Since
play.
February 1st,
That just brings you up to date with to the 8th. We've got to play the recording from the 13th, which I know is on the 2:13. That's the title of the live. 2:13 4 something a.m. Let me see. I'm scrolling down. 2:13. 4:32 a.m. So this is from that recording, and I believe that I wrote in the description exactly where the addendum from the 13th that the FBI feels is real important is read aloud at 6:30 a.m. So 2 hours ahead.
We have a 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 4:36 a.m. Pacific Standard
Hang
Time.
on, I gotta fast forward ahead to the
February
video.
13th,
Here we go.
2025. There is a new police
2
report
hours in.
effect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy.
Oh. I guess it's a little bit less than 2 hours in.
By me, prosecutors et al. Report
Okay, this is the February 13th
2024.
one. Pay attention to this one
Criminal
because the
Latin
FBI
HOA
said it's going to
District
ruin
dated
your
December
week this
14th,
week, domestic
2024.
terrorist.
Revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed
What?
plans to
Did you
dispatch
hear that? Did you hear that? Pay attention. Let me rewind that.
individuals
Because here we are on the
purpose of
15th.
Report/addendum filed on February 8th.
Listen, here it
This
comes.
blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent
Not
with
this
their
part.
ongoing
Oh, here we go.
efforts to
This
shield
part.
themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of
Yeah, this is
stalking
2 days
while
ago.
continuing
Domestic
these
terrorist.
criminal activities. They
Kinda
also
blew that
discussed
one.
plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say, and it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained.
As recently as today,
Moving on.
February 15th.
February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and, in a significant escalation of evidence tampering, erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description a threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness,
That's a big one.
and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST. Live termination, as noted above.
February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST, female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST, female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes. Believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cyber crimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented herein and in all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext. This is an aggravated criminal conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, and constitutes the actions of a domestic terrorist organization. The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety. Cyber crimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations, systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability, financial fraud and extortion, attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4, no immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated, following unlawful directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is criminally and personally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law. 5, echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. In January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same two males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities, and to plan their kidnapping until August 17, 2024. Destruction of personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2024. Theft, stealing money from each and every delivery I received for all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate legal operation. They are, and always have been, components of a premeditated and aggravated criminal
conspiracy.
The abuse of disabled minors for 13 months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal enterprise, operating with impunity and a complete disregard for the law. 6. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated to reflect the additional criminal acts documented in this addendum. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 187 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the breaking and entering on January 29th. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date, including the rejection of the February 8th report. $10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. $10 million for each and every instance of stalking, $10 million for each and every instance of harassment, $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations, $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice, rejection of 2-8 report, $40 million, quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th, at least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 13th, 2025. Time 3:49 a.m. EST. Now, I don't have any intention of ending this live stream anytime in the immediate future. Unit 207. We're still going strong at 5:51 p.m. PST. There is one more update that came after that, but I'm not even going to read it because it really doesn't apply at this point, since the criminal conduct that occurred since yesterday afternoon to this very moment in time, per the FBI, was significant for incriminating some of you. And apparently it's not going to be a reoccurring issue in the future. So I'm going to go back to that Tim Dillon episode.
They've always wanted to do like shrink the government and eliminate bureaucrats, and it's everything I've heard since I'm a child. It doesn't mean it's a coup. It doesn't mean that we no longer live in a democracy. It's that the Republican Party's always wanted to shrink the government and get rid of waste. This is all that they've ever talked about, okay? Now, the same way that the Democratic Party tried to purge all of these institutions of anyone that didn't subscribe to their policy of racial justice and equity and gender theory and all this gobbledygook, and they ran around doing the same thing. And this is when a society starts to completely fall apart, when as soon as one side has power, all they try to do is purge anyone that doesn't subscribe to what they want. And this is deeply unhealthy, and this is how you get societies in the Middle East where you have Sunnis and Shiites, and they just kill each other. The political process completely evaporates. It doesn't exist at all. You can't have discussions. You can't have debates. You do not vote. It is simply terrorism and war. That's what we want to avoid. We don't want that. So what we need to do is have a functioning Democratic Party that nominates a sane human being to lead the party. It cannot be children. It cannot be David Hogg. It cannot be a child. Not that they're children, but I don't want to hear from anyone in their 20s. I do not want to hear from anyone in their 20s. It doesn't help your case when all of the people on social media that you're bringing forward are people in their 20s, or sadly people in their 40s who are trying to ape the lingo of people in their 20s, which is even sadder. You have to kick and purge. You have to kick these people out. You have to purge them. You have to bring in rational people that go, we need people to have health care. We need people to have retirement. We need people. We need to ease people's economic insecurity. We need to not divide people on the basis of race and gender and sexuality. What we need to do is build a coalition of people based on the idea that we all have similar interests regarding infrastructure, regarding the economy, regarding freedom, regarding abortion. A lot of people, obviously are pro-choice. So it can be done. It's just not going to be done until they fully get rid of a lot of the garbage that they have. I love Helix mattresses. Everyone that comes and stays with me out east,
little paper bag,
mattresses. They go, "Why are these
little
mattresses
hole?
so good?" I said, "Well, they're Helix." Helix mattresses are the best. Okay, you can take a quick, simple quiz to find out what kind of sleeper are you. Do you have a specific sleep issue that your Helix mattress helps address? I'll tell you right now, you can find out exactly what the best mattress is for you with a
Bring
very
those men
small,
some paper
tiny
bags.
amount of time, and you will thank it. More and more studies are coming out how important sleep is. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD. I'm telling you, you're not going to regret it. It is huge. Okay? It is a huge part of your life, how much you're sleeping and how well you are sleeping. I'm telling you right now, you will never regret having a great mattress. It is inexpensive. It is serious. You can do this, and it will help you and your family. You'll be a better person, husband, father, wife, lover, teacher, doctor, lawyer, financier, spy. Whatever you do, you'll be better at it. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD. 27% off site-wide with 2 free dream pillows with mattress purchase, plus free bedding bundle, 2 dream pillow sheet set, and mattress protector with any Luxe or Elite mattress order. Helix, it is well worth it, folks. You need to go do it. Be smart. If you look at the cultural moments right now, music, and also the right, stop whining about Kendrick Lamar's show, you idiots. Stop being the pearl clutching and the offense. The addiction outrage machine is over. It's being shut down. It actually is already shut down. It's like an amusement park that you pass and you look at it to the left or to the right and you go, oh, it must have been fun. And it was. Being angry all the time made a lot of people happy, and it made a lot of people money. But it's over. It's shut down. No one has the energy for it. You cannot stay angry for your entire life. It's unnatural. Just the way you can't stay happy your entire life. There are going to be days that suck and days that are great. Okay? So at the end of the day, you cannot fly into a rage over every single thing. And when the right is yelling and screaming about Kendrick Lamar for whatever reason, Serena Williams crip walking, or we don't like that he didn't do this, or we don't like it. It just shows that even in victory, because they've won, the right has now won everything. Even in victory, the temptation to be a victim is so great, so monumental, and the right will have to fight this, or they'll get destroyed in the midterms and they'll lose, and they'll lose the next election. They also have to figure out how to lower the prices of things and get interest rates lower. It's another conversation for later in the show. But if they do not figure out a way to stop getting angry about who cares, in the same way that people on the left are saying Kendrick Lamar's show is the greatest thing that's ever been, and he's showing that America, he's making a statement, and he's showing projecting your political realities on art is over. That's over. That's 2022. The idea that the person that you enjoy watching, listening to, is some symbol of some greater thing you want to see happen is over. It's now embarrassing on both sides. It is a halftime show. It was forgotten. It was good. I enjoyed it. I think he's very talented. But what he did ultimately means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. You people have put all of this emphasis on art as a way to pull the levers of social change, and a way to really, now art can do certain things, it can start conversations and whatever, but what it is not, and certainly should be obvious to all of you people now, you directed every cultural weapon you had for 4 years at Donald Trump and he's back in office. Enough. Stop it. You're not a resistance. Hollywood doesn't do a great job at resisting anything. I'm not saying it should blindly go along with things either, but you have to stop projecting all this stuff onto a halftime show. It's embarrassing on both sides. The right's like, this is, Matt Gaetz goes, this is the response to Trump's historic gains with black men. No. It's a halftime show. It's a rapper performing at a halftime show. That's what it is. The whole Kendrick Lamar Drake beef, people have written all of these long think pieces about what it's really about, what it really means, what the real significance is. If you look under the hood, peel the layers back, you're going to get, guys, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing thinking about things this way. This is not politics. The thing you're doing is not, it's the opposite of it. You're retreating into this world that doesn't mean anything outside of X and a couple of dumb think pieces and a couple of YouTube documentaries. It's not meaningful, lasting change. It's not change at all. It's nothing. It's less than nothing. So what you have to do is you have to get over that shit and you have to stop. Otherwise, you're never going to be effective and you're never going to get any type of legitimacy back if you keep doing this. Now, friend of the program, Kanye West, speaking of the Super Bowl, and we only say friend of the program because he wasn't what he reached out to us a lot, but not a lot. I think once, but he has been going off the chain. And even this is how crazy, even he's getting boring. Even this is boring. Yeah, you're a Nazi. We get it. It becomes boring after a while. He was saying very interesting things at one point, years and years ago, about love. And then it all got very Hitlerian, But he paid, and I think it was $8 million, something wild, for a Super Bowl commercial.
It's actually less.
How much was it?
I don't know exactly, but it was.
Can I afford one? How much?
You probably could. He only paid to have it shown in the LA area,
Oh, interesting.
so it's a little cheap.
Interesting. So only in the LA area, Kanye West, because I was at a Super Bowl party in Santa Monica. It was fine. And it was nice. And I was there, and lovely home. And I was there, and just LA people, it's just what it is. But they lack intensity, people in Los Angeles. So if you're watching a game on the East Coast, there's a lot of intensity and passion. And LA, everyone's kind of like, so it's just not fun to watch anything of any substance with any of these people because but they're very sweet and very nice. They ordered me coffee. I want a coffee, and they had a beautiful, and I like it actually at this point in my life. I like it with no intensity and kind of boring people that will get me what I want and let me sit in their backyard that I can't afford. That's what I like. So it actually works perfectly for me. But a few people were like, what the fuck? Like there was a visceral reaction to something. And I go, what happened? And they were like, oh, Kanye West had a Super Bowl commercial. The ad ran on 3 Fox-owned stations, including KTTV, Los Angeles, and may have been seen in a few more local markets. It's not the first time West had purchased a local spot during the Super Bowl, as one was seen on at least one small market CBS affiliate in 2024. I love the idea of buying a local Super Bowl commercial. Can we watch it? Let's watch. This was Kanye West. Now this, Yeezy.com, there was a link, and he was just selling a shirt with a swastika on.
What's up, guys? I spent like all the money for the commercial on these new teeth. So once again, I had to shoot it on the iPhone. Go to Yeezy.com.
So now when you went to Yeezy.com, there was just a shirt. Can you show the shirt or are we going to get in trouble? Can we show it? There was a shirt, and the shirt was a white shirt, and it had a swastika on it, which is, yeah. Oh, there's also some fun kind of, are those swastika socks?
Dude, I still only know one song by
is it
Kanye
different?
West. It's the Gold Digger song with Jamie Foxx.
Yeah. And then on the right, it's, well, number one, the shirt itself, I hate white shirts because they stain and they're not good. And, the minute anything happens, a drip of coffee, the entire shirt's ruined. So that being said,
at 6:05 p.m. PST, a male in Unit 207 thinks he found a way.
I don't
Thinks
love
he
that.
found a way to terminate the live stream again.
Obviously, the swastika is offensive. to
Just a
people
reminder,
and
guys,
will get you in a
your
lot of
behavior that's been
trouble.
allowed since the
But as a
11th
shirt, it's rather unimaginative. And again, I
and
just
all the
don't
way
like
back
why.
to your first day
And
within the domestic
Um,
terrorist
and
organization
it's a
you're
t-shirt, and
in,
there are a lot
that
of
you've been telling
places
people was an
don't
operation that has
you go
never
in a
been
t-shirt,
an
you know, some
operation,
nicer
but was
restaurants
at one point in
and
time
whatnot.
not
Also,
a
the
domestic
swastika,
terrorist organization.
um,
And that time
imagery
was
on the front of
ended
the shirt, I think,
on August
is,
6th. That's when it became a domestic
You
terrorist
know,
organization. Anyway,
it's probably going to limit.
it'll be
the
so that the FBI
types of
can gather more
people
evidence.
that
If you
will
missed
meet
it,
out
just in
You know,
the
I think a lot of
last
people are just gonna see that
24,
shirt and
5,
make a
6,
judgment
just in
about
the
it.
last 27
That's
hours,
the
according
thing
to the
about
FBI, they've
clothing.
gotten a lot of
Some of it just
evidentiary
sends a message. And I think
value.
that sends a message.
Evidentiary value
Let's see. Within an hour of the ad airing in Los
of
Angeles,
all of
and
your
on the market,
criminal actions.
West had made the switch, and users saw that just a $20 wet T-shirts with a swastika on it. At that point, the on-air ad had already run, and it was too late. I just can imagine like his conversation with the person designing the shirt. They're like, "So that's all you want?" He goes, "Yep." He goes, "That's it."
And try not to
Yes.
overthink that. That's just
want a
literally
gray?
like
You wanna
all
do
of the
a gray? You wanna do a
terminations.
camo?
That's all
You
of
wanna
the
do
preventing
wanna
me
do a
from
black-
sending
white
them
swastika?
offline videos
Nope.
is a huge no-no.
White shirt, black swastika.
You did that this morning.
Okay. Someone had
That
to put
is a
order.
huge
That's the way the
criminal
world
offense.
works. Someone had to go, okay. And nothing else. You're sure? You're sure about this? No other versions? Okay. No. I mean, hey, you're the boss. He's someone's boss. That's the thing about Kanye. As crazy as he is.
Oh, and you may be wondering, where's the
As
new police
wild
report?
as he is, he's
The
flying all over
FBI
the place.
has told me
He
when
is
I'm to
someone's
send
boss,
that,
like
and it's
someone-
not today. It's not
He has
today.
a call, and you have to get on that call. Like there's a Zoom with him, and you gotta get on. You gotta put your headphone, and you're on the Zoom, and he's talking, and he's like, and we're doing swastika shirts for the Super Bowl commercial, and you gotta write it down. You gotta go swastika, okay, and you just want a white, and it's a white with a black swastika, okay, and then we make that switch about an hour, and okay, all right, yeah. You don't want anything else? You're sure? Do you want to do a pant? Do you want to do like a full sweatsuit with? No, okay, no hats, okay. Well, we've also just found that there are some people that are willing to purchase a hat, maybe.
Oh,
Because it's
and
not
also let it
a
be noted,
commitment,
the
it's a shirt.
Jersey
No,
Devil
it's
is
just-
indeed
you're right,
upstairs.
it's-
I forgot to orally
So
say
really when it
that.
comes down to it,
She
you
was not too happy with Mini Me's chat conversation here on the right-hand side.
stuff and telling people to whip your Jews. I mean,
Kim
he's
J.
really just
too,
doing,
because
he's
she's
out
actually Kim
there
J. 1.
wilding
She's
out.
in the living room.
It's crazy. I
Reflecting.
don't know what, I mean, listen. I said years ago this was going to be the beginning
Haberdashers.
of this trend where mega celebrities were going to have public meltdowns on social media. And the reason a lot of this is happening is because what used to prevent this was layers of people between a celebrity and their fans. Those people were managers, publicists, agents, lawyers, okay, handlers, assistants.
But again, guys, preventing me from sending the offline videos
all of these people
this
who got
morning,
between a celebrity
that was a
and
huge
the public.
deal.
Now,
Nobody thought you guys would
with
do
the
that.
internet, there is nothing that stands between a celebrity and their fans, which can be a very big problem. That can be a very big. So no matter who wants to fly off the handle, they can do it now with such ease. And if you're an agent or a manager or publicist, whatever, you just sit back in a constant state of anxiety. You just sit back, and all those jobs are evaporating anyway. Sorry to people that may be listening, but a lot of those jobs, not all of them, but a lot of them are. And what then happens is these people sit back and they watch their clients have these meltdowns and they can't do anything about it. It's already out there. It's already out there. So anytime one of these, like Bieber seems to be in a bad way right now. I think Justin Bieber is an incredibly talented kid who's probably been through a lot, and I feel bad. But he's walking around now and he doesn't look great. right? He seems to be having a problem. Now, he's not selling swastika shirts. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah, I
He's
don't
just
even get that,
walking
dude.
around
Is he
and
mentally
he doesn't
ill,
look.
dude? How can he be a Nazi?
He seems like he's having an issue. You know, and it's difficult because the paparazzi just hound the poor guy, and he's out there, and he's having mental issues. You know. And by the way, go up to these big clothes everyone's wearing now. Go up to this. Oh, just make that bigger. This doesn't. Whatever this is, and I know this is the new fashion, where everybody's wearing all these big things, Matrix like, but these very big coats and these big boots and these big. This is making people worry about you more. I'm not saying it should be form-fitting and skinny jeans or whatever, but this kind of strange, everybody's cloaked, doesn't seem great. But Bieber seems like he's having issues. It doesn't mean that he is. I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know people really that know him, but here, you know, because this, I'm telling you right now, this P. Diddy, I think, wasn't good for these people. That's what I think. This P. Diddy, it turns out, was like not great for them, for a lot of these younger people.
Is that your
That P.
chair
Diddy
now?
took like an
I'm
interest
about
in
to
and tried to
stand up
mentor
on
and
the other
stuff.
side of the chair.
P. Diddy, I think, was
Why?
you know, a net negative.
Why? You know,
That's
city
the
head.
surmise that I have. So this poor guy is walking around trying to deal with all of this stuff, and he's, you know, so I'm hoping the kid's okay. He's been through a lot. He got famous very young, and it's very, very difficult. You got to use Built. There's no cost to join Built, and as a member, you'll earn valuable points on rent and on your everyday spending. Built points can be transferred to your favorite hotels and airlines, and even the ones you haven't heard of. There are over 500
Every
airlines
time
and
that you plop right there, I have to
700,000
literally
hotels.
stand on.
And
I have to
properties
step
around
onto the
world,
chair.
You can redeem your Built points towards. Points can also be
So
redeemed
weird.
towards a future rent payment and
What's your
unique
little proof?
experiences
Come here,
that
let me
only
pick you
Built
up.
members can access. So if you're not earning points on rent, my question is why not? If you rent, if you haven't heard of Built, you're going to thank me. Okay? I would start taking advantage of it if I were you. Here's the thing. We earn points on groceries, travel, and practically everything else we buy, but shouldn't we also be earning points on rent? One of our biggest monthly expenses. Built changed the game by letting renters earn high value points on rent and around the neighborhood. With the seasons changing, I'm always dreaming of a warm weather getaway. I love using points for travel, and I'm always looking for ways to earn more to book my next flight. Here's a life hack for you. Built lets you earn points on rent payments and redeem them towards flights, hotels, and a lot more. One of your biggest investments should get you more than just a roof over your head. Start earning points on rent you're already paying by going to joinbuilt.com/Tim. That's joinbilt.com/Tim. That's joinbilt.com/Tim. Make sure to use your URL so that they know we sent you. Joinbuilt.com/Tim. Joinbuilt.com/Tim to start earning points on your rent payments today. Bill! Morgan & Morgan has just filed the first of its kind lawsuit against the food industry behemoths. This lawsuit alleges these companies engineer their ultra-processed food products to be addictive and market those products towards children, allegedly causing chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes and fatty liver disease, both of which were nearly unheard of in children 40 years ago, now affect the lives of thousands of children. The complaint details the strategic and calculated actions that these companies allegedly took to target children with ultra-processed foods, including internal memos, strategic meetings, and the extensive research they allegedly conducted to leverage our biology and neurology to create addictive substances. And by the way, I think this is great. People should be held accountable for turning little children into fatty boombatches. It's very important.
Yes.
Morgan, have you seen toddlers now? They all look like basketballs. Morgan & Morgan is committed to fighting.
That's not really true, but there are some kids out there that are really chubby just because their mom and dad don't have money for good food. That's the reality. It's time for a song. And I'm dedicating this song to my favorite guy today. The Bad Boyfriend song. I know that he can relate to it. As usual, I've dedicated this song to him in the past. Shout out to Adam Sandler. The humblest celebrity you'll ever meet, guys. He's as nice as you would think. He is exactly how you
I
imagine.
think I just won my taxes.
Oh, yeah?
I just switched from TurboTax to H&R Block. It was so easy.
Why don't you pick up after you're done?
You're such a masochist, man.
I'm not your slave. I'm not your
I think you're rad, but obviously you're masochist.
I'm not your maid. I'm here, I gotta like you. So fuck you! Why can't you be nicer to my friends? They're gonna be here soon. Last time they were here, you just sat in the bedroom.
Friday, you went out with your fat friend Lou. Fuck you. The fat friends are the best ones to go out with, guys. So fuck you.
I'm sorry, honey, about the way I
The fatties are fun to go out with for a night of party going. Because you know once you get intoxicated, you guys are going to eat good.
I had the beer at work, for God's sake. Fuck you! By the way, would it be cool to go golfing tomorrow? Fuck you! I was just kidding. I want to hang out with you. Why don't you ever take me to a place?
Dude, your girlfriend's too demanding. Oh my gosh, man, I don't know how you can stand it every fucking day.
We always do what you wanna do. Fuck you! You didn't notice I got new throw pillows for the sofa. You didn't notice I had the kitchen painted blue.
Dude! That girl is fucking crazy. Why do you always date the crazy ones that are like prostitutes but also crazy, man?
I always try to look my best and you should too. Fuck you!
He knows who he is because he's like, oh my god, this song is my love life. Why don't you ever get out of the relationship yourself, dude? It's because you're codependent. You're a masochist, man.
The only thing you do right is tell me that you know blue. Well, I guess I love you too. Fuck you. Seriously.
Okay, back to Tim Dillon.
Fighting for the people and for their families. If your child has been diagnosed with one of these diseases, you may have legal options. They've helped thousands of families seek justice against big corporations, and they're ready to fight for you too. Learn more at forthepeople.com/TIM. That's FORthepeople.com.
Oh, fuck it. I'll do one more song. What song do you think it'll be? Yeah, it's one I play all the fucking time because of while you've been detaining me. There's only so many songs that come to mind. It's, hi, my name is Mystic Gwen. You guessed it right. May I have the attention of the class for 1 minute? Hi, my name is, you know my name. You're about to be convicted for being one of my stalkers, you silly head.
Dillyhead. You know my name. My name is the victim
15. How
on
am I
your
already
indictment.
underwater?
Right next to the United States, the city of Everett, the state of Washington.
Grammar
You
just
know,
fix grammar. They make votes.
all of us. May I have the attention of the class for 1 minute? Hi.
My name is what? My name is what? My name is Slam Sadie. My name is what? My name is what? My name is Slam Sadie. My name is what? Excuse me. My name is Slam Sadie. Can I have the attention of the class for 1 second? My name is Slam Sadie. Hi kids. Do you like Primus? Wanna see me stick 9-inch nails to each one of my eyelids? Wanna copy me and do exactly like I did? Try this guy to get messed up worse than my life is? My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight.
And I already know which Spice Girl I'd like to impregnate. Ginger.
Slim Shady, you a basic. Watch your face red, man. You wasted.
Well, since age 12, I felt like a caged elf who stayed to himself in one space chasing his tail. Got ticked off and ripped Pamela Lee's lips off.
Kissed him and said, I didn't know silicone was supposed to be this soft.
I'm about to pass out and crash and fall in the grass faster than a fat man who sat down too fast. Come here, lady. Shady, wait a minute. That's my girl, dog. I don't give a damn. Dre sent me to take the world off.
Hi, my name is Mystic Gwen. Mystic Gwen. Hi, my name is security clearance higher than anyone you know. My name is the respondent.
My English teacher wanted to flunk me in junior high.
Thanks a lot. Next semester you'll be in a penitentiary.
I smacked him in his face with an eraser. Chased him with a stapler. And told him to change the grade on the PayPal. Walked in a strip club. At my jacket.
Just joking, you'll only be in jail.
Bartender. Walked out with a tip cup. Extraterrestrial. Running over pedestrians in a spaceship.
I'm screaming at you, let's just be friends!
99% of my life I was lied to. I just found out my mom does more than I do. I told her I'd grow up to be a famous rapper.
Make a record about making millions off of felons and name it after you. Like some screaming Usher fans. Hi, my name is Mystic Gwen. Hi. Mystic Gwen. Mystic Gwen. You're gonna be locked away. Dr. Dre, don't just stand there. That Whittler doesn't want to die. Is he coming or going? He can barely decide. Keep that paper bag Kim Jong away from his hide. All of his life he's been very deprived. He hasn't had a good looking woman in years. His palms are too hairy to hide. I spit when I talk. I'd fuck you.
When I was little, I used to get so hungry I would throw fits. How you gonna breastfeed me, mom? You ain't got no. I lay awake and strap myself in the bed with a bulletproof vest on and tap myself in the head till I'm steaming mad. And by the way, when you see my dad, ask him if he bought a porno mag and see my ass.
Hi, my name is your stalking victim. Hi, my name is your stalking victim. Mystic Gwen. Hi, my name is Mystic Gwen. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Oh, one more song, and it won't be Eminem.
Texas.
Ready? We can do this every weekend. Just joking. We've already been doing that for every weekend because of your stalking. Yeah. But hey, in the penitentiary, if you meet a big bull dyke that reminds you of me and she says, I like it when you call me Big Papa. You know, like 20 years from now, she'll probably be a Jew.
To all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes. Rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club, sipping more weight is where you find me. The back of the club, knocking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blood passing, music lasting. But I just can't quit because one of these homies Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the F a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot?
Yeah, you all got caught.
Check it. I got more back than Craig and in the bed.
Believe me, sweet, I got enough to feed the needy.
No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers.
I know true no players.
Jump in the river and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GM3. I got the chronic by the tree.
I love it when you call me Big Papa. Wave your hands in the air if you're not going to prison. I love it when you call me Big Papa.
To the honeys, getting money, playing niggas like honeys.
You got a gun in your waist. Don't let yourself shoot up that place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Baby.
Straight up, honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be acting, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line?
What's your name? What's your sign?
As soon as he buy that wine,
I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are.
who you be with? Things to make you smile.
What number to dial?
You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave. Throw the keys to little C's. Pull the truck up front and roll up the next block so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and roaches. Great conversation for a few.
Cause in a few, we gonna detain you and arrange you, you fucking fools. True.
Forget the telly. We just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi. Smoke L's while you do it.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
To the honeys, getting money, playing niggas like dummies. They gotta come up in your waist. Please don't shoot up the place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby.
Baby. And mansion and Benzes.
Giving ends to my friends.
And it feels stupendous.
Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking line optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the very treasure. 2 grams I had to measure. However, living better now. Coochie sweater now. Drop top PMs.
I'm the man, girlfriend.
Honey, check it. Tell your friends to get with my friends.
And we can do this every weekend.
Shit, we can do this every weekend. That's right. Alright? Is that alright with you? Yeah. Keep banging.
Throw your hands in the air if you're getting paid for not being a hater.
They gotta come up in your waist, please don't shoot up the place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby.
Baby. All right, guys. And you knew which one it was going to be.
You just can't beat a post-game burger at McDonald's, right? And you can't
Count them up.
All right, let's break it down. It's a
Woo!
favorite barbecue sauce, American cheese, crispy bacon, pickles, and onions on a sesame seed bun. Get the Angel Special at McDonald's. What are you waiting for?
Should I play the North Korean anthem for the Kim Jays so they'll stop talking?
Yeah.
Oh, no. They're talking again. They haven't yet terminated the live stream. Oh my gosh, it's chaos. They're going to prison. Yo. Don't say I didn't tell ya. Fool, I told you every week for the last 17 months. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. But the FBI says you all do believe me, so. Gold all in my brain. Don't believe me, just watch.
This ain't for no fuck, nigga. You a real nigga, then fuck with her. This one for the hood, nigga. Hips of bitches that shop at Lennox. Dark skin, light skin, Asian and white women. Hype bitch.
We know
about ya?
Don't buy shoes unless they're popular for the hoes. My nigga, that's pussy poppin', that Magic City, got strong. My nigga, they call match that shit with me, smoking me. My nigga, then don't pass that shit to me. This one for my niggas. And bitches buy that money. Cash out.
Cash out.
Chester bread, them bad hoes at Onyx. I don't fuck with no snitches, so don't tell me who tellin'. Nope. This one for them colleges, them bad hoes at Spell. Shout out to them freshmen on Instagram, straight flexing. Pop the molly, I'm sweating.
Woo!
Pop the molly, I'm sweating. Mama always told me, boy, count your blessings.
Count 'em up.
In God, I trust.
So I keep on calling these Franklins. You know this. You have an invoice. Every day that amount is occurring and the zeros keep growing according to the FBI. But you won't say shit in public. Fuck them. Domestic terrorist organization, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. But the FBI says you all believe me. Even the shark. You all know what's coming. That's why you've been perpetrating so many crimes since the 11th. Absolutely nonstop. Because you're horrified. Okay, back to the Tim Dillon episode.
.com/GIN. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be more common. And if your child has one of these diseases and they've been given this by ultra processed
And honestly,
food
like,
that
I don't
is
have the best
specifically
gaydar, but
designed
I would not
to
have
target
met
them,
Tim Dillon and
you are
thought this
entitled
guy
to
is
monetary
gay. Like, I feel like I
compensation.
could
You
hang
should
out
go
with
to
Tim Dillon and
Morgan
get drunk and
Morgan.
probably
That is
make out with him.
forthepeople.com/Tim.
He looks
That is
squishy. Doesn't he look huggable?
forthepeople.com/TIN. Boston, Worcester City Council voted to become a transgender sanctuary city. I don't know what this means, but we'll watch this. Is there one transgender person that can publicly appear without a blue wig? Like there needs to be, and I'm sure there are. Everything can't be Halloween with this community all the time. It is not helping any case you're making. I'm being
See,
very
this
honest.
is where it's like,
There are
he's
gay
obviously
people that are
doesn't
not
really
always
feel that
wearing
way
assless chaps and stuff like that.
because
Now, obviously,
just
there are
in
people
last
wearing
week's
assless
episode,
chaps,
he was offering to
but usually
fly
that's
out
like
and put up
Saturday
that one
night.
chick
Like, if
who
you
was a
show up
transsexual
to
that I'm
the
sure
town council,
the offer
city
he was
hall,
making, it was like very clear. Like,
is there
yeah,
a
come
way
do
that
that
you
because he'd
cannot
fuck her.
dress?
I forget her name, the actress or
cartoon?
whatever.
This doesn't help.
In last
I want
week's
to take
episode.
you seriously, but showing up with a cartoonish blue wig.
He said he'd fly her out,
and
put
these
her up
wild
at
eyebrows and a
what
pearl-
was it?
It's not necessarily
Just a cliche
it doesn't
hotel in
lend
Beverly Hills. I
itself
can't think
to
of which
the
one.
seriousness. But let's see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here.
Please.
I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that
Same.
causes me immense physical pain.
Same. And I told that to the woman at Nobu, and that's why I needed 8 o'clock. And she said, we don't have anything till 10.
I'm on the autism spectrum. and I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't
All
drive
the time.
myself here.
I'm on
So
this
I had to
phone
hide
all night, sister.
from my driver that
Yes.
I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want to be here. It's
Right.
my day off. I
From
do
what?
not
From what is it your day off?
be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face
Well, then
so
don't.
that you will hear and see me. I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember.
I love, by the way, I love this guy. There is no way. This is every guy who's made me a sandwich in Staten Island. This is every single guy who's made my favorite sandwich, which is fried eggplant, fresh mozzarella. Do not heat the mozzarella. Heat the eggplant. It does need to be specified. Heat the fried eggplant, fresh mozzarella, roasted red pepper,
man.
and then a balsamic vinaigrette
Eggplant
or an oil and
sounds so
vinegar is even
good.
better. You know, you don't need the vinaigrettes. They emulsify them
In
too
any
much,
form,
whatever.
dude. Mushed
But
up with
this-
spices
and
or
this-
fried. I don't care.
This guy is every guy that has made me that sandwich and done it perfectly. If it is not this guy, I leave the deli because I go, oh, it won't be good, and it never is. This guy is every person who's made me a sandwich in Staten Island. So I'm just curious now, and again, not to, whatever, but I'm curious as to like, what exactly is this? Let's see what, and by the way, this person, there needs to be someone in this community who shows up and speaks rationally. And I'm sure that there are. This looks like Cirque du Soleil. This cannot look like Cirque du Soleil. You have to have somebody who goes, I'm not for kicking trans people out of the military. I'm not for a lot of that. I think trans people should be able to do whatever they want, with the exception of like teaching 4-year-olds about being trans. I don't agree with that. And most of America doesn't, by the way. The Democratic Party has seemed to let this very infinitesimally, statistically insignificant, very small base of activists define the whole issue. It's psychotic. But can't one person show up to the city council without, and I don't know what. Also, are these people, am I supposed to believe that this group is dying to join the military? But let's see what this guy has to say. I'm curious.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences first. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans, LGBT people, and even special needs, denying life-saving and affirming care.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please
Look at me!
Okay, we're all done here.
Fucking pathetic!
We're all done.
Scary
Of course, we
woman.
need to continue celebrating
What's going
Black
on,
History
man?
Month because, in spite of what's coming down from Washington, we all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence.
But be aware that you
I
are
don't even
guests
know what
in
they're
my
talking about
house
because I don't follow
when
news
you
at
come.
all. Like,
And
so
when you come, know that there are
I have no
strong,
idea. Like, these people
queer
are
and
just like,
trans people in my
are they under
classroom
attack
who will
or something?
collect
Like,
you
what
with
is going on?
quickness.
My name in drag is Dee Dee Delight.
How many of these people, by the way, just want attention? Like, and I'm being very serious here. Like, how many of these people woke up that day and were like, I just want something to do? Like, how many of these people, and I'm not saying there aren't legitimate concerns that trans people have. I get it. But the thing about me that, a lot of people in comedy always saw me as like this right-wing lunatic. Now I'm like really firmly kind of in the center because the culture's shifted and like I lean right on certain issues, but there are certain issues I'm more amenable to the left on. And what I've always warned my friends about on the left was that this extremism that they were kind of just silently nodding and going along with was going to come back to bite them because it would swing the other way. This is the definition of a pendulum swing. And all of my friends, when we'd sit down to dinner in LA, I would go, this is ridiculous and that's ridiculous. And they would all agree with me for the most part. I'd go, all this DEI stuff is stupid. And the quotas are stupid. And this idea that, 50% of the nominated pictures need to have a women director, and all of that stuff, no one ever agreed with. And they just silently kind of placated the most extreme psychopaths out there. And all of the people that were pushing this stuff were doing so to legitimize usually their own careers. A lot of the people that were pushing this stuff were going and blackmailing essentially executives and going, I will leak. I know stories where people were like, I will leak that this is a racist and homophobic work environment unless you give me a show, and those people got shows. I genuinely know that. I know for a fact that there were people calling up the LA Times and going, why don't you call and ask for comment on the story that no one was even writing about this being a hostile work environment, and then that person getting a show the next day, getting a sum of money the next day. It was fraud. It was extortion. And by the way, make your bag, whatever, but I know for a fact that what was happening in this town and many other towns was that people were going, if you don't give me this job with this budget and this, I'm going to say you're a racist, homophobe, transphobe, whatever collection of buzzwords I can use to get you fired, give me mine. And then all these museums and all these institutions and universities and corporations had these DEI officers. All of a sudden, there were these six-figure jobs for some of the most mediocre people in the world that were now existing in these companies and threatening and trying to terrify the board and the corporate structure and CEOs. And the CEOs of these companies just said, just give them what they want. Give them what they want. Let them do what they want because they want to continue to operate a company without being slandered in the press. So all of that, which I knew this was happening, and I heard from people that if you spoke out, if you said anything, you were on the chopping block. You were going to get eliminated. All of my friends, when I would have dinner with them, and we would sit down and we would talk, or we would take a walk somewhere. And because a lot of people talk to me. A lot of people don't admit to listening to this show. But this show is listened to by some of the top people in all of these industries. And sometimes I would speak to these people and they would be off the record. And I would talk to these people and they would say, what is going on right now is fucking insane. And they would describe a meeting where like all of these, I know an executive. I'm not going to say where. Comedy Central. I'll just say it was because that's where it was. Okay? And he offered an opinion on a lesbian, a white lesbian. He said, I just don't think she's funny. By the way, there's a lot of people who don't think I'm funny. They're allowed to not think that, okay? They're allowed to not think that. There's enough people that think I'm funny that I live a lovely life. Great. You don't like it. You don't like the show? Don't listen to the show. Doesn't really matter. It is what it is. You're allowed to not like things, okay?
Get the Angel Reese special at McDonald's now. Let's break it down. My favorite barbecue sauce, American cheese, crispy bacon, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun, of course. And don't forget the fries and the drink. Sound good? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At participating restaurants for a limited time.
Rakuten is the smartest way to save money when you shop because members get cash back at over 3,500 stores across every category, including fashion, beauty, electronics, home essentials, travel, dining, and more. Your favorite stores like Walmart, Lenovo, and Wine.com pay Rakuten a commission for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the commission with its members. And that could be you. Cashback is deposited directly into your PayPal account, or if you prefer, Rakuten can send you a check. The choice is yours. You can even maximize your savings by stacking cashback on top of other deals, like store sales and coupons. You're already shopping at your favorite stores. Why not save while you're doing it? Membership is free and it's easy to sign up. Get the Rakuten app now and join the 17 million members who are already saving. Cashback rates change daily. See Rakuten.com for details. That's Rakuten. Your cashback really adds up.
I'm going to tell you a story now that I may have told it. Maybe I've told it. I don't even know. I might have told it. He said, he goes, this was at Comedy Central. And this was an executive at Comedy Central. And then a female comedian who was a lesbian. Her name came up in the room, and he didn't say anything damning. All he said was, I never found her that funny. Now, there's lots of lesbian female comedians, by the way. Some people like some of them, and some people don't like others, just like there's a lot of gay male comedians. If you suggested a gay male comedian and my name came up, and I know this for a fact, a lot of people in those rooms in LA have had strokes, like actual strokes, and they had to be taken out. So it's fine. You're allowed to have opinions, right? This guy was court-martialed after he said, she never did it for me. She never found me that funny. He didn't say, don't give her a deal. He didn't say, I think she's the worst thing ever. He said, it's not for me. Never thought it was that great. He was taken outside by several people, several executives he brought into a room and told, you cannot, as a straight white man, offer that kind of opinion. He said, you hired me to give an opinion. I'm an executive at this, let's be honest, fake company, Comedy Central. And he goes, you hired me to give an opinion. It's literally my job to give an opinion when the name of a comedian comes up. And everybody went, well, you can't, you're a straight white guy. You have to understand you're in this position of power. He goes, right, but you hired me to be in that position of power. That's the thing. I'm the suit. I sit in the boardroom. I give the opinion. Is it right? Is it wrong? Who knows? But that's my literal job. And they said to him, well, you can't do it. You can't do that. And then he ended up leaving the company a few months later because he said, I cannot work in an environment where I cannot give an opinion freely on a comedian of color or a gay comedian or a trans comedian. I'm only allowed to critique straight white men. That seems crazy, right? And me. I think you're allowed to, I think all of those companies were like, you're not allowed, you're to say only negative things about straight white men and Tim Dillon. If you have a negative thing to say about a gay person, it's to be said about Tim Dillon, and that's it. But so this was going on all over the place. And this is what DEI was. People, they don't understand what it is. It doesn't mean every minority that has a job is DEI. It doesn't mean that everybody that's not white is incompetent. It's far from the truth. That's not true. And yes, is the right going overboard, criticize everything DEI? Sure. But what it was, and I just used that small example of a story that I personally was told, and I know that person, it's a real story. I use that example because that's what DEI was. What DEI was reordering all of these institutions and saying, you're not allowed to talk about this. You're not allowed to say that. You can only have an opinion on this. We have to have a quota which includes this. So if you don't like something, you better start to like it because we're coming after your job if you do not fall in line. DEI could have also been called fall in line. That's what it was. So you had that created resentment, it created anger. It was basically a reordering of these institutions' priorities, and they were not concerned at all with quality, and they were not concerned with competence, chiefly. Those were not their chief concerns. Their chief concerns were how many people of X group are being represented in this thing. Okay, and I know that from my vantage point. I'm in the entertainment business. And there's and even in the parts of the business I'm really not in, people talk to me and they tell me. So what you did with that was create a very unsustainable, and people have talked about this before, unsustainable way to govern any institution because everybody starts fighting. Who's been more oppressed? Blacks, Jews, Jewish blacks, Muslims, Hispanics, the disabled, gay people, trans Muslim, Hispanic, disabled. Like, it becomes a war. And it's not sustainable. So whatever ethos you're using here to govern these institutions, Hollywood used to be a place, okay, that was run pretty much by sociopaths who took big risks, where if a movie succeeded, their entire life was made, and if it failed, in many cases, their entire life was obliterated. Okay? It was run by gamblers and risk takers, kind of the cowboy Western mentality. It then was turned over to these like collegiate, pseudo-intellectual types that came out of universities in America that were indoctrinated into this belief system of using art as a tool for cultural change. Now, that's always been going on to some degree, but over the last 4 years, it was really intense and somewhat silly. And there is a pendulum swing now. There is a pushback. A lot of writers are out of work.
Oh, what time is it?
A
It's
lot of
Orville
people are
Redenbacher
suffering.
time.
A lot of people that were led into a writer's strike by psychopaths, in my opinion, who were demanding that some of the people in this town who had just had a job by sheer luck get paid more for it. My friend who works in a company he goes, I make my 100 and something grand. He goes, 120 grand. He goes, I don't speak up. They don't really know I'm there. I don't do too much work. I don't get on anyone's nerves. I'm not trying to get ahead. And I don't do too little work where I'm on the chopping block. He goes, I just float around. Most people probably don't even know I'm here. This is not an entertainment company. It's another company. There were a lot of people in this town that were kind of just getting by and making good money doing kind of bullshit. And then they tried to demand more, and they got a little greedy. And I'm not saying some of them weren't abused, but a lot of them were getting greedy, and now they have nothing. And that's unfortunate because people got a little greedy. And while they all sat there for a year, the internet continued to do what the internet does. It multiplies and multiplies and multiplies. Let's finish up here with DD.
Drag is Dewey Cosgrove Atienza.
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3.
My legal name is Olivia D'Ambrosio. My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District.
I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am. I speak as someone who is afraid to use public toilets.
This is, by the way, and whatever this is, where a guy who's not even attempting to look like a woman is enraged that people are thinking he's a woman. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. But here's what I will say. I'm watching closely on the Musk stuff. I am. I'm not someone who's just going to support tech people no matter what. I don't know him well enough. I don't think he's Satan incarnate. I don't know. I'm very skeptical of the designs of some of these tech people. I am. And I don't know if they're concerned about America. I've said that a million times, but
Elon is great. Elon's a good time.
Holding judgment here on the rollout of some of this stuff, because I'm also not going to be, I'm not in the camp of people that believe that.
And he and Donald are
all of
friends.
this USAID stuff
For a variety
is
of
used for
reasons
good
that I'm not
purposes. And by the way,
authorized to
go speak
disclose.
people in these countries about some
But
of
they're
this
both great.
aid that we're giving them. I'm not saying we're not giving them it, but this idea that we're just going around helping people, that's all we're doing is going around helping people. This is what Trump.
You can come down from the
said he was
second
gonna do
floor.
when he got elected. He
I'll throw
said
some
he
popcorn
was
out an
going
open
to
window.
Purge. Now, do people obviously
Kim.
want this more than they want cheap eggs? Probably not. And that might be reflected in midterms. But this was what not only Trump, but every Republican wants to purge government of employees and shrink the government and eliminate federal spending and federal waste. This is actually what Republicans talked about years ago before the party became more of a big government party and it focused itself on cultural issues, or it focused itself on war. Before it was about terrorism and war, the Republican Party was always about this stuff. It was always about, like, this agency's not And I don't think Musk is going to take Social Security and try to get rid of it. You know, again, the Democrats will win all of the seats, right? I think Trump has to be careful. I think he knows that. I think you see it in his face. I think he knows that. It's going to be interesting to watch this play out, you know, for sure. And I know
Here's some things that neither Elon or Donald approve of.
Is the
child abuse, stalking, harassment, theft, destruction of property, fraud, kidnapping, conspiring with convicted psychopaths,
if I find out
and other
that Lindy England
criminals
is not collecting a pension, I'm going to lose my mind. I am telling you right now.
You can add to that roster Joe Rogan as well.
Is she still getting her pension? I'm telling you right now, I hope to God she's getting her pension. Cigarette smoking leash girl from Abu Ghraib. Because if these budget cuts are affecting her, I'm going to lose my mind. Cigarette smoking leash girl from Abu Ghraib. I'm telling you. I hope she's still doing good. I hope CIA contractor cigarette smoking leash girl, there she is still receiving her pension. That's my main concern. And it should be for all Americans. For all Americans, the main concern is she receiving her pension? Is she still on the government dole? Are people who kidnap people in the middle of the night still getting their money? I need to know that as an American citizen. TimDillonComedy.com for all your comedic needs. We'll see you on Patreon. We'll see you next week. Or in Canada, this will be out, but there might be some tickets left for Vancouver. We'll be in Edmonton Thursday. Is Vancouver Friday or Saturday? We're in Edmonton. The show's already passed. Can't do anything about that. And then there's some tickets probably on the late show in Vancouver. When is that? Saturday? Friday. Well, you missed that too. Calgary, there's some late show tickets in Calgary, and then Winnipeg, there's only a few left. But, you know, that's our little Canadian swing. And then I will be back here watching all of this stuff unfold with you as well, keeping an eye on these things. I don't know which way this is going to go. It seems, you know, it's interesting that Trump said about Vance, because he's not my successor. It remains to be seen whether Vance is my successor or not. So what Trump is basically saying is I demand loyalty for the next 4 years. I will not. It's interesting to watch to see what Trump is basically saying there to Vance. He's basically saying, listen, we're not done yet. I don't know, it's kind of I don't know if I wouldn't call it quite a shot that he's firing at Vance, but it's interesting to say, listen, we just started. We've done some work here. I don't know if this guy's my successor or not. So this will all be very interesting to watch. And if the Democratic Party has any designs on retaking power, I would certainly try to get someone out there in front without a blue wig. Thank you.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night.
All day.
Bullshit. I never got it until this year, but that's what they say.
That's what they say. You get it within a couple of years, you get it, and then all of a sudden, you got it.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they are, but it's not bad.
I could hear it the other day. I heard it.
Stuffiness?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, I had it for like 4 days. I had stuffiness.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, when I work out, I feel great. The way I can really tell, like, the way I judge whether or not I should even work out is when I get in the sauna and the cold plunge. If I feel tired and weak when I'm in there, then I know something's going on. It's not as simple as allergies.
So I thought for 10 years I had the Austin allergy. For 10 years. It was so bad. I go out to dinner, even when we moved out to Fredericksburg, we come into Austin. I thought it was Austin. I'm serious. I was like, oh, Austin is giving me this stuff. We go out to dinner, start eating, and then my nose, my eyes, everything just, and I have to always excuse myself, always have to have tissues in my back pocket. Then I got my teeth done, which we talked about, I think, the last time I was here. And Maverick, my periodontist, he did one of these 360 MRIs. He says, you know, man, you've got some low-level infection here. And that could be responsible for a whole bunch of stuff. Now, I'd had hearing aids for 5 years. So when he did the initial extraction, I think I took 1 or 2 shows off, and then I went back in the studio, put my headphones on, I'm like, whoa, I thought I'd hit something, a volume knob or something. Came back because this was infected. And it was basically clogging up my sinuses, and that was affecting the hearing. Yeah.
Having a mouth infection like that's very dangerous, isn't it?
People have no idea how important oral health is. It's really, really critical. And also, I feel better because, I'm not fighting infection continuously.
That's great. So how did it all start? Like, what was going on with your teeth that like made all these?
I had a bad start in life when I was 2 or 3. We're living in Uganda, and my parents would put me to sleep with a chocolate cookie. So I had kind of a bad start, and I had a lot of work. I had, just tons of fillings on my baby teeth. Everything was messed up. And I had the big outboard headgear, which really traumatized me for life, taking that to school. I was one of those guys. Oh yeah. It was bad. And about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I went to the dentist here in Austin. And, he's like, we really got to start doing stuff. We got to start looking at repairing. And then this dentist started hitting on me and texting me, and I'm like,
guy or girl?
Guy. Damn. like no. So, and I knew that there was a Pandora's box.
How wild is that? Like, what a risky move.
It was so dumb. Like,
you're a married straight guy. It's like, yeah, I think I can get him though.
He can be on our team.
That is such a man move. That's such a thing that men would do. It's so stupid.
Like, I'm here with some buddies of mine, sending a picture. I'm like, no. So I'm like, I'm not going back. I'm good. And then Tina and I, we got together. We moved out to Fredericksburg, and she's real big on preventative anything. Her car has the oil, everything on time, everything's all set, and her teeth, of course, are impeccable.
That sounds like a good fit for you.
Totally.
Dude, you need an organized lady.
I had a credit score of 350.
Oh no!
I didn't have credit card. I was just cash. I didn't care. Like, I had cash flow. Everything's good. I don't care. She straightened me out. Oh yeah. Oh, big time. We
disorganized men very much need organized men.
Yes.
You just can't have one that turns into your mom.
Oh no. That was my first wife. And
that does happen with some of them. Some of them, when you give them the reins and they start telling you what to do, all of a sudden, then it becomes very non-sexy.
I will say props to my first wife. She kept me. That was the height of my show business fame, MTV. She kept me out of trouble. I did not participate.
She was a good mom.
She was a good mom. And she's a good mom to our daughter, so yeah. For sure.
Well, you change, they change, you need a different kind of a mom.
Things change. Things change. So then, I went through it. Yeah, it was like, and that's also when I stopped smoking, because Maverick called me up. He said, hey, man, I'm going to be operating on you in a week. Could you do me a favor and stop putting fire in your mouth? And I've been smoking weed and tobacco since I was 15. And I quit at that moment. I didn't ever, I vape like a crazy horse. But,
well, that's not good, is it?
Well, that's a question.
You and I have gone over this, and we will go back to it.
It's a nicotine delivery device. Yes, right. That's what it is.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, sure.
But so just cleaning out the infections, what was going on that was fucking up your hearing? It was like the whole area was inflamed?
Yeah, it's right by your sinuses. And so that, everything's connected. If you hold your nose, you can hear, you hear differently. So whatever it was doing, and it literally just a couple days after he extracted, he extracted more than that, but after he extracted those teeth, it just came back. And I didn't have horrible hearing loss, but it was enough where I was sick of saying, I'm sorry, darling, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Right.
And then the moment you get to like, I didn't hear her, I'll ask her later. That's when I went, no, I got to get hearing aids. I don't want. And it's one of the biggest reasons men.
Why do you think that the FBI had me tell you guys last week that next week,
it's a real
couple of days from now,
anyone you need to go.
So many people who are going to prison within your domestic terrorist organization are grumpy.
So if they find out your ears are not good, do they ever check for infections?
No,
because it seems like now you should get in the medical.
I can only speculate.
He's been writing a paper on this for this very reason, and it's only because he did the 360 MRI that he saw it. He also knew what to look for. It's his expertise. You know, he's. When I met this guy, I was like, he's young. He's like in his 30s. I'm like, so why did you choose this profession? He says, I like operating. I really love doing that stuff. I'm like, okay, you sound cool. And it turns out he's a pilot. You know, so we've become friends. But yeah, he says people have no idea, and so he has been working on a paper to publish about this.
Yes,
thing.
it's not yet March. It's February 15th.
I talked on the podcast, and people from all over the world like, really, man? You know, I've had hearing issues. Get an MRI. Get a 360 MRI of your head.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process is stressful. There are so many different things to consider, and on top of it all, you need to get it done quickly. It's like when you're trying to find a decent contractor for a home renovation project, or even a new primary care doctor. You don't want just anyone. You probably want a person who knows their shit and will take your concerns seriously, but also need to find them. Like yesterday, if you're an employer struggling to find that perfect fit, I've got one word for you: ZipRecruiter. They work fast to find you great talent. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They're so fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter find a quality candidate within the first day. That might be why hiring site employers prefer ZipRecruiter the most based on G2 ratings. They get the work done without wasting your time or money. So relax and let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan to try it right now for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You know, it's an interesting subject because candy and sugar is really what caused all this horrible tooth decay in people. And the goofy fucking solution that someone came up with along the way was putting fluoride in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so goddamned insane that you're taking a neurotoxin and you're putting it in the water. But again, like I want to take even a political position on this. I just want to look at this. I want to look at this from a human lens. There is something that people do where even if something is obviously stupid, if it's a part of a system, and there's enough air quotes experts that have endorsed this, regardless of the fact that we've seen time and time again throughout history that experts are compromised. You could have a court case for a murder and bring in experts that will tell you he definitely did it, and experts that tell you he definitely didn't do it. So we know this for a fact, but still people argue on the side of the experts. And I've seen this about fluoride, and it's so mind-boggling. There are conclusive studies that show a direct correlation between high levels of fluoride in the local water and lower IQs. And it's a neurotoxin. We know it's bad for you in large doses. And yet there are fucking people out there with college degrees who read the New York Times, who think they're sensible people that will get angry if you want to remove this neurotoxin from water, because look at all the strides it's done in preventing tooth decay. Yeah. And you just want to say, hey, man, fuck you. Well, this is stupid.
I went to dinner at Mitch's house. I call him.
I'm a little upset.
No, it's okay because we're sitting down. It's my wife, his wife. You know, he has one of those houses right on the airport with his plane rolls out of the garage, out of the hangar.
How does that touch?
Exactly. I paid for that. I paid for that hangar. And we're sitting down and we're having a good time. We're talking about stuff. He says, "So what do you think about fluoride?" I said, "Should not be in the water." He's like, "You're wrong. You know what?" And this is only a couple of years ago. And now he's come back and he said, "Oh man, this was
apologize?
Yeah, of course. This was drilled into my head. But what I understand is fluoride is a byproduct of aluminum production. And a lot of this, they had this fluoride waste product, basically, they needed to get rid of. And from what I understand, it was Alcoa, I could be wrong, but I think it was Alcoa who made these deals. And who knows how they set that up with the American Dental Association. And that's how fluoride got into our water. And we got this kind of psyop of it's good for you. I knew it was wrong in 2000, and there was a book that came out called Legacy of Ashes. It was written by a guy called Tim Weiner, who used to be New York Times. And it was all about the CIA. And it's a great book because my uncle is in it many times. Donald Gregg, he's still with us. He's 95 or 96. And he was really high up in the CIA. He was, part of OSS back in the day. And in it, it talks about how the agents would go in, fluoridate the enemy's camp water so they could go in at night and they were docile and they could pull them out and they could kind of attack them. And I said, "Uncle Don, is this true?" He says, "Yeah, pretty much how I remember it." I'm like, "Well, of course." So the neurotoxin has been used in actual warfare in the water
to make people docile.
Yeah, docile. And
the argument is so dumb because, my friend Eddie Bravo had a great point. He said, when you get toothpaste, do you ever see toothpaste that says fluoride free? Why would they say that and advertise it,
Tom's,
if fluoride wasn't bad for you? Why would they do that? Why would that be a selling point?
Mm-hmm.
If we've always looked for fluoride in toothpaste my whole life, Crest, fluoride, got it. When you're going through the CVS, you're grabbing stuff and throwing it back.
Yeah.
It's always fluoride. You're always looking for fluoride. That's what kills the fucking germ. I don't want cavities. I don't have to go to the dentist.
Yeah.
Give me that fluoride. But they're selling toothpaste without fluoride. Why is that? And the guy who was saying it to had this look at us, he was trapped. He was just trapped. So you don't think fluoride is good for you? It's one of those things. That's just what he just said. No, just brush your fucking teeth.
Yeah.
It's really that simple.
As a kid, did you get those trays at the dentist? Do you remember those?
What are the trays?
It would be that. So we're going to do fluoride treatment on you.
Oh yeah, they did that.
And it was it's fruity. And this gunk would be dripping back in your throat. You're gagging with this horrible. It's that's not.
And you go
that's
to school,
not Hawaiian
you
punch.
get a D in English because you're fucking stupid.
Pretty much the story of my life, Joe.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's really bad for you, and it's not necessary. And we're being co-opted by something and someone. And I think we looked this up on the podcast, Jamie. Didn't it come out of there was some town in Texas, I believe, that had naturally fluoridated water, which occasionally, just
we have it in
happens
the hill
there.
country. The water is definitely naturally fluoridated.
Yeah, there's natural levels of different minerals, and there's different stuff that in this one area had a fairly high natural level of fluoride, and these people had great oral hygiene. Whether or not that was a convenient study that they pointed to or a convenient case they pointed to make the argument to get rid of all that fluoride, there's you got to look many layers into all this kind of stuff because they've been throwing fluoride in the water for how long and how much money has been spent throwing fluoride in the water and how many people have built mansions and have fucking, Mercedes-Benz, they're tooling around them because they've been throwing fluoride in the water. And that's a deep system to try to untangle after 50, 60 years of doing
it's
this.
the petrochemical industry. That's where all our medicines come from. And I was watching the Grammys, and I don't
Why? What's wrong with you?
I know. Well, I usually watch for the Satan segment. I would say, okay, there it is. There's the Illuminati. There's
always one.
There's they didn't have one.
That's crazy.
They had beautiful women in nice dresses
Trump
and
is
everything.
president.
Oh no. Presidents are important for the culture.
It's very important for the Satan.
But they're in trouble.
Yeah,
they're in trouble. Jesus is making a comeback, man. They're in trouble there.
Hide now. Go back to the basement of Comet Pizza. Place that doesn't have a basement, by the way.
We're reliably informed. And I hadn't really watched network television a lot, and there's a lot of commercial breaks. But the first 10 all had a pharmaceutical product which I'd never heard of, a name I can't remember, and side effects literally included death. I'm like, what is going on with this?
I feel like that's the
ask
side
your doctor,
effect
I'm
on
like, do I
everything.
have
It's
this? Should
like
I have
either
this? Do I
death or
want
like
this?
bleeding
Is this
rectum.
going on with me? And
Weird
people are all
shit.
happy in the commercial.
And
They're
they
like,
always throw
"Look,
it
my
in at the
skin
end of the
looks good, and
commercial.
I'm happy, and I have a beautiful family. It's almost like we used to
Side
sell
effects
cars. Now they're
includes
just selling
death
the
and
pharmaceuticals.
rectal bleeding.
Well, that will be an interesting thing if RFK Jr. gets in place. If RFK Jr. gets in place,
And then it's
they
like, what's the
stop
medication
this
even do?
Advertising on.
It's
We
supposed
are
to
one of 2 countries on Earth that allows
relieve your headache.
Yeah, New Zealand, and New Zealand's far more
Deal with the
restrictive than
headache,
us.
man.
We should be really restrictive about this because advertising works. You know, and there's advertising that doesn't bother me at all, like Chevrolet Corvette. Vroom, vroom, one of those. You know, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
fine. But when it can give you bloody diarrhea and suicidal ideology,
Anal leakage.
yeah, and you're just fucked up in the head and you're depressed and like you don't know why, but now your zits are gone. Like, hey, slow down. That was not in that commercial with the lady dancing in the field with her child and the people at the picnic, and they're all smiling and laughing and having a good time together.
Yeah.
That looked like fun. Like, what? Where's that part?
Well, of course, you know, they've all tried all kinds of things to stop this, and you know, First Amendment comes up, although we have stopped tobacco advertisements, and there's all kinds of things that we've done throughout the years. But what happened with television is all the money, I mean, really 60, 70, maybe 80% of all the advertising income is from pharmaceutical companies. That's why there's also no reporting. Like, we're not going to bite the hand that feeds us.
That's the real problem.
That's
the
right
real
there.
problem. The real problem is that these news organizations are
Not just
independent.
news, everything.
Right, everything. They're not independent. Like even television shows. Like, could you imagine if, let's say, a network has a prominent news organization, and that news organization is very popular, and it's a big part of their ratings, and it's a reliable source of information for, you know, people that believe them. And they're sponsored by pharmaceutical drug companies, but then they also have a crime show on. And this crime show wants to do a thing about an evil guy who promotes a vaccine that winds up killing a bunch of people, and they hide the data, and then they arrest him at the end of the show. Like, no fucking way.
That's not getting made. No green light for you.
No. That's
not gonna happen.
No. You gotta turn that guy into a meth dealer. That's a meth dealer now. Let's just do a couple of rewrites, simple rewrites of the script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is a bad guy from Guatemala. Let's come with this. It's definitely not from here. He's definitely not from Moderna. And they definitely aren't working in conjunction with the government to develop this thing, and the government's profiting off of it. That's not real.
Well, I say that we're in the season of reveal. I've been saying this for about a year now, and it's really happening real quick with what we're uncovering and starting to understand. I haven't seen your talk with Mike Benz.
Dropped some fucking seeds yesterday. If we're in
Because
the
it's
season
true.
of flowers, he's blooming today because he was so nervous yesterday. What Jamie was talking about before, like he was making all these tweets like they're going to kill him. Probably, yeah, it's probably been discussed.
Well, I think it's way too far beyond, and I think. You know, I look at Leave It to Beaver, I call her, who's the new press secretary. She's 27 years old.
Oh, yeah, she's good, though.
She's fantastic. She's younger than my daughter.
It's a gal. I don't think you should say Leave It to Beaver.
I'm sorry. That's that's how I remember her last name. All right, Caroline Leave It. I think it's Leave It. Thanks, Joe. Thank you. So she...
Because we're old enough to remember when beaver was a vagina. Most kids are like, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
Leave it to beaver? What are you talking about?
What a dumb name for a vagina, a beaver. Because dudes didn't really have any derogatory names for dicks. It's just dick is the worst one. Like, your dick. Put your dick away, you fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? It was like, but beaver.
Well, we only had pecker.
Yeah.
You know, like,
but pecker's kind of cute.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a
pecker.
Yeah. There's no like real bad names for dick other than dick.
But she comes out and she does this whole list of USAID, which is very little money. And I think our president is very smart. He's showing us things that enables people like Mike Benz and you and I to have these conversations about, because it's not ideological that USAID, which is not USAID, this is like one of these psyops right up top, like Federal Express is not owned by the government. Federal Reserve is not owned by the government. USAID is the Agency for International Development, not aid. And we see on television, there goes another pallet onto the C-130. Aid, U.S. aid from the American people.
Oh, we're being nice.
Yeah, we're being nice to people.
We should be nice. We're the nice people of the world.
But what these and I'm sure Mike talked about this, like LGBTQ, these dance parties and things. If you look at these countries, like these are countries where we want to keep them away from Russia, overthrow the incumbent.
Yes.
And the way to garner support is to, and I really love how they added the Q. That just became so clear to me all of a sudden. If you sponsor LGBTQ, these are outcasts. These are people who feel that they've been marginalized. Then you add a Q, like, wait a minute, I can be queer. I'm different. I'm odd. You bring more people in. Then you can bring the anarchists in.
You can get an A. They have the A's.
Oh yeah, the A's, the I's,
so crazy.
everything.
But the A's don't even have a dog.
But that's the point. You want them to come to the party. Come to the party. You're allowed to the party.
That's
And
why
then
it's
you,
so long now.
and I saw this, AfD in Germany. This is the extreme right party, and they wanted, to slow or remove immigration. And so now that there was a protest.
Unit 207
against
was
the
asking
AfD
one another if they were ready or
some-
not
getting
at
ready to go
7:21
down.
p.m.
And there's 100,000
Whatever that means. Maybe they're coming downstairs to do some exterior stalking. I don't know.
people there. I'm like, wow.
Still recording offline on Indigo's laptop.
They really are sick and tired of this immigration stuff. So where are these people coming from? And in the news report, right up front, there's a dude in a blonde wig with eyeshadow saying, we just want to get along. Can't we just be diverse? I'm like, that's the psyop.
Yes.
He's talking about himself. So he wants to feel included, which, by the way, in America, you can do whatever you want, call yourself whatever you want. People really don't have an issue with that. But they've just taken this and abused these people into their political agendas all over the world. And of course, it sparked something here in the States. If you look at the Democrat Party, they're going to die on this hill. They're still like, oh no, LGBTQ, they're taking away our rights, because they know they can mobilize people to do that. And then you can throw in Palestine and all kinds of people.
Did you see the city council thing in Worcester, Massachusetts yesterday that's gone viral today?
No, which one is
Jamie,
that?
did you see it? Oh yeah. Pull this bitch up. There's a compilation of these people like absolutely freaking out. The best one's the compilation, if you can find the compilation. But it's all these LGBT people show up at this city council meeting to say there's like a trans genocide. It's one of those, dude. We're going to round up in concentration camps.
Yeah, 5 minutes long.
Yeah, just give me, start from the beginning. Give me.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. You say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people. You better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
There it is.
Yeah.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
He's both.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum, and I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want to be here. It's
Whoa.
my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes.
This woman, I literally looked at the speaker when Tim Dillon played this clip and she started screaming like, look at me. This one, the glitter girl.
And see me.
What?
I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember that
No, that's enough. So it's like, you made me put glitter on my face, you piece of shit. Because everyone knows when you go to court, you have to have glitter.
These
on your
people
face.
need hugs. They need love. I pray for them.
Yeah.
The biggest way to psychologically manipulate people there's 3 ways: old people, puppies, and children. And and I followed this. It started around 2012, not coincidental. When about the Smith Month Act. So that's there was a law that was put in since the Church Commission. You can't propagandize the American people. Defense Department and others went to the government and said, well, like we're on the internet now, we might accidentally, push some propaganda on people. It started with bullying in schools. I know, because John Dvorak and we followed it on No Agenda. Started with bullying, then it was we needed anti-bullying laws, and we're literally going like, what happened to sticks and stones will break my bones or punch the bully in his nose? No. then the teachers, and then we got hate speech laws, not actually laws, but hate speech punishments. And this kept building up until you guaranteed parents through the American Medical Association, the Pediatric Society, all of these different trade groups, that if you don't transition your child, that child will commit suicide.
Right.
And that is a horrible thing that they've done. Think about these parents who may or may not one day wake up and go, what have I done? What have I done?
Well, someone was talking about this the other day. This is the real problem, is that so many parents have committed to doing this to their children, and they cannot face the reality of what they've done, and so they're going to dig their heels in forever and
go
they're gonna
Democrat.
talk about gender affirming care.
Yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's a small percentage of people in the general population.
Thank God.
And thank God, but they're overrepresented in the fact that they make it their whole life, and so they're very loud and very vocal, and then they become a political beach ball. I talk about. Beach
I heard
balls
you
at a
talk
concert.
about that with Bridget.
That's what
Yeah,
it is. It's
totally.
the political beach balls at a concert. They chuck them up in the air, so we always have something to fight about. So we're not paying attention to like the USAID stuff or a lot of the stuff that's like really important. And this is just a part of this tangled web of psyops that's been running our culture. I mean, I would say our government, but it's everything, right?
Culture.
So it's the government has established its hooks in us and put fear and law and rules. And the more law and the more rules, the better, because the more likely you're going to break a few of them, and then you're going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And they've got these fucking things everywhere. And it's just allowing them to run this mafia business. And there's a bunch of people that are reasonable, educated people that have Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Like they don't want to admit that even their people, their cherished heroes like Obama, was a part of this. And that all these people that you think of as progressive Democrats, they were all a part of it. And fortunately today, we have the convenient access to YouTube instantaneously, where you can watch Obama in 2003 say some very MAGA things. Or you could watch Hillary Clinton go more MAGA than MAGA.
About deportation.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And that if you stay, you have to pay a stiff fine. I mean, the whole thing it's cyclical, right? Like, this is why the left is now supporting war and censorship. It's not real. It's not that there's a good group of kind, compassionate, educated people and a bunch of fucking buffoons who are racist who want to bring that back to Confederate flag.
Yeah.
That's not what's going on. There's people that are nice, kind people that also understand the value of hard work and reality and kindness and also sternness and rule of law. And you can't just let violent criminals out in the street. And hey, maybe you should do some actual rehabilitation with the fucking billions of dollars you make in the prison industrial complex when there's no rehabilitation, like no real concerted efforts to completely change these people and studies.
It's a mess.
It can be done. It could be done, and it probably could be done with psychedelic drugs. They probably can do some things with people, especially non-violent criminals that are trying to figure out, like, why have I been stealing from people my whole life? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? That unless they're a legitimate psychopath, they have no empathy. There's people that can be kind of woken up to why they're in this horrific pattern of continual abuse in their life, and there's ways to do it. And Rick Perry has been really like brave in this case because he's a former Republican governor of Texas, and now he's advocating for ibogaine therapy, particularly for veterans, for guys who come over. They've seen the most horrific shit. Their brain is in a shambles, and they want to do something, and they have no help in these pills that just dull their mind and make them feel detached from reality, and all these fucking antidepressants and things they give them, and they want to fucking end their life. And they can go and get therapy that it cures 80% of them with one dose, and it's like 95% with 2 doses. It's fucking nuts.
Wow,
man.
that's great.
And we've been hiding this because of the sweeping Schedule I Drug Act of 1970 that was put in place directly by Nixon to go after his political opponents. It was directly put in place to demonized the anti-war movement and demonized the Civil Rights Party and the Black Panthers and anybody who was a problem with the government. So they just said, let's just make all these things that these people are taking on a regular basis completely illegal. Not only just Schedule 1, like with no medical use whatsoever, things that people have been using for thousands and thousands of years. And it's all the same shit. It's all psyops. It's all psyops. Have you ever heard of the audience effect? It is a psychological theory that our behavior changes when we know we're being watched. And here's the thing, we are being watched. When you use the internet, data brokers watch and record everything you do online, even if you're using a private browser. But you don't have to become a slave to the digital surveillance state. You can free yourself with ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is rerouted through secure encrypted servers that hide your IP address. That means you can get to use the internet with real freedom and privacy. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. ExpressVPN is easy to use. It takes just one click, and it works on all of your devices, even smart TVs. Use it on up to 8 devices at the same time and protect your whole family with just one subscription. And the best part? Podcast listeners can get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the banner. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan or tap the banner. If you're watching on YouTube, you can get 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
Well, the number one thing that happened around that time, of course, during Kennedy, is we realized that television was a big force. Television and radio.
They got that handsome guy.
And we got it. And if you listen to some of the debates, like it would sound on the radio like Nixon did better. I mean, it's amazing how this worked between radio and television, but then newspapers. We know the intelligence agencies were all writing stories. I mean, you look at CNN, you still see ex-CIA guy shows up. A little story. When I saw you sitting at the inauguration, and I think I texted you, I'm like, dude, I can't believe it. I see you sitting there. You're texting me American flag emojis and stuff like, and you and Trump. I'm like, oh, look at him. He's in a tuxedo. And I thought, so my life in 1983. I was still a teenager, and I grew up in Amsterdam, socialist country. The airwaves were controlled by the government. It was horrible. It was almost like Russia. Your phone was a gray phone, and that was your phone. You couldn't get a different phone. It was illegal to unplug it from the wall. And I was doing pirate radio at a place called Radio Decibel in Amsterdam. And we were playing.
You were Christian Slater.
In a way.
In a way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What was that called? What was that movie called?
I don't know.
Maybe it was called Pirate Radio.
It was crazy. They were trying to arrest him. Remember?
Well, so we all got arrested several times, and we were playing 12-inch imports from your Chicago warehouse.
Arrested several times.
Oh yeah. They would always come and arrest us.
How did they find you?
We literally had the station name on the door. People would come around. We'd be smoking weed or hanging out. We weren't making any money. We were basically paying to do it. We had this huge antenna on the roof.
Did this ever come up when you got hired by MTV? Did they get nervous about that? Like, did they have to do a background check? So this guy got a record.
No, I'll remind me to tell you my USAID story in a minute. But this is 1983, and I felt it was so. Of course, I was a gawky, awkward kid. I got tics. I got the wrong hair. I got the wrong moped. Everything's wrong. But on the radio, people were like, "Wow." And I was doing it in English. You can do that in Amsterdam. You're like, wow, it's so cool. You got that black guy on your station. I'm like, black? Oh, cool. So I was John Holden, the 23-year-old black guy who drives a Harley. But the point was, it was liberating. I could speak my mind, and everything felt so stifling. Now we go forward, 1993. And I'm on MTV. I'm the hair of Generation X. I'm on Z100 in New York, #1 station. And I'm also on the internet. I'd set up mtv.com. It was very, very sleek. We had dial-up modems at the time. And it was so restricted. They let me do my own material, but they had censorship called a line producer. Like, oh, now we got to burn that segment. You said something bad about Richard Marx. Oh, you said something that was off color about Madonna. Oh, we can't do that. The radio was the same. It was like read the liner card, and then always end with Z100. And there was a guy in Sun Microsystems in San Francisco, and he said, Adam, I see what you're doing with MTV.com on the web. That's cool. I'm going to send you a computer. So he sends me this big Sun Spark workstation. He said,
what year?
93.
So this is pre-Windows 95. So this is...
Yeah, it's yeah, go ahead. That's
Windows, what is it, 3.8?
Well, this was
like
Solaris OS. It's Unix, basically.
So it wasn't Windows back then, right? Like what came before Windows 95?
Well, I had a Mac. No, I had an early Apple II.
3.1, that's
yeah,
what it was.
yeah, 3.1 and an Apple II. I was more Apple guy at the time. And so I hooked it up to my 56K modem, dial in. He says, watch this. And he says, what? I'm on the phone with him. He says, watch this. And up on my screen pops a little player, and he's streaming in PC. We didn't have MP3s back then. PCM, pulse code modulation, 9-inch nails. I'm like, this is broadcasting. I'm going to figure out how we use this thing for broadcasting, because think about how we can use this outside of all the systems. And so,
fun fact, guys,
2003,
Courtney
now
Love
we're
said
10
that
years
Trent
later,
Reznor, that's the
I've
lead
been very
singer of
involved
Nine
with
Inch
RSS
Nails,
feeds and blogs, and I see
was
my
the
first
smallest
iPod.
penis
It's
she's
like,
ever seen.
snap, crackle, pop. Hold on a second. This is amazing.
I believe
We can
her.
combine. This is a radio. This is not a music device. It's radio. So I cobbled together this program that basically takes his RSS
Courtney Love
feed
got
and
around.
then
That's
puts a
Kurt
program
Cobain's ex-wife, for those of you that
so
don't
the
know.
show was an
Billy
album,
Corgan,
and then each track was
Trent
an episode number.
Reznor.
And then I immediately start doing a show. What I do is just try to get people involved. That's how Daily Source Code started, because I was trying to get software developers in. And then 3 years later, Steve Jobs is having a private conversation with me.
Baby. Can I carry you
about
into bed
putting
with
this
me so you can
into the
run
iPod
out here
and
in the
making it
living room
official,
and
making a podcasting thing in iTunes.
Or should I just leave you on the chair?
I'm like,
that
this
you've
is so
taken off?
perfect, because now you have
What do
this
you want?
RSS feed which you control. No one else.
Yeah,
can
I'm going to
control what
sleep.
you do with your
Unit
RSS
207
feed.
had said,
And
"Are you ready?"
anybody
And then
can
after I
slurp
announced
that
it
up
on
and
this live
subscribe
stream,
to
they
your
all were
radio
like
show.
standing around, like, "Well,
And then
she just said it on the
years
live
later,
stream. Are you guys coming down here to actively stalk me on the exterior
President of
since
the
you're
United
done with the
States
cyber
wrapping up
stalking?"
his campaign
Thanks for that
with
evidence
Joe
as well.
Rogan on a podcast, completely being himself, being a dude.
Well, this
by the
is
way,
someone who's
prosecuting,
seen the live
sticking to your
streams
guns. I'd love to
Either
get that.
before
Mark's
they
gotta be
were
here.
illegally and
No
criminally
restrictions on
terminated
time.
and
Well, he
erased,
didn't impose any. He was more than willing to
or
do
at
that.
least
But
one
he
full
understands
12-hour
it, but at
stream.
That moment, and I see you sitting there, I'm like, we just broke the elite messaging machine. Phase 1 complete.
All because of you, dog.
No, you dog, man.
But you
Oh,
were
glory to
number one.
God. I think
Don't do
I
it.
was- I was
It's
just
a $10 million penalty, and
You
at
were the
this
first.
point,
I was just
it's
the best.
40 million
makes sense
plus
to
the
me.
reject.
Well,
I mean,
I'm just a
the
vessel.
amount
It's the case with
it's
all
got to
of
be in the
them.
billions
Absolutely.
by now.
I say that to the guys at my comedy club.
And it's funny.
I'm so thankful that I built this comedy club.
Because, dude, if I'm going to get literally billions of dollars from this, I'm donating all of it, and I'll just be happy with being a billionaire or a millionaire. A millionaire.
And
I'll donate the
impulsive enough
billions.
and brash
And
enough
keep
to like say
the
"Fuck it,
millions."
let's just dump a bunch of money in this spot and see what happens.
You were given gifts.
I was
you
given gifts.
And you stuck with your gifts. And,
I have
and
no idea
know
what the
you're
highest
very
amount
generous.
that all of
I
your
know you help a
employers
lot
has
of
ever had to
people.
pay out,
Not
but the
monetary
FBI
necessarily,
has
but just
stated
helping
that
them,
it will
getting
be
them on their
the
feet,
most
you know,
amount that the
even,
North Everett
you know,
Precinct
Parker,
or the
my
Holmes
husband
County
used to get
Prosecutor's
big
Office
pay,
has
like,
ever
absolutely,
been
bring
ordered
him
to
in.
pay out.
You're a gracious guy.
And
so when you get
I assume the
whatever word it
the
is to build a
Department
comedy
of
club,
Child
You
Abusers
did.
and Stalkers
I think
as
you
well.
have to do that. I think that's the universe is testing you, and if you pay attention to yourself, you'll feel like what's the right thing to do. Like what's the thing? What is the greedy, impulsive thing to do? What is like the miserly thing to save it all? It's my money, save it all.
Oh,
Or that's
Hunter,
the-
you were
the-
so
you know,
that usually
something
doesn't end well. for
No,
most people.
it's bad for you too, because
You're so
I
soft
always
and
talk about
furry.
this in terms
You're
of
just a little
careers,
cuddle
like, and
pup.
I really try to put this in young
With your bald
comics
butt.
minds. There's
With
an
your
impulse that you will
bald butt.
have when someone's doing better than you, and you'll be angry at them. It is a bitter, pathetic, jealous, normal instinct that people
the
have.
the enemy talking to you.
It's just you have to recognize what that is. What that is you have a desire to be doing the same thing. This
Oh,
person
honey, I
is
do
doing this
too.
thing. They
I
are
do
in the
too.
movie. They are on the TV show. They are headlining at the club, and you feel bad because it's not you. So you
Love that you
decide
let
that
me
they
pet
are
your little
bad.
tummy.
And so you
It's
start
so
looking
cute
at them
and
as
soft.
a source of negativity towards
It's the
you, and
softest part
you
on
don't do all the logical,
Look how much you
objective
trust
reasoning that
me.
allows you to go, oh, no, they didn't do anything wrong.
I know that's your
It's
most
just
vulnerable
me.
spot.
And then
That's
those
the easiest
people
way
who
for
get
you to
really
die
super
by a
big and famous
predator.
oftentimes get
Going for
very
your tummy.
defensive and very elitist because they do understand that people are mad at them now. So then they're like, fuck those people. Those people are fucking losers.
Yeah.
And it's bad for everybody. It's bad for everybody. The correct way to do it is to go, wow, look at what this person has accomplished. That's fucking amazing. That's inspiring. I want to do something like that with my life.
Which is what America used to be. People
I
would
think it
come
still
to
is.
him. Yeah,
I think
thank
it
you.
is. I think it is.
It's been covered up. It's been papered over by media, basically. That's why I'm so happy that we've broken through that elite messaging system. The way I was raised is in America, you can look at the guy with the Rolls Royce or the Cadillac or whatever and go, I want that, and you can be that. And we've kind of devolved into it's international now, into a victim mentality. There's good and evil.
Well, it's just a ploy. It's again the same thing as fluoride in the water. It's a fucking psyop. It's a ploy. And it's a way to keep us, instead of empowering people to recognize that all these people that are successful are inspiration. That's what they are. They're fuel for you. You can use them. Whatever that person is singing at the Grammys, when Kendrick Lamar is doing the halftime show, when someone wins a fight, that's supposed to be inspiration. That's a fuel, and you can use it correctly. You could fuck your whole life up by paying attention to other people and comparing yourself in a negative way. This is part of the problem with kids and social media. Because kids are supposed to see like, oh, look at Bobby. He's nice to everybody, and everybody likes Bobby. Be like Bobby. Like, look at Mark. He's fucking awesome at the guitar, and everybody
Look
wants
at
to go see him
Tim.
play.
Tim
I
doesn't
want
give a fuck.
Someone to come see
Be
me
like
do
Tim.
something. I wish I was as good at something as Mark is at guitar, and that's what's supposed to like raise us all up.
But instead, we see 1,000 followers and likes on someone blasting somebody in a funny way in a video.
Yeah,
this is a big part of the problem.
But sometimes funny way blasting is important too, because that's my line of work.
This is so.
You gotta talk shit.
You are
Talking shit is
a
important.
professional, Joe. You're a professional.
Yeah, but how
this
do you
is-
become a professional? You start off as an amateur. You start off
but
talking
we
shit.
can't all be a comedian or a comic. We just can't.
I think a lot more can than you think. I think a lot more. There's a lot of people out there that have the inclination that just don't get that spark, which is also one of the things we're trying to do with the club, which is also why we have 2 nights of open mic nights.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we want to make it accessible. We want to make this is like a place where there's a real path. You can work on your act, and you're gonna see guys like on a daily basis, guys like Ron White, Shane Gillis, and,
you like
they're
that
gonna people
behind
coming in and out of
yours
town. They're
with
doing
your
my
little
podcast. They're like the best of the best in the world.
Yeah.
They're coming to the club.
Oh, this is the center of the universe now for comedy.
It
It's
is
amazing. what's
It's
taking
amazing.
place.
It's
It
amazing.
really
And
is.
again, I think I think it built itself. I think I just had to do it. I was like,
I just got to tell you, no. God loves you, Joe. He is at work in you. He's all over you and has been that way for a long, long time. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, whatever.
God
it is,
loves
I will
everybody
accept
named
it.
Joseph, but then you have to remember the biblical story that name
But I
came
think
from.
it all like too many things had to happen.
Poor
Like, if
Joseph.
you want to believe in faith,
All of his
if you really
brothers
wanna
tried to
believe in
murder
faith, I
him,
should
except for one who was
Because
going to tell him
especially
ahead of
with, like,
time,
this
but he
move
fucked up
here,
and couldn't
too
tell
many
him ahead of
things had to
time. But
happen in
he ended
law.
up not getting
It had
murdered
to
and
be
had to
the
stow away
pandemic.
and then got
And it
falsely
had to be
imprisoned
me
and
with
was a
young
slave.
kids
And
who
then he
just
was made
very
into a king.
uncomfortable with the direction that LA was going.
And
then
then
I
all
had
of
to
his
do the George
brothers
Floyd
and his
riots
father
and the
who favored
lockdowns.
him
And then I had to come
showed
to
up
Texas
crying
go,
and begging,
there's other
pleading
ways
for
that
a
people
loan
live.
because they'd
And I've
gone
known
bankrupt.
you for a long time, and you lived here.
And then
you
Joseph
spoke
was
very
like, "Do
highly.
you
And
not
then
know who
my
I
good
am?
friend Gary
Look at me.
Clark
I'm
Jr.
your brother you tried to
He came
murder."
here,
And then the
like,
dad was
before the
super happy
pandemic,
because
and
he
I
didn't
remember
have
talking
anything
him
to
on
do
the
with
phone,
it,
like,
and Joseph
why
was
did you
always
move
his
back to
favorite kid.
Texas? He's like, "Man,
And
I
all the
just
brothers
did
were
not
like,
fuck with those people."
"Oh,
Right.
forgive us,
And Gary's
give
like
us
the
money."
realest
And then
dude I know.
Joseph was
He's
like,
like
"Fine,
one
take
of
your
the
money.
realest.
I
He
forgive
doesn't
you.
give a
Get the fuck out of my
about fame.
house."
About that guy cares about playing that fucking guitar and playing songs as good as he can. And that guy just locks himself up in a studio. He's got a studio on his house. At his house.
Yeah, that's what
He
you want.
Locks
Yeah.
himself up in there for 12 hours a day, and it's just that guy only gives a fuck about the art. Like he's about the craft, and like so all the bullshit that came along with
I have
living
to
in
pick you up.
Hollywood.
I have to pick
he
you
was
up.
just
I know
coming
you
hang out
need
with
it. I
comics
just
all
have
the
to
time. That was just
though.
because it was like, oh, you guys are real. Like I can hang.
You're
with
like
you.
a
We just
little
be cracking
baby
up.
alive. You're
So when
just
he
so
came out here, I was like,
cute.
fuck. And then Ron White came out here. I'm like, God
Little
damn
size.
it. And then he was like, oh, I fucking love it. It's fucking airport's a breeze. No traffic. Everyone's nice. It's the middle of the country. Oh, fuck. And then the pandemic happened. And it was like it all pulled me to the spot. And then it had to be the Spotify thing. And then it had to be the Comedy Store shutting down for a year.
Yeah.
And then it had to be all the Comedy Store employees that I loved were all unemployed. And so then it was like, okay, let's fucking do this.
Exactly what I'm seeing. Seeing that with Everett. That's why I started in 1983. I'm like, I see where the path.
Yeah,
I've always been doing this.
Okay, the time is currently 7:45 p.m. PST. As you've seen in this live stream, I'm still very much recording offline, the whole living room. And as you've also seen, you're underneath the holiday palm trees. I'm going to go lay down and try and sleep since they haven't terminated this live stream in 4.5 hours, and the FBI seems confident that
Fear Factor anymore, so I wasn't really making.
I'm not going to be
I
having
was
any
making
more
on television, so I had to tour a lot. So I was doing stand-up, and I was doing way too many dates with the UFC. UFC
problems
although
in
I
the
love
future, regardless of what they do or don't do.
only job I still have. It's because I've been there for so long, but it was like 22 dates a year.
But since Unit207 was talking about, are you ready? Are you ready? We'll aim this here, just in case the domestic terrorists are
Yes, right.
gonna be domestic terrorists, perpetrate some more felonies to add some more counts.
Yeah,
I have a limo, ride in the back, lock all the doors in case I'm attacked.
Yeah, great song.
Life's been good to me so
So
far.
far,
Yeah.
that's right. It's great.
That's the front door and the living room windows. Remember, you saw the live stream where the FBI told me to add a sheet over my curtains because of the rampant exterior stalking from the domestic terrorist organization upstairs and their co-conspirators.
And that's like if you have it.
If the camera angle moves at all, it will be because my cat knocked over the laptop, so you might end up staring at the
With
ceiling.
Joe Walsh. Oh man, there it
Look
is.
at that. Joe Walsh is the fucking man,
He's
dude.
awesome.
Life in the fast lane. That's
That's
gonna
right.
change the Eagles. The Eagles on the way to killing your testosterone and making women cry all day. And then all of a sudden, Joe Walsh comes along, and now you got life in the fast lane.
Yeah.
Give me that riff. Give me the beginning of life in the fast lane. Joe Walsh was this. It was wild rock and roll guitar attached to this beautiful voice and lyrics and songs and songwriting. Give it to me.
Let's see how accurate it was.
But there's a guitar, like I was talking about Gary, like hear it. Oh,
Close,
here we go.
close. Boom, boom. Oh, all right. That's all we can
That's
do.
all?
Yeah, we get in
for
trouble.
YouTube?
Get in trouble.
Yeah.
Get in trouble.
Is that already going to get us in trouble?
Probably.
Fucking nonsense.
You're screwed because here we have all these there's 4.5 million podcasts, really only 400,000 update regularly. So it's not even that much. That's global. Dave,
How dare you? You're teasing me.
We can't play music in podcasts because of all these different entities that own it. And so, if you perform something on the radio or in a live stream, that's a performance right, which the club plays for that too. If you're playing your music, so that's ASCAP BMI. Then you have the publishing right. Now, because you download a podcast, well, all of a sudden now you've made a copy of it. So that's another group over here. So you have the publishers, then the record companies, you have and they just could never agree, and they've locked themselves in so tight that the biggest opportunity for music would be to play it on podcasts. They just they've painted themselves into a corner, and and we all know now that most artists, you get 10,000 streams on Spotify, and you get a penny after a couple of years.
You see what Snoop Dogg when he was going over this?
Oh, it's horrendous. I'm sure it's horrendous. He got $1,000.
Billions of streams, and you got to check for 45 grand.
And Taylor Swift gets all the rest of the money. I mean, it's very.
Isn't that because Taylor Swift owns her music? Isn't that the whole deal? Like
Yes.
if you own your music,
if you're the
it's
publisher,
different, right?
and this, I don't want to get too deep into Spotify and all that, but people are starting to move away from that in what I call the value for value model, where we actually built this with podcasting 2.0, where you can send a boost, like I want to send some money to this person straight from the app. So you can play it. You can play a song in the podcast as long as they've agreed to the license. They own all their stuff. You can send the money. We just did Suzanne Santo. We had I invited you to that.
Yeah, I couldn't make it. Unfortunately.
All I had to say is I invited Joe. That was all I needed to say. And we had 6 people on stage, 6 different bands, and they all made between $600 and $800 coming just from out there. There was maybe 50 at the end of the night, maybe 50 people left. It's a Monday night, but they were all making more money than they had ever made on any other platform in their life. Just because people can send it through the internet, we actually use.
Isn't that crazy that $600 for a performance that goes on the internet is the most they've ever made from the internet?
Absolutely.
Isn't that crazy? Like you think
It
about
is
how many
crazy.
times they streamed. Like I found out about Suzanne from online. Some dude named Balls of Steel sent me a message. They said, "This is your new favorite song." I was like, "What?" And it was Honey Honey, Angel of Death. They did an acoustic version on the top of a roof in downtown LA. And it was incredible. I was like, oh my God. And then I became friends with them. And
she and Nick are great. And their baby is super cute.
Yeah,
so
adorable.
Yeah.
It's so
very
cool to see
cute.
her mom. I love
Yeah.
it. But it's like that. There's been so many streams on the radio. And the fact that you never made more than $600 is crazy. Like something's broken.
Well, that's because the publishers are getting all of that.
Right.
And
Exactly.
Because it's, and then.
But then on the other hand, you get, you can get really famous. Like people like Tyler the Creator and all these different people that have blown up just from being on the internet, and then they do live performances.
Yeah, but I still feel that
someone's making money.
Well, we know the publishers.
Yeah.
People say the
They've
record
always done
companies,
that.
but it's the publishers.
Yeah, they can't call them record companies anymore if they don't make records.
Thank you. Records. I was in my garage the other day, and I put my wall of fame in the garage, and time to move this out of the house. Like I'm old enough now, and I'm looking at there's a platinum record with a cassette. With a platinum cassette on it. Do people even remember these days when you got a platinum record with a cassette on it?
That's crazy.
5 million copies sold of a cassette tape.
Jelly Roll gave us one of his platinum records. We got it out there.
That guy is awesome.
He's the
Jelly
best.
Roll is what a story.
He's such a sweetheart. He's such a nice guy.
He's a big crossover artist. Christians love him, country guys love him, the rock and rollers love him. It's like he's the perfect crossover artist. If I were an evil record executive, he's the perfect crossover artist, Joe. We need to sign him. That's what I'd be doing.
Like most unlikely looking to be the sweetest guy ever. The fucking all the face tattoos and everything.
Just goes to show.
Yeah.
You can't tell a book by its cover.
No, you cannot.
Ever. So, anyway, back to that. It's a shame that the music industry has moved it into this protectionist place. And even if you have a spin studio, the Gestapo comes around you got more than 75 people a day here. You need to pay us more. And it's they're very litigious. The whole thing is just a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah. Law's great because it protects you from scumbags, but law's
but
not
who's
so
it protecting
great.
now? Because the artists are making no money.
Exactly.
Yeah. Although it's become easier to to do your music at home. I remember going to the Hit Factory in New York and hanging out, watching people record records. And that was amazing. Big machines and lots of people running around. That was cool.
I think YouTube and social media presents very unique opportunities where a guy like Oliver Anthony can all of a sudden explode. Out of nowhere with one song.
Yep.
He's another sweetheart.
Yeah, you had him on.
He was at the club the other night too.
Oh,
We're all
really?
hanging out.
Where does he live?
I think he's still
down south.
Maybe he doesn't want people to know.
Okay. Well, he lives.
I don't want to say
around,
but he was. Back. He was in Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay, yeah, West Virginia.
Richmond. Richmond.
Yeah.
Richmond was
Right.
the song.
Right.
Yeah, that's where he was. I don't know.
And God bless
He's
him
the
because he
best.
stayed away from the system.
Yeah, we had a phone call. Yeah, I called him up when it all started popping off on us.
I'm going to sign you, boy. I'm going to sign you to my Rogan Records. You're going to make millions. Here, take this Cadillac. It'll be great.
Yeah, I sent the Cadillac right to his house. That's the last thing you want to give that guy. You want to give him like a 1983 Chevy that's redone, pickup truck, like an F-150 from the 80s.
Nice.
That's like redone, the boxy ones.
Yeah.
That's
Eight track in the dash.
Yeah. No, he's a genuine guy. He's a really nice guy. And we had this conversation over the phone. He said, people are offering me millions of dollars to do this and that and this. I go, stay independent. And then he goes, they keep saying I got to strike while the iron's hot. I go, no. Listen to me. You've already made it. All you have to do now is just keep doing what you just did. And you can do that, right? I'm sure you have other songs. He goes, I got a bunch of other songs. And he sent me some of his other songs, which are just as good, if not better. And I was like, dude, you have talent. Talent is that's what everybody needs. All this other stuff is people just trying to take advantage of your talent. Stay independent.
That's what I mean about you, John. You're a good guy.
But I was already, I was already past that spot where he's at. Like I've been in that spot before where people are offering you deals and stuff like that. I know what the trappings of that is. You're broke, and then all of a sudden you have money. And like for me, it worked out great. That happened to me in 1993. I got this big development deal with Disney. And I moved out to California to do a sitcom. But it was like, I wanted to be a comic. And then all of a sudden I've got all this money that's coming from TV. I'm like, this is so weird.
Was that news radio?
No, that was Hardball. It was a baseball show. It was on Fox. They never made it.
I was an MTV man. I wasn't paying attention to any of that stuff.
It actually started at MTV because I got a development deal with MTV first.
Really?
Yeah, but the development deal on MTV was like $500 to do a pilot. I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
and then it
sounds like MTV.
I'm not kidding. It was like $500. So it made me $5,000. I don't think it was that. I think it was $500. And if I did the pilot and the pilot was successful, they would have me locked in for some exorbitant amount of time. I think it was like 5 years where I couldn't do anything other than MTV. And it was because they had a few people that became really famous off MTV and then left. And so they had decided that MTV is going to keep all of their talent. You know, like
which
Dennis
is the
Leary.
funniest thing because when I got there in '87, VJs were expendable. They're like, you're expendable. Shut up. We can. Now they couldn't because they brought me over from Europe, and I had a 2-year contract. I think the first year was $150 grand. The second year was $175 grand, and I got a car service, and I could do radio, any radio I wanted to do, and they a lot of the a lot of the people at the office really disliked me because they'd be like, cut your hair. I'm like, I'm not going to cut my hair. No, they have a new creative direction for the channel. I'm like, no. And, I had different lengths of hair throughout the years. But
that hair was
I'm like,
gold.
have you seen the artists we're playing?
Give me a photo of Adam Curry in '88.
It's glorious.
It's glorious.
I have the hair of Generation X. Don't call me a boomer.
Look at that. Come on. Who the fuck would tell you to cut that Farrah Fawcett? That's a beautiful head of hair. That's an amazing.
Good times, brother. Good times.
Imagine someone telling you that probably that was like a huge hook too. Like
of course.
A lot of the
well, you know what Merv Griffin always said? Merv Griffin always said, people with big heads are successful on television. That's why he had Pat Sajak and, of course, Jay Leno. Big heads, right? I don't have a big head. I had big hair, so I had a big head. Exactly.
That's funny.
Worked.
Right, there's no like little tiny headed dudes that are like,
no. That works on YouTube now, but on television.
Does it work on YouTube? I've got a tiny head.
I think anybody can be successful on YouTube.
Right.
I mean, it's all kinds of.
Doesn't it show you that the formula's bullshit then? Like you got a guy like Mr. Beast, who is not like a classically good-looking guy who's got the biggest show in the world.
That guy has. People say he's a creator. I think he's a creation. He is a creation of YouTube and how it works. You don't have this because you're so established, but his team, he's talked about this, micromanage every second of each video, every cut, the poster images, all these things, and it's all about time spent viewing. If one video does 1:38 and the other one does 1:40, that other video is more successful. I mean, it's really, in order to like hook the algos, get everything rolling, you have to bring that down to a science. And of course, this is not for you and I don't think. You have to always keep feeding the machine. You got to keep feeding and feeding and feeding. You have to make your life a part of your YouTube channel. Otherwise, you drop off very quickly.
Yeah, well, I just think he has a different approach. I mean, his approach is very scientific. He's very, very intelligent about it. And I'm a feel person, which is why when I get people as guests, I never think like Sometimes people think, oh, you try to get like the biggest name guests because that'll be the most popular videos. I don't do that at all. Who do I want to talk to? That's exactly how I've always done it. That's how I'm going to always do it. And if it happens to be Mel Gibson, and he
Great interview.
He was great.
He was. I mean, I'm like, for me, he's always Mad Max. When I was a kid, we'd play hooky from school. We go back. And someone would have a VHS. No, I had Betamax. Betamax. And like we're watching Mad Max, and then Diana Ross in the round. I mean,
Diana Ross in the round.
We love Diana Ross. You're like, oh, she's so awesome. But the Mad Max, man, that original, and he's standing there with his boots in the desert, and at the beginning, it was just.
Oh, he had a bunch of bangers, but he's an interesting guy,
And that blower on top of the engine, I mean, the whole thing was just, we just loved that. It was a fun movie. And then later Lethal Weapon, and I didn't realize, because I'd seen The Passion, which is, as a Jesus freak myself, that was like, whoa, that was a heavy movie to watch. And when he said it, I didn't realize that I thought the whole thing was in Aramaic. And it was the subtitles that you were basically reading the subtitles. And his theory that it penetrates you differently, the story, I think is so spot on.
I think so too. I mean,
really, really interesting.
Well, he's a very underrated filmmaker, and I always point to Apocalypto as another example of that.
Yeah.
There's no English in that movie.
No.
And it's a masterful movie. It's a great movie.
That guy has a calling, man. He's doing and talent. He's got and he fought the system. He really, really fought the system.
So that was what was fascinating about talking to him about what happened when he made The Passion of the Christ, because it was really, it wasn't that it was an anti-Jesus reaction to that film. It was an anti-Jesus reaction to that film that was really made by the motion picture industry, because he had gone outside the normal distribution system.
Yep.
So in creating that movie, he financed it himself. He went outside, we got a smaller distributor, and it did really well. And they were like
$800 million.
Exactly. So they're like, we got to make sure this doesn't fucking happen again. And that's where the attacks came. And that's also where Jim Caviezel, his career completely stalled out. You would think the guy's in a gigantic blockbuster movie like that, like he's going to be in blockbuster movie after blockbuster movie after this. No, they kind of blackballed him.
Yes. Well, and so you have smaller studios now, like Angel Studios, and they're in Utah. And they they crowdfunded The Chosen, which is, this story of Jesus. And it's, unbelievable. They're in the 5th season now, completely outside the studio system, completely away from it. And it's all crowdfunded. At the end of the season, the credits are like 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Everybody who donated, X amount, they get to be extras on the set. It's a whole new way of looking at producing stuff.
Interesting.
Then, of course, they went on to do an apocalyptic movie called Homestead, which is a dog. It's so horrible. It's like, what is this?
It's a bad movie.
Oh, bad acting.
Is it bad enough to watch it?
No. Tina and I were watching. We're like, do we bail? No, 10 more minutes. Do we bail? No, it's going to happen. And it's like, no. It's too bad. Just like,
It's hard to make a good movie.
Of course it is.
Well, imagine the amount of people that you have. If you have a bunch of idiots telling you to cut your hair, imagine how many dumbasses you have in the background of the movie that are telling you what to do. All the money people, all the executives. Like, it must be so hard. You have to be like a Quentin Tarantino, who's like, you just leave him on. He will do his magic.
He's an interesting. Have you met him?
Oh yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Interesting fellow.
We hung out with him the other night. We went out to dinner with him and Roger Avery, who's also awesome. And then we went to the club. And we hung out at the club.
He's an interesting guy.
And that's what he requested to come to.
Was he wearing his tracksuit?
No, he was dressed normal.
I saw him in LA when I was there for about a year. It's like, you see him like tracksuit.
Tracksuits are comfortable.
Tracksuits.
I get it why the mob guys wear tracksuits.
Yeah, of course.
Once
the
you
Russian
wear
mob guys, they know
this is the way to do it.
Adidas, man. Adidas, that's my uniform.
I think the move is like stretchy jeans. Because stretchy jeans give you all the feel of a tracksuit, but you don't look like a weirdo.
I've become a hoodie guy, much to my wife's chagrin. She's like, I got friends of mine saying, "Hey, Fetterman." I'm like, really, brother?
Fetterman
Really?
wore a hoodie to the fucking inauguration.
That was a little wild. The hoodie was one thing, but the shorts, I'm like, well, that's Fetterman, I guess.
That's really who he is. It's kind of weird in that, like, come on, everybody else is wearing a suit. But it's also kind of like, well, that's how he dresses 24 hours a day. Like,
Yeah, but you wore a tuxedo. Dude, you wore a button down for the president being in your studio. I was impressed by that.
well, I felt like I had to. The vice president too.
Yeah.
It's like I gotta
Yeah.
wear something nice.
It's because it shows a little bit of respect.
Yeah, I didn't even clean
Yeah.
the table off though. But you
Yeah,
know
why
what? My
would you?
friend Harley Williams is very happy that Dimitri was on the table.
Oh, your snake.
Yeah, he gave me a giant hug. He goes, Dimitri was on the
He
table.
was there,
when we were
man. He
interviewing
was
the
there.
president.
Yes.
This is a gag that Harlan did. He said he had a tapeworm, and then 3 hours into the podcast, he pulls out this fucking snake out of his pants. You got to see Harlan. He's so funny and so unusual and so eccentric that, like, for him, like, it was such a huge thing to see the snake on the table that he pulled out
of
of
course.
his
I
pants.
get it. I mean, it was so interesting where, you've talked about the Harris campaign and all the stuff that they were saying. And, it's like, well, we talked to his people. I'm like, his people? I think it's Jamie and then maybe one other guy.
Well, I do have managers, and they did talk to me.
Oh, they did talk to
Yeah,
them? Okay.
but what they said just wasn't true.
But I mean, it's not like you have a super big team here.
No,
It's
a very
small.
even the team outside of here is not that
Small.
big. But it's just it's just normal political bullshit. They just lie. They cover
Yeah.
their ass and they lie. I would have been very happy to have her on. And like I said, the goal was to release both of them the same day. I was trying to
great
figure out how
idea.
to
It
do
would have
that.
been great. That would have been fantastic.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if that would be possible to do. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put them out both at the same time.
But
Like,
that's it. That's where we broke the elite messaging system. We broke it because they
Yeah.
could not put her into the new system. They couldn't because they knew that she would fall down.
well, they just got scared. They could have put her in. I would have held her hand. We would have
I'm
had
sure
a
you would have.
conversation.
I'm sure
Not
you
that
would
I
have.
need to hold.
You probably would
the
have
vice
voted
president's
for her.
hand. But what I meant was no. I wasn't going to.
I don't know, Joe. She might have charmed you.
But
you
I
know.
was more than willing to strongman or steelman all of our positions to try to
Mhm.
like.
That's
I wanted to know what would be the good in this and why. And that even if it doesn't make any sense, express it the best way possible that you can. I will help you do that,
Mhm.
and then I will ask you questions.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be antagonistic. I'm not going to be a shithead. I'm not going to be. I have no
You're
desire
not
to
like
turn
that.
this into a viral clip thing. I'm not
I
trying
don't
to do
think
that.
I don't think I've ever done that with anybody.
No, I don't want it. I never wanted that done to me. So why would I do that to
That's
someone
why
else?
I wore this hoodie. Iron sharpens iron. That's what you are, brother. You bring people in. Iron sharpens iron, so a friend sharpens a friend. You're always, I come here because I want to learn from Joe. I want my iron to be sharpened by Joe. You do that with everybody who's there.
Well, I just want whoever's in that seat to do the best they can, right? So, like, whatever it is, whether you're talking about quantum physics, or whether you're talking about human psychology or
Yeah.
ancient history, I want the best version of you, and I want to, like, kind of help you get the best version out. And if you're running for president, I'd like to get the best version of that from
Right.
you. And I
Right.
think that the whole system of debates and public speeches and interviews is so bad for getting to know a human being.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, like, I've seen interviews where she's really funny. I've seen this one. I
Mhm.
talked about it before, but I'll say it again. There's this one interview. She's talking about meeting her mother-in-law for the first time,
Yes.
and her mother-in-law grabbed her
Jewish
face
lady.
like, "Oh, you're
Yeah.
so beautiful." It's
Yeah.
very funny,
Yeah.
and she laughs in a genuine way. It's not like that sort of defensive laughter that she does sometimes, where it seems like it's orchestrated. It was a genuine laughter. It was fun.
Well, she's a prosecutor. That's why she kept going into prosecutorial mode. The same with the so-called debate with Trump. She was prosecuting him. So she has a switch that she just flips,
and she
then
becomes
goes,
an authority.
and then whereas our president, he's kind of him all the time. They're eating the dogs. I think that won him the election too. That was awesome. I mean, that's one of my favorite jingles of all time. They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the
Are you
cats.
kidding me? This is that just like that. That's fantastic.
Well, it is. It's very interesting to watch. It all take place. It's very interesting to watch this shifting of the consciousness of the country,
The culture.
but also to see the reaction on the left, like to see the really crazy people, like those people at Worcester Town Hall thing, like that. It's interesting to see that too, because you're going to see these like really exaggerated grasps at retaining relevancy. like really exaggerated.
Well, they're crying
over
out
the
for
top.
help. Is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
they're doing. They're crying out for help. They've been psyoped. I mean, I'm only on X. I gave up Facebook and Instagram. I'm not interested. And X, I really only use as kind of an inbox. You know, people will send me stuff and things for the show. But early on, when Blue Cry was still a secret project within Twitter that Jack Dorsey was running, I knew some people who were in that secret project. And so I have an account. And I went on there the other day. I'm like, oh my Lord, this is horrible. These people are spinning up and spinning out and just going nuts with each other. It's and it's like, I don't know how we have to figure out a way. And President Trump says success will bring us together. I think that's probably true, but we can't just. I'm a little worried that we're all going to be stomping on them. It's like, look at these stupid libs. Look, they're idiots. They're crazy. Right. And I just feel that you gotta love them and not hate them. You don't have to forget what they've done or what they've said, but they have been abused by multiple entities and systems within our own government and political organizations.
Yeah. Also, they're in this feedback loop, this echo chamber, and they don't have outside people that are kind. And, everybody outside is the enemy, and they're trying to make their way through life like all of us. But without forgiveness, you have nothing. Like, you have to be able to forgive people.
Yes,
you have to. Without that, there's nothing. Like,
well, you remain trapped in your own prison.
Yeah, and you have enemies forever that could have been friends. There's no reason for it. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. And it's just like this stubborn inclination that a lot of people have to stick with that. Like, fuck those people forever, for life. You really shouldn't do that. It's not good. Well, especially if those people feel bad. If they apologize and they realize they've made mistakes. Yeah, like that's what life's about. You got to be able to understand that in the past you've made mistakes and grow. And if we, the people that have made mistakes and grown, do not accept the people that are currently making mistakes and growing, well, then we're hypocrites.
Well, that's the same with COVID. I know many people who either lost their job or were forced to take something they didn't want to take, and they will never forgive them. Like, I won't forget. Now, forgiving is not the same as forgetting, obviously, but they can't bring themselves to forgive those who were caught up in a massive psychological operation. And they're held in their own prison of anger, and it's with their own family members. I mean, it's almost like, did that happen? That just went. We're now back. What are we doing? All these things have gone so fast. We had an attempt on the president's life, and it's like we don't know anything, and all the what just. I mean, we're like, our heads are on a swivel, spinning around. Like, what is going on? And I think,
and the drones.
What about the drone? So the drone thing, for me, it was so odd. First of all, there's a base over there, and they're testing some drone technology. But people in the United States, but really around the world, this is how we go through life. We go through life looking down. I'm a pilot. I fly helicopters, airplanes. I'm looking up at the sky all the time. There's a lot going on. There's a lot happening in the sky. And then the minute all kinds of things, Joe. I've seen the Starlink satellites go over my house.
Those trip people out.
It's amazing. It's like, whoa. And, it's like 8 or 9 in a row. Like, whoa.
Fast.
Very fast. And they seem pretty low, actually. I'm like 60 miles up. And of course, once it becomes a story, then I know all these people with drones are like, dude, I'm going to get in the news. I'm flying my drone. They got 6-foot diameter drones flying around. Of course. I mean, aliens and Chinese drones, they always want to have their red and green anti-collision lights on. Support. It's like, I was like, no. And of course, there was some actual legislation that they wanted to pass, which happened that same week, which was to get Chinese drones out of America. The DJI drones, they don't want them. They want to get.
They passed that the same week.
Same week. Same week. That's why they psyoped all of these local people, and they're all there. Yes. Oh yeah. It was these motherfuckers. Yeah. They wanted the DJI drones no longer to come in, and but really for law enforcement to also have local authority over drones, which they didn't have, and now they're going to have that as well. so that they can say, hey, you were drone down, we're doing something important.
Right.
So it's always to remove your freedom, trust me. Whatever the sign, yeah, that was the same time. And all I had to do, I looked at this and like, okay, I'm trained myself, like, oh, let's go take a look. What's going on? Oh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well,
Look
this
at
is
this
another
legislation.
argument for deregulation too, because when it comes to innovation, the issue with drones is that if you want like a really high level sophisticated drone in America, you have to have a pilot's license.
You do.
Yeah. That's a big deal. And the FAA is very involved in the policing of
Well, you need that. I mean, you need that for our skies.
Oh,
obviously.
100%. China's on that. What is it? They got a social credit
But
score
also,
system and
if I
no
talk to
freedom.
I talk to a lot of guys who do our audience who just got people in every. We've trained them. You're producers. You know something about one particular topic. You have an obligation to let us know. So we have all these guys, drone for hobbies, drones for law enforcement, drones for news, and they all said, these DJI drones. They're so much better than the US drones. They're just better. They got better stuff, better technology, better cameras. So they're like, I don't want to lose this, and I guess
the thing is, without the free market, the innovation is going to be stifled. If the innovation is only available to the highest level military contractors, that's crazy. Like, especially when it comes to drone technology. Like, you're competing with China, and they're doing these enormous light shows with a fucking dragon flying through the sky. Have you seen some of those?
Yeah,
things?
I've seen them fall out and hit people.
Crack a few eggs if you want to make an omelet out
I
of
hear
it.
ya. I'm glad I don't go to drone shows for this very reason, Joe. I'm careful.
That's probably like those air shows where they fly jets around.
So-
Like, I'm not going to be on the
No,
ground.
I don't go to those. That's why I like Starlink, because Starlink is really first and foremost a military system, and very smartly, I think Elon is very good at marketing. It's like, let's give this to the people, so that's everyone. I mean, I have it as a backup in all my fiber, but I have a Starlink. Of course, I want to have this, but it's really a military system.
Dude, I took one with me to the mountains in Utah when I went hunting.
Worked
It's
perfectly.
the size of this
Yeah,
pad.
the little to go.
It's
thing,
incredible.
yeah.
You can make phone calls, you can do FaceTime, all from the mountains, middle of nowhere.
I know. It's. We used to dream of. I think I had databelt.com at one point. I dreamt about, wouldn't it be great if we all these satellites and they're circling around, and we call it the data belt, and we have all this stuff, and all these things. I can just see the delight of, and of course a lot of it's SpaceX. These are very sophisticated NASA people. There's all kinds. The best of the best is in there. I think he knows how to hire the right people. But he's smart at how he markets that. He really is. I mean,
well,
it's
the
just
newest thing is they teamed up with T-Mobile, so they
saw that. Yeah.
So you have Starlink on cell phones now.
compatible phones only, Joe.
Right. So you gone to flip phone now?
I've gone to flip. Yeah.
So are you texting me on that thing?
No, we do it on Signal, so I do that from my computer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boy, you're a weirdo. So now you've gone completely flip phone. So you
Yeah.
don't text anybody anymore?
No, I can text message, but
it's like T9.
No, there's actually I still have my Graphene OS, which is the de-Googled stuff. But no, you can't put that on here. So this is Android, but all I really have on here is text messaging, RCS. So yeah, so I'm still a green bubble.
This is
$63, and it's from Caterpillar, baby.
Wow. So this is like for job sites.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet your battery lasts a year. How long is the battery?
Literally 2 days if I don't charge it, keeps going. Oh yeah, it's no problem.
So this is Android, and you have a touch screen.
Yeah. If you text, it pops up. Now it's the whole thing is it's hard to use, and that's why I like it, because I don't want. It's a trap.
Well, reading your text messages is a trip.
What am I saying?
No, they're so small. This is crazy.
Yeah.
How do you get back?
Use the back button on the keyboard.
Oh my God, that's
Mhm.
hilarious.
So
This is hilarious.
in a pinch, I can bring up a web page. In a pinch, I can bring up my email.
Right, but it makes it complicated.
Yeah. So I'm hindering myself so that I'm not enslaved to it. And actually, I hear from our daughters, that there's a lot of kids who are doing this now. They because they want to be more present.
So if you
Particularly
want to
the
send a text message, like if you want to get into your messages, what are you using to send a text message?
Here,
Are you doing like T9?
No. So
You're typing. You have a little tiny keyboard.
see, I
that
can
comes
even
on
do
this
it.
little
Look,
tiny
emojis.
screen.
They're emojis for my wife.
Oh,
See, you just hit that, and then up pops the keyboard. But you can also swipe, so you can just swipe around.
This keyboard's hilarious.
You can also do. My wife will be like, "What's going on?" Yeah, it's probably auto completing. Yeah, you got to. I have it in swipe mode, so just swipe along the letters. Yeah, just yeah. No, it's not easy, and but it's like I just need to. I like talking to people now too. Like it's a great phone for talking to people.
Yeah, talking to people is better.
And you know what's cool?
Do you have navigation on this thing?
No. Well, I could put it on there. It won't work. But you talk to someone like, yes, satisfying.
Yeah, that is
satisfying. It has little alerts. You get a text message so I can see.
So if somebody tells you, hey, the meeting got moved to 10 p.m.
I don't have meetings, Joe. No.
Our dinner reservations get changed. You'll get it.
Yeah. It's Dvorak, my partner on No Agenda. He literally has a phone in his drawer, and he never takes it out. He has decided, no, I don't use navigation. He lives in San Francisco. So he wants to, wants to keep his mind sharp by driving around. He says, whenever I need a phone, I just turn around to someone and say, hey man, can I use your phone for a second? There's always someone with a phone, he says. So if I really needed to look something up, I just ask him for it, and it's good to go. You get the feeling that you need this thing, but you really don't.
Well, you definitely don't if you have a laptop.
Yeah.
And
spend dedicated time doing certain things.
Right. Especially like if I can't keep up with emails. It's impossible. It just doesn't make sense.
See, that's basically all I do.
I can't do it. It doesn't work.
I have filtering and all kinds of stuff. And there's like people who will email me 15 times a day.
Okay.
And well, the thing is, of those 15 messages, there's one gem in there.
So, but you have to check them every day. Otherwise, in 3 days, you got 45 messages.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
How many?
4,500.
4,500 messages.
From that one guy.
Oh, yeah, but I put him in his own email box.
Oh, I see.
And so then, like when I'm prepping for the show, like no, I can just see
right
now.
Maybe,
boom, maybe check that out. Yeah. So I'm a real information manager. That's, by the way, I am not a big believer in the benefits of AI at this moment. But if it can fix my email, then I'll believe it. And so far, no one's done that with.
How could it possibly fix your email?
It should know what I want to see and what's relevant to me based upon, how about the transcript of my show? Or, all these wonderful inputs I can give it. How come it can't do that? No one has fixed email for me. When you do that, then I'll be a little more of a believer in AI. Right now, I think it's a great parlor trick. I think it's keeping the stock market afloat. We've gone through 3 AI winters. Even has its own wiki page, AI winter. It comes and goes. At a certain point, it was Lisp was the programming language, and then that went away, and funding dries up, and now it's like, what? We don't really need $100 million to build a model. Oh, but wait a minute, they stole that from you, so you can copy. I run these models at home on my own computer. I run the Llama model, which is Meta. They've open sourced it. I run the French one, whatever their frog model, whatever they call it. And then DeepSeek, you can also just load that on your own computer. And it's not very impressive. It's just not. The error rate is too high. So I'm skeptical of it really taking off. And I certainly don't think it's sentient or anything of that kind.
I think it's on its way. And I think also the versions that we're getting are not the versions they're currently working on. And the people that I know that are in the loop at the highest levels of AI are alarmed, including Elon. I had a conversation with Elon. We were in line together to go to church the day of the inauguration. And there's happening right next to him. And we just walked through to go, hey, what's happening? So all I wanted to talk about was the leaps that Grok AI is making. It was like, it's like weekly we're shocked. And I think this thing is exponential. And when they start attaching large language models to quantum computing, it's going to get very, very weird.
that's the pivot I'm waiting for when people
That's
start.
coming, man, and that's going to be like an asteroid hitting the Yucatan.
You know, we've been waiting for quantum computers to actually work for 30 years, and it's always 10 years away, and right now it's 10 years away.
Yeah, but right now they're able to do things with them. You know, they're able to solve very complicated algorithms.
I'm not an expert in this, but there was one computation they did, and you know, that may be a computation you could do. It's not necessary that you can give it any computation.
So you know that the computations that it's doing are so insanely complex that they believe it's proof of multiverse.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Yeah, you're not playing.
No, not at all.
Really?
No, not for a second.
How
No,
come?
because how dare you? I know, I'm a
crush my
Luddite.
dreams.
I'm a Luddite. Look at me.
I dare you crush my
I
dreams.
believe in this.
Yeah.
I've got no smoke signal in my car. For a number of reasons. One is I'm not using it. I am the techno guy. I've always been early in computers, early in the internet, and I just can't find the use for it. When I find it does some simple things. It's very good at language. Honestly, if I was like, okay, here's my situation, I'm looking for Bible scripture, it'll come up with something good, and then I can say, and read it to me like a Baptist pastor, and it'll go, hey brother, it'll do all that stuff. But okay, it has all of the translations of the Bible in it, and so it can predict reasonably what scripture will work. It's usually not all that great. It can do term papers. It can do, we're in a position now where people are putting their resume into ChatGPT, sending it off. Thousands of people are sending off for a job. And the other end, the people are taking that resume, putting it into ChatGPT and saying, please summarize this resume. I mean, that's insane. It's like, what are we doing here? That doesn't make any sense. If it can fix my email, I'll be very impressed. That's all I want. That's
Your
all
email
I
is a
ask.
particular puzzle.
Everyone's email is a puzzle.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
the spammers get around stuff and they figure it out, and you say report a spam, then it comes back in a different way, and and how many older people especially, but even people our age, who get scammed by these emails that look pretty convincing, and then the minute you click, then they're like, oh, I should put my password in, and then you're gone, you're done. There's a phone scam going around right now, which is unbelievable. They had me going for 15 minutes. I got a call. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, right at 8 o'clock, and I'm about to walk the dog, so I press the voicemail. I come back. I listen. This is the sheriff from Travis County, and it had a 512 number, and I need to talk to you urgently. I'm like, okay, this is kind of messed up. I call back. I get someone. Oh, I want Sheriff so and so. Yeah, hold on a second. We'll transfer. I'm hearing like police radio chatter in the background. The guy gets on, and he's saying, "Well, you were an expert witness. You were called to be an expert witness in a case. I just happened to, and maybe this is not coincidence. I was asked to testify on someone's behalf in a case, and so you were supposed to be an expert witness in this case. You didn't show up, so you basically broken federal law." And we have to come and pick you up, and we have to or you can pay a fine. And then I'm like, okay, and it just kept on going, and I'm like, whoa, hold on a second, it sounded so real. And then at a certain point, he's like, well, you need to get a coupon to send this money. I'm like, I'm going to call my lawyer. You can't call your lawyer. I have a do not hang up order. I have to walk you through the whole process. I'm like, okay, now I got it. But that was 10, 15 minutes later. And a lot of people have fallen for this one. It's good.
Super sophisticated, huh?
Very
So is that
sophisticated.
overseas? Are they like
No.
spoofing a number?
No,
that's
I mean,
in Texas?
these were American voices. It sounded like a sheriff. It really did. And the deputy sounded like a deputy. I mean, it was sophisticated. It's good. It's real.
How much was the fine?
Like $3,000 for this infraction and $2,000 for that infraction. For two different things.
And then you're going to bank transfer, so they're going to get the bank numbers.
But I mean, at that point, I caught on. Like, no, hold on a second.
How'd you get off of it?
I said I'm going to call my lawyer, and he's like, no. I'm like, you can't tell me I can't call my lawyer. This is bull crap. And I hadn't calmed down. I'm like, I said to Tina, listen to what just happened to me. This is crazy. Some people I know in Fredericksburg actually went all the way.
Wow.
Yeah, the older people, and they were afraid. They're like, oh,
Of course.
it's authority.
That's how they get you.
Now, I'm sure you've got the one that says, "This is my favorite Bitcoin scam." Like, okay, I've installed the spyware on your computer, and I saw what you were doing, looking at that porn site, and I've recorded everything, and I'm going to release it all to your friends and on your social media. If you don't send me $2,000 in Bitcoin right away, don't even think about contacting the authorities. Have you ever gotten that one?
No.
They've sophisticated it even more now. Well, they'll use your name and your address. Like, I know you live at this address. It's freaky, man. So that kind of stuff would be nice if we could have AI protect us from that.
Yeah.
If it can do all these wonderful things, focus on that. Help people, save people now.
Yeah,
Elon.
cut out the scam.
Yeah.
Cut out. Speaking of scamming, what do you think about shit coins? Like, what's your take on like Haktua coin,
Okay.
Melania coin, and
Those are more meme
Trump coin.
more meme coins.
shit coins, right? Isn't that what a meme coin is?
So the only coin I believe in is Bitcoin. And we've talked about this before.
Right.
In fact, I looked it up, hoping you would bring it up. 2 years ago, when I was here the last time, Bitcoin was around $40,000. Today, it's close to $100,000. This will continue to go up until we're long gone. It's very interesting. So I don't believe in shit coins at all, because if you have Bitcoin has no CEO, there's no one in charge of it. It's literally tens of thousands of people around the world who run these nodes that make it open and make it run and keep it at this 21 million coin limit.
I'm totally down with Bitcoin.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Good.
But I think the shitcoin thing is fascinating. That anybody can create a coin.
Yeah.
You know, like Jamie has a pull it up Jamie coin. I don't know if you know that.
Well, but you,
Don't put that on me.
you,
It's out there now.
I mean,
Now that you just said it, said it,
no.
because we brought it up yesterday with the Boneyard guy, with John Reeves, and we said you should have your own coin. Get it the Boneyard coin, and now apparently somebody made one.
So this is, you bring this up in context of scams because they are scams. The way it works.
Trouble.
So if I wanted to make a quick amount of money, I'd have a shit coin and I'd have my bots ready, and I'd say, "Hey Joe, have you heard about my curry coin?" And you'd be like, "No, wait a minute," and it would come out and it would skyrocket. My bots would sell it. I would make a lot of money and it would be dumped right away. It's a scam over and over and over.
But what if you don't sell it?
Yeah, then you'll have empty bits worth nothing.
But if you, so it's only available for pump and dumps.
That's the only thing it's good for. It's not good for anything else.
What about if you wanted to use it to finance charity? Is it possible
Bad
to do that?
idea. Bad
Is
idea.
it a bad idea?
Yeah. You know, a lot of charities now, they will accept Bitcoin. Why is that good? Because people have Bitcoin, and I have some Bitcoin. You know, I've been saving my Bitcoin for a long time. Instead of selling it, to which I then have to pay capital gains over the difference between what I bought it for and sold it at, I can give it to the charity. I can still take my tax deductible write-off. They can do one of two things. They can convert it right away into dollars, no capital gains, because it's the same minute. So I've actually been able to give more than I would have, or they can sell some of it and hold some of it for a longer term. I really believe in Bitcoin, and what we're seeing now, there is something interesting going on. Our dollar is in big trouble, and President Trump knows this. This falls into kind of the tariffs talk. Have you heard about stable coins?
No.
Okay. Do you mind if I just give a little?
Go ahead. Sure.
Our monetary system, it really started after World War II, 1944. We were nearing the end of the war. D-Day was coming. I mean, we're getting pretty close. And Europe in particular was very worried that after the war, they would fall into the same Great Depression that happened after World War I. We have the Great Depression. So they brought in all the economists and all the money, and people got on the Queen Mary and went to the States to Bretton Woods. You've heard of Bretton Woods, probably.
No.
The Bretton Woods system? Okay. So Bretton Woods is just this resort. They all got together and they decided that they would have a new monetary system for the entire world. I'm not an economist, but I've looked at this long enough to understand it. And when they came out after 2 weeks, they said, okay, we're going to have this thing called the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and they're going to manage the interest rates, or they manage the currency exchange between all the individual countries, with the US dollar as the reserve currency. So we became the money of the world, and we back it by gold. And the idea was $1 could always be exchanged for 35 ounces of gold. And, when you're the reserve currency, everyone has to have the dollar. So everybody wanted our dollar. What did we do? We signed the Marshall Plan. We sent tens, just billions of dollars over. All our companies went into Europe, started building factories. And so the dollar kept going in. All these other currencies kind of came a little bit weaker because we were so strong with our money. And then people got a little worried about the dollar. They looked around and went like, hey, do you guys have the gold to back that up in Fort Knox? Of course we didn't, because we just kept printing money and sending it over. And then you get into this thing called the Triffin dilemma. And that means that when you are the reserve currency, your currency is basically overvalued and you can't export anything. And that's exactly, I'm skipping over a lot, but that's where we are today. Our products are too expensive to ship to China and sell in China because of the value of our dollar. This is why President Trump is saying, hey, all our money is flowing out towards you. We need to get some of that back, so we're going to raise tariffs. I think it's a short-term solution. So I think two things will happen. One is we have this sovereign wealth fund, which you've heard him talk about, the sovereign wealth fund. So in that will be the value of our public land that the government owns and all kinds of other things will be valued at this astronomical amount. And in that will also be the strategic Bitcoin reserve that the president promised. Now we get stable coins. This is a crazy, crazy thing that's happened. There's this, so a stable coin is a digital dollar. It's pegged to the dollar, so it's always a dollar. And you can pay with this through the internet, through apps and everything. It's already being used all over the world. The only reason it's worth $1 is because the stablecoin company that creates it, they have debt and paper to back it up. So they buy America's debt, they get treasury bonds or T-bills, which actually pays a dividend, so you get interest on that. And for each dollar they have bought in treasuries, they can create a stablecoin. So if you look at the company Tether, they have bought more of the United States debt than most countries. They have $160 billion worth of US debt. And for each of those dollars, they've created a stable coin, which now people can use all over the world transacting. And what's their business? There's like 50 people in the company. So they have $160 billion at 4% interest annually. They're making bank just for holding this debt. So I think President Trump is very smart, and he's seen that we can flood the world with our stable coin, and you kind of get a 2-for-1. So you create $1 of debt, but then you create another dollar on top that can be used all over the world as the reserve currency, and that should probably result in, I don't know, the Mar-a-Lago Accord or some new monetary system that we're going to have to come up with to really have our dollar be valued properly, but also still remain the reserve currency and remain the strong export country that we need to be. Because, what do? We don't make anything that we sell abroad. We can't all be, serving each other burgers and fries and washing each other's cars and cleaning each other's homes. We have to build something. And all of that went overseas. Everything we got, all of the stuff on this table. This, didn't come out of his butt. This is from China. Although, I don't know. So there's something big coming, really big, and it has to happen. And Trump is a very meta guy. People misunderstand. He's going to refi the country. That's what he's a real estate guy. He's going to figure out a way to refi it, and it'll be digital. And a lot of the Bitcoiners don't like this because they like Bitcoin to be the money that the whole world uses. And that may one day happen, but now it's more like the digital gold. You can keep your value in it. And I can send $1 billion. If I had it, I could send $1 billion to another country, to another person in 10 minutes, and no one can stop me. So it's a very useful tool, but it hasn't quite turned out to be money or currency the way it was originally intended. But it's going to be a very important part of it. I think you'll see Bitcoin be a part of that strategic reserve. it's easier than sending gold, than, oh, I'm going to ship you $1 billion worth of gold. I need, armored cars, I need dudes, everything, security and the ships and whatever. So it'll be a part of it, and you'll still be able to use it between people. But it looks to me like stablecoin, Tether in particular, is going to be the future of the US dollar payments. And this is where a lot of people on the right, certainly, are very afraid of control grid, because a stable coin is not necessarily like Bitcoin. You can stop it, you can control it, you can see who sent what to whom. But there's a lot of fear about this, and particularly, although I don't see any maliciousness, there's fear that Elon and PayPal Mafia and Peter Thiel, all guys you've met, all guys you've had on the show, I think are actually quite nice people, that they're going to bring in the new with AI, and we're all going to be locked in, and Stargate will bring cancer mRNA vaccines that'll be mandated. I mean, people are spinning up over this stuff. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong or there should be no concern, but we are moving towards a digital dollar, and it will have aspects of control, which is why I like the backup of Bitcoin, so I can still transact and do things without anybody being able to stop it. And you're going to get none of that with a shitcoin. Nothing.
When FTX, that scandal, what were they trading in? Was that all meme coins? Was that different cryptos? Is there a difference between meme coins and established crypto coins?
Well, an established, anything but Bitcoin has someone who can change the ledger, who can change the blockchain. Bitcoin, you can't do that. It has it's a beautiful system. The checks and balances are immutable. I mean, that's the beauty of Bitcoin. Any other blockchain that is owned or operated by a company or people can be and will be manipulated. And FTX was one of those. What I believe FTX was really used for was slush fund into Democrat Party and politicians, not just, and also to some Republicans as well. That kid, that Sam Bankman-Fried, he got abused by his parents, I think. I'm just alleging this. I don't want to get sued over it. But when you see what was going on there and the money that was just being, slushed right through
Those
into different foundations.
Democratic operatives, right?
Big time. They had nonprofits and all kinds of.
And he was the number 2 donor to the Democrats.
That's right. That's right.
You doing that to kind of buy your way through this.
That's what it seemed like to me. Yeah.
Because you're doing shenanigans.
Big time.
And they're all also doing amphetamines. And
I mean, he was
relationships in the Bahamas.
It's a polycule, Joe. It's just a polycule. I mean, it was sad for these kids because they were just all excited and doing stuff, and I mean, when I've raised money from Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital, and when you get them all googly gaga over, oh, this guy was so cool. He was sitting in the pitch meeting and he was playing a video game. He's such a genius. I mean, what? Are you kidding me?
Right.
Venture capital investors are not necessarily the most sophisticated.
Well, they want results, and if they're getting results, they'll put on the blinders.
What I was just reading about Elizabeth Holmes.
Oh yeah, I love that story.
She got screwed.
She got screwed?
Oh yeah.
How so?
Well, okay. So she was in a situation where the so-called smartest investors in the world, which included Colin Powell, and everyone was in on this deal. Everyone's like, you got to get your money in now. Bring everybody in. We got this big fund. This is going to be it. This is the blood test. It'll change medicine. And they hyped her up. They put her in the magazine. They got them. She was looking like the female Steve Jobs, and she got caught up in it. And falsified.
Agency away from her.
No,
she changed her voice. She started dressing like Steve Jobs. She started lying about results. She fired people that didn't go along with it.
Yes. But does she deserve to go to jail for 10 years for ripping off people who were stupid?
Yes.
Really?
Well, you can't rip people off.
I think you have restitution and things that you
hundreds
can
of
do.
millions of dollars people lost. Like, that's not restitution. You don't have that money. You're not going to pay it back because your product sucks. So they've dumped all this money.
It's a civil crime, and there's definitely some blame on the investors, but the investors were too big to look stupid. So I think they pushed a little bit more on her than she was. I'm not trying to defend her.
Do you think she should go to
falsification.
jail at all?
Yeah, but not for 10 years.
How long? A couple days?
Yeah, just a couple days. Yeah, just enough to transition, Joe. Yeah, just enough to become a dude, and then we're good to go. No, I mean, it's just another example of big money being stupid, and maybe they could just admit that. You know, like they pushed her. I know how it goes. I remember we had a pod show, which was a lot of sophisticated investors, Kleiner and Sequoia. It's just like the same people. Elon. I met Elon when they launched the Tesla. I was at the hangar where they did the first test drive. It was interesting, and I was like, this guy seems like on the spectrum. He's not really talking much. It's like what's going on here? It's like what's happening with this? And so we were doing podcasting. So this is right after, maybe a year after Steve Jobs put it into iTunes and the iPod, and so there was money coming in. And the first thing they said is, you've got to be in San Francisco. Well, if you want a media company, where's the last place you want to be? Is San Francisco. You need to be LA or New York. No, you got to be here. And
why did they want you to be in San Francisco?
So they could come and see the office and check out the operation and make sure their money's being spent well. And
how often are they going to visit?
Oh, you have no idea. They're always dropping by and like, what's going on? And so you're doing reports, and
they just want to hang out with the cool guy.
Yeah, well, that too, maybe. But then, it was definitely a struggle. We were actually kind of profitable for a bit there, but it was like GoDaddy ads with promo codes. Code Bongino. I mean, it was like, it was like, are people really listening, or are they just using the codes? And there's always a lot of scams.
Like the honey scam?
Well, no, not like that. No, there's scams of, when companies we didn't do this, but when companies need to raise more money in Silicon Valley, then they'll buy some traffic from bots. And I'm sure it happens with comedy videos too. Be like, I need some traffic on this video. Let me buy some bots. And
you definitely can do that, right?
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But then at a certain point, YouTube had come out, and on YouTube, everyone has to do video now. You got to do video. You can't do audio. Got to do video. And then it got even worse. Like we sat in a board meeting. Like, have you seen Juiced? I'm like, do you remember Juiced? No. JOOST.
Oh yeah.
It was the guys who built Skype. They built this video platform that was basically a peer-to-peer streaming television shows. And there was no doubt about it. You've got to go video, be more like Juiced, make your interface like Juiced. So at a certain point, you're like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to risk running out of money? Am I going to listen to what they say? Do they really know what they're talking about? And ultimately, the company ran for 10 years and no one exited. It just kind of got folded into other things. So it was not a great investment of their money or my time, honestly.
Well, it's kind of amazing that the big video platform is still just YouTube. And YouTube just passed Netflix now as the most watched thing on television.
Oh, they're not even counted in the streaming data, in the streaming wars. But yeah, they're the big. I have YouTube TV. I cut the cable. I don't have cable anymore. It's like
I watch YouTube on TV more than I watch anything, because there's so much variety. There's so many different things you can search. The fact that you could essentially find anything. Like if I'm interested in some particular region of the world of ancient history, I just punch that into YouTube, and I have hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on it.
It took them a long time to make that profitable inside of Google, because if you see how many videos are being uploaded daily and transformed into digital video, and I mean it's crazy the amount of computation that goes into YouTube and the amount of bandwidth that is being sent. So I think it took a long. They never really reported the numbers. They've only done that in the past couple of years with how much revenue. Now, of course, YouTube is making bank. I mean, it's an incredible.
It's just shocking that no one has come up with anything even close.
It would take too much money. It's so much investment that goes into doing that. It's a lot. I mean, you remember your bandwidth cost back in the day pre-Spotify. Think how do you solve that when you have 100 million videos being posted every single day? I mean,
you'd have to have billions of dollars to start, and then you're still struggling to get people to use your app. Like, you remember that one company that came up? Was it What was it?
Yes.
Was that what it was? They spent so much money.
Was it Katzenberg? Katzenberg and
I do not remember.
it was a Hollywood thing. It was
a Hollywood
I think it was Queeby J.
And they got a bunch of famous people to do short videos.
Short drama.
Yeah.
And they put $2 billion in and gone.
They blew it real quick.
Because you can't
manufacture something that goes
success.
viral.
No, you can't. And that's kind of like TikTok. And we talked about TikTok last time I think I was here. And obviously it's not an issue now that China is spying through TikTok because it's still here. I think, as I told you then, I think it's because they were eating Silicon Valley's lunch, doing $4 billion, taking away revenue from them, and just looking at the people who sponsored the bill. It seemed like they had a lot of donations from Google and Amazon. That just seemed to me like there might be some issues there. But what people misunderstand about TikTok is it's not just about the videos and the format and how it flies by. It's about the shop. The shop is their magic sauce. If you look at the back end, the influencers who get paid on TikTok, they have this whole back end with rankings and who sold more stuff. Half the videos on TikTok, once you get out of your algo, half of them are about products. And people are, just selling products, and it's all from China, and it's all been coming in under the $800 de minimis tax regulation. So there's no import duty or anything paid on it. They actually have, I think Temu now has warehouses in America. So it's just Chinese crap that we're buying over and over again. It's wildly successful. It's not really about the ads on do you get ads on TikTok? A lot of ads?
I don't use TikTok.
Okay, good. Yeah. So when it was going to go away, I'm like, I got to get this app. I got to see what happens. I was like, this is going to be crazy. So I get the app, and I'm using my my Graphene OS phone, so I can lock off all access. All it had was my location. Can't hide that from the IP address and my name. So
you can get TikTok on a Graphene phone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and you can actually block it from accessing your contacts, blocking.
But still, that was too much for you. You had to go to a flip phone. That's interesting.
Well, it's my experimental thing. And so all it knew was Adam Curry in the Hill Country. And I think it went Curry, black name, Hill Country. There's probably about 50 churches where he is. Boom, right away. I'm getting black preachers, Hellstone,
Really?
oh yeah. And it's just like, and on and on and on. It's been phenomenal. And some of these guys are pretty good. The ones that fall back, it's like, and the guy catches them every single time. And so their algorithm is just give that person more of what they want. They're not trying to do like us, like Meta or I'm not sure about X how that works, but let me inject some people who are against it or have a counter argument. Like when I was on the last time and I talked about my coming to Jesus, dude, there were TikTok videos with millions of views of just this, just this one bit. And if you looked at it one time, you get the same over and over again. You get all kinds of Jesus stuff back and forth. That's all. Not anyone going, yeah, you guys are crazy. This is no good. None of that. So it's a very friendly. It's kind of the Chinese model. It's like give people what they want and don't try to interject them or spin them up or get them angry and then throw an ad in their face when they're all emotional. So it's very different. It's very different. So I don't know if it'll be worth anything to anyone buying it unless you have the shop portion. Without that, I don't know. I don't
think they'd have all that too.
You got to have the products. You got to have the cheap Chinese products. That's the problem. It's like, do you have that stuff? I mean,
you have to still be buying them from China.
Yeah, it's fun for for us. Like different crazy people. I mean, Dvorak uses it all the time. He's in an algo of just nut jobs. He's like, blue hair, look at this. He plays clips on the show. I'm like, dude, you got to do something else with your life during the day.
It's just amazing how many of those kooky people are getting so much traction. And that was the thought that it was a Chinese psyop, that they were accentuating all these people, and that was like ruining the culture of America because it was showing you all these blue-haired psychopaths with beards and lipstick and
but it's really
nail polish.
It's really so. I heard the same thing I heard people saying, dude, you're wrong. They want to get rid of TikTok because that's where MAGA lives. I'm like, huh? And then it was because that's all they got. They got MAGA. And then
because that's what offends them. So
exactly. So it's very social media. The internet in general was kind of a bad idea. It's kind of hurt. It's good for many things, but it's two sides of the same coin. It's good and bad. I mean,
why would you say it's a bad idea? I think it's a great idea.
Well,
I mean, you were just talking about to shift the balance of information
because of the psyops. If we're not aware of the psyops, the DARPA, the Defense Agency Research Project agency. I had too many agencies in there. DARPA.
Yeah.
Since the 70s, they've been looking at social networks and really there's a guy. He came up with the law of large numbers, and they figured out that in a computer network, regardless of the content, depending on if you have enough nodes, you can predict where the information will flow. So if I'm talking about something here, if they boost the right nodes, they can predict where that information will go. And that's how, I don't think even Elon can stop that from happening. It's not an algorithm thing. It's literally like a law of nature thing that that's the way it will flow. And you can start injecting things to the right nodes and you'll propagate some message. And I mean, I think it's happening all the time, everywhere. I mean, once you start looking, it's like, well, where's that coming from?
Well, I think we need to educate people on how to digest social media. And, I think you should treat it the same way you treat junk food. And I think there's certain aspects of social media that are really interesting, and I like them. I mean, most of what I get on social media is what my friends send me. So that's how I do it.
Sure.
And this is how I stay sane. Is like my friends send me wacky things, and I go, oh my god, what is this? Like my friend Christina Pazitsky, she sends me like the nuttiest, like trans activists screaming and nutty guys who think that they're women. And then me and Tom Segura, we exchange murder videos, and car accidents and animal attacks. And then
Before breakfast.
No, I try not to in the morning, but sometimes I have to check my text message because I have business stuff and things going on, guests and this and that. And so I do check, but it's very intoxicating to just sit there on the toilet and just start scrolling.
Toilet scroller.
But you gotta develop discipline, and discipline's important for every aspect of your life. You have to know like when you've had too much.
That's not easy for young kids.
Right, it's not, but I think they can learn just like they've learned everything else in this world.
But you need parental guidance, and most of the parents are hooked on it themselves.
Well, I think they need a message, and I think this conversation is part of that message. I think kids need to realize, like, you are wasting time. Like, if you spend 2 hours just scrolling through TikTok, you have wasted time. And there's stuff that you probably should be doing, and you're going to be depressed if you don't do those things. You're going to feel weird. You're not going to feel satisfied. You're not going to feel like you're on a good path. You're going to not have a lot of respect for yourself if you just sit on the couch all day and scroll through TikTok, which many people listening to this have done a whole day, just sitting there eating chips, scrolling through TikTok, and just wasting your day. That is possible to do. I think there's ways that you can incorporate it into your life where it's interesting. And I've got good algorithms now, especially on YouTube, but pretty good algorithms on Instagram too, where most of the stuff it's showing me is stuff I'm actually interested in. So
do you get those videos when you're interested in a topic, and then there'll be like 5 different videos that are being suggested to you, and about 5 minutes in, you're like, this is just an AI voice that's cobbled a whole bunch of old things together, and it's a new version of it. I'm not learning anything.
Yeah, there's
a lot of that.
There's always those too. I think YouTube is the best because, I'm interested in specific subjects, right? Like I'm a car nut. I love old cars in particular.
This, by the way, lots of people love restored things. People love restored cars. We love. You have. I think. Do you still have your car?
Which one?
The Corvette.
Oh yeah.
Beautifully restored. Just peak. Last time I saw it, which was in LA.
Yeah.
This is what I think the president is doing. He's trying to restore us back to being that great American muscle car. And I think everybody loves a beautiful restored muscle car. You know what I mean?
Well, America's making real muscle cars right now. Like, this is one of the rare times where America's got very exciting automobiles that are out now. You know, we've talked a bunch of times about the Corvette ZR1, which is breaking all these laps.
Is that the mid-engine?
Is the mid-engine 1,000 horsepower Corvette.
Tino won't let me buy one. I'm like, no. She's just,
you got to put your foot
No, I'm good. No,
Mommy tells you what to do.
No. She's like, that's a douchebag car. So yeah, for me, it would be kind of douchey.
Why?
Yeah, I mean,
it's awesome. Don't think that. That's silly.
Ever since I started flying 350 miles an hour, I don't care about how fast I go on the ground.
It's not even how fast you go.
It's just.
Well, that's why I like old cars, because it's not even how fast.
I had a C5 though. I did have it a long time.
Those are cool.
Yeah,
they're a little shitty actually. They really got good around C7. C7 was nasty.
That heads-up display was cool though. It was like,
C5 had a heads-up display?
Yeah, it had a head-up display.
Yeah, that's the new one. That's the ZR1. Come on, son. That is not a douchebag car. That's a goddamn American working car.
Yeah.
That's a fucking American working car.
Yeah, it's nice. Can I get my dog in?
Look at that.
Can I get my
How
dog?
big's your dog?
95 pounds.
What is he?
She is a Great Pyrenees Akbash rescue mutt.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, completely white.
I didn't even need this general dog.
Yeah,
But
she's very angry.
Look how awesome that looks, man. We don't have to take a dog everywhere. Reward yourself, Adam Curry. Get a Podfather. Get a fucking Corvette. Look at that thing.
That's beautiful.
It's a cockpit inside of that thing.
That is beautiful.
And the performance of that is unparalleled. It's an amazing automobile.
A friend of mine, because he's a real American car nut, he just bought a Tesla Model 3, and he bought it for the autopilot. He says, I wish this came in 16-cylinder, multi-turbo. He says,
oh yeah.
But he says the autopilot, he just loves that. He loves the autopilot.
I have a S, the Plaid. I have a Plaid Tesla, the 4-door larger sedan.
Yeah.
Plaid.
Does it have the autopilot?
Oh, yeah.
Full
It's
self-drive?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I don't use it that much. I like to drive. But just the capability of the car is amazing.
Yeah.
The speed and the effortlessness and which it merges with traffic and just takes off. With no sound.
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Yeah.
But it's different. So I like old air-cooled Porsches.
I had a
They're
911
not
a long
fast.
time ago.
They're not fast. They're not fast.
Did you have a manual? Manual?
Yeah,
with the truck
always.
clutch. Like, you got to push that thing in.
Well, they're floor mounted too. They're different. The old Porsches are different. But it's what they are is a physical experience. It's like a ride. It's a fun, exhilarating experience where you hear you hear the engine. You're shifting the gears yourself. It's exciting and engaging, and that is more important to me sometimes than just speed. Like I don't need to go fast. It's not even about going fast.
It's the
about
whole experience.
Yeah, you're feeling the rear end break a little with your ass. As it
Can't do that
kicks
anymore in these
sideways.
modern cars, man. It doesn't work anymore. We used to put Porsche engines into VW buses back in the day.
Jesus.
That was awesome.
You
You can fit it in a Beetle too. You can fit a Porsche engine into a
Oh yeah, a lot of people have done
Yeah.
crazy
Yeah.
Beetle transformations. Where they've hyped up Porsche engines and put them in the back of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a whole modding community of Beetle freaks. They take Beetles and
They're Volkswagen. They're Volkswagen. Remember how many there were in the 70s coming in from Germany?
Yeah.
We all had I had a 1303. I loved my Beetle. It was
Yeah,
the
when I was
best.
a kid, my friend Jimmy had one. He had a Beetle. It was just cheap on gas. It was easy to drive.
And mine was like I had to jump start it because the lock had broken. So like
So you jump started every time you got in?
every time you got in, and then I lost my gas cap, and so I just had a rag in there.
Oh god.
And if I went around the highway to the right, and if my tank was too full, then gas would leak out, and my front tire would start to slide off.
Oh,
It's like,
Jesus.
it was the experience. Back, we were 18,
Yeah.
just like, yeah, you got to drive this thing. It was great. I loved that. Was a good. We weren't scrolling on TikTok, Joe Rogan. We were doing dangerous stuff.
That's true.
We were jump starting our cars, and
Well, I think we're lucky that we've seen both. We've gone through, we grew up in a time where there was no internet and we were going outside to do things and people did physical activities. But then as we got older, we recognized that there's this new technology that's connecting the whole world in this weird way and we're getting to experience it as people who know the world before that. I think we're real lucky.
Well, you're a big part of a change, certainly in young men. I mean, I've seen so many young men who follow you and follow your workout regime and follow, listen to you. They listen to you about what you're saying about health, about food, and you're an important voice in that regard. You've really, really helped a lot of young men in our country and far beyond. I mean, I know you don't take compliments like this well, but it's very important.
No, I'm very happy. That's
Very,
true.
very
Because
important what you're doing.
there's a lot of young men who just feel like real disconnected to the world. Nothing seems to be anything that is interesting to them, and they're being pushed into this box where someone's trying to turn them into a fucking chihuahua. Like this is like the evolution of the wolf into the dog. That's what's happening with men. Like, for some reason, men are supposed to be human.
There's in the 60s. So I've been ever since I got saved and become a believer. I've really learned about our American history, and I've been blown away by how much. Because a lot of you can talk about the 60s and when they outlawed psychedelic drugs and put it on Schedule 1. That was the exact same time when the Bible was basically taken out of school, and it was I think the church in general kind of went into itself and kind of became thing you do over there on Sundays.
Can we pause for a minute?
You got to pee? You got to pee?
Let's pause. We'll come back and talk about Jesus. We're back.
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
Yeah. Oh man.
Much better, right?
Thank you.
So we were going to talk about the vaping thing because you're saying that there's nothing wrong with vaping.
Well, I didn't say there's nothing wrong with vaping.
So what is that? Can I see it?
Yeah.
Can I hold it?
Yeah.
This is great. You can hurt somebody with this. You want to fuck somebody up?
Well,
you get a good grip.
Yeah. No, you just it's like brass knuckles almost.
Yeah.
Like holding a roll of pennies.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't do that. You gotta break it again. That's all silly.
That's why I carry my gun.
That's like better.
That's the battery. The battery
is heavy.
So when I gave up, I've
Can
always
I take a pull of this?
Yeah. So it's
How do you do it?
the top button. Press it and just suck.
What was the flavor of this?
Tobacco-ish.
Tobacco-ish.
Yes, tobacco, basically. So.
That was a little hit.
Yeah, you
You
kind
take
of
a big one, right?
Let it warm up a little bit. Let it. Press the button and then there you go. It's cracking.
crackling.
Yeah. Go. There you go.
Oof. That's definitely different than the gas station ones.
Oh, you don't want those. This is organic juice. It's got 0.3% nicotine. I wind my own coil made out of silver. The cotton is American-made cotton, not from China. No, I've got into this. Yeah.
Cotton? What's the cotton for?
So if you look at the mechanism, see?
Okay.
So the cotton sucks up the juice, and then the coil warms
So
up.
the cotton's like the filter.
No, the cotton, it has the juice in it, and then when the coil warms up, it creates the vapor from the juice that's in it.
So do you have to constantly refresh the cotton?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so you just dump your cotton in the juice?
No. It's, the
juice is inside.
It's in the tank. Yeah, it has little wires in there, so
you
it
just put
crawls
new
up.
cotton in every now and again?
Yeah, and winds new coil from time to
How long
time.
do you have to wait before you put new cotton in?
Yeah, it depends. I do it usually once every couple of days.
That doesn't give me the weird head rush that the gas station ones do.
That's Chinese crap.
That's the one I like them. I like
All
that
right.
weird
Well, good luck to you.
I would like the first hit. That's what you like off the gas station vapes. It's like you're chasing the dragon. You get
That's
that
bad,
first
that's
hit, and you're
bad.
like, first hit's like,
So there
so
was
relaxing, and then after that, you never get that again.
So I really got into this. There was a store in Fredericksburg called Vaporlicious. They've retired now. They've retired, Jerry and Kathy, and they're two old hippies from.
Why did they make it so unwieldy?
Well, you can get all kinds of different versions, but I'm a serious user, so I need this whole battery. I have a whole kit with me, man. I got a screwdriver to open this up.
And that
put the
doesn't fuck
battery in.
with your lungs or your health or anything like that?
No, I've never felt this good.
Okay, and so this is different juice. So what is the juice? Because the thing about the actual oil is the issue, right?
Yeah.
And this is a thing like a lot of these cheap ones that you're buying off the gas station.
You don't know what's in there.
Right.
This is glycol, which is it's essentially the same stuff that's in the theatrical mist machines.
Okay.
Only much watered down, and all it does is just produce vapor. And so what is vapor? Well, it's mainly water. And of course you're mixing it with nicotine. And nicotine, that's the piece that I've always liked about smoking. But now I don't get the tar, I don't get all other contaminants, and I also don't get high. I stopped. Kind of stopped. I used to smoke a lot of weed, and I stopped. It's just I haven't felt like doing it anymore. Like a glass of wine, but no. And so this, I do have gorilla grip on it. It's like everywhere I go, I'm like, where's my vape? Where's my vape? So I'm fully aware, and I'm addicted to more the motion of it because I would roll up. I could roll them with one hand behind my back and been doing it so long. So a real spliff with tobacco, with weed, and then it would go out and I put it down and I come up, pick it up again. At a certain point, it was like 3 a.m. I'd wake up like, I think I'll go roll a joint, and smoke a whole spliff, go back to bed. I mean, it got to be a little, I was smoking a lot, and without it, I'm very productive, Joe. I gotta tell you, I'm super productive. I'm doing all kinds of things.
Good for productivity.
For me, caffeine. It can work well. Those are my two drugs. Caffeine and nicotine. I kind of dig it. I really do.
They're very good for productivity.
Yeah. Is there any bad stuff? I mean, I know it constricts your blood flow in your mouth and in other parts probably. I mean, you're obviously putting something on your stream. So I don't know. But you like those pouches?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. But I wanted to see what happens if I took time off, and I went out of the country for 5 days and didn't bring him, and I was fine. Didn't bother me at all. I was like, I was wondering if I'd be on vacation for a while.
Like I'm okay on the plane. I can fly to Europe. I'm like, I'm okay. I don't need the vape. This is a very bad idea. You do not want to be caught vaping on the plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Of course.
Did that set off a fire alarm?
I don't know.
Can you blow it right into the toilet?
No. You can do what they call zero vape, which is basically you inhale and you just hold it in until nothing comes out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Or I've done one of these
and then go on your jacket. Yeah, I know. I've seen people do that.
But that is not approved behavior, so I did not condone that. It's okay. I can handle not vaping for 8 hours.
So what's in the gas station buds when you're getting that?
Who knows?
What's in the oil?
Who knows? Who knows? That's maybe what killed some people early on in COVID. It might have been bad. A lot of THC, of course. These pre-made cartridges. You just don't know what's in it. It's like no, don't vape that stuff. Do not vape the pre-made things. I mean, this is fun. You get to learn how to do it. It's manufacturing. I can really get into it. Like I got this diameter silver wire and you do five loops or 6 loops for different impedance. Oh yeah, there's a whole. I mean, this tank. This thing is like you try different. Must have 18 different vapes that I've tried. Like this is the one.
Somebody gave me one at one point in time. It was carrying around a phone. It was like I was carrying around. It was the size of your flip phone.
Yeah. That's me, baby. That's me.
I don't want to have another heavy thing in my pockets or on my fanny pack.
This is okay. I mean, that's all right. And then this thing.
But you decided that the phone was too invasive, even with the graphene OS.
Yeah. Because you could still do everything, just not being tracked. And so I used to go to bed. We go to bed at the same time. We always watch some stupid, like we're in season 7 of Seinfeld right now. So we'll watch a half hour of stupidity, and then we go to bed. And I used to be on my phone, for half an hour scrolling stuff or whatever. And then, okay, I'm tired. Yeah, because my brain has been working overtime on whatever inputs I'm giving it. And now I'm like, well, there's nothing to scroll, so I just go to bed and I'm out in 3 seconds. I'm like, I sleep. And I sleep all the way through, and I wake up in the morning. I'm refreshed. I feel good. I don't look at social media the first hour I'm up. I mean, I do Bible readings and stuff and devotionals. I might text a buddy of mine, and I'm ready, man. Then
do you do social media in the morning?
No, almost not at all.
So when you do it from a computer?
Yeah.
You check it out.
Yeah.
And when you do that, one of the questions I had about that, does that do voice to text?
It can.
Andrew? Oh, that's even better.
However, of course, when you do that, Google is basically keeping your transcript. There's a company in Austin called Futo.
Wait a minute. So if you just text, it doesn't keep your transcript?
Oh, I'm sure it does. But if you, I'm not sure how much of that it does, but when you speak into it, it goes to the Google servers. The Google server then transcribes it and sends it back to your phone. It's not happening on the phone. It's happening on Google servers, and they probably keep all of that, or my voice, or whatever. There's a company in Austin called Futo, Futo, and they have an open source voice to text system that don't keep your transcripts. And they're some good guys. I've been messing with that. It's not quite as fast.
And will that work on that phone?
Yeah, you can install it.
Really?
Yeah, this is an extra
But
keyboard.
do you ever send messages with Google Voice or with voice to text on that phone?
I've been using Futo.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
On that
yeah,
phone?
yeah.
So I use it on my phone all the time. Like when I'm in my car, I press the little buttons. And
So that
Apple
goes,
Siri.
yeah. So I'm, you know, who knows what Apple's doing with that? You don't know. I mean,
Send it right to China.
maybe. I don't know. It's all right. It's okay. Yeah. So I went to Boston. You lived in Boston, didn't you? So we went to go see the Doobie Brothers, and
when was this?
Last year.
Really? They're around.
Yes, and it was wild. It was in Massachusetts. It was one of these, like the amphitheaters that's half covered, and we were the youngest people there. And people were sparking weed. You could smell the whole place. They're like 80-year-old dudes smoking doobies. It was like amazing. And the Doobie Brothers play, and it was like, it was the first 45 minutes is them doing. This is from our album from 5 years ago. Dude, we want China Grove, give us Long Train Running. So eventually they get into that, but then they would, like Michael McDonald, What a Fool Believes, I love that song. He would do it syncopically, like, instead of doing the song like we all remember it, he'd do What a Fool Believes. Like, no, don't do that. It was really disappointing. But the opening act was Steve Winwood. Steve Winwood's now almost 80 years old. And I get goosebumps just thinking about it. He wailed. He did, Mr. Fantasy from Traffic? Sure. Which that 3/4 of that song is a guitar solo. And he's just like, and the crowd is going nuts. And he has all these young kids with him. And you see the close-up on the screens, and they're like, dude, look at what he's doing. It was amazing. I bring it up because the next day, did you go up to Plymouth?
Did I go to Plymouth?
Yeah.
Massachusetts? Sure. Plymouth Rock?
Right. So Plymouth Rock is kind of disappointing because it's a rock. It's just a rock. And there's a structure around it, and it's a rock. And there's a little sign next to it that says, we don't know that this was really the rock, but some guy in church who was 90 years old at the time said, yeah, I think this was the rock. So that's the rock. You were talking about the Georgia Guidestones a few episodes ago with somebody. Did you know that we have an actual Guidestone in America, in Plymouth?
No.
It's called the Monument to the Forefathers. I'd never heard of this. It's about 2 blocks in, and it's, I think, arguably the largest granite structure in America, certainly, but maybe in the world. It was completed in 1890, and it is the Guidestone of America. And if you know, no one knows about this. Is here. Check it out. The thing is huge, and it's literally in a cul-de-sac, a residential area.
Really?
There's no
How
road.
old is that?
It was completed in 1890 after 50 years of building it. And so this is the formula for America. This is where I was going before our pee break. The formula for America. So they constructed this so that if we ever lost our way, we could find our way back. When they talk about America was built on Christian values, I'm like, what does that mean? What does that even mean, Christian values? I mean, I don't think even the word Christian is like, that was actually a slur back in the day that they came up with for Jesus believers. So in the middle is Faith. That's her name, Faith, and it's 4 sides. And one is law, education, morality, and liberty. And has all these cool inscriptions. It's really something amazing to see. And I believe that's the formula that we need to get back. You live like this. Joe Rogan lives these 4 sides. You understand law, morality, education, and liberty. And if we can get back to that, that would be just. In fact, so all of our early presidents, all of them live by the Bible. Every single one of them. They wrote about it. They studied it. 1778, one of the first acts of a Congress was to print the Bible for everybody. So I brought you. This is done by a group called the Wall Builders. And David Barton, he has all this. These are the receipts. So it's a Bible, but it has 3/4 of that book is writings by our early presidents, all the way up through Reagan. And this David Barton guy, he has all of these originals. I think he lives in Alito, Texas, and it shows you what our code was in the early days up until the 60s, and that's when we got this big argument about, well, we can't have the First Amendment is the right to establish a religion. And that has been perverted throughout the years to say, well, you can't have, the Bible in schools, and the government can't tell you to do this, and you can't be talking about. The Hall of Congress used to be a church. I mean, that's how we started. And you don't have to necessarily be a believer or saved by Jesus just to understand where we came from and the basic tenets of law, where those guys created it from. The receipts are in the Declaration of Independence. Our Bill of Rights, our amendments, are rights, not that the government gives us. They all say the government shall not infringe, the government may not do this. It's what the government could not do because we had rights given to us by our Creator. And I think if we got back to a little bit of that in America, we might get a bit more on path, which is why certainly all the Jesus freaks are like, oh, President Trump is talking about God. He says God saved him to save America. I mean, a president is a big deal when he does stuff like that. And you can see, just look at the people around us: Russell Brand, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. I mean, there's a lot of people who are now starting to see this. And I know you love history. That's why I bought that for you, because when you see where it comes from, a lot of things start to be clear. And that sculpture, that was like, I had no idea it was there. I'd never heard of it. It's not in any books, but it's kind of a template for where we came from. And I think it's kind of important that we look at that as well as, all the other things that we're looking at now with AI and social media. And we can't just be sitting around for 4 years going, yeah, Trump, yeah, Elon, stomp to live. We've got to find some spirituality one way or the other. It doesn't have to be God. I would like it to be, but people got to find that.
I think you're saying some wise things. And I think that people need some sort of a moral and ethical structure to live their life through. Jordan Peterson always has this thing, like whether or not, if you believe in God, if you live like you believe in God, you will live a better life. And that is true.
I believe it.
I think that's true.
I believe it, absolutely. And it's very simple
moral
things.
Scaffolding.
Yeah, it's very simple things. It's, the 10 Commandments aren't that hard.
Right.
It's like that's your law. If you believe that government, government is an extension of God. If you believe that He instates governments, and I think that God gave us Joe Biden for 4 years. I really do. He said, "Y'all got to take a look." He has humor too, by the way. Like you should take a look. And there's a story. I think it's Daniel, about King Nebuchadnezzar. And King Nebuchadnezzar, he did not follow God's law. And so God turned him into a donkey, basically, and he was out grazing for 7 years, eating grass. I'm like, that sounds a lot like President Biden, that he just turned him into a grass-eating donkey who had nothing left, So it's...
Well, you have to see what happens when things go sideways to really understand it. That's why people who grow up in poverty really can appreciate success a lot more than someone who's a trust fund kid, right?
Of course.
You have to know what it's like when things go bad. And our country just experienced 4 years of being governed by people other than the elected leader. And it's pretty clear now.
Yeah.
And the way Mike Johnson laid it out, that Biden didn't know what was in some of the executive orders.
I didn't sign that. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Crazy.
It's interesting because some of that, like how much can you attribute it to faulty memory and how much of it is actually they passed things by his desk. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we got to see that this was not a good direction. This is a terrible direction. And I think that was like one of the biggest mistakes that Kamala Harris did, Because when she went on The View and they asked her what would you do differently, and she said nothing.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
But also, look at President Trump. I mean, can you take a more wrong guy in the auspices and the opinion of presidential and everything? And he learned a lot during his first term. I mean, this was a turnaround of epic proportion. That, and I know
What's the
lots
biggest political comeback in the history of the world?
It'll be in the history books. This show will be a part of that. It's going to be incredibly important for us to look back on this because, it's often the misfits. That's who we've got to love the most. So when I see the blue-haired people, I'm like,
right,
I really want to love them. They probably
all
wouldn't
that
understand it, but
crazy chaotic energy. If they just found something they loved and pushed them into that, they'd be better off. But it's like what damaged them up into that point. Like what kind of a life did they live that left them in this place where they're 35 years old, weeping in front of a city council meeting. Like, who are they and what went wrong? And this is the thing, is like we kind of encourage this victim mentality.
We do,
and we reward it. It has social credit to it, and you get to be in a special class of people, and you get to say outrageous things. And people allow you to, and that's not good for anybody. Just like you have kids, you know what it's like. It's not good for kids. Like you got to tell them, like, well, that's not real. You can't do that. That's not yours. Like there's things that you have to learn, and if you reward victim mentality, then people look to become victims. And so that, like when that lady laid out all of her fucking physical ailments and all of her problems, as if that makes any of the things she's saying make sense. Because she has all these problems. Like, no, that's not how the world.
Well, you're right. He's been rewarded. And it's been rewarded by political operations, mainly to get votes and to bring. These people have a vote too.
Right.
They can vote, so bring them in.
This is a part of the psyop of USA, and the psyop of just the government in general. These control structures that are essentially put in place to make sure that they remain in power.
John Perkins.
Yes.
Have you ever had him on?
No, I have not.
Oh man, because he wrote about this.
Economic.
Confession of Economic Hitman. Wow. I mean, basically, USAID. That's what they do, but also State Department. So Marco Rubio seems like a good guy. I'm kind of liking him, but they've got intelligence units inside there. There's all kinds of things that happen in the State Department. So I hope that also gets uncovered.
Well, Mike Benz was explaining it yesterday. I was like, seems so intertwined. Like, how are you gonna? What can be done in 4 years? He goes, no, this is gonna take 50 years more. Because that may be true. It's gonna take forever to unwind. Because you have to understand how deep these tentacles go. And he laid it out in 4.5 hours yesterday.
Wow.
I probably talked for 3 minutes for the whole podcast. I'm not kidding. It was just
with Mike. You got to like, can I get the transcript of the show and go over it slowly because he goes fast.
Well, he goes fast. The thing that will happen is viral clips of specific things that he highlights and says that are very significant. They're going to go out.
Yeah,
those are already out, and I'm sure they're all over X right now as we're speaking.
And I love that. Doge is. I was skeptical because we heard this during the Reagan administration. Reagan was going to do all this. He was going to make government efficient, and of course it didn't. When I hear that they're going to do the same thing to the military, amen, man.
Yeah. Well, they have to be accountable to an audit.
Yes,
you can't.
They haven't done one ever.
Well, the Pentagon's failed 7 of them.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, fraud's real. We know it's real, and we know people are pilfering. And if you go unchecked for long enough, that becomes a part of the way people do business. And once that's established, and it's been established for decades, then it's very difficult to stop, because as soon as you start investigating it, people go to jail. And so they're going to try to stop you from investigating it. They're going to try to like bury records, and it's going to get wild.
As I'm sure Mike told you, and I can't wait to see it. It's not just fraud. It is the actual system. Instead of us being open, and I think like Trump is doing, like, hey, we're just going to have tariffs on you. NATO, you don't like it? Boom, we're not going to protect you. We got to be fair about this. You can't just be ripping us off. We've been doing all these subversive things with money, and it's just going to NGOs and nonprofits. I mean, the whole Ukraine thing.
He highlighted all of it.
Did he play the Victoria Nuland recorded phone call?
No, he
That's
didn't.
my
But he
favorite.
showed the Biden thing where he said, the prosecutor had to be fired, or they wouldn't get the $1 billion in loans.
Right.
And son of a bitch.
Well, Victoria Nuland in 2014, the Russians, I think they released it. They recorded a phone call, and she's literally talking to the ambassador. Okay, we want to put this guy in the government, that guy in the government, this guy in Senate. Klitsch, leave him outside. He can be the mayor or whatever. I mean, that's not cool. We have some stuff to repent for when all this comes out, and we should pick ourselves up and move forward and just be honest. I think we can do it with a lot of honesty too.
I hope so. But the problem is there's a lot of people that are going to be in deep trouble, and they're going to try to stop that from all this accountability.
Was Mike bullish or bearish on it?
Well, he's in a storm. It's like no one knows exactly what's going to happen when you're in the middle of a hurricane and telling people what's going on, and that's where he is right now. I mean, I asked him how do you sleep. He was like, don't.
He needs prayers. He needs some prayers.
I'm sure he needs that.
We'll cover him.
And I think his fight is very noble, and he's right. He's right, and he's accurate, and the amount of information that guy's got in his head is astounding.
Yeah.
And he's pulling it all off the top of his head while we're talking because he lives this constantly.
Yeah.
He used to work at the State Department, uncovered all this stuff, has been chasing it down forever, and is a legitimate historian on this.
And thank you for giving him that platform. And thank you for giving Trump a platform and all the things you've done. But the people, when they think of CIA and these types of agencies, they always think dark guns and secret stuff. But no, it's really subversive, writing articles. And my whole family kind of comes from military and intelligence background. So I've heard. You know what I learned? This is crazy. So my uncle was big in the CIA. He was the national. He was basically Tulsi Gabbard to Bush Senior when he was VP, and then Iran Contra happened, and he basically became ambassador to Korea. He was exonerated, but he was moved out to a different post. My aunt passed away a couple of years back, and when my cousin was doing her eulogy, she said Aunt Meg actually outranked Uncle Don in the CIA. She ran the Russia desk, spoke fluent Russian, but had promised never to tell anybody, not even her own kids. I'm like, what? Aunt Meg spoke fluent Russian and ran the Russia desk for the CIA and outranked Uncle Don? Like, that's some crazy stuff. Crazy. And all those folks, they remember Russia as the real bad guys. I mean, I went to, this is my own USAID story. So in 1988, I think it was, we had the Moscow Music Peace Festival. Do you remember that? And this was before the wall came down, and it was, I was the only MTV person who went on a 727 from Newark. It was Ozzy Osbourne, basically Black Sabbath. It was Bon Jovi, Motley Crue, Skid Row. We stopped in Germany to pick up the Scorpions.
What was that for?
Dude. So, dude, this, you'll love this. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, there you go.
Wow.
So the
We
reason
were filming things even back then.
So the reason this happened was,
look at you.
Yeah. Tico Torres from Bon Jovi. I mean, so Doc McGee, who was the manager of Bon Jovi and Motley Crue, I'm paraphrasing the story, but I'm pretty sure it's correct.
That was Ozzy.
Oh, really?
I just realized that was Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne.
Oh, yeah.
Like, who are those people?
Look at Sharon. Look at Sharon.
I know.
She's like a
kid.
And like a British housefrau, nice roly-poly. She's not, no O-face for her. So,
O-face? Oh,
Ozempic, yeah. So,
look at Ozzy.
So Doc McGee's Learjet had been caught smuggling in bales of marijuana into Florida. And his get out of jail free card was he was supposed to organize an anti-drug and alcohol concert in Moscow. Right. So this is where I'm pretty sure USAID came into it and the CIA. And so this was supposed to be a complete drug-free, alcohol-free. We're all going to go there. We're going to do a huge one-night concert. We're there for a week. On the plane, Ozzy is so drunk. He's so drunk. Yeah, so we're in the back there, and he's at the laboratory mid plane, and it's someone else is in there, and he's like, shut, Sharon, and she'd go, oh, Ozzy, and he pees his pants right there in the aisle. Like, holy crap. Ozzy peed his pants. Sharon. So this was a wild trip. And I got a briefing beforehand by some dudes in suits. This is 88, so I wasn't really thinking USAID, CIA. And they're like, here's the deal, you're going to be there. Do not talk to any women. Don't go to any hookers. Do not take any hookers to your room. They're all going to be KGB, and you don't want any part of this. And there's going to be our people are going to be watching you. And just make sure
hookers.
KGB hookers. We actually did go to the hooker boat, which was pretty wild.
It was a boat?
Yeah, they had a prostitute boat. The ugliest hookers in the world is like, nah, no one's going to do
Pirates.
We all kind of went to go check them out. We're in the hotel. They literally, this is, Soviet Union still. They literally turned on the heat in that part of the city. It was winter. And the mattresses were made of straw. And you had to bribe the lady for a phone call. You'd reserve it 24 hours in advance. You have to give her tuna fish and toilet paper rolls. It was wild. Middle of the night, I'm with Sebastian Bach from Skid Row. We're outside. We go to Red Square. We're drinking vodka on Red Square at 3 a.m. Walk back to the hotel. There's the Moscow Hells Angels show up. And they're on like these Yugoslav motorcycles, and they're popping wheelies and falling off. And we're like, what's going on? And then this Russian official comes up with had the really big hats. And he's like, tap, tap, tap on the back of one of the merch trucks. And all he wanted was T-shirts. And so, gave him a whole bunch of T-shirts. Everybody leaves. Crazy. So we have this concert, and the kids they went nuts. Of all the bands, Bon Jovi, Motley Crue, Ozzy, they all knew Ozzy. They were all singing phonetically. Christ is high. They didn't know the words, but the Crazy Train kind of came out of their mouth. And what was?
Look at this.
Yeah, it was. You can see all.
Can you give me some volume?
There's some military in front. I think there it is. Look at that.
Fly high again.
Wow. So here's the kicker. The Scorpions had a #1 hit, Winds of Change. The winds of change. I don't remember the song. And it was the only song they did not write. And that song was the anthem when the wall came down, which happened literally. Oh, here you go.
The CIA write a power ballad to bring down the USSR?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Is that real?
I think so.
I don't remember that song. Can we play some of this song and cut it out, Jamie? Play it for us and cut it out. We'll cut this part out of the show, folks. Just go listen to Scorpions.
What a shame, man. We could be psyoping more Germans.
1990.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good fucking song.
Yeah. A CIA writes hits, baby.
That's crazy. The CIA wrote a banger.
A huge banger. And here's the funniest part. So when the wall comes down, this is #1. Like, it was 1990.
Right.
And I can't remember. I think they might have been phonetically singing along with it in Lenin Stadium when we were there, because it was a #1 hit. It was everywhere. This song.
So this is a year before the wall came down?
This song was written
after
the concert, like in response to the concert.
Okay, yeah, okay. There you go. I told you I don't have it all right. But
the CIA wrote it.
The CIA wrote it. They probably had it in the archives.
Oh my
The
God.
funniest thing was, so huge in Europe at the time was Baywatch. You know the whole.
Sure.
Have you ever had Hasselhoff on?
No.
There's a funny guy. This guy,
He was on Fear Factor.
Oh,
He did Celebrity
Did
Fear
you like
Factor.
him?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I mean, I've met him a couple times. He had to go to the bathroom a lot at the time. Whatever. MTV Beach House, like his manager would be like, David, I think you need to go to the bathroom and get some energy.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, but so, the story of Baywatch is phenomenal because he self-financed it. Nobody wanted it in America. And it became this monstrous global hit everywhere except America in the beginning. And, he became wildly successful, rich. And Germany is where it was #1. It was just for years, #1 Baywatch. And so Hasselhoff, or as they say, Der Hoff is, hello Deutschland, here's the Hoff. Everyone knew him. He was standing on top of the wall with a sledgehammer, and he claims that he brought down the Berlin Wall.
Was Baywatch a psyop? Is that what you got now?
I don't know. But,
Oh my god! Well, this is also part of the thing that Mike Benz got into with the music business, that they do sort of finance these, disruptive kind of songs and political movements. And,
Sure.
Yeah,
Of course. I mean, yeah.
Well,
It's
that's
a powerful tool.
That's that book about Laurel.
There he is. There he is.
Look at him.
He's bringing down the wall.
What is he singing? Oh, he was a pop
He had
star,
the
right?
disco hits. He had these poppy hits. Yeah. And freedom, baby. I did it. And he got his glittering jacket on and everything. Awesome. American icon, ladies
That's
and gentlemen.
not even glittery. That's an LED jacket. Like that jacket's
Yeah.
got a battery.
Oh, yeah. And of course,
What up?
we loved him from Knight Rider. You know,
Oh,
he was
yeah.
a cool dude. You know, we all wanted a kit watch, which we now have.
Huge overseas, right?
That's it. It was because of Baywatch, and he had a whole music career going on. And, oh yeah. Oh man, good times in the old days. Bro. Good times. We had so much fun back in the old
That's
days.
so crazy that song was written by the CIA. That Laurel Canyon thing is really interesting because I really dismissed it at first. I was like, come on, the government didn't have nothing to do with the rock and roll movement, but kind of seems like they did. What is it? Strange Times in the Canyon. What is that book called again? Is that it?
Yeah.
Something along those lines?
Yeah.
It's a weird book, man.
Yeah.
I read the book and I was like, what the fuck? Like, how much of this is...
But, you know, when in the '60s, when the agents were infiltrating Europe, it was all literature, art, music. They were bringing everything they could, art especially. You know, and that was really at the time to make sure
Weird
that
scenes inside the canyon.
To make sure that the Russians didn't take over Europe. You know, there's all these things that they were doing.
Well, they also did it with the modern art movement.
Absolutely.
This is the other thing, like Jackson Pollock is a complete creation, which totally makes sense because I was like, who's paying for this?
Yeah.
Like, help me out.
Yep.
No, don't you see the way the splatters are? No,
That's
no.
why we're all questioning you, Joe Rogan. Yeah, what USAID connections do you have?
I think I skipped the system. I think somehow or another they fucked up.
Look
They
at
let
me, my
through.
whole family's intelligence and military. I was a pirate radio guy in 1983. They must have been like, this guy's lost. We can't use him. He'll be no good.
I mean, the real kooky people probably think you're my handler or something because you created podcasting.
That's right.
Because
Yeah.
there is that thought that, like, this is one of the things that comes up now all the time. And we talked about this on CNN. Was saying that there's a whole financing-backed right-wing ecosystem that's created these podcasts.
Where's my check?
Well, this is just stupidity. This is the problem where when you look at some conspiracies, you think, oh, well, that applies to
Well,
all
of course.
things.
Yeah.
That no, there's actually some things that are organic.
Well,
for some weird reason.
What I think we'll see, you know, the first thing after the election is, we need a Joe Rogan on the left. We need a Joe Rogan. Well, you know, guys, you basically had a Joe Rogan on the left, but you were so crazy that Joe started to think right.
They didn't want me. That was the thing. Like,
They didn't want you.
But that's all the psyop working against them. Because in the past, they could take someone like me and demonize them, and it would be effective, and they could just remove you from the airwaves, and then remove you as a problem because you're not playing by the rules. But now people go, oh, you know what? I think he's the one who's actually telling the truth. Let's stop listening to them. And so then CNN crashes, and then faith in mainstream media crashes, and faith in podcasts rises.
I think what we'll see, though, is, and it may come from YouTube, we'll probably see them try to hype someone up to become the Joe Rogan of the left.
Oh, they're already definitely doing that. But
Who do
the
you
thing
think
is,
it is?
I don't care. Let them try.
All right.
But the thing is, it's not going to work unless that person's authentic. Because
Without authenticity.
if you hear a person long enough, you know what the fuck they're really saying. You know whether or not.
That's right.
You know, I'm wrong all the time. You might not agree with me. That's all great, but I'm not going to lie. And that's the difference.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of these people are just propagandists, and they're also trying to make an argument for something without looking at the other side, which instantaneously I know now you're propagandizing. Now you're not. You're bullshitting me. I always try to look at the other side
I
on
know you do.
everything.
I know you do.
As a human, I think it's an important quality. As a person who's like broadcasting to millions of people, it's a very important quality. But it's an important quality for human beings. Like, know why you think about something. Like, no, is this just a knee-jerk reaction? Or is this well thought out? Are you being objective, or are you captured by this ideology that you're a part of to the point where you're just ignoring like this is the thing that I find fascinating about all this USAID stuff, because there's so many people that are so against Donald Trump dismantling the organization that they're not looking at the craziness of all the propaganda that's being exposed. They somehow or another are gaslighting themselves and all their followers to say that no, this is aid. People are going to starve to death. There's food that's rotting. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure, even when they passed this thing where they were trying to put a stop on USAID, they gave exemptions for food and medicine.
Yeah,
So So you're hearing these bullshit stories of like food that's rotting now. People are going to go starve, and everyone's dying of AIDS.
Well, you have figures who people see as authority because they have 1 million followers and likes, and then they'll believe that, and it typically doesn't work. I mean, it's like, do you remember?
I think it works, but it works for less people. There's people
Well,
that
yeah,
want
clearly.
to. They want to be lied to. They want to believe the cult. They want to drink the Kool-Aid. They want to.
Yeah.
And that is where they've dug their heels in, and now this is where they stay.
But when you see Rachel Maddow, who's come back, for the first 100 days, she's doing a show every single day, and she's blatantly lying. I mean, literally, like, factually, clearly lying. A lot of people won't watch anything. They've been told Joe Rogan is part of the broadcasting, and this right-wing conspiracy, all funded by whatever, to propagandize, and people are going to go over there and they're going to believe what she says. And I mean, I have family members who truly believe that President Trump will take away their Social Security. Like, he's saying quite the opposite. And by the way, he can't take it away. Only Congress can take it away. USAID, created by executive order by President Kennedy, can't be shut by executive order by President Trump. That's just a fact.
Or also, what they're doing is they're highlighting. There's people that are supposedly 150 years old that are getting Social Security.
Awesome. I need some of that.
There's some weird shit going on with Social Security.
But you know what happened? I think this is what we're not being told, but I have a lot of sysadmin friends. From what I understand, the Doge team, 4 guys initially, they were in. So the Treasury is like our bank account. It's one system, and it sends payments through the Federal Reserve System. And all they needed to do, January 21st at midnight, they were in there. They got all the payments. They've had that at Mar-a-Lago. They've been, because I've heard this, that they've been going through it like, hey, there's no reconciliation. There's just a payment with no purchase order or no confirmation that the work was done. I think at this point, they're just sitting back going, they can release more information whenever they want. Department of Education is going to be next. You're going to see a lot of Common Core craziness. I mean, remember that Common Core? The Pentagon. I hope they do the State Department too, because there's a lot going on there.
It's going to be interesting to
they
see
have
what
it.
resistance.
Well, the people who are squealing are the ones you want to pay attention
Right.
to.
Well, that's the thing is that, first of all, we were talking about this the other day. Me and my friends were saying part of the problem is these people can't conspire right now because all their phones are tapped. Everybody that, for sure.
Yeah.
Like if they're investigating you, if they're investigating these things, like the power that they have
is astronomical.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
The power that they have to look into people's emails, look into people's phones, find out what text messages they're sending. They can look into your signal. All
Pegasus, baby.
Yeah, they're looking at everything. So the idea that they're not doing that, if they're in the middle of some fucking multi-trillion-dollar investigation into rampant fraud, so they know that this is going on. So they can't conspire. And then they also have to worry about people taking deals. So there's going to be some people that squeal. And so then you don't know who's your fucking enemy and who's your friend. And everywhere you talk, you go to have a lunch with someone who's wearing a fucking button camera.
Yeah.
You could be fucked. And so they're not united right now.
Yeah.
And this is why it's working. And this is why they're able to release all this information, and everybody's in this hot panic right now.
Yeah. So they're squeezing them. They're squeezing them because they have it all. And thank God for James O'Keefe too, man. He's done some interesting stuff
He certainly has.
over the years. He like gets people to. It's amazing how many guys will open up when they think they're on a date with a hot chick or a hot guy, whichever one that happens to be. And like, oh man, I'm doing all this. Yeah, we do. Oh, we don't care. We just hated Trump, and and like, whoa. These people, they need to learn how to shut up.
I think he just got another video that he released today.
Oh yeah.
There's another video today about people going around the Doge system to try to like still do the same work.
Bro,
well, there was an issue
season of reveal, Joe.
Yeah, wasn't there an issue with FEMA releasing? Is this true?
Well, so FEMA paid $59 million for illegal entrance into our country for them to stay at the Roosevelt Hotel, which is double the room rate. Have you ever stayed at the Roosevelt Hotel?
I
in
did way
Manhattan?
back in the day. And the Roosevelt Hotel, by the way, is owned by Pakistan.
That's right. And
Yeah.
it was a dump. Everyone was smoking weed in their rooms. I mean, I was there maybe 10 years ago, 11 years ago. I stayed at the Roosevelt
It was
Hotel.
falling apart a little bit.
It was very cheap, right there on 42nd Street.
Yeah.
So they were paying double the room rate, but this isn't just in the United States. This
So
has been happening
here-
all over the world. This
check
is
this
a
out.
gigantic scam.
4 federal employees were fired Tuesday over payments to reimburse New York City for hotel costs for migrants. Department of Homeland Security officials said the workers were accused of circumventing leadership to make the transactions, which have been standard for years, through a program that helps with costs to care for a surge in migration. However, officials did not give details on how the 4 had violated any policies, but they put a freeze on the payments.
It's a luxury hotel. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, in quotes.
Yeah.
So did they definitely do it? So wasn't Anderson Cooper disputing it? He was saying yesterday. Yeah, he was talking to Sununu, and he called him a dick.
But just
don't be a dick.
go to Chicago. All the hotels on the Miracle Mile are all migrant hotels.
Yeah.
Because it was super good money. I mean, it's crazy. But that's everywhere in the world. That's
Yeah.
the same in Europe. A big hotel change, like you can't get a hotel room because they've got migrants for double the price.
Well, this was
Why
also
wouldn't they?
something that the Biden administration lied about, because they said that FEMA funds were not being used. That's what they were.
I'm with President Trump that it's better, when Helene happened, what happened there was really beautiful because everything fell down. Even North Carolina's their own state government, no one really was doing anything. And it was funny enough for the first time I've ever seen ham operators actually be successful. But the helicopter guys were all going out there. Everybody was pitching in. People were driving from all different states to come in and help people. I mean, I don't have a helicopter anymore, but I literally called up the airfield. I said, "Fill them up. Here's my credit card. Fill that one. Just fill them up. Fill up until this limit that I have. Fill up these. I know what it costs. You burn a lot of money in a helicopter. This is how America works. It really works well when we help each other out in all kinds of circumstances. And we become so reliant on the government, so reliant that, Uncle Sam is going to come in and save us. And it turns out they're not really efficient at it. They're not really good at it. A lot of money gets stuck and flows to other places. We've got to come back to loving our neighbor and knowing your neighbor. How many people don't even know their neighbor anymore? Right. This is critical. And I think you have this, when Clinton was president, everything changed in America. All of a sudden, oh, that's not sexual relations. Oh, you can do that to me, baby. That's not actually sex. All these kinds of things, that sets a tone. It sets a cultural tone. And Trump is setting a cultural tone of let's get this done. Let's stop getting ripped off by other people, by ourselves, and let's be successful together. And it's a short amount of time. So I hope that.
But isn't it interesting that half the country doesn't see it that way?
Well,
half the country
less than
sees it as a constitutional crisis.
Well, that's just a term. It's not a.
I know,
not
but
a
it's interesting.
constitutional-
That's what's big. Top FEMA official is fired over payments to New York City migrant shelters. Trump administration fired the Federal Emergency Management Agency's chief financial officer and 3 others after Elon Musk misleadingly claimed the agency had used disaster relief funds for migrant services. Wait a minute, is this New York Times?
This is just going to be back and forth forever.
Misleading. What is misleading? So let's see here. New York
Misleading.
City officials raced to clarify that the federal money had been properly allocated by FEMA under President Biden last year, adding that it was not a disaster relief grant and had not been spent on luxury hotels. Nonetheless, just 2 hours after Mr. Musk's post, FEMA's acting director, Cameron Hamilton, announced the payments in question have all been suspended, even though most of the money had already been dispersed and that personnel will be held accountable. But is this a recent payment, and did they put a freeze on payments, even if the payment had been properly allocated by Biden?
I was reading that they just put the money out of bank accounts.
Who did?
This is Trump administration. Trump revokes $80 million from New York City after threat. That's just multiple sites. I don't know.
see it? Can you go to the title there on Daily News? Trump revokes $80 million from New York City after threat to claw back FEMA cash used to care for migrants. But it's still money to care for migrants, and they still put a freeze on that money to care for migrants.
That's your constitutional crisis.
Yeah,
we're in a constitutional crisis because of what's happened to our country.
But that seems like gaslighting to justify spending $80 million to pay for migrants, which they shouldn't have done.
No.
But it's not just that. It's fly these people there, fly them into the country, let them into the country, and then pay for them with EBT cards, with
well, a lot of that
debit cards.
was the economics.
Yeah.
I have a friend, former New York banker, and he said, we always win as long as our population is growing. We will beat China long term because their population is declining. And he says that's why the borders are open, is because we need it's just like economics. You need more people, and with more people, your economy grows one way or the other.
I think it's a multifaceted argument, because I think that's
I'm just telling you what the bankers.
I think there's some truth to that, but I think also they were trying to buy votes.
I mean, all of that's a part of it. I mean,
Well, you saw the thing in New York where they were trying to let people who were illegals vote in regional elections.
Yeah. So that's your constitutional crisis, right?
That is a constitutional crisis.
Here's the thing that I hope, and I'm working to make this happen. So we have great podcasts. You know, your podcast is. We can't. Not everybody can be a Joe Rogan. We can't just all be looking at national news. What has happened at a local level is radio stations. You know, they all got bought up. They're all consolidated. No one has local programming anymore. There's almost no local newspapers, even local television stations. They're all going away. Now is the time to create a podcast for your town, your burg, your city, your community.
Wasn't Gavin Newsom doing that like right after the election? Didn't he start a podcast?
Well, I don't know about Gavin Newsom. That's not.
I think he did. I think that was their idea to try to combat the podcast like this.
We don't need that. We need local voices. All the advertising locally has been slurped up by Facebook. That's where you advertise. I've started a local thing in Fredericksburg, and people really love it. They love. Oh, wait a minute, there's something going on in Fredericksburg, and all they have is Fredericksburg rant and raves on a Facebook page. Will you imagine what a mess that thing is? That's crazy. That's no good. Rants and raves. No, that's no good. And so I started a thing called Godcaster.fm, and it's tailored towards helping radio stations do this, but I think churches are content factories, and they're not just all talking about Jesus and God. They're doing stuff in the community. That's what churches used to do, and they're doing stuff at the high schools, and you got kids in there. I want 1,000 podcasts, within a year all over America of local people. And it's so easy to do now. It's become so possible. And I think that local communities will even sponsor it. That's the next level. That's my phase 2. That's the next level we have to get to, is where people just get a microphone, talk to your city council person. This is nuts. All it is national news presented by heads on television. Who needs that nonsense?
Right.
And you're an exception, and you're really important, but we need to have this at a local level, and it's never been a better. You want to start a podcast and be able to actually make a living out of it in your local community, I guarantee people will support it. I guarantee people will want to be a part of it, and I hope that happens. That's what I'm dedicating myself to now.
That's awesome.
Getting these local, hyper-local podcasts.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is all of it's hopeful, right?
I'm very hopeful.
Yeah,
of
it is.
Of course.
Which is great. I mean, because being cynical kind of sucks. Especially when this really is a very unique time of possibility. There's a lot of things that are happening right now.
Yeah, it's a perfect time.
And it also feels like even to the people that didn't want what Donald Trump is doing, the idea to keep going with what was happening before, where you had someone running for president that never went through the primary,
that was constitutional crisis.
That's real
right there.
Right. The soft coup against Biden, all that. That should disturb you that didn't. Well, it should be good that didn't work, because that's not good for anybody. Because if they can keep doing it that way, then you never have a primary again.
Well, primaries, of course, are up to the party, and it's not necessarily a constitutional thing, but That should tell a Democrat, people who vote Democrat and are part of, I've never been a part of a party. I'm not that interested. I vote for people. But that should tell them something like,
Yeah.
there's something bad going on here.
Yeah,
you know?
there's some shenanigans going on. They could have a problem.
Like, what was it like in DC when you went for the inauguration? Was it just like show business for ugly people? There were 1 million people all over the place.
A million people all over the place.
Was it
packed.
nuts?
It was nuts. It was weird.
Weird.
You know, I did a lot. Yeah, very weird. Because I went to a lot of these things. I went to a few of these things, like these dinners and
Balls?
stuff,
Oh,
balls.
yeah.
And it's a lot of people that donated a lot of money. And so it's very transactional, and everybody's hyper aggressive to get photographs and talk to people. And they interject themselves into conversations, interrupt, stand right in front of people that you're talking to, and want pictures or want to introduce themselves. And it's very entitled and very transactional. But I think that's always been the nature of politics, particularly with people. The reason why they were there is because they donated a substantial amount of money.
$1 million bucks a pop.
Yeah, which is nuts. Like how did this many people have $1 million to donate? This is crazy.
Amazing, isn't it? A lot of people got $1 million. It's like it's all that
strange.
USA ID money.
I don't know what it is, but
well, there are a lot of successful people in the world who have that, who can access that kind of cash. But wow,
But there's a lot of hope. It was a very positive, obviously, because the winners were all there. But it was a very optimistic vibe, which felt good. And even the speech when he gave his inauguration speech, I mean, that was pretty fucking wild.
I love the black pastor from Detroit.
Yeah,
he was channeling MLK. He was just like going crazy.
Yeah.
It was you were sitting maybe like 5 rows behind Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Did you smell sulfur?
I smelled everything. I saw Bill and made eye contact with Bill. Me and Bill stared at each other for a while.
He's larger than life, even though he's kind of frail now. And he's still this.
Well, it's just
an
odd.
imposing
They're
guy.
in the room with you. Yeah, you know, it's like it's a different kind of a celebrity. Like
Was
this? Like I remember when I went to see the Rolling Stones at Coda, I was blown away. I'm like, Mick Jagger's right there. Like that's actually him, and he gets it.
And he's this big. His butt's that wide.
He's a stick.
Yeah,
but he's right. He has 2 trailers that he brings with him that are just a gym.
Oh, it doesn't surprise
Yeah,
me.
2 of his he works out every day.
What is he, like 78?
He's 1,000 years old.
And he had open heart surgery and all
recently.
Yeah.
Recently had heart surgery.
No, that's an amazing guy. Really, truly is.
Just fucking loves it, man. And they put on a fucking hell of a show. But my point is, like, that's one of those things you're like, I can't believe that's really him. And that's what it's like when you're like looking over there, you're like, holy shit, that's George W. Bush.
Do you think it was the real Biden or the daddy long legs Biden?
I think it was the real one.
Okay.
I think.
Because you've seen the daddy long legs
He
guy,
wasn't
right?
too tall. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
that one guy was nuts.
And he's jogging to the helicopter. I'm like, no.
Nuts. Like, I want to know the story about that. Like, is there any paperwork on who that guy actually was?
I'd love
that. Was not Joe Biden. That's a guy with a mask on.
The mask things are real. I can tell you that. I can tell you this from family experience.
You can see them online. Oh, from family experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
In 1967, let's just leave the family members out of it. But someone brought home a colleague from work, and the colleague had dinner and had coffee, and then at dessert, the wife was sitting there, been talking to this person, and then this colleague took off his mask, and it was someone who the wife knew extremely well and had no idea. 1967.
Whoa.
So imagine what they can do now. The stuff that CIA lady shows on the YouTube video, I think that's just old. I mean, it's amazing. 67, that stuff already existed and worked.
How come they couldn't get somebody Biden height?
You know, Tina says that too. I said, you know, they just didn't care at that point. Just like they needed someone who had his cadence, which I think is harder to do, to be kind of, you know, like that stumbling, bumbling.
Also, like, how many people do you bring this to? Like, you know,
and what is that guy doing now? He needs a podcast. I mean, he's got no.
He's at the bottom of the ocean.
What gig does he have
took
now?
that guy fishing.
I hope not, but it's possible. Yeah. So there's a lot of that going on. I mean, we've spotted throughout the years. Hillary Clinton I know she had a double. And it was actually women who noticed it. Like, she's carrying her handbag on the other shoulder. It was like no woman switches that up. That never happens. And you look at her like, yeah, she does look a little different.
But it's also, isn't that a mind fuck though? Because then you start looking at everybody like, that's not the real one.
Are you Joe Rogan?
Yeah. Who's it? What happened? Who is it?
It's pretty crazy stuff.
It is.
I hope some of that comes out too. You know, it would be great to know these things.
It would be great to stop lying.
Yeah.
You should stop
Basically,
lying.
Basically.
You should not have I mean, is there some sort of national security explanation that you could give for why you would have to have a fake president?
Well, I mean, holy moly! Have you ever seen the Kevin Kline movie?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there it is.
Wag the Dog.
There's your. Was it, no, not
No,
Wag the
the other
Dog.
one.
Dave.
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 Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, this happens all the time. These things. Yeah. Who knows? You know. But again, season of reveal. We're learning things. We won't learn everything, but we will become a lot wiser. I'm convinced of it, and I'm excited. I am 60 years old and super excited and very bullish on the future, particularly of the United States. And I'm seeing the influence we're having in Europe. I'm seeing it. People like, we don't want this. And it's tougher for them. Like the UK, they don't really have a First Amendment like we do.
Right.
So like you hurt someone's feelings on Facebook, you go into jail. I mean, so they got a lot of work to do. But, you know, I think Germany has a shot. You know, I think the Netherlands has Geert Wilders. France are really pushing back hard on Le Pen and the right-wing people. Viktor Orban in Hungary. I mean, there's at a certain point the people will just not take it anymore, and it could get ugly over there. But people are people. I mean, we've had revolutions ourselves. We've been pretty good at it.
Yeah.
You know, and of course we got guns. You know, that was a smart move, founders.
Yeah.
Smart move.
First and Second Amendment. Both.
The Second Amendment is there to protect the First, as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I'm bullish. I really am. I'm excited, Joe.
I am too.
Oh, good.
All right.
Good.
Well, thank you, brother. It's always great to sit with you.
Joe,
Thanks for starting this whole thing.
No, brother, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for what you do, brother. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you guys so much.
Tell everybody where they can watch No Agenda.
NoAgendaShow.net. You can't watch it. It's only a podcast. It's on
listen.
only listen.
Listen.
Only listen. We're too ugly. We don't want you to look at us and get it on the modern podcast app at podcastapps.com. That's so we won't disappear overnight from Apple or some other platform. That's what we want.
Oh, man. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, brother.
Bye, buddy.
Clocked.
Goodbye.
Clocked.
She says it with lots of love. You know I say this with love.
Are you nervous? She's like, we had so much fun last night. Dude, last night should have been brought to you by Olipop, but instead it was brought to you by a giant solo cup of wine for me, and I don't really drink.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Okay, girl.
Yeah,
You know-
girl. You are something special.
You know that I don't really drink.
No, I know, but I kind of love when you do because you're just so silly.
I'm so silly. It
You're so
amplifies.
silly, but then you scared someone.
Listen, I scare a lot of people.
You scared someone.
I start to drink and then I start sharing stuff. Like I'm that person that when I drink, I just get way too like I just start sharing everything.
You share
Does
everything.
anyone else do this?
I think you also just do that when you're nervous a little bit, where you're just like, so can you tell me what's different with my face?
Yeah! Oh my god!
A mutual friend, and he's like,
This is a friend that I've literally known him since I was like 18.
Yeah.
And so I drank and then I was like getting self-conscious about my nose.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I felt like everyone was looking at me like, yeah, dude, I felt like everyone was staring at my
Just
nose when they were
cross-eyed?
talking to me. Wow, it's good to talk to you, Britt. Like I started to get self-conscious
Yeah, no,
and I was
that's
like, are
just
they
in your
looking
head.
at it? Do I
Yeah.
look different? Like this is like my first time really out,
Right.
Since it's been like
Yeah.
a month now.
Yeah.
And so I started freaking out in my head
It
because I
was
was started
so
drinking,
funny.
and then I sat down with Andrew. I could say
Yeah,
Andrew
yeah.
Santino.
By the
but,
way,
you know,
the
sometimes-
straightest person alive who would never notice anything. Like if you showed up in blackface, he wouldn't notice. Like he doesn't notice anything.
Also, guys, I feel like don't really notice.
No,
but
no.
or they were who's being nice, but I literally sat him down and I'm like, look at my face. What looks different? And he literally listed everything
Everything.
else first,
Yeah.
and then was like, I don't know your nose, and I was like, bingo! I was like, I knew you noticed it. He's like, I literally said 12 other things first.
Did you get your ears picked back? Did you get your did you get your neck extended? Like did you?
Dude, I was
Are
like,
your eyeballs bigger?
It got so weird. I was like, oh my God. And then I got home and I was like, because I never drink. And it was like a solo cup
Yeah, it was
size
big.
of wine. And I was home and I was like, oh, the world is spinning. And then I started Googling how to get sober, Brittany.
I'm dead. Not that.
No, I Googled how to
After
get
a
sober.
glass of wine, go to church, bitch. Drink church. Like, what the fuck? You fucking lightweight.
Because I usually don't drink. And then I was like eating pizza. I ate a whole pizza.
Oh,
I
that's
took a
nice.
cold shower.
See, I wish I would have done that. I mean, obviously I didn't drink, but I wanted pizza.
You guys went to the Rainbow.
Went to the Rainbow. Okay, wait. This episode is brought to you by Olipop and True Brew. Don't forget,
Dude,
it is
True
the.
Brew.
By the way, True Brew has. I had another tough mental health week. Surprise, surprise! And shocker!
You don't say.
The True Brew has been saving every time I'm like depressed. I can't really eat, but I go on my freezer and I'm like, "Can you accept me a little sweet to bring me back to life?"
I know sometimes it's like you just like when you're in like depressed girl mode,
Yeah.
you just gotta have like a nice little sweet little
Some
snack
chocolate
to
covered
just get you
raspberry.
through, like just enough sustenance. It has fruit in it and it has dark chocolate, which by the way, dark chocolate is incredible.
My
for
favorite
you.
kind of chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, I'm gonna cut this woman committed.
Guys, I'm so horny. It's a crime. Like I need to. Somebody needs to handcuff me, and then I'll come. But like honestly, I through it all. The wildfires, the depression.
Bitch, can we get through the ad?
Oh, sorry.
This episode's brought to you by Drink Olipop, drinkolipop.com/Brit for 15% off. And guys, check out True Fruit at your local grocery stores. I actually went and bought some
Because
too.
I took all the free shit.
Brittany took all the free shit. Anyway,
That's what happens.
I get one bag.
It
Anyway.
happens when I'm the poor friend. I'm like, I'm gonna take all this because otherwise I'm gonna kill myself.
But I just saw a crazy thing about dark chocolate. What was it saying? Mike, can you Google benefits of dark chocolate? It was saying that it's good for your heart. And I thought it was something about
It'll
depression.
blow your back out.
But benefits of dark chocolate is an antioxidant.
Just
No, I remember it was saying it. Dark chocolate contains iron and magnesium, zinc, copper, and phosphorus. They help with immunity, bone, teeth, and sleep quality. That's what it was. And then it also contains the antioxidants.
Okay.
Oh, this was it. The flavonols. They lower blood pressure. They were saying if you get like really good dark chocolate, it has flavonols in it that can help lower your blood pressure.
I don't think that's true.
And heart health. Hey, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I think there's flavonols in here.
I think we're at a different tangent now.
Inflammation.
Can we get through the ad?
Yeah, dead. I did it already. Just kidding.
I'm gonna kill you.
We're gonna fight on
We're
this
gonna
podcast.
fist fight.
Anyway,
Oh.
so I was a mess last night.
You weren't a mess. I thought you were fun. I thought you were in rare form. I thought everyone was having fun.
It was really fun.
Nobody annoyed me.
We went to see Shane Gillis and Bill Burr.
Oh my god.
And Andrew was on the show, Santino, Dean Del Rey. Everyone did great. And they were doing a benefit show for the wildfires.
Yeah, it was very sweet. It was very sweet of Shane to do that because Shane has never lived in LA. He has no attachment to LA. He has no reason to help LA, but like he's just a fucking good dude.
That is really nice.
I mean, just every time I see him perform, he fucking has a new bit that I'm like, I hate you. You're so funny. I hate you.
It is crazy when you watch people that are so funny and you sit there and you look at they have like the coolest brain.
Oh,
They
so
can just
fucking
make
funny.
you write jokes like that too. When I was
Sometimes.
there, I'm like, that took me in a different way, and I didn't expect it. And we love it. It's almost like a misdirection to the
Yeah.
best part of it. But I do think it's really funny. He's from like the same part of Pennsylvania where
Yeah.
like nobody lives. Mechanicsburg. I'm not going to say nobody, but you don't meet a lot of people. I grew up outside Philly, but then my dad got remarried. My stepmom lives in Mechanicsburg.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then they moved out there.
Small town.
What the
Small
hell?
town shit.
Dude, and go Birds. Anybody
Go
that's I'm
Birds.
wearing my green today for the Birds because we're heading to the Super Bowl, baby.
Once again.
You better be rooting with me.
Nope.
What, you're a Chiefs fan? Or
No,
who's that?
no, I'm a Packers fan. And also, I'm a fair weather fan. I don't care. I think this Super Bowl's going to be so boring. I'll root with you. Okay, stop.
Come on.
You're
it's
just
the
like, really like, I'm
Eagles.
going to fucking
I'm
kill
from
you.
Philly. It's the Eagles. You
Okay,
got it.
fine.
E-G-L-E-S. Eagles.
I'm surprised you can spell that.
Me too. I actually, for a second, I clocked myself and I was like, A-N-G. Wait, is it L-E? Wait, is it 2 G's or 1 G? A. Is it 2 A's? I'm just
an E-L or L-E?
Yeah.
The eagle
What,
or
what, is it,
angel?
what does an eagle even look like?
What kind of bird is that? Oh my
Bro,
god.
that's
You
so
guys,
funny. We love
we
it.
are on one today.
Bro, we are on when I
Rough.
rough. Wait, so how was the Rainbow Room? If you guys know, in Hollywood, there's a staple place called the Rainbow, which is on Sunset Boulevard. It's been around for fucking ever.
Listen, it was good because of the company, because it was like, I was hanging with Shane and his girlfriend Grace. Shout out Grace, we love Grace. She's fucking awesome. And Santino, and so I was happy to hang out with them. But like in terms of ambiance, 0 out of 10. Like,
dude, that place has held everyone. Every rock band that has ever existed has partied there. My husband used. Have you heard a story about the Rainbow Room?
Yeah.
There's a dick sucking table at the Rainbow Room where all the guys have not been. I'll show you the table. They were sitting there, and a girl. Yeah, a girl came while they were having dinner, and she just went under the table and she went around and sucked each other's face.
Wow, that didn't happen last night. That girl was me.
Yeah, we're putting pictures of the Rainbow Room, but if you're an LA native, you know about the Rainbow Room.
Yeah, it just listen, on what was it, Monday night, vibes were pretty atrocious. Like it was lit like
well, yeah, it's dark.
No, it was the bar area where Shane wanted to hang out was so well lit, and they were playing like hardcore. I don't even know if it was rock. It felt like screamo.
Really?
Well, maybe it was rock, but I hated it.
I'm dead. It was Motley. You're like, I don't know what it was. Sounded like shit.
No, but it's good you and Tommy didn't come, even though I wanted you to, because like there was people in Motley t-shirts there.
Of course, he's all over the walls there. There's giant pictures of him. If you start looking, you'd see. Yeah, and then I will say one thing about the Rainbow: they have great pizza. Surprisingly,
see, we didn't order pizza; we got chicken, and it was very sauce.
No, the pizza is unbelievable there. But a lot of history, a lot of things have happened at the Rainbow. A lot of people have hung out there.
Yeah,
there's some history there. I'll post put some photos up for you guys if you don't know around here. But it's definitely a classic place. Like it's a historical place. They used to live. The band when they first got started, they lived up off of Sunset, right above Turner's Liquor. So they would come down and just walk there.
He used to say that he used to go there and drink because he like at the time he afford food.
Yeah, and girls would buy them drinks. Yeah, because they were like, "That's hot," So funny, dude. Yeah, it's a little piece of history.
Yeah,
a little piece of LA history there. Guys, do you like Fresh? Guys, do you like Brittany?
Guys, do you like me? If so,
she needs to hear it. Go ahead and send her a DM. Guys, do you like fresh prepared meals to your doorstep or meals that can be prepared in a few minutes or less? Well, then
Hello, Fresh.
Hello, Fresh.
You
Goodbye,
guys.
not Fresh.
It's easy. It's easy to find time to eat well with 50 wholesome, hassle-free meals to choose from each week delivered to your door. HelloFresh's new ready-made meals go from the fridge to your fork in just 3 minutes. It's the same high-quality ingredients and restaurant-worthy flavor you expect from HelloFresh, just with none of the work. Save valuable time with fewer trips to the grocery store thanks to HelloFresh Market. There's over 100 add-on items you can add to your weekly box, like quick breakfast, packable snacks, beverages, and more.
Guys, I'm personally really excited about HelloFresh's new ready-made meals to go. And I'm really excited about their prep and bake meals, which basically come together with a minimal mess in 5 minutes of prep. So your oven does most of the work, not you. So these oven-made meals, you get them, you pop them in the oven, and you are on the table in a few minutes feeding your family or yourself or whoever. So it's
Your
really
demons.
great. Your demons. You're feeding your demons.
All your other personalities.
Save yourself valuable time with fewer trips to the grocery store. And also, you're going to be saving a lot of money because you are a HelloFresh customer. You get 10 free meals and a free high-protein item for life, okay? At HelloFresh.com/theworst10FM. That is again, HelloFresh.com/theworst10FM. You get one item per box with an active subscription. Free meals will be applied at a discount as the first new box. New subscribers only and varies by plan. That's 10 HelloFresh meals. Just go to HelloFresh.com/theworst10FM. Guys, if you already have HelloFresh.
And just so you know, it's 10, the number 10, not spelled out 10. TAGWORST10FF.
Yeah, thank you, Brittany. But yeah, so what else is happening, dude?
Let's get into our worst of the week, should we?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Can we
yeah, you
do
want to
it?
go first.
Okay, so I'm just gonna dive into this one.
I'm gonna dive into the shallow end.
I'm gonna dive into the shallow end here. Okay, I haven't been like I talk about my sobriety on here, not a lot, but enough. And I've just been sneaky. I've been doing some things sneakily, And exactly the same way I relapsed last time, right? Like I start with like low dose edibles, and I'm like, I'm just gonna like it's only when things are going good.
That's so weird. That's what happens.
Yeah, I'm like, it's when everything is so eerily perfect that I'm like, I'm gonna handle like a little something. And it's been like a very slow, gradual kind of thing. Vicky, I just don't know what you want from me. Sorry, 1 second. Vicky, cute. Like, hey, comfy for the podcast. Sit, lay. Okay, thank you. So I started doing like edibles a couple months ago. And then
Just like low dose ones, right?
yeah, like 2.5 milligrams. This is the thing.
Does that
about
even
me.
do anything?
Yeah, a little something. Like it makes me a little like,
Yeah.
but like nothing.
What's
Nothing
wrong with that?
crazy. This is my thing. My brain can tell me till I'm blue in the face. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm fine. It's good. Whatever. But I think I got to a point where I was like doing it more not for just enjoyment, but for escapism, and that's when it becomes like, okay, this is an addiction. You know what I mean? This
Okay,
is
so
thing-
you were doing it.
I don't know what you're doing, but you have to stop.
You were doing it to like avoid feeling certain ways.
Yeah, like when I was uncomfortable with something, or I didn't want to get work done, or I was like just trying to like run away from myself. It's like, I remember the thing that made me get fully sober the first time was I stopped drinking alcohol, and I ran into a girl that was in the program, and she said to me, she's like, I was like, I'm sober, and she's like, did you quit smoking weed? And I was like, no, and she's like, you're not sober. And I was like, what? I was
LA is sober.
Yeah, I was like, yes, I am. And she's like, who are you that you're so afraid to be with yourself? And I was like,
bitch, I just met you.
like, what the fuck? I would rather get hit over the head with a kettle than ask that question. Like, that's crazy.
That's the ultimate question.
It is. It's a tough question. And then, so like, out of defiance, I decided the next day to get sober. And I was sober for 3 years. And then I got to the same place with my sobriety where I was like, everything's amazing. Like, my life is so good. Everything's great. And I started doing low dose edibles. But no, what happened is I knew I was going to do ayahuasca. And I talked to my sponsor about it, and she's like, that's not sober. And I was just like, okay, well, if I'm not sober, then I'm just going to do some other shit too, And so then I stayed kind of on that track for like 6 months, and then I decided to get fully sober again. And then I was sober again for 2-ish years. And then a couple months ago, like 4 or 5 months ago, 6 months ago, I decided to kind of check out again. And I just was like, I'm going to do these like blood drugs, no big deal, whatever. And then I did mushrooms when I was in Vegas with my friend Claudia. It was, by the way, so fun. Like, we had the best time. Like, I want to be somebody that's like, oh, I fucked up, I'm so sorry, I hate myself.
Like, it was great.
It was great.
I've never done mushrooms.
I had a great time.
You just take like a low dose mushroom.
No, twas a high dose. Twas a dose. We were like walking around the casino, like, whoa, like it was so fun. And then we like found a spot above the strip where we could see the whole strip, and we just sat there and like laughed until we cried. Like, it was truly wonderful. I don't want to be like, for anyone here who's listening that's like, oh, can I do
You're like,
mushrooms?
I relapsed. It was great.
It was great. It was
We're expecting this like
awesome.
sad story, and you're like, no, it was actually the best time.
See, this is why I had like I didn't feel like it was a problem.
Yeah.
And then I went to Mexico, and while I was in Mexico, I brought mushrooms with me, and me and some of the people there did mushrooms. And this is the crazy thing. I got how sometimes, well, I guess you've never done any sort of substantial dose of mushrooms, but sometimes you get downloads from the universe. Like, it'll be like something that's greater than you.
I like those sober.
Do you?
That's what I can't do with these psychedelics or anything. I'm
Yeah.
already so crazy.
Yeah.
Bro.
You're like, I
can barely like function on regular
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
So you get, what does
But
that
I mean,
feel like?
it's just like a voice that's not your own giving you a message. And yeah, well, you're schizophrenic. Well, teeter against schizophrenia. No, but it was just like, you have a couple years to fucking make this career work, and like you need to be fully present, and you need to be sober.
You're like, this is not fun.
No, I didn't even get mad about it because I've gotten that before on mushrooms. Like, so around the time that girl asked me, "Who are you that you're so afraid to be with yourself?" I remember it. It was August 18th, 2018. I did mushrooms with Chris, and I had the same download. It was like, you need to fucking clean it up. And so I think when there's something bigger than me being like, get back on track. I made the decision to do it, and I was in a lot of shame, more about not having been honest about the relapse while I was in it.
Yeah, you didn't even tell me about the mushrooms. You
I
just
did
said
too.
weed.
I told you about Vegas. Yeah, babe, I did.
Did you?
Because I made a big deal about telling you.
Okay,
I
okay.
was like, I have to tell you something. You're like, I don't care.
Yeah, I like don't care. I don't even remember that. So much
Yeah,
I don't care.
exactly.
Anyway, if it's not about me, I can really care less, to be honest.
That's why I'm so good at keeping secrets. I don't remember anything.
But so the second time in Mexico,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
kinda
yeah.
had a reckoning.
It was just like the same thing, and it wasn't anything crazy, but I talked to my sponsor about it, and she's like, yeah, you've been restless, irritable, and discontent for a while, and you're not doing the work, and the only way to kind of feel better is to do the work. And I think since I've been having issues in my personal life, like with my family and stuff like that, I don't want to do the work because I don't want to sit down and look at my part in everything, and I don't want to possibly make an amends, and I don't want to. It's way harder to do the work than to ignore it and do a low dose edible.
Hey, no, this is the truth.
That's-
How do we know this in real life with so many people that we know?
Right.
They would rather just
Just-
fucking, what is it called? Like white knuckling sobriety?
Yes.
Where you're just sitting
Yes.
there going,
Yeah.
like you're not proactively working on being a sober person.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. Like there is something about working the program that makes my life better because I'm a better friend, I'm a better partner, I'm a better colleague, I'm better in every single way because I'm doing like an inventory, being like, did I do my best today? Was I self-centered? Was I self-seeking? Are there any amends I need to make? And when you do that in the day, then it doesn't become 8 months of people that you owe amends to. It's like every day you can own your shit and okay, but you can own it. He's just like crying all the time. I'm like, I just like you can own your shit, and I don't know. So I think I was in a lot of shame, and then Bobby asked me to come give him a cake for his birthday, and which for those of you who aren't familiar with the program, it's like when you get a year of continuous sobriety, you take a cake, whatever. And he asked me to get a cake, and in the meeting, there's a part where it says, if you worked all 12 steps and you are available for sponsorship, raise your hand. And I didn't raise my hand, and he looked at me, he's like, why aren't you raising your hand? You haven't tried. And I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. And I just finally was honest with the people that I've not been lying to, but I've definitely been withholding the truth from.
Yeah.
And it felt so freeing because I thought like all these people were gonna like judge me and disown me and be like, oh, you're a fucking loser. Like, and he was literally, Bobby's reaction was like, fucking awesome. How was it? He's like, did you have fun? Like, and then when I talked to my sponsor, who like I love so much and I just adore her and our relationship, I thought she was gonna be like, well, I don't work with people who relapse, or I don't, whatever. And she's like, all right, girl, do the work, get back in there. Like, it's fine.
I just feel like, yeah, and I get that, and I think a lot of people get scared to tell people.
Yes.
Because I see it, and I'm like, no, like, no one's gonna punish you. All we want is you to want to make it back to the other side. You know what I mean?
But there's so much shame in it.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've presented ourselves to the world in some capacity as somebody who fucking did it. We got sober, and that becomes a part of our identity. And then there's so much shame in losing that piece of our identity. And then it becomes like compounded when we have a public platform and people like will DM me or they'll come to my shows and be like, you're just like a beacon of sobriety. Like you give me so much hope.
And then you feel like a fraud.
And then I feel like a fucking fraud.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, like I'm bamboozling all these people. But no
one's perfect. Like,
I know.
I know so many people that I follow on Instagram and I see them post like 19 years or 20 years or whatever, and I know them in real life, and I'm like,
yeah,
like they just do it to like have clout or like make people think like, oh yeah, like but like they still slip up, they do stuff, they fucking smoke weed or they do whatever, you know what I mean? Like
Well,
I don't think anyone I mean, I do know people also who do post that stuff, who are really, really actually very sober.
Yes, yeah.
But I know more who are not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who I know in real life who are, taking edibles, or they're, smoking weed or taking pills or whatever. So I just think you're doing your best, right?
I'm doing my best, and I don't fully prescribe to one version of sobriety that fits all.
Yeah.
There are people who it works for them to do a little edible here, mushrooms there, whatever. And they are sober because their problems were much heavier than that. And for me, my problem, the thing that will kill me is alcohol. Because alcohol makes you do drugs, hardcore drugs, not plant-based drugs, like Coke and Molly and that kind of shit. And it makes me behave in a way that I'm not proud of, but on a much lower level, anything in my system makes me. There's just a level of shame to it, and there's a level of guilt, and there's a lack of integrity in how I show up in my life when I'm not sober. So I think I'm gonna give it another shot, and if I fail, I'll be more transparent about it.
Yeah.
But that was
Everyone's
kind
here
of
for you.
It was the worst of the week because it's been the worst of these months where I'm I feel just a rock. And the worst part was when I told everyone and nobody cared.
No, we really honestly.
I just was wait a minute.
I mean, you know me. I
All that for nothing.
Fuck, I was sober for 6 years with my partner, obviously, because that's true. Shit happens. I know life happens, and I noticed that going hard on someone who relapsed doesn't create the situation.
Yeah.
It doesn't make them. First of all, you're not a safe space then.
Right.
That person feels like, oh, I can't go to this person and tell them the truth.
Mhm.
And then I feel like they have to lie.
Yeah.
If you freak out, I've learned that you have to just be an open person and just be okay, life happens, people fuck up. Part of getting sober is relapsing. A lot of people relapse, and if you're willing to do the work and you're willing to commit to coming back to the other side, then we're there for you. You know what I mean? I think the shame is the biggest part of it, and I think it keeps a lot of people from getting help too, because they're they don't want to tell people hey, I'm struggling, or hey, I'm doing this, or hey, I'm secretly drinking or using. You know what I mean? So
the shame keeps you sick. That's kind of part of it.
But Tommy has a really good sponsor. His sponsor is so fucking rad, and I noticed that about him. That's kind of what I learned from him is that people don't shame people. Are okay, are you ready to get back in it? Are you ready to pick up where you left off? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make people feel bad. Don't dwell on it. Don't sit in it. Don't go oh, you're terrible. I can't believe you. That's not the way to help people. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's fine. I think it was such a relief, and I have felt, I've been sharing pretty openly how much I've been struggling with my mental health, and I know those two things are related. So I know once I start to do the work, and there is freedom on the other side of the 12 steps. I hate that it works, but it really does. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm just going to roll my sleeves up and dig into that.
Well, I think it's also great therapy.
Yeah.
Steps they're just they really help you a good therapy, in-depth therapy session. You can really get down with yourself, and get down with people that you really can talk to.
Yeah, it's really powerful. It's really powerful. I mean, they say when you do 12 steps, you will be relieved of the urge to stop drinking, which I've been through the 12 steps now 3 times. This will be my 4th time. But I was relieved of that so long ago. But it's the other insanity, and the other, the insidious nature of alcoholism is that my disease, my brain wants me dead, and it doesn't matter if that's through alcohol or through drugs, or when I'm sober, it's through suicidal ideation. So that's what's been kicking up is the SI has been going crazy, and I'm I know what this is. This is my alcoholism. Because when I get on the other end of the 12 steps, I am free. I do not struggle with mental health stuff and I have been so deep in it. And I'm so reluctant, and like I was refusing to look at the one thing that I knew it was. And so now, even that I'm just like saying this all out loud, I just feel like freer. So.
I'm so proud of you. I know it's hard. I know it's I'm not an addict. I'm not gone sober just to support people in my life, but so much, right?
Yeah.
I know it's hard. I watch it. I'm proud of you, and I'm here for you too. I'm here for you too, dude. Yeah, I don't.
What's
even-
your worst
Yeah,
story?
bro, I'm like,
I'm like, wanna follow that?
I don't know if I have a worst, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I everything's actually been. I'm so grateful because we got back to our house.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I could go right into the Winslow. We got fucking huge amounts of rain,
Yes,
which
I
we
know.
needed so badly in LA.
Yeah.
But how funny is it that it happened like a week after, like the fires were
I
raging?
know.
I'm like, where was this rain like a
It's
week
all
ago?
very biblical.
It's biblical.
It's all
And,
very
and the
biblical.
crazy thing is, it's like actually, it was actually the perfect amount of rain. It wasn't like a monsoon. It was like one night of really fucking solid rain. It washed all the ash and fire retardant off of our house and our cars and
God,
everything.
baby.
And I was like, yes, thank you, God. And then the air quality, as soon as you got that rain, we like testing the air quality. Air quality is already going back up, you know. So I'm like, this is all positive. I do feel really fucking bad for friends of ours that like we are right at the cutoff line. Like one street over, you can't get to your house still. And they're telling them 3 more weeks to go to their house. Like I have
a safety concern.
It is. They are saying that, you know. But it's just kind of nuts that like, I mean, some people's electricity was out, and they're like, "Can we just go like clean out our fridge? Like we'll wear masks. Like it's like gonna be so nasty by the time we get in there." But yeah, I mean, I feel bad for those people. I mean, we're just so grateful. That's all I
Yeah.
can say, man.
Yeah.
I'm like in gratitude right now every day because I'm just like, wow, we got really lucky. You know, I have friends that are gonna be in hotels for 3 weeks until they go, okay, yeah, like all the toxic shit, you know, all these Teslas that melted and all these things that melted, all old houses, asbestos, all that shit that's in the fucking system now. But they're gonna hopefully let them back in there, you know. I watched the conference and like it was like Trump with Karen Bass.
Oh God.
He was like, I want him in there tomorrow. She's like, well, it's a safety concern. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Just let him in there. And then it was like, you know, he's like, screw your permits. Let them rebuild right away. Because LA is a fucking nightmare.
Well, I do think that's one thing all sides are aligned on is that the permits need to get fucked,
like, bro,
'cause,
let people fucking get in there and like build.
Yeah, because I was talking to a girl yesterday whose family was affected by the hurricanes in Florida, and she said that's like the one great thing about Florida is that like, yeah, it was everything was decimated, but it was up like literally within the year, everything was rebuilt.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
and I mean, just like this, the shady insurance shit too, like the fucking
Yeah.
insurance people canceling on people a couple days before
Yeah.
they knew those
I
type
mean,
of
it's
things were
all-
gonna happen. They fucked so many people.
Yeah.
So that was kind of crazy. I will say I do have the worst actually because I don't know what happened, but now we just entered 2025 and like you know how that
It's been 47 years long, by the
dude,
way.
it feels like it's been 47 years
It
long.
has been the fact January isn't over yet. I'm like, this is. I feel like Rose on the Titanic. It's been 83 years.
January has aged all of us, man. I mean, and we're like we are like lucky compared to like most people. But fuck, so like I actually like I pay for private insurance because I'm an independent contractor, and you know, 2025 every year your insurance gets readjusted. It goes up, obviously, but the amount that it went up this year, Brittany.
Oh my God, I know.
Oh
I
my,
know.
my private health insurance, girl. I was already paying like 1,000 something. Now it's 1,500 a month, and on top of that, my medication went from an $80 copay to $250 copay.
I mean, didn't we just kill a CEO?
That's what I'm sitting here thinking. I'm like, why did it go the other way? Because like I've seen increases through the years, right? I've seen it goes up like a couple like
yeah. No.
It's gone up like
substantially.
Girl, I got my shit and I was like, what? Like this is crazy. Like I just can't.
no lube while they're fucking.
dude, I'm just so sad about. And then I was like having dinner next to this guy when we were displaced, and he like runs this company. Actually, let me get it. He like basically goes after insurance companies when they refuse to like help people. It's called getclaimable.com. So I was sitting next to him, and he was saying like, I was telling him like, well, I'm good because I pay all this money, you know, for my health insurance, right? And he goes, what do you have? And I'm like, I have like a gold PPO. Like I make sure because I go to the doctor a lot. I have to, right? She's sick because I have, you know. And then so he goes, well, you'd be surprised to find out that like if you stay in the hospital for more than a month, like you're like only covered up to a certain amount. And like he's like, believe it or not, like I have people that have been paying, you know, whatever for years, and then they get hospitalized, and it's like you're only covered for like a certain amount of time, and then then that's it. And he's like, you don't know how many people like go into debt who are like, you know, chemotherapy drugs. Do you know chemotherapy drugs are the only drugs that the doctors can cut from? Anyway, I was gonna say, so you can look that up, but that's kind of crazy. Getclaimable.com if you're like struggling with paying health bills, but. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Our guest popped in early, and this is a great episode, so stay tuned for Sabrina Zohar. She's amazing.
We are so excited. We're going to quickly go over our wins of the week, but I don't remember mine, so I'm like, perfect. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get dick. Girl. Listen, am I traveling for it? Sure I am. Sure, am I getting on a vacation? Am I doing a dick run? I am. Doing a dick run, you know, it just comes down to it that you know what's so funny is well actually I'm not gonna say this because it's geographical stuff, but I'm excited.
I think it's cool because it's like
I'm going to see Not Packing for those of you who are following.
It's a
along with
repeat.
It's a recycle bin boy. Recycle bin boy.
But also like there's something to be said about like someone that you can be comfortable with, and it's not like
we're so comfy.
Like you're just.
We're so comfy
It's just
cozy
chill.
because, like, you know, in the beginning, which by the way, I was thinking about this, we started talking in 2022, or no, 23, at the end of 23. And we've always just been comfy. Like, he's just been easy. But, like, in the beginning, like, I kind of had like a little crush on him, and I was like, I like you. And then he ghosted me, and then I ghosted him back. And then, like, literally 8 months went by where we didn't speak to each other, and you know it'll kill a crush time.
Yeah.
And then when we reunited in November, it's just easy, and I don't have to be the girl that's like, you know how sometimes when you're dating someone new and you like put on a show, you have like cute PJs, and you're like, I just wake up like this.
Yeah.
And you're like,
oh my god, me with Tommy when I first moved in with him, I went to bed with my makeup on every night.
Yeah.
And then when he would fall asleep, I would like wash it off really quick or like leave it on, you know, 'cause I just didn't want to,
Yeah.
I was getting lash extensions.
Yeah.
So I didn't look like,
Yeah. You do the most. It's like that what's that movie in Bridesmaids where Kristen Wiig's character is with John Hamm, and she like wakes up, she pretends she just woke up, and she already like went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth, put on mascara, and she's like, like
just
this,
rolling
like,
over. Yeah.
like literally the way, like in when I went to go see him in November, I was like, I'm gonna go sleep in the guest room. He's like, what? I was like, I don't want to sleep with you. I was like, you snore, you are like an oscillating fan. Like he moves so
Ew, he
much.
snores?
He snores super loud.
Ew.
And he's just like, okay, see ya. And then like the next morning he like came into my room. He's like, can I come in? Like,
you're like, no.
No.
You're in his guest room. No, sorry.
Sorry.
I know now the way I go to bed, I'm like, I look like a fucking creature.
The
The
way-
I wear like an oversized t-shirt. My titties are flopping everywhere. I got my hair on top of my head.
Yeah, I mean that's how we sleep. By the way, I sleep with mouth tape, earplugs, an eye mask, a bonnet.
Brittany looks like a hostage when she goes to sleep. Like you're like tied up.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Truly. So there's no nothing with him and I, because it's just
Yeah.
like he's young, he's an athlete, he's not my man.
Should we do this on Patreon?
Sure.
Yeah, let's switch over to the Patreon.
Okay,
guys.
so all right, we're going to the Patreon.
We're going to the Patreon.
We're going to
so
the
we can really
Patreon.
talk about it.
Okay, we
Switching
are so excited for you guys to see our guest.
Dude, this episode is amazing.
Yeah.
Make sure to stay tuned for our guest, Sabrina Zohar. She is really just a perfect guest. I mean,
The
I love
best.
when you have a guest that just.
She is high energy. She knows her shit. She's smart. She fucking clocked me on dating. So you guys get ready for me to get winded on this one because I'm about to lose my breath. Let's get the wind knocked out of me. Stay tuned, worsties. Okay, love you. Bye.
Welcome back, worsties. We have a very special guest today. We're very excited. She actually matched her pants to the couch. She's very committed to being here.
I take this seriously.
The one and only Sabrina Zohar, who has this amazing podcast. I was watching the clips.
I was too, and I was learning so much. So she's married. Okay, so she's good. Yeah, she's like, we're good. So I need your help.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you two just go ahead. And
Okay.
go ahead. I'll just sit here and.
Let me reposition. I'm dating. I got divorced 2 years ago. How's that been going? Thank you so much for asking.
She's not ready.
Thank you so much for your inquiry. Here's the thing. I'm trying to be positive about how I speak about dating because I'm very aware you attract what you put out there. But it's been fucking awful. Fair. Here's the thing. I'm not a big fan of the toxic positivity of like everything's amazing and you're like your house is burning down. Literally and figuratively, right? Yeah. But it's the actual being able to be like, yes, I know, right? Like this is really tough. But I still believe that there's something amazing out there. Yeah. But I will say, as somebody who dated my life, it's fucking tough. Yeah. It's tough. That's it. Where did you meet your partner?
Yeah, actually, I did, and I had a different experience already. Because like when I was on the apps, like I went out with obviously a lot of users too, and I did have some experiences like where like I would go out with a guy and have an amazing connection, and then never hear anything, and that would drive me absolutely insane. But then like it didn't take me long. It took me like 4 days to find out my husband, and so we're kind of like outliers.
How long?
8 years.
Okay, a minute ago.
Actually, our anniversary is coming up this Everett. Married 16 years. I see what she's going through, and I just think it's like there's just too many.
So the irony is, it's actually dating apps are 70% women. Yeah, and so they're actually predominantly men, and women are the lesser on the apps. Just that there's 1% of men that most people are going for, right? So that's the caveat. Like I met my partner on Hinge, and he's the 1% that a lot of women are going for. He's tall, attractive, successful. That's my guy.
Hey!
Love him. And it's like, but when I met him, I was the same. I was coming off of being exhausted off the fucking dating apps. It was just one shitty date after another of, or amazing dates, right? Like seeing this person and being like, oh my god, I have to see you again. Awesome, I'd love to. And then they don't do anything, or the guy texts the wrong person. He texts me instead of another girl and tried to hide it, and then tried to gaslight me. And it was like a whole cool. So it like experienced that. But when I met my partner, I very much was so like, you know what? Listen, like we're very cliche dating app. Like we met on a dating app, we hooked up on the first date, and I left you with me. And he was like, so you can't hook up on the first date. That's another question I was gonna ask you.
See, I told you.
It's because it's intentionality at the end of the day. Like when I asked my partner, even to this day, he's like, we had a great time. Like the sex was amazing. Why would I not? He's like, at the very least, I wanted to see you again. And I was open for a relationship. But I would say this. I was incredibly clear. I don't know about like how it went with you guys. I'm curious to hear. But when we left, because like for me, my dog had recently passed away. I'm like, I'm tired of the fact that like, why are women hiding behind the fact that we do have needs as well? Like I have sexual desires that I want to satisfy. And so when I left, I was like, I may never see this person again, and I'm okay with that. But I made it clear to him, I was like, should you ever call me again, it's because you want to pursue something. Like, don't waste my fucking time. I don't do the casual thing. Don't call me for a booty calls if we're going to
You said this to him?
Very
On
straightforward.
the first date?
Oh yeah, I'm incredibly direct and blunt. Like first date, I was like, talk to me. And then we had like a 6-hour first date. And we went for a hike, and then we went for and then we went to dinner. But I'm very much on show up how you want someone to receive it.
Wait, so did you say this after you guys had sex or
After I just told
hey, now that was great, just so you know, don't ever fucking call me again unless you want to marry me, you fucking piece of shit.
I
I'm
was
just kidding.
I was just very honest. I was like, listen, I think this is great. I was like, but we don't need to do this. I'm like, you don't have to do the niceties. You don't have to call me if you don't mean it. I was like, but if you want to pursue something, I think you're great. I'd love to see you again. And if not, that's okay too.
Wow, that's very adult.
It was very, I've always, like, relationships are one giant fucking conversation. So you got to learn how to talk early on. It's like you always have to express yourself in the community because when you stop talking, you stop communicating, you stop connecting.
And for me, I should ask on the first date, how's your last relationship? And what did it teach you about yourself? I don't give a fuck about her. I don't care about the date. I want to know what you learned from it, what accountability you take.
I want her Instagram. I want her to know your whole history. Yeah. I want to know exactly what you said to her. Was it the same thing you said to me?
Yeah, no, they don't need to know what I'm looking at after, right? Like when I'm
You already have her pulled up on your phone.
You're like, oh, really? That was
Just
it?
making sure
Is
it
that
checks
it?
out.
You know, you don't have
Because I
time.
have her home address. It's 444.
It's like, I thought you said you didn't have time.
Yeah.
But I find that more often than not, like, what have I been seeing a lot in the dating landscape? It's a lot of emotional availability. It's a lot of, I'm scared to say anything. I don't want to push them away. It's a lot of anxiety. And I feel like it's a lot of fear that's driving the car as opposed to goals and drive that's getting you towards something. And I'm curious to hear, like, what are you seeing?
Okay, so I will say, first and foremost, I took a year off of dating to kind of like, I went through a divorce. Like, I went through some heavy shit, and then after my divorce, I dated some very toxic people. And I was like, maybe I can get it and just get my shit together. And then I did, and I was feeling so good. I mean, Britt can attest to this. Like, at the end of last year, I was like, I'm ready. Ready. You know, I was feeling good. I felt mentally really stable. I was taking really good care of myself, and I was like, I feel ready to like call in a meeting with my partner. And so I got on in, and the first date I went on was not a match, but not bad. It was just like, you know, whatever. The second date I went on was great. Like, it was like one of the best first dates of my life. We got along great. He had this exact same sense of humor, which is rare for me because I have a very dark sense of humor. So like anyone who can joke about suicide with me is like in, and that's not many people. But like we had it, and we hooked up, and it was right. And then I reached out to him the next day and said that was great. And then he said, yeah, good, that's good, but like no follow up. Kind of blew me off. And then, but now at this point it's been a month. I'm not gonna see him again. Like we've talked a little bit, but like whatever. It doesn't. It was just confusing because I was like, that felt really good. I'm like confused why there was no follow up. And then the other 2 days, one was good, but he lives in Dubai, which was weird. I was like, okay,
Monkey wrench.
I was like, that was a little bit of a geographical catfish, but and then the other was kind of not a match, and that's where I'm at. I'm like, now I'm kind of like, do I want to get off of it? Because I'm one of those people where if I don't find what I want right away, I don't want to keep doing it. Like I get exhausted quick.
And I'm telling her, don't give up. So what's your advice?
Don't give up. I would say, because, so here's the thing. What the shift is, where the shift has to come is with us, because it's about being a better buyer, right? And that's not that you did anything wrong. There's no shame or blame ever in this space, but it's also just about accountability. And it's like, okay, so if you've had a month, right? A month under your belt, that's not even close to enough time to even hit on the 5 square feet of what it is you have to offer. And you don't know every day someone new could be joining, somebody new could be going on, someone new could be saying the same thing. I'm ready now and I'm intentional. And then I would say a couple of things. One, personally offline because I'm very curious to see what are we putting out there. More so my partner and I, we do profile audits. So people will send them in and wait, can I show you?
I wanted to do a profile audit of you on camera. She's like, what the fuck is this?
She's like, I did not.
She's gonna hate it.
Roast.
I've like read this before on the podcast.
I'm so ready for this.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want.
I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, I don't care at all. Okay, perfect.
I'm dead Mike pulling up her Instagram.
Okay,
here you go.
And Hinge profile.
All right, off the bat. So you want me to actually audit this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've talked about this on the podcast. So we can.
Okay. So first photo, you look smoking hot. I can't see your face. All I see is sexualized. I see your boobs. First thing out is like, hi, nice to see you. Then we go, dating me is like wiping your ass with a cheese grater. It's funny, but it's self-deprecating to a point where I don't know what the point is. I'm not getting anything about you except the fact that I'm like, oh, so you're really bookable. Okay, cool. Then we have cool. The kissy photo's cute. The other photo, same outfit. We just saw this outfit and it's the same photo shoot. I'm looking for someone to ruin my life for 6 to 8 weeks. Okay. Okay. So, and then same as we kind of go on, and then typical Sunday contemplating the sweet release of death.
It's actually sounding kind of bad as someone reads it.
I
I'm like,
see,
this
right?
actually sounds really bad.
So, okay, the only reason I'm saying this is if you're actually intentional. Like if you're saying, I don't want casual, I want a fucking relationship. I want my person that's going to be by my side. This is not going to get for you. Because the reality is what you're putting yourself out there as is, I don't take myself seriously. I'm a joke. I'm sexy. I'm fun. I just want to have a good time. That's what I get from this profile. And that's not who you are, because in person you are incredibly stunning outside of the physicality, but you've got a beautiful aura of energy, which is probably why Homeboy, when he met up with you, was not really understanding the connection, because based on that, it's a nice casual, let's just have some fun. And then he gets to know you and he's like, whoa, this person's like pretty fucking awesome. Homeboy probably wasn't ready for that. And when someone's not ready to receive that, that's terrifying, which is why that person would put in more space.
Clocked.
Goodbye.
Clocked.
She says it with lots of love. You know I say this with love.
I'm too nervous.
She's like, is
Wait,
it
just
hot?
let her edit it before you leave. Let her put in what she's got to put in, you know?
It's-
The thing is, Brittany's really funny, and so I think like a part of her is like, let me just like make jokes because I'm a comedian, you know? But I think when you read it, it came off so differently.
Because when you're seeing it, imagine this is a complete stranger. They know absolutely nothing. It's what? You have 2 to 3 seconds to make a first impression. So the first thing I see with the photo is like, it's just very like, look body, but it's not look body. Because you're a beautiful woman, but I don't want to see you like that. Unless you want casual. You want casual, go fucking have it all day. I don't give a shit. Have fun. But if you're like more intentional, something in the profile needs to say that. Like, I'm intentional for a date. Or like for me, one thing was, or my partners, I'll give an example of his. It was one thing I'd like to know about you is what's something that you changed your mind about recently and what prompted it, right? It gives, because the point of a prompt is to prompt a conversation. So if you wrote that and went, oh, interesting, something I changed my mind about was this, and then, oh, it starts a conversation. Next thing you know, you have dialogue. You can see if this person is down. That's what I mean by become a better buyer, because I'd be curious, the people that you're matching, is it based on their profile or is it based on their photos?
That I'm matching with them.
I think both. As long as it's both. Because the photos solely is where we're like, right? How many times, or like, oh, my partner will do this, his name is Ryan. He'll like show me a profile, then he'll put it away and go, okay, tell me 3 things that you remember from this. For yours, I'm like, she likes cheese. There was 2 things about cheese. You're banging. That was it. Like, I remember like you're a hot blonde and that you want someone to really like. Because I get the joke. I understand that it's funny, but seeing somebody, that's why you got that guy. Because he was like, oh, perfect. She's looking for something casual. I want someone that'll ruin my life for 16 weeks. And it's just about seeing how we present ourselves. Because you can be a fucking firecracker on the date and be funny and hilarious and have your moments, but we have to put out there that I'm serious and take myself seriously because I want you to do the same.
Also,
But
I don't
always
love
feel-
that dating me is like dating to get away from asking for cheese grater because you're awesome. It's not.
You're not a
joke. I'm just telling jokes. I just like with jokes. It's like my whole personality is I joke a lot. And then when you get on a date with me, you'll see that there's more. And then I was hoping to be pleasantly surprised.
No, it's more about just because then what ends up happening is it's more of like a bait and switch, right? It's more of that because like for me, if I'm super intentional with a date, I probably wouldn't match with someone like that because I'd be like, they're not taking themselves seriously.
You
They
gotta have
don't.
maybe 1 or 2 more serious things on your date. You are like.
I have to get off and just sit in the corner.
No.
Just wait for someone to come to
Put your fucking dunce hat on. You're on fucking timeout with that fucking profile. I'm just Brittany. As she was reading, I was like, oh, actually, yeah.
Well, it sounds horrible when you're reading it militantly.
When, like adding some flair.
Most people are sitting there like this.
Cheese, baby. Yeah, just
Wants
cheese
me to
grater.
ruin her life. She's like, wipe my ass with the cheese grater.
It's just really because when, like, for me, I'm somebody that I work with. I have 50% of my clients. Like, I work with a fuck ton of dudes. I see the other side of it. I see the flip side of it. I understand what they're seeing and what they're looking for, and I get to watch my partner. He was the guy. He dated in all the major cities. Like, he dated in San Francisco for 10 years. He had plenty of experiences of people. When I even hear him of like, oh, I remember one of my clients, she was so confused as to why she kept getting guys that wanted to just hook up with her. She just didn't understand it. She's on your profile and it's like, baby girl, headlights were the first thing. It was just boom.
Yeah.
And it was like, and it's not in a negative. It's not like hide your body. Please show it if you have it. But the
Maybe
first
like the
photo,
third picture down.
yeah, give me a little bit. But it was the first photo was like her nipples were out. It was just like this really sexy selfie. And it's like, but that's why, because most people are matching based on your first photo. You have 2 seconds to get somebody. A lot of people don't swipe down. They look and go, yep or no. We want you to lead what who you really are, so that when they get on a date, they're pleasantly surprised by how fucking funny and amazing you are. But they already knew that you were somebody that is incredibly good.
Britt, let her help you do your profile. Like, watch what happens.
And you might,
Pretty cool.
We had one person, he was like, I'm not getting as many matches. And it's like, well, that's the point. We want to select and we want to narrow down. More is not better. I want the right people.
that actually will see.
I want people that, like, the only reason I went after my partner to this day was because he didn't say anything about my photos. He said something about my prompt, and he asked me a question. I put in there, like, me from New York, go easy on me. And he was like, in hindsight, I laugh now. He's like, a lot of people think I'm from New York. And when you meet him, you're like, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not. I love you, but you're not. But that was what started it. He was like, oh, I live in San Francisco. What are the major differences? And we ended up just talking for like an hour. He went right to, hey, I don't want a digital pen pal. What's your number? Can I take you out? And I was like, fuck yeah.
Wow.
Didn't text. He was like, I'm not a texter. I'm not doing this. And it was like very, he made a plan. He was consistent. It was reciprocity. It felt very safe for me. And like along the way, I told him, I was like, hey, I'd love more texting. And he set a boundary. He was like, I'm not doing it. And I was like, oh, okay.
See, some guys don't like texting too. That's why I try to say some guys like they're not a big texter. They just won't be able to text.
Okay, but to be fair, this guy just doesn't like you. And that's okay.
It's not, let's reframe it. It's not that he doesn't like you. I think he was probably one, usually intimidated, and not in the way that you think. Not in the intimidated of like, what did I do? Intimidated by the room that you are. Because you show up so much more deep than what you're giving off. So when somebody meets you and they're like, fuck, I thought she was just going to be this hockey line. I was going to have fun with her. And then you come in and you're like, oh shit.
He also got a
yeah, you both like quit.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I think for you, you are selling yourself short because you have so much more to offer. It's actually insane. And sitting next to you is a very different experience than that. And I know
I
that
agree.
might feel uncomfortable to receive.
It is.
We'll talk offline though, where that's coming from. I don't need to blast you even more. Like, so tell me about your dad. But it's right. Comes from somewhere, right? But that's where we have to look and say, I hear it all the time of like, I really want a relationship, and it's like, but are you emotionally available to actually receive one, or are we coming off going, oh well, I don't need to give anything about myself. I'm just going to deflect with jokes. And it's not that's so bad. It's just more about being like, oh, am I ready for this? Am I ready to be emotionally available? Am I ready to be
But
vulnerable?
it's so scary to put yourself out there and be like, I'm ready. That's like embarrassing.
What's embarrassing? Further. What feels scary and embarrassing? Like, let's actually get down to it. What part of you believes that putting yourself out there means that you're going to be embarrassed? Where did you learn that from?
It feels like you're just setting yourself up for rejection.
By whom? I don't give a
Why? Why do you want to? Then you have to love me because you loved it.
And there it is. There it is. Because at the end of the day, what does rejection by definition means? To be ridiculed. And so when we think about that, it's like, does somebody that knew you for 2 hours, are they going to be able to or maybe it's just not a market for them? Maybe homeboy just wasn't interested. It doesn't mean he's rejected.
But I think anytime someone says something bad about me, I agree with them. Or I think something bad about me, I agree with them. I don't know where this is going, but I just think it's.
And that's okay. That's just your belief. Yeah. So what that happens is like that. Then that's why you're going to date people that are going to refer you. You'll go after the people that are not emotionally available, that don't have the depth that you require, and then because you're like, see, I knew there's something wrong with me. It's like, I know.
I mean, I did the same
Fucked
thing.
up right
Yo,
now.
you're getting fucking wrecked.
Like a
Brittany's
I know.
Get back in the ring, bitch.
And I'm like, and but the only reason I say that is
No, it's
because
true.
you're
It's
fucking, you are an incredible woman. Like, you are not.
Just keeping it real with us without respect.
I know. No, I do respect it. It's just.
Yeah,
It's
but
a lot.
I'm
It's a lot
also
to
like,
receive.
100%.
I'm also with Brittany because I will say, like, when I was single and I was on the apps and like I would have a good time with someone and then they wouldn't, call me or whatever again, I did internalize it. I did take it personally, but I get where you're coming from. Instead of going like, what is wrong with me? Think, okay, well, maybe it's not something wrong with me. It could also be like where they are in their life. They weren't looking for this serious thing. They weren't looking for like a great match right now. Because that's like another thing about men that I've read is like, when they are ready to get married, then that's the time. Like, it's like they could have met the woman who could have been their wife, 10 times over. But if they were not in the headspace,
Yellow Captain.
What is that?
Sex and the City, many moons ago, and it's the whole joke about but that men. Because my mom has always said this to me as a kid, and she's like, "It's not love; it's proximity and timing."
that's what they
And
say.
it's the whole thing is like the person that when they're yellow. And like, I'll be honest, like my partner and I have talked about this. He lost his sister like about 9 months before I lost my job, a month before we met, and we were like, to this day we would never be together if we didn't have those moments. Had we met a year mess. I would have been in my anxiety. He would have been in his avoidance, and we would have just been like, nope, had a great time. See ya. But because both of us lost so much, and we were at a place of like, I'm ready for this, 100%. Then he was, even when I asked him now, and he was like, from the date one, he was like, you know what I was looking for, because of the way I showed up. And so I understand the rejection is very real. It's a very real thing to be scared of rejection, but then we have to strip it away and say, what facts do I have to back up? There's something wrong with me, right? And when we stop and go, oh, maybe this guy, yeah, you know what? Actually, I realized if we didn't talk about intentions, oh, maybe it was that he's not intentional. He doesn't actually want anything. Okay, but does that have anything to do with me? No, but often our core beliefs will come up and we will reaffirm it.
Yeah. I think too, because I'm like anxious about attachment style. Yeah, so like in the beginning of a relationship, I really want a lot of attention and a lot of attention to be safe, and then like in it, yeah, because in a relationship we have to survive, and like I don't ever fault my ex for it once because he was codependent, I was anxious for it, recipe for disaster. But I think why that's confusing is because in the beginning I'm like all in, and then once I feel safe, I'm like,
why are you so obsessed with me?
Yeah, why is
You get them obsessed with that you, and then you're like, gross.
But totally. But then the anxious part of me in dating now, when I like meet someone I like and it doesn't feel reciprocated, I just go down this like rabbit hole of like, oh, your job's embarrassing, your life, like you're not good enough, you don't belong in that circle, he doesn't like to see this. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on, and that's exhausting. How do I get off that? Because I can't
Yeah, I would really rely on you for this episode.
I want to get off that hamster wheel. It's really about learning one. It's like where to go with that emotion, right? Like, and we also have to look at both caregivers. And the one thing I will say is like, I'm not Freud, right? I'm not like, oh, let's blame your parents for everything. Nah,
but we should.
Right. I mean, I'll tell you, my
But
parents.
definitely let's.
No, like they fucked me up.
Yeah.
But what I look at is, it's like it's a yes and. How can I hold them accountable for what they taught me without having to right? So if I look and say, okay, that's disorganized, right? So I want the love, I go for it, but then I'm scared, right? I get it, because oftentimes we see that it doesn't have to be your home, but like homes of abuse or inconsistency, right? The caregiver that is supposed to create the safety for you is also the one it creates the pain. Yeah. So there's that push-pull dynamic, and what ends up happening is it's interesting that you said, when I feel safe, then I don't want them. That's the perception of safety. True, real safety is something that cultivates over time. It's not taken. What ends up happening is because your core beliefs are coming from a place of I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy. It's great. Let me chase, let me run. Ooh, okay, good. I can get them. I can get them. I can get them. Look, I can prove my worth to them. Then when they're like catching up and they're like, hey, Britt, you're amazing. I really like you. Ew, you see that in me? No, gross. I don't want it. Because if you don't see that in yourself, it's going to be really tough. It's not that if you can't love yourself, how can anyone else love you? That's not what this is about. But you got to love yourself more than you need to be loved by other people. Because then when you validate yourself and you're like, yeah, those parts of me that I cringe at, the parts of me, like for me personally, I always felt like I was too much. I curse a lot, I talk a lot, I'm a big personality. And for me to understand, well, where did I learn that from? From my dad. When I would cry as a kid, he would hit us, or he would leave, or he was irate, or he would be go with bananas. And that taught me I'm too much. So the way for me to combat that was to, one, sit in that space and say, that's what my dad did to me. He fucked me up. He taught me these things that are not accurate. And there's a little version of me that needs to know that that wasn't okay. Then to go on of, do I genuinely believe that about myself? No, that's just the conditioning I was taught. How can I reframe that? It's not that I'm too much. Maybe I'm just not fucking cool. Right? And it's just, doesn't have to be that because when we look at like a really beautiful thing that we see when we start to heal is we go from black and white and introduce gray. Because there's a lot of nuance. And if we go black and white thinking keeps good or bad, look, I'm good, you need to be bad. Versus when we create that space of nuance of you don't have to be good or bad, and neither the other person just didn't align. And then it takes away that personal, because when we take everything personally, it's me, I mean, is it really all about us? It's your main character of the movie, but to everybody else, it's an extra. And so when we make it all about us, we make ourselves, we overconflate our ego, and we just give into those core beliefs, as opposed to being like, you know what? Did I choose you?
Nobody's thinking, I realize in life, nobody's thinking about you as much as you think they are.
100%.
Like people get, we sit there and we go like, everyone's thinking on this and everyone's thinking on that.
Thinking about themselves.
And everyone's thinking about themselves. No one's thinking about you the way you think everyone's thinking about you.
And projection, 99.9% of the time.
Yeah.
How many times you've seen the trolls on the internet that start attacking you and you're like, this sounds awful personal.
Yeah.
Right? Like you sound triggered as fuck. we have to remember when people trigger this time. Triggers aren't necessarily always, they don't have to be a bad thing. Trigger, what is that? Like a terminology is to cue your nervous system that you're in danger. And a trigger could be, you could shut the door. And to know, and a trigger is a neutral action or inaction. So to me, like for instance, we talk about texting, right? Somebody doesn't text me good morning. It's a neutral action or inaction, right? You just didn't text. But if that's triggering to me, well, what is a trigger? Oh, like me. See, I knew they didn't like me. I knew it because because our nervous system sees them as safety. We got to turn that internally and create the safety in our own bodies. I could go on for days. I know.
Wow, it's powerful. I mean, it's so true. And like, awesome theory. Like, we don't want anything to disappoint you. Like, we need to stop. Like, that was one of them when I was single too. Was like, when I was robbed, it only happened to me like maybe twice where like I had a connection. But then at the end of the day, you have to remember, like, why would I believe someone that's not showing up the way I need them to anyway, right? Like, just you have to just go, like, wow, this person's not giving me what I need, or not gonna give me what I need, like, why am I even sitting here sad in the way,
100%. And the reality is too, like, you're also allowed to be wrong. And I think we see that. We have this time of like, oh no, you're not allowed, right? No, you just need to get over it. It's like, no, feel your fucking feelings. You're allowed to say, I'm really bummed. I misread the situation. I actually thought we had a much better time. I gave of myself and I didn't realize, you know what, moving forward to my part of this, I'll just have different conversations moving forward. That I prep myself mentally to know where this person stands. And I don't care, you can sleep with anybody whenever you want. You're two people here being like a fucking partner.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's the mindset and the mental state that we go into. But if you leave going, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to have a good time, that's why you did it. And then you leave and you're like, and that's okay if it didn't work out. But to me, where it really comes down to is it's the mindset and the mental state that we're entering in, and that's what's going to determine what. I promise you. If I hadn't changed the way I dated and the way I saw things, I wouldn't have the partner I have right now. I would have totally fucked this up.
How long were you on the apps until you guys met?
Oh man, on and off for like 6 years, if not more. I don't have it in me. I had it.
So you know what I did? It's been like a month of Brittany's like, I'm real tired. Yeah.
Here's the thing. One thing my partner always says, and I appreciate this, is he's like, because people us every day, like, I'm gonna get off the apps and I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. And it's not. I don't want you to do anything that will feel safe, right? Like, of course, make sure. But it makes you uncomfortable. You don't get off of it. That's the problem. We're always seeking comfort. I want to know, sure bet. I want to know, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But we're not discomfort. I challenge you to stay on, but I challenge you in a different way. Stay on and use it possibly. You don't have to match with people. See who comes to you. See who shows you interest, and then see how you feel.
That's what I've been doing. So I haven't matched with anyone for like 3 weeks. I've just been going through my life.
So how does that work? So you can see who like you, and then you decide whether or not. That's cool.
So I like Hinge. So you don't have to swipe. You don't have to sit there and play the casino. You could just go on, and that's how I went. I went on, and I was like, out of all the guys, I was like, oh, I like his message. Ooh, I liked his photos. I was like, I like this. And he was the one person I went out with while I was down looking at apartments. And it was just because it allows you to then not have to feel like you're chasing and looking and coming up. Use it passively. That way you don't have to get off completely, because you never know who in that message could be like,
Yeah. I might just miss out on like. And I know for Britt too, like this is like her so well. It's like she really wanted to meet someone in the water. That's like a.
It just might be like feeling your energy right away, because I think also there's a lot of people on the app that I'm probably swiping left on, that if I met them in real life, I would be interested because of their energy or personality or chemistry, something that I'm not seeing just based on pictures and friends. I think that the thing that made me realize this is actually so funny that like when my ex-husband and I were meeting with divorce, we were going through a separation period first, where we opened things up, and both of us got on Hinge, and he found me, and he fucking swiped on me as like I think he was trying to be funny, but I looked at it. I tried to look at it as someone who didn't know him at all, and I'm like, I was just looking at his profile. I would not swipe right. I would swipe left, but that was like my life part. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I loved him so much, and so I'm like, okay, so there is something that's missing a little bit.
To me, it's another way. Right? It's just another way. It's the same as like I can go. Like, the only way I wouldn't tell you just go to bars, right? right? It's like, and it's the same way. I wouldn't be like, just use the apps. It's another way of a million fucking ways that you can meet somebody, and that's why I like pass that. You go on there, you see if you like somebody, and if you don't, you go on with your day. But I think so many of us, we look and what happens is like dopamine, right? If we're really going to talk about what happens in your fucking brain, we go, okay, so when you get triggered, your prefrontal cortex, which is the front half of your brain, that starts growing at 28. That's what makes you have like decision making and common sense. When you get triggered, that goes offline. So goodbye, all of it, bye. So say goodbye to common sense. That's why, survival mode, you're not thinking about, am I hungry or am I thirsty? No, you're thinking, I need to survive. So when you get triggered, right, it's the same thing as like the texting and all that. But then when we look at these apps, they are literally like, we've democratized them for dopamine, because dopamine is the neurotransmitter that gets released in anticipation of. So a lot of people think like, oh, the texting is the dopamine. No. Serotonin is the neurotransmitter that gets released in the moment, which is why it's a lot less fun. Dopamine's a lot sexier. It's a lot more like,
I love dopamine.
we all love
I can
dopamine.
sort of like dopamine.
Put it through the IV.
I'm a dope addict.
Give it to me all day. But it's the same parts of the brain that get activated as addiction. And so what ends up happening is, that's why I'm like, stay away from the texting as much as you can, because we create a sense of intimacy and you get yourself in a dopamine reward system. And what happens is, notice, right? It's not your first rodeo. You start matching with somebody, and then all of a sudden you're like, you get excited, and then where are they texting back? Why didn't they respond? So what happens is cortisol starts to spike. When your cortisol spikes, it naturally depletes every other neurotransmitter. So your cortisol is spiking, and that text, every time you're waiting for one, is releasing drips of dopamine. Then you become addicted. And that's why it feels so monumental when you're like,
get the text, or it feels horrible when you don't.
Exactly. It's like this wild crash, right?
But let's talk about that, because but I think it's particularly bad with very toxic people. Like the high highs and the low lows of hearing from them, and then not hearing from them, and hearing, it's brutal.
That's
What?
that's the right kind of emotional availability, because if somebody emotionally available can be consistent, you're not going to have to guess where are they, right? True safety, really feeling safe, is reciprocity and consistency, right? Because I, like you guys, you have a friendship, right? You have consistency, you have reciprocity. Otherwise,
We have too much consistency.
Right? Literally, like we have this podcast, and then we podcast on voice notes to each other
all day.
24/7. It's like, I need a man like you who's gonna podcast with me all day on voice notes. Like, it's kind of insane.
And your partner's like, thank God you have each other.
Like, I get home and my husband's like, are you guys still talking? Like, I'm playing her voice note, walking around the house, like, yeah, girl, like, I'm listening to it while I'm working out. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we literally podcast back.
Don't work out.
Oh yeah, no say.
I lied.
Yeah, she's like, I'm walking up
I
the
tried to
stairs,
make
okay?
myself seem like a different person for a second.
Yeah, the
trying
one
to impress you.
well, I'm working out, and meanwhile, she's gonna work out.
Like, she seems really smart. Let me tell her, like, do some, like, lifts and stuff with my arm. Let me tell her to do some,
You're like, you know when I
crunches.
deadlift and I do that with my leg, you're like,
I just seem like a really stable person. You know when I'm like working out and like, he's like, you fucking slut. I'm like, whoa, you look like a fucking slut. Yeah, you and your slutty ass profile. You should kill yourself.
Whoa.
you're like, well, that's a return. You're like,
was a lot more.
I'm like, whoa, okay.
you're like, all I said was how you doing, but oh fucking okay. All right.
What? Oh my god. I don't know how you guys heard that go off.
The only reason I remember is because my students and I know he's like, I know you.
Yeah.
Guys, the camera got hot. We're fucking burning it up in here. Are we good, Mike?
Yeah. Burning.
Okay. So that's really fucking cool. I'm excited to see the difference that it makes with them like auditing your profile.
Oh, we're gonna
So
do
you
it.
guys literally do this for a living? You
Yeah.
audit people's profiles?
Yeah, because we have on the show, I have a section called In the Trenches, and it's like where we answer the audience questions and we like bring it with you. So we'll do audits that way, and then we set like we could purchase one, and Ryan will sit down and like we'll do it together. He'll do like a bulk of it, and then I'll come in and like thoughts and feedback. But I think it's really important to have another person's perspective. That's a man that is completely
Right.
because most 80% of it, like
Wow.
yeah, it's.
And do they ever write back and go, holy shit, you guys changed my fucking life? Like, I matched with the guy in my dreams?
We have definitely gotten a, oh wow, I did not, yeah, or they have my dreams, right? We've definitely gotten a like, whoa, this was so thorough, did not expect that. And I mean, one of my clients is about to be engaged, which is really exciting. Yeah, it's like, it's really rad to see people take control of their dating life, because I think so often, like when you get dysregulated, really what ends up happening means you don't do a choice anymore. And when you regulate the nervous system, all that means is you're giving yourself agency and choice now to make a decision as an adult and not as a child. And I think it's a really beautiful space to find the empowerment within ourselves, because I could sit here all day and tell you both, oh my God, do all of these things. But if you don't actually believe it, you're like, whatever, I don't fucking care.
Right. But how do you get to believe that? Oh, don't for me to meditate.
During the pod. Everybody shut up for fucking 15 minutes.
So I apologize.
I don't remember.
You said, how do you get yourself to believe that you are worth it?
So,
Especially growing up.
Well, where we have to look is like we have to start to go back and understand what's talking about. So inner child work is one of my favorite things. There's something called IFS, which is internal family system.
I hear about that all the time.
Parts of it. So like Inside Out movie, that's IFS. So it's essentially understanding that like we have a billion thoughts. Like I am 34. I've got 34 years of thoughts. And so like an example, like my business is very volatile. Like one day you're doing really well, and the next day you're like, can I pay my bills? Right? Like it's very up and down when you look for yourself. And I started to I was like, he likes me. I was in my loop. I was completely like, my partner knows when I get on this, I'll start to repeat myself of like, oh my God, but why didn't this do well? And he'll just be like, okay, she's starting to get on it. And once I started to I had to remove myself. I was like, whoa, who taught me that no one's supposed to learn? It was like my father. Because growing up, my dad never told me that. He would always use that as, no, I'm just going to take that. And we would have to beg and scream and cry for him to even buy me a birthday gift. Like that was like, if you were lucky, he even would look at you. And so as I started to do that inner child work, I had to say, okay, what part of me is coming up? I was like, she feels like she's 10 again. Okay, what happened when I was 10? That's when this happened. Got it. Okay, so that's where I feel the sensations in my body are very reminiscent of what it's the body keeps the score. So then if we start to trail back, you can journal, you can talk about therapist, you can do this in multiple ways. But then if I say, okay, what part of me? So that's the part of me that's coming up. What other voices do I hear? There's critic, there's shame, right? I'm shaming myself, I'm blaming myself. Okay, those are parts of me. Then if I start to understand, well, what is this person trying to protect me from? Well, they don't want to lose everything. Oh, you're not going to take it. I just keep repeating, you're not going to take this from me. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to dad. Okay, well, how can I go back and let her know that I'm here to be an adult? And I show her my license, and like I'll close my eyes and I'll see her, and I'm like, hey, do you know I'm you? Because there's a little girl inside of you, a boy, a they, right? There's a version of you inside that part that when you get triggered, you get scared, all of that shuts off, and that part of you, that familiarity is all that's starting to run the show, which is why we people over and over. Welcome to repetition perfection. So how do we combat that? Is we have to actually start to look at like a good way to do this. My friend Frank always says it. Find a photo of a little you, like a version of you when you were a kid, that you like shy away from. Like when you look at, that's the part of you that needs it. That's the part of you that we're shaming, because what we end up doing is when we self-abandon, we do the same thing. Too fucking much, right? And it's like, so you're gonna talk to yourself the way that an adult spoke to you. What did, like, if you think about even like you, it's like a great question to ask is like, why shouldn't we do that? Why shouldn't we do that? And maybe that's that. There's nothing wrong with you. I find you fucking amazing. I think you're incredible as you are, and who you are matters to me.
I'm gonna start talking usually to myself.
Oh yeah,
you're the best. No, but it's almost like you gotta like
a little schizophrenic.
You have to just like talk to yourself so positively and gently. My therapist says this to me too. Like whenever I have like a negative thought about myself, she says, "Okay, you had that negative thought. Now say 3 positive things about yourself." It's hard, but like if you continually like try to break that neural pathway, like you can.
Fun fact about neural pathways: it takes 3,000 repetitions for you to create a neural pathway. So, ain't none of us been doing shit for 3,000 times. So that means 3,000 reframes, 3,000 times of going, wait, I can do this. I do believe in myself. I've got this. Even if you don't believe it. I don't want toxic positivity. You don't need to be like, everything's amazing while your life is crumbling. But you know what's a really beautiful place to say is, you know what, for today I'm okay with what I can last for.
Yeah.
Great. I don't need to bullshit myself.
It's so true. It's so true. And I mean, I've worked it in a different way. Like I live out anxiety disorder, and I used to like live out my childhood. And part of it was looking at my pathways. Like, okay, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive to the gas station to get gas and come home and know that I'm fine. And I was like, I did it. I'm fine. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the grocery store and get groceries and bring them home and now I'm fine. I used to go to the grocery store and get like dizzy from the lights, and I constantly was have someone with me, and like had a lot of trouble like doing things with people I didn't know, and like I had panic attacks, right? But I've done it so many times now, and I still have panic attacks and nothing's perfect, but to the degree that way less. Like I used to have them every day. Now I have maybe once a month. So So it's like you can, it just takes a while to like put yourself in the uncomfortable situation, force your way through it, make it through it, go, I'm okay, look, I made it through. And enough time goes by and goes, well, I've proved to myself, I've done it this many times, you know? That's actually why I went back to stand up, because I was like, what am I so scared of? And I was like, well, I'm scared of people, I'm scared of judgment, I'm scared of this, I'm scared of that. And I was like, fuck it, let me just put myself on stage. So I did. And it really was like therapy for me.
And it's how we met, and then this podcast.
Yeah, and see how
It's
you
like
put
that.
yourself
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
So many good things can happen.
That's I'm a
It's
firm believer.
so
of that.
crazy, and I know it's hard because like we have this dialogue within ourselves because we know ourselves better than anyone. We know all of our nasty things. We know all the negative things. We know our ugliest. We know we've done the ugliest things. We have that. We have all that inside of us. So it's hard to like go like I am vulnerable, you know, because you know all this shit about yourself. But it's like everyone has their shit. You know, like everyone, no one is perfect, and we have to remind ourselves of that because it's like, why are we letting these other people judge us like they're perfect? There's no fucking way. So
That's what goes back to that. Gotta love yourself with the needs to love other people.
yeah,
And what I love that you described is a couple of things. One, reaffirming beliefs, right? So like, you know, if you have the like, oh, no one ever likes me, and then we start to look at it, actually no, I did, or like I hear all the time of like, I haven't met anybody like this I connect with like that. You're like, full of bullshit. Come out.
yeah.
How many times have you said that last night? You know, and you're like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I've matched with 4 people, and it's like cool. So those are reaffirming beliefs, and on top of it, habit stacking. Habit stacking is like the quickest way to start to implement change. So, for instance, if you're like, I'm going to journal every day. Well, I asked him, like, but you know what I can do? I'll habit stack. So if I go to brush my teeth, maybe I'll put brush my teeth might not be the perfect example of this, but let's say coffee, right? You're like, every morning I have my coffee, habit stack. So you incorporate a new habit into something you already do. So if I don't have my coffee every morning, then maybe what that means is tomorrow I'm just going to put the notebook next to it. And then maybe the next day I'll put the pen next to it. And then the next day maybe I'll open the book. You want to go so painfully slow and insulting. You're like, wait, really, dude? I have to. Yes, because what you're doing is you're telling your nervous system, look, it's safe. And like you said, oh, I went to the grocery store. I came home. I didn't die. I'm okay. And you can do more and more and more because we have to remember our nervous system is in to keep us safe. So like, you went from married to single. So your nervous system is going, whoa, wait. We went from this, now we're here. It's going to take your nervous system a minute to then realize, wait, she's got me. She does have my back. She does choose me. Okay, we can do this.
And Brittany does amazing. Brittany meditates, Brittany journals, Brittany works for herself today, she works out, and she does all the things that anyone would say to do for someone. That's weird. I used to like that much of her. I'm depressed, and like, you need to work out. You need to drink some water. You know what I mean? But she drinks so much. She like I literally like, well, look at dad. See, like Brittany does everything. Like
And she's still depressed.
And she's still depressed. So you're wrong, Dad. You're wrong. I tell him that all the time. I'm like, see, Brittany does it all, and you're wrong. Like
it's not just water and working out.
She's not okay. See,
Her inner child doesn't love herself. I would say really where it comes down to is the more like what's the missing piece. It's like what's the shadow work, what's the inner work. It's the hardest part.
You know, and I do the work that you just described. I do with my sponsor, and like anytime because I work 2 programs, AA and sex level, and so when I have like flare-ups or when I have reactions to situations that I know are not proportionate to the situation, she always says this. She's like, lay down, take cozy. We're gonna go like inside. And go like, what part of you hurts? Where is that? Is like, how old is this feeling? How old is that feeling? And it's always like 5 or 6. And I'm like, I was so little when I needed like that love that I just didn't get. And it's just to me, it's so annoying that I'm 35 and I'm still doing this. I'm like, well, is this just life? Like we all just have to work on ourselves forever and we're never done and then we die? Is that it?
No, pretty much.
I mean, yeah, not to be through, but didn't he say like the first couple of months, like when you're born, like if you're doesn't give you that much of love in the first couple of months, everything's like fucked up for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Like if she
So-
doesn't give you a mother's love or cuddle or whatever, your body is
Yeah. So when I was born, I was lactose intolerant, but they didn't know that, and so I just cried all the time. I was very like cowardly and I cried, and my mom, because she couldn't deal with how much I cried because it made her crazy, she would just vacuum. She would just turn the vacuum. Like, and I, it's like, what's that messaging, right? Like the messaging as a child is, oh my God, who I am. Yeah, I'm causing an issue, and it's so subconscious. That's why narcissism happens between 0 to 1. That's
Really?
a symbiotic phase. It's a disconnection from the mother, and that's why
That's what creates a narcissist.
Yeah,
Is
it's a
a disconnection. From the mother.
disconnection, and I mean, a few elements. But if you look at most narcissists, look at the mother, and you'll see more often than not, you're like, oh, you'll see that there's either disconnection or in this, it's a symbiotic phase. And in the symbiotic phase, there wasn't the proper connection. And they've done a study that a parent needs to make eye contact with their child 30% of the time for them to be secure. That's it. It's so simple, right? But we think about now, right? Your mom's holding you and she's looking everywhere. And as the kid, when you look at the parent and you're like, please look, then what do you think? Oh my God, there's no one that's going to come. You never come, right? That's why we have to be able to strip away the bad people. It's like my parents were the ones that with the information that they knew, but they still fucked me up royally. Right?
And as far as like I used to run my fucking mom. This is my first time being alone. Like she has. It's just very hard. It's hard. It really does shape who you are, and then you're like trying to put the pieces yourself.
Well, it's also interesting to think about, right? Our parents had kids so much younger. So like now that I'm, 35, I think about incorporating a child into my life, and I'm not even sure that I can do it now. It's like, I'm like, I still need someone to take care of me, but I'm like, she was 27. Like that's a baby having a baby,
so young.
and it's also the generation that didn't take care of their own mental health, or even the word mental health was like a stigma. Like the Reagan administration made it like this, everyone's crazy and you need therapy.
Yeah.
Even my mom, she's like, what was narcissism? She's like, what do you do? Look, Good Housekeeping was telling you how to make your husband happy. Right? Like that was the messaging. It was like, you're the problem.
Yeah.
Women don't do, and it's just.
You're close with your mom though.
I'm set myself on fire.
Yeah.
I fucking love that woman more than anything on the planet, and she has failed me along the way as a mother. But she has taken full ownership and accountability, and it's like all I can say is that till the second half of her life, she's like, "Can you make this up to you?" Whereas my father, piece of shit.
Are they still together?
Oh no, thank God not. My father cheated on my mom in a fair marriage. She had no idea. But we did. So Matt, that was the message. But what you described earlier, which was really beautiful, was holding two conflicting thoughts. Holding two conflicting truths. And I love what this project takes over your childhood. Asking yourself how both of you feel is such a beautiful way just to quickly connect with, like I've done that sometimes. I'm like, I do this, oh my God, I'll stop and I'm like, I sound emo and I'm like, you're 15.
Yeah.
You're that girl that's angry, you're the teen, right? Because it's sad bang.
Yeah.
It's really dark.
Just listening to My Chemical Romance on repeat.
As I look here and on the screens in MySpace, and I was like, did we just age ourselves? Like, fuck. But that's part of like their because remember, as a sad inner child has an angry inner teen. And there's different parts of us, and it's showing you can hold your mom accountable and say, yes, and right? I can say you did the best you could with the information you used. You were young and everything, but you also failed me. Being able to hold both of those is really, really beautiful.
Yeah. It's hard. I know, she's super smart. Did you go to school for therapy or just life experience?
Life experience.
Wow.
Like it's funny because my partner was for psychology, and all you learn in the first and like one of my friends, his name is Dr. Scott. He's brilliant, and Scott has 5 masters and a doctorate. So like, he's very accomplished. And he's like, up until your doctorate, it's theory. It's all theory. You're just learning about theory. The first 4 years in school are all theory. You're not actually even working with people. So this fetishization of like, only a therapist is allowed to say this, and it's like, I'd rather somebody tell me what experience is going on. So yeah, it was studying, and like I took a nervous system course, I took a neuroscience course, like I've taken courses to understand the like, okay, that's the verbiage. But honestly, it was understanding myself and then being able to be like, wait a minute, we're all looking at the same problem, right? What's the common denominator? Okay,
Dude, that's so awesome, guys. We'll put her link to her show so you guys can go check out her show. This is our show. And this week's topic for worst brought to you by Olipop, our drink of choice. This is the thirsty, a time that you've been thirsty that was the worst.
Okay. If you need a minute to think, we can go first.
Mine. It's embarrassing.
Okay, that's what it's supposed to be.
all
It's
about.
thirsty.
It's the one that I've shared it briefly. There was a guy that I was seeing, and the only reason I liked him was because my friend liked him. It was one of those where like
Really? It was like who can win?
yeah,
Of thing?
kind of
Oh,
thing.
shit.
He was lovely, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but he was like not that great. Like he just really wasn't that great. And but it was the type of thing where I was like, she wasn't like a friend, she was a friend of a friend, and I like didn't know that they were dating, and then he and I matched, and then all of a sudden my friend was like, she's dating him. I was like, oh. And then I realized I was like, oh my god, he totally had just ended it with a girl. So I was like, he chose me. You know what I mean? Sure enough, after like 4 or 5 dates, like it was not anything serious. We hooked up a few times, we went out to a couple of dinners, like it wasn't anything. And he texted me saying, like, hey, I just don't think this is like something for me, blah blah. I just not 173 times.
Oh!
173 fucking times. But please, oh my god, please don't. I tried to find the text, but thank God my phone got rid of it.
How long ago?
That was 2014, 2015. I was like 24, 25. 177, like begging him, like one after another, like please don't. And first time I've done that.
You didn't block you?
No. The funny thing is, we reconnected years later. Like we matched and all that, and we went out with him, and I was like, he was boring as brick. Never mentioned it. I've done that a few times. I've done that a couple of times. Where like even one guy remembering, not just chase. I subconsciously pushed the fuck out of these people. It was so hot. I couldn't sit the discomfort. I remember one guy not even like we met. He was a bartender in Brooklyn. I was 20. And it was the same kind of thing. This guy was not emotionally available, and he canceled plans that night. I was crying hysterically in bed, texting me like, "How could you do this to me?" And it was like, "What? Like your girl was not in her right mind." So
I've never done that because I'm like I'm such a like I don't know like I never like chased a guy or like texted a guy. Like, if a guy doesn't respond to one text that I send, then I just yeah. But that's fucking 170
in a row.
I feel like you should have been on the news.
Yeah, I know. Like, damn. I mean, meeting you in person, I just see that you're a passionate person.
Yeah.
Like an intense person. So I can see that. You know what I mean?
And
it's not that you're like, you're not crazy. You're just passionate.
Yeah. I was anxious as fuck. It was
Anxious,
misguided. I didn't know what to do with that anxiety, so it was great. I was begging him to give me a chance. Please just choose me.
Yeah.
What's your story? Make me feel.
Oh
good.
my god, mine's really bad.
So is mine.
I was dating this guy who loved bombed me, right? And I wasn't into him. He wasn't like my type physically, and then he really loved on me, and so I was like, oh, I'll give this guy a chance, right? And then he did what kind of Britney will do, where like once they feel safe, then they want their space, and so like I gave him.
Don't you compare me to this man?
Well, actually, he's
First of all,
listen, I'm just saying
I
that
know where this
aspect.
story goes.
You only in that aspect. He's a monster. He's a monster. So yeah. He was a monster.
Just like Britney.
So anyway, just like Britney, total
The
monster.
worst person I've ever met in my life, just like Britney.
It's like when people are like, you remind me so much of this person, and you're like, they're short, they're fat,
No,
and
I
so they're brunette. Like,
Stop! I just meant in that comparison of that
anxious avoidant.
He was an anxious avoidant. He wanted me so badly, and then once he got me, became the discard, right? And then that's really hard for me because I'm an anxious attachment. So I was like, all of a sudden, like, whoa, I gave you a chance, and now you're rejecting me. What the fuck, right? So I became like desperate to win this person's love back, and I had a red carpet event. Okay, it was my movie that I was in, right? And I wanted him to go as my date, and he was like, well, I don't really have like a great suit or anything like that, and I was like, I'll take you shopping. Me, being in my masculine, I'll take you shopping, and I took him to fucking Dolce & Gabbana, and I bought him a $40,000 suit, custom tailored. Mind you, my dress was from like Shein. So for my movie premiere, I fucking took this guy to Dolce & Gabbana, had him stand there with the fucking Dolce & Gabbana tailor, getting a perfectly tailored suit for a movie that he wasn't even fucking in.
That's how much it costs to make those suits.
Brought him as my date. And I was like, I am being locked away. Like, that was so fucking desperate and pathetic. And, like, that's what happens with me is, like, when someone starts to pull away from me, for some reason, I try to, like, buy their love. I don't know why I do it. And I'm also a big gift giver, but I've always been, like, a gift giver. But then when I notice that, like, in a relationship, if someone's pulling away, my first response is, like, here's a present. I love you. I think about you all the time. Everything reminds me of you. Yeah. Like, I literally just, I get them because they're thinking about them all the time. I'm like, oh, this reminds me of them. I'll buy them something really expensive, and I'll keep doing it. And then
you and I can talk offline.
oh, it's horrible. And then I'm like, and then I read about it. Yeah,
Okay,
and
you want
I'm like, I'm stepping
You're like,
into
"No,
my,
yeah,
I'm stepping into my masculine, and that's like not cool. Like it's so. As I read about it, it's like when you start to become the masculine, that makes the guy like.
Well, because what it is that there's no longer reciprocity.
Yeah.
And what happens is like that's also an element of protest behavior. Protest behavior is like when the anxiety gets so bad, and protest behavior could look like stonewalling, it could look like, a kind fuck you, I'm done, right? Then the fucking blow up. But oftentimes, if you're feeling like you're losing the connection to somebody, somewhere along the lines, you were taught, oh, good, what can I do to earn it back? What I can give you something. Then you'll see my value, and then you'll choose me again. Because look, I think about you, and I care about you, so you can love me back.
And it didn't work.
It doesn't.
Right?
No.
It doesn't work. I mean, maybe it'll work for some guys. It hasn't worked for my life.
If the 40K Dolce & Gabbana seems to be doing it,
Bro.
I don't think it's right.
Custom tailored, like.
God, as we're talking more like horrifying stories coming into my head, I'm like,
I
next.
know,
I've got a
right?
few.
That's what I feel like. Worst thirst we can do a few times. Yeah,
Okay.
Well, mine is diabolical. Well, I have two of them that are diabolical.
I hear that.
One is so ridiculous. Mike, can you Google what year Lil Wayne was in jail?
Oh my
Oh,
God!
no.
What year Little Wayne was in jail?
Are we gonna have a prison-based story? Because I've got one.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
When
in.
Little Wayne went to jail, I was at peak obsession. Yeah.
Okay.
2007.
2007.
July 2007. Yeah, I was peak obsession. I mean, this is like Carter 3 era. Well, actually, no, maybe a little later. Anyway, love him.
I love Lil Wayne.
He's like 2 feet tall.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
he's
I
like-
don't
he's
care.
like-
That is, I'll put
Short
all of.
king.
I will put all of him inside of me. I will put his whole body inside of me.
We'll make
I love him so much. So he went to jail, and I was like, oh, his address is public.
Are you kidding
I
me?
got a friend take
love this.
pictures of me with a digital camera, which were horrible. They were so bad. I can't.
Profile photos right there.
Yeah, they're the worst, like, kind of nudes that I've ever taken in my life. I went to the store and printed them off, and then I wrote him a letter.
Please tell me
about-
he was.
I don't know, about how great he is, basically. And I sent him the pics. I'm like, I'm done.
So we got a Xerox fucking nudes.
First
I
of all,
want to
wait,
know.
the story's not over.
I want to know where those went, honestly.
They went to him in jail because years and years and years later, when I moved out to LA, I was in the studio with a friend, and Lil Wayne came in.
Oh my God.
And I was like, "Hey, I'm Brittany," and he's like, "Do I know you?" And I was like, "No, no, I swear to God, I've seen you before." And I was like,
You're like, which part of me, baby? Which part?
I was like, deny. We are not telling.
I would have
And then he
laughed.
pulls it
I
out
was
of his
just saying,
pocket and he's like, who's
Because
this?
I've been waiting for you
What
this whole time.
psycho? I heard you were at the studio and I fucking so confront your
It's
psychotic
in his
ass.
wallet. Like,
Yeah, cut out with a little heart. It actually worked. All these years he's been looking for you. The letter just got lost in the mail.
What an epic story.
You know what's crazy though is Lil Wayne is into big bitches. He's into like bigger girls.
DBW.
No, like the few girls that I know that have hooked up with him are like big white girls. No, that's his thing. That's his thing. So I was never.
It's a plush cat club.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. Oh.
How was it when you met him though? Did your crush stay or did it?
I mean, I will always just be so enamored with him forever because I just love his music. I love his. I think he's the coolest one of that. But no, he was like scissor cut his mind, and he was just like there. And
Yeah,
I was
he's
like,
one
yeah.
eye.
He said, like
He's like vaguely remembering the Xerox photos he got in jail that were just.
Yeah, and you're like, that was about 10 years ago. So
I was like, no.
Wow.
So yeah, that was. I think that's the thirstiest thing I've ever done. But I did have a bad episode of thirst last year with
Oh yes,
This was very bad. So there's this movie star that I was talking to for a little while, and I mean, we had a great connection, real fresh. But he was in another relationship, and he was like getting out of it or whatever. And yeah, allegedly, and then he went to go film the movie, and we like kept in kind of contact. And then he fell off, and I like reached out to him. He reached back out, and then he didn't respond. And then I sent him a series of maybe like
10 text messages that were unresponsive. I was going back and forth between WhatsApp and iMessage and voice notes and nudes.
Yeah, she's like, one of these has got to work.
Something's
Yeah.
gonna stick. I'm gonna get you back.
Yeah.
Something's gonna stick. I haven't heard from him.
Yeah. She's like, she sent him something like really deep, and then he respond to it, and then you send him a nude.
Yeah. Yeah. I think here's my butt. I remember guys reminding me of when I was like 23 or 24 at this store, and this guy I was like dating is a very loose term. I wanted to be dating him. He wanted to fuck me, and that was very clearly what it was. Yeah. But I saw it as like, oh, it's a game, right? Like, oh, this is so fun. Like, you call me your dirty little slut.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you don't really mean it. And it's like, oh, you meant it. He meant it. And I'll never forget. I was at work, and we were short staffed. I worked at this clothing store, and I was in college, and we were short staffed. And I lied to my boss. I told her my roommate was locked out, and I went to his house and hooked up with him, and I left, and I went back to work. And like, talk about feeling like just so shitty about yourself. Like, and I remember anything he said, any depth, nope, it was just dick pics, or him being like trying to get into some capacity of that. But like, that's how someone would be like, whatever you say, jump. Not only am I saying how high, but how fast. I left the city, went to Brooklyn, just to have sex with this guy to go back to work, and lied the whole time about the fact that my roommate was locked out. The things we do.
Okay, let's get into your stories. First memory story. I had a celeb crush since I was 5. Wow. I moved to LA to pursue my dream and went through a horrible breakup. Heartbroken, I decided to add this celebrity crush on MySpace. He messaged me immediately. I became so obsessed with the idea of falling in love with him, especially after being hurt so badly, that I spent my free time watching every movie listed on his MySpace profile and checking out every artist he loved. We messaged back and forth a ton and finally met up. I was determined to force this connection if my life depended on it. I ended up going on a date with him and quickly realized he was not what I had imagined. He looked dirty. He had a white head on his face that definitely needed popping. Ew, greasy ass hair. But he was sweet and I was craving attention. So after our second date, I went back to his place and we watched a movie. We started making out and the chemistry was crazy. In the heat of the moment, I went to the bathroom to pee, only for him to follow me on his knees like a lovesick puppy and asked if I'd pee on his hand.
No.
Being a down-ass bitch, I tried, but I just couldn't. It was too weird. When I walked back, I noticed tons of water bugs or baby roaches crawling all over his kitchen counters and everywhere else. What famous person was this?
What celebrity is this?
Jesus
D-list.
Christ.
Yeah.
The lights were off, but I could see the movement. All that to say, my thirst to be loved and to be with my childhood celeb crush ended really quick and became a story that haunts me to this day. I hope he's happy though and that he showered. He's an amazing kisser.
I need to know who this is.
I feel like it's like Corey Feldman or something. Like it's got to be like somebody from like. Wow.
I once
my
dated
God.
this Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
That's what I was thinking. Home Improvement. That was everybody's crush.
You don't bring JTT into this.
Yeah,
I love
don't
JTT.
you dare.
JTT was the man.
I only ever once went after the celebrity. After that, I was like, I'm not doing this because I can't talk about it. And it's
Yeah.
hard to publicly because you don't want to say their fucking name.
Yeah.
And
There's
because
a lot of trouble on this podcast.
we have to bleep a lot
We
of
gotta
stuff.
bleep
I won't say. I won't do it. I'll tell you guys offline, but I won't say it publicly because I'm like, it's because Lord, he's married now with
Yeah,
kids, and you're
yeah.
like, I don't want to blow
You can say
anybody's.
it, we'll just bleep it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
You promise me you'll bleep. You promise.
Bleep it,
Oh, you know him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. When I was in my early 20s, I got hired to cut hair at an all-men's barbershop. When the owner hired me, he gave me 2 rolls since I was the only girl. No fucking the barbers and no crying. Fair. Right. On my first day, I immediately developed a crush on one of the barbers. I wanted to get his attention. Later that week, I had plans with friends to see Bon Jovi in concert, so I left early to get ready. Accidentally on purpose, I left my wallet at the barbershop and I had an excuse to go back. When I got to my apartment, I called the shop asking if I had left my wallet at the station, acting like it was such an inconvenience to pay for it. Then, when I returned, I made sure to show up and show out, wearing my thigh-high boots, Daisy Dukes, and my tits pushed up to my chin. I walked in pretending to be so embarrassed that my new coworkers had to see me like that while they all hooted and hollered at me. I ran out, laughing at myself for being so thirsty to get the barber's attention. But to my surprise, it That night, the barber I was crushing on slid into my DM saying, "Damn girl, you was the shawl," followed by his bus number. It's been 8 years since my little thirst trap, and I'm happy to say that barber is not my husband.
I love
We have
it.
3 beautiful daughters together. Woo! Stay thirsty, bitches.
Yeah! Stay
Stay
thirsty. I love it. See, sometimes thirst works out.
Sometimes it works out. Even listen, shoot your shot, right?
Shoot your
Also,
fucking
can I
shot.
just say how delicious these are?
Yeah,
That
shout out to
true
True
fruit.
dude, and they're
Holy
good for
shit.
you. They're dark chocolate.
I don't do dark chocolate. This is delicious.
I don't really usually like it either, and I'm like, these are fucking great. These are
Candy.
freeze-dried strawberries and dark chocolate, you guys. You can take this one with you.
I will.
Like, they are
Sorry,
delicious.
that's not. This was a shameless plug. These are delicious.
Yeah,
You
no,
saw my
they're
face on
amazing.
them.
They're our new sponsor we have.
Thank you. All right, let's go. When I was a freshman in college, I had a thing with a senior. He wasn't really my type, but something about him made me thirsty. I knew he was talking to another girl too, and one night I was at his house hanging out with his roommate and some other friends while he was out with her and a couple others. Apparently, the girl had a friend in town, and somehow the two of them ended up getting arrested for drunk in public while they were out. So the group eventually made its way back to the house, and let's just say they weren't arrested. Naturally, my thirsty ass decided it was my time to secure my man. At some point, we all ended up in his room. Is this personality? The other girl, her friend, him, and me. The details are a little hazy, but I do remember one thing clearly. I pushed that girl out of his bed so I could be with him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the last time I shoved a girl out of his bed during my season first. So it did end up becoming an orgy. I was like, oh,
God.
all right, baby.
One girl got pushed
I'm screaming. I'm pushing her. Get the fuck. Just,
Oh my God.
anyway, so
One
we
time, one time I was
Yeah, exactly. It's us, baby. It's us.
One time I was having a threesome. Sorry to take this turn. But I was, and the girl, we were all drunk, and the girl flew off my bed and hit this. I had this standing mirror, and it shattered all around her. And she was just like frozen. Oh no! You can't move because of all of the glass.
Yeah.
And then me and the guy finished. Then we helped her with her shot.
We all have a story like that. Because when you said that, I was like, I've had a couple swap before, and I was like, well, now that we're talking about that.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
You're like, you
it's
planned it all that she was backwards.
No, it was a mess. Because then afterwards, he was like cleaning it up. He was getting bloody. I was like, yeah, everyone get out of my house.
Yeah.
Get out of my house. Get the fuck out. Give me my vibrator. My vibrator and get out of here. You know. Yeah.
We have a voice message.
We got a voice message.
Sorry. Cut technical problem. Hold on. Let me send it through the TV.
We're all just like squalls.
Yeah, I was gonna say we look like hamsters. Well,
These are so good, though.
They're so good.
I don't fuck with dark chocolate.
All right, here we go.
yeah, that's a second thirsty paying off
I
story.
know.
Are we all going to be thirsty? What's
By the end of this episode, I'll be married to Lil Wayne.
Yeah. We'll just
I
tag
that
him.
turned out.
We tag him 35 times. We're like, we gotta be thirsty. We make 75 clips of that video.
Your problem was you wrote the greatest freestyle rapper alive who doesn't write things down a letter expecting him to write you back.
Valid.
It's
You're
just-
right. He doesn't write.
Fair.
You know, but he did remember my face. He has my haunted face.
He turns around, he's like, that ass, though.
Yeah, that ass though. It's like I've seen that ass.
Guys, this is our bad advice segment where you write into us and you ask us for our advice. We call it bad advice, obviously, because it's coming from us. So, a while ago, I went to a gig with a friend. Let's call her Mary. At the gig, we met up with a mutual friend who is a singer. Let's call him Brian. Mary confided in me that she and Brian had been seeing each other for a few months, but asked me not to mention it to anyone because it was still new and she didn't want to jeopardize the potential of their relationship. Recently, I went for breakfast with another friend of mine. Let's call her Courtney. She told me that she and Brian had met up recently and shared a few kisses. Oh, fuck. Should I tell Courtney or Mary about each other? I don't want Mary to get hurt by finding out that Brian has seen other women. What on the other hand, if she discovered that I knew about Brian and Courtney, wouldn't that be worse? Part of me wants to do something, but a bigger part of me wants to stay out of it completely. Fritz, please help me. What bad advice do you give? I say tell fucking Mary. Because you know that Brian's hooking up with fucking.
But Brian and what's her name aren't exclusive.
I was about to say, personally for me, I'd be going to Brian. I'd be like, hey, you're putting me in a pickle here. Yeah. You're fucking both my friends or whatever. Do you have exclusivity with one of them? I'm not going to blow up your spot with one of the other. Go to the
Oh,
culprit.
that's not gonna be better.
Yeah. That would be me. Personally,
Okay,
I
I'm
go
gonna
to
take her advice.
Yeah.
She's smarter.
I go to Brian.
I'm like, don't say a word. I'm like, stitches get stitches.
And I'm gonna tell that
Tell
bitch.
him. And she's
And
like,
then she's like, no, actually, go to the guy who's hooking up with both chicks and be like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
I would blow his ass up. I would 100% be like, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be honest before I go and tell my friends, do the right fucking thing, or I have no problem recording you next time.
There you go. See, Sabrina's got it down. That's why you guys need to go watch her show. Seriously.
Don't get more bad vibes. It's fine.
It's fucking great. Okay, we got some good vibes from the listeners. I can relate to both Brits. It's honestly insane. This podcast has healed something inside of me that I didn't know needed to be healed. Thank you, ladies, for being so open and honest. You're so welcome. We'll throw ourselves on the fire for you guys. Every episode.
Totally. I have been a worstie from episode 1. I knew Britt S from her stand-up, and this pod introduced me to Britt F, who is equally as talented, funny, beautiful, and real. I feel like they're my best friends that I've never met, and I'm so glad I get an extra episode on the Patreon. Love you girls. Thanks for hustling and putting yourselves out there. The world needs more gals like you.
Guys, we also just wanted to make a note that Brittany made a really good note to our editor that for you guys that are subbing on the Patreon, so if you want to watch the full episodes of the podcast on the Patreon, it is longer on the Patreon, but what we're going to start doing is just clipping the Patreon segments and putting them on the episodes so that if you're watching it on YouTube and you just want to see what was done on the Patreon, then we'll do like a separate.
Or at least timestamping.
Yeah, or at least timestamping it so you don't have to rewatch the whole episode. We're doing that for you guys too. But guys, subscribe to the Patreon. Here's the link. Like we put the extra every episode tea on there. So
and remember to voice message and like and subscribe, follow, share, tell all your friends about it, and DM us your worst experience. Ask us for our bad advice. We're here every Wednesday. We love you.
We love you.
Wait.
Sabrina's
What is your handle? Sorry.
At Sabrina, oh well, there's a few. At Sabrina.Zohar on TikTok and Instagram, at the Sabrina Zohar Show. You fucking type my name in, you'll find me somewhere.
Okay, and we'll also put it in the bio.
Google
so
Sabrina, stalk her, become her biggest fan. She's very cool.
Thank you so much for coming. You were wonderful.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye, worsties.
Thank you guys for listening to This Is the Worst podcast, powered by Just Media House. This Is the Worst is hosted and executive produced by Brittany Furlan-Lee and Brittany Schmidt. If you enjoyed our show, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, rate, and review. Stay connected with us on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and Snapchat at This Is the Worst Pod. Studio provided by Second Floor Studios, podcast and social artwork produced by The Forward Digital and Product Limited. Thank you to our post-production team at Creative Evolution Studios. Theme song for This Is the Worst podcast performed by Midnight Noise. This is the worst, where we are going to make the best of the worst.
It was a hot, arid day in Pueblo de Santa Barbara. The governor was making a visit to a local mission, one that had refused to give more lumber when he demanded it. After whipping the friars and taking their entire supply of lumber, he and his retinue now traveled on the road back to San Francisco de Asís.
'Tis a beautiful land, this California. Ours it will be once it is free of Indians and Franciscans. What on earth? Driver, did I give you my permission to stop? What is going on out there? Someone update me at once!
As the unnerving silence pressed in around him, the The governor's outrage faded to concern. What had happened to his men? As if in answer, the door to his carriage swung open. Standing in front of him was none other than the masked bandit, Zorro.
It's you! The man who forced the shopkeeper in Capistrano to give his goods away to the natives! Scoundrel!
Su Excellencia.
What have you done with my men?
They are mostly fine, but I'm afraid none will be of service for the rest of this afternoon.
If you kill me, you will bring the crown's wrath down upon your head.
No, nothing like that. I simply wish to right a wrong.
And what would that be?
His lumber. You stole it from Los Frailes.
I didn't steal from the friars. California and her resources are mine to command.
The Frailes cut the timber, carried it down from the mountains. It is your right to ask for a portion, your tax, but no more.
Perhaps I acted rashly. You may return half the lumber to the mission.
Of that you can be sure. But there is another matter. Los Frailes. You had them whipped.
They spoke back to their governor.
They spoke up for what was right, and you whipped them. Sin compasión.
This is ridiculous. I will not sit here and listen to...
There is only one way to make this right, senor.
Don't wait.
In one quick movement, Zorro flicked his blade across the governor's cheek, slashing a Z into the flesh.
Patron! Bendito!
Zorro tipped his hat, jumped from the carriage, sauntered past the unconscious and injured soldiers, and took the reins of the timber cart.
Tornado! Vaya conmigo! A Santa Bárbara!
Zorro drove the cart back in the direction from which it had come, his trusted black steed following closely behind. Hello and welcome to the Parcast Thanksgiving special, Zorro, the Curse of Capistrano. This special is galloping into both the mythology and haunted places feeds for the holiday. Zorro is a beloved pop culture hero in Latin America. He's a colonial Robin Hood, taking from the corrupt Spanish governors and giving to the native Californians and Catholic missions. In the original version, he wears a wide sombrero, black face mask, purple cloak, and rides a miraculous horse named Tornado. We've yet to feature Zorro in a Parcast episode, and Thanksgiving seems like the perfect time considering his giving nature. Zorro was created by author Johnston McCulley for the serial magazine All Story Weekly. The original Zorro story, The Curse of Capistrano, was published in 5 parts in 1919. It's a thrilling and romantic narrative that immediately captured the imagination of its readers. Today's episode is an adaptation of that story. As a native of Colombia, I'm especially excited to bring you this Latin American tale, which was also written and researched by Latin American podcasters and features Latin American voice talent. Join us as we journey back to California in the 1820s, when the indigenous people and Franciscan missions gave way to encroaching Spanish soldiers. Only one man is brave enough to stand up to them. But who is Zorro behind the mask? Listen on to find out. Coming up, a beautiful woman receives an unexpected offer. Now back to the story. Señorita Esperanza Pulido sat on her porch looking out at her family land. It had once stretched to the horizon, but now only a meager tenth of that remained, the bulk of her estate having been usurped by the governor after her parents' tragic deaths. As she contemplated her future, she was surprised to see someone approaching in the distance. She stood up, a striking figure despite her diminutive size. She shielded her eyes and focused on the approaching figure. She was pleasantly surprised to see that it was Don Diego Vega astride a beautiful black horse. Its saddle was lined with jewels and golden thread. While the stallion cantered effortlessly, Don Diego did not look comfortable. One arm trembled, holding a parasol above his bowed head. The other struggled with the reins.
Buenos dias, Don Diego. Come, come. You must take shelter from the heat.
It took everything I had to get here.
But what would bring you to my humble home? Surely it does you no good as one of the wealthiest men in the land to associate with one such as I.
My lady, you are of the finest blood in California. No misfortune can change that.
You are kind to say so, sir. I only wish the governor saw it the same way. Since my parents died, he has taken so much of our lands.
Perhaps I might be of some use in that regard. You see, now that I am 25 years of age, my father has declared that I must waste no time in finding a wife.
Indeed. You make it sound a chore.
Is it not? To play the guitar beneath some señorita's window and speak poetry to her? What a silly waste of time.
My, that is quite a point of view.
I thought you would see it just so. It is settled then.
Senor?
We are to be married. I trust you to make the proper arrangements. Contact the mission in San Gabriel and let me know the date and time you decide upon.
Senor, there will be no wedding. I am not livestock to be purchased at a market.
Have I offended? I would have thought my proposal quite pleasing.
As pleasing as a piece of stale bread. You may not care for guitar or poetry, but a woman cares for such things. Without them, you're just another man who thinks he can take whatever he wants.
I have erred terribly. Still, I cannot quite bring myself to do those things you ask, to prostrate myself like some hero from a song. And I am quite tired from the journey. I feel a faint tickle in my throat. Perhaps some water?
No, be gone. Go back to the pueblo and find some other woman to sit bored in your home.
You would make me journey all the way back without even a drink or a smattering of food. Well then, señorita, I shall take my leave of you.
Esperanza shook her head in disbelief, turning back to her porch. Later that day, while Esperanza was working in her kitchen, she was annoyed to hear a knock on her door. What was it now? 2 visitors in one day? She directed a servant to answer it, and her feelings of displeasure melted. Before her stood the captain of the local guard. He was handsome, over 6 feet tall, with dark skin, wavy hair, and deep brown eyes.
Ah, Capitan Ramon.
Senorita, forgive the late hour. I am here on the governor's orders. He wishes that all of Southern California be on alert for the masked bandit, Zorro.
Who is this masked man?
He is a scoundrel. Just yesterday, he robbed the governor of his timber, harming his excellency and several of his men.
Que horror. The governor, is he?
He is fine, just a bit shaken. Senorita, you have all of your servants here to protect you. Perhaps you would be safer in the pueblo, under the watch of my men?
That is kind of you, senor, but this is my home. I've already lost much. I will not leave it.
Entiendo. Pero I have another question for you. Would you not, that is, could you find your way to the pueblo if you chose to become my wife?
Senor.
I admit it is sudden, but we have always gotten along well. I may not come from noble blood, but I have achieved a station for myself. I am in the governor's favor.
I would need more time to think on such things. We would have to take in the air together more often. Don Diego came to me earlier today with an equally abrupt proposal. You men have no taste for wooing these days, it seems.
Not so. Con su permiso. Aquí.
Ramon withdrew a folded bit of paper from his coat.
Un poema para Esperanza y Ramón. Mi corazón is like a plate of beans, full of protein and fiber. Only protein is love, and the fiber is lust. My trousers are.
Oh, Ramon, this is very sweet. Your poetry is unique, to say the least, but perhaps you had best attend to your duties.
You will think on my proposal?
I shall.
Ramon smiled and gave a quick nod before turning back into the night. Esperanza shut the door behind him, rolling her eyes. Were there no regular men in Pueblo de Los Angeles? She decided to retire to her garden and think on her suitors. Outside, she sat by her fountain, watching as the ripples refracted the moonlight at pleasing angles.
Ay, Dios, why is it my lot to suffer at the hands of callous men? If it isn't the governor taking my father's lands, it's Don Diego presuming I'd marry him. My poor Ramon is sweet, but he knows only horses and combat.
Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the bushes. Esperanza turned to see a masked, cloaked figure emerge.
Senorita, forgive the intrusion.
You are Zorro, the man Capitan Ramon is looking for.
The very same. And you are Senorita Esperanza Pulido, the most beautiful woman in all of California.
Do not attempt to flatter me, bandit. I know you're kind.
It is not flattery to speak the plain truth, though I fear the governor's men may have painted an unflattering picture of me.
They say you attacked the governor.
This is true, but he did the same to Los Frailes. I was only punishing the unjust.
Then you must go. Soldiers are about. You daren't let them catch you.
You would not be so cruel to rob me of this moment, to send me into the harsh night away from the shimmering radiance of your beauty.
That is kind of you, but I have had quite enough proposals today, gracias.
Oh? And who has asked for your hand?
Don Diego Vega, though he certainly lacks your pasión.
Is there something wrong with the man? Is he ill? He surely must be to feel nothing at the sight of you, Bella Dama.
Am I only my beauty?
I have heard much of the unwed senorita who manages her late father's estate. Seeing you in the flesh, it is plain to me now that there is no woman in the province with a keener mind, a sharper tongue.
Oh, that is, well, but still, Senor Zorro, this is not proper. Capitan Ramon was just here, and he proposed to me as well.
The Capitan? Well, that is a fine man. I suppose you will return his affections?
Let us just say that his mind is sharp, but his tongue is dull.
A dullard, eh? Well, some things cannot be helped.
Por favor, for the love of the saints, you must go.
Your hand?
Senor? Oh, fine.
Annoyed, Esperanza held out her hand. Zorro lifted up the bottom of his mask and kissed it. In that moment, Esperanza felt her heart soar as no other man had ever given it cause to. Zorro smiled, tilted his hat, and with a flash of his cloak, disappeared into the bushes. But the day was not quite finished for Esperanza, for no sooner had Zorro left her garden than Captain Ramon appeared once again.
Capitan!
Senorita, we have finished our search of your rancho. We see no sign of Zorro. So I thought to see you once more before I bid farewell.
Thank you, Capitan. Buenas noches.
You would send me away so quickly? Have you thought more on my proposal?
It was not even an hour ago.
Is that not enough time?
Not at all.
A look of annoyance spread across Ramon's face. He moved closer, causing her to retreat.
You have the ill will of the governor. You should be proud to marry me. I may intercede with him on your behalf.
This is all wrong. You approach me here without a servant or chaperone. You demand my love. Buenas noches, I said.
As she moved past him toward the house, he grabbed her arm, causing her to yelp in pain.
Senor!
You will marry me, of course. You'll be a loyal wife and accompany me to many balls and ceremonies.
Marry you? I would rather die. I'll marry a caballero, a gentleman, or no man, which you most certainly are not.
Ha! I see. You would rather sell yourself to Don Diego for a heftier sum.
Like a flash of lightning, her hand went forward and came against Captain Ramon's cheek with a crack. Esperanza sprang backward, but he grasped her arm and drew her toward him.
I shall take a kiss to pay for that.
She fought him, striking and scratching at his breast, for she could not reach his face. But he only laughed at her and held her tighter until she was almost spent and breathless. Finally, he threw back her head and looked down into her eyes. Just then, they heard a voice from the darkness.
Unhand her, Capitan. Who said that?
None other than Zorro emerged into the garden.
You.
Coming up, Zorro and Captain Ramon cross blades. Now back to the story. Zorro, the masked hero of California, watched from the shadows as the corrupt Captain Ramon clumsily flirted with Señorita Esperanza Pulido. But when Ramon tried to force a kiss on her, Zorro could not just stand by and watch. He emerged from the shadows, announcing himself and drawing his sword. Upon seeing this, Ramon drew his own sword. The two men jumped at one another, blades rapidly crossing in the moonlight.
I see you are every bit the bandito the governor said. Bandit I may be, but I respect women.
Ramon was a skilled swordsman. He and Zorro danced around the garden, narrowly dodging each other's strikes, until Zorro was backed against Esperanza's rose bushes. If he sidestepped, Ramon would slice the delicate flowers. Zorro could not stomach such an insult to the lady, and so his feet remained rooted in place, allowing Ramon to pierce his shoulder.
Senor Zorro!
Well struck, Capitan. You are an excellent swordsman. But let's see how you fare on the back of a steed.
A shimmering black stallion appeared at the edge of the garden. Zorro vaulted over the hedge and onto the black saddle, all the while nursing his shoulder.
You would abandon the senorita. Would you abandon your chance of catching me, the governor's most wanted? Soldiers! Men! My horse!
Ramon raced from the garden to the front of the house, rallying his men to give chase. In the garden, Esperanza noticed blood seeping through Zorro's cloak.
You are injured.
But your roses are safe, my lady.
You let him stab you to protect my roses?
Senorita, I will protect the tiniest blade of grass if it were yours. I will yet ensure that he pays for his grievous insult to your honor.
I do not doubt it, senor.
She dashed over, and Zorro leaned down out of the saddle toward her.
I offer freely the kiss that he would have taken.
Their lips pressed together for a breathless moment. Then Zorro readied to flee.
You have my love, from now until the end of time.
Senorita, that is a whim. I do not lead a safe life. You must find someone else.
The women in my family do not love twice.
Then I will fight ever harder to rid California of this scum. And saints willing, one day I will return to you.
They were both startled as Captain Ramon and his men came tearing down the road toward the garden.
Go! Go!
Yeah! Tornado! Yeah!
Zorro shot out from the garden with a dozen men in pursuit. Esperanza could only watch as they faded into dots on the horizon. Zorro rode Tornado into the night. They easily outpaced the soldiers, but they were outnumbered. Ramon's men fanned out across the desert, flanking him on both sides. There was nowhere to go but forward, into a narrow canyon and a dead end. It was then that a fantastical idea struck him.
We make our own road today, Tornado. Adelante!
At the back of the chase, Ramon and his men watched as Zorro disappeared into the distant canyon.
Perfect. He will be trapped. Do not let him escape.
They spurred their horses toward the narrow crevasse and plunged in after him. The towering sandstone walls blocked out the moonlight, making it even harder to see, and the canyon was a maze of twists and turns. Over and over, the soldiers encountered a new blind corner or switch in the trail. One bend, two, three, then...
Aha!
Zorro surprised them, appearing suddenly from around the next bend. He kicked one soldier from his saddle, then struck the next one over the head with his sword hilt. By the time he reached the rest of the men, they had already drawn their own blades. Zorro raced between them, seemingly unfazed. He was so fast they barely raised their sabers in time to block his strikes. He zigzagged through the throng until he was finally free, bursting past Ramon and out of the canyon, back into the desert. As Zorro traveled up the trail to San Gabriel, he sheathed his sword and stroked Tornado's mane, though they kept up their rapid pace.
A good trick, Tornado. But let's not do it again.
The next day, Don Diego was at his mansion at the center of Pueblo de Los Angeles. He sat in his library, poring over a volume of romantic poetry.
Lips of a crimson apple, drumming in the twilight. If only I could muster the courage to say such things to the Señorita Esperanza. I would feel, well, ridículo.
Don Diego was interrupted by a frightful knocking at the mansion's front door. He bid a servant answer it and was shocked when Señorita Esperanza came storming into his study.
Señorita, but I thought you were quite through with me.
I thought perhaps, senor, you would be interested to know of a terrible injustice that has befallen the object of your, well, if not affections, then ambition.
But of course, Señorita. If you speak of yourself, then I can but listen.
It is the Capitan Ramon.
Yes, we are well acquainted. A fine fellow, if not of noble blood.
He is a monster. A brute who entered my garden and tried to force a kiss upon me.
By the saints, that is distressing.
Is that all you have to say? You wish me to be your wife, and he has threatened my dignity and honor.
Well, I of course, that is... What would you have me do?
If you cared for me at all, you would march up to the Presidio and avenge me.
Avenge is such a strong word. But perhaps I could speak to him on your behalf.
That is the least you could do.
Very well, then. So I shall. But does this mean you are reconsidering my proposal?
Well, while I very much appreciate the suggestion, as I said, a lady's heart must warm up to such things. Perhaps we could go for a walk later.
I doubt I will have enough vigor after my walk to and from the Presidio. But it is a nice thought. Perhaps I could send one of my servants to accompany you.
One of your... Senor, forget it. I will be on my way. But if you would speak to Capitan Ramon, I would be grateful.
She left the room, leaving Diego as confused as ever. The Don kept his word, making the journey across the courtyard to the fort where Captain Ramon presided over his men and the jail. It was there he found Ramon furiously scribbling a letter in his office.
Capitan Ramon, 1,000 pardons for interrupting.
Ah, Don Diego. I admit, this is not the best time, but what brings you here?
I'm afraid it is a rather awkward thing. You see, the Senorita Pulido came to me. She claims that you made a pass at her in the garden last night.
Huh. Now she seeks to impugn my reputation after damaging her own.
How do you mean?
I was in the lady's garden because I found her there with none other than Zorro, the very demon we have been trying so hard to track down.
Indeed. Well, I must say I'm shocked.
As was I. It seems she was enamored with him. Can you imagine? Huh.
So that is to whom her heart belongs. You know, I proposed marriage to the woman thinking it a sensible match.
And now she has scorned you to cast aside such a worthy suggestion in favor of tarnishing her blood with that of a common criminal.
I have a mind to completely forget your alleged insult.
I should hope so, knowing that I did my duty and drove the beast from the senorita's home. I had nearly slain him when his posse arrived, making good his escape.
It seems I owe you an apology, senor, to ever think that you would harm the senorita. And I also owe you thanks for warning me of her proclivities. I bid you good day.
Diego bowed and left him. Once the door was closed, Ramon smiled to himself, then began to laugh.
I have soured him on the senorita, I think. I must amend my letter to the governor. I was going to throw Don Diego under the wagon with her, but he has not enough spirit to be a traitor.
After finishing his letter, he made himself a copy, putting it in his uniform jacket. He left the original on the desk to be mailed in the morning. Later that night, Ramon left his office and went to sleep in his room a short distance down the hallway. As he did so, he failed to notice a shadow glide through the barracks and into his office. The candlelight flickered for but a moment as Zorro appeared at Ramon's desk. He rifled through the captain's papers until he found something of interest, a letter to the governor. It told many lies about Zorro's exploits and defamed the Senorita Esperanza almost discourteously. Beneath his mask, Zorro gritted his teeth in rage. He held the sheet of paper to the nearest candle and watched it burn.
That's official mail, bandito.
Zorro spun around to see Captain Ramon and his men standing at the doorway, muskets raised.
If such slander is sanctioned, then truly, Pueblo Los Angeles has much to fear under your stewardship.
Zorro held up his hands in surrender and strolled cautiously toward Captain Ramon, his eyes studying the soldiers and surrounding room.
We have you, Zorro. Lay down your weapons, and I promise a quick death.
Not today, Capitan. I plan to live a while longer, and it is I who promise to punish you.
Then come at me again. It will likely go as well for you as the last time.
With all your men here to intercede, I do not think so. That is not a fair fight.
No me importa. I only care about stopping you. Soldados, disparale!
The moment before the men opened fire, Zorro flicked his whip from beneath his cloak. It wrapped around the nearest candelabra, dashing it to the ground and extinguishing its flames. Dodging the bullets at the last second, Zorro dove into the shadows, emerging at various spots around the room, extinguishing candles one by one. The barracks were plunged into darkness. The The soldiers stopped in their tracks, becoming dead silent. Only then did Zorro speak, his voice echoing off the stones.
Now it is a fair fight.
This is but a silly game, Zorro. There are too many of us. No puedes ganar.
Keep thinking that.
In the darkness, Zorro made his first attack. The soldiers jumped at the sound of one of their own being incapacitated.
Who is that? Luis? Otoniel?
But no one answered him. The soldiers were terrified, grasping feebly in the darkness. Zorro struck again, seizing a man from behind and cracking his skull against the wall. Next, he saw 3 soldiers in front of a heavy bunk bed. Zorro slashed the 2 front legs, sending it crashing down on top of them.
Zorro, you coward!
The captain's words stung Zorro. He wanted revenge on this man, but was he willing to get it in the dark? He thought not, especially when the sound of the alarm emanated from above them.
Aha! One of my men made it to the bell. You are doomed now.
Zorro could hear soldiers approaching from all around the pueblo. He needed to leave now or not at all. In an instant, his whip lassoed a chandelier. He swung over the crowd of soldiers, crashing through the front door. As moonlight flooded the room, Ramon and the remaining soldiers looked toward the exit.
There! After him!
The men raced after Zorro, with Ramon close behind. But as soon as they were outside, they saw Zorro already on his black horse, speeding into the desert. Ramon did not bother giving chase this time. He drew his copy of the letter from his jacket and handed it to the nearest soldier.
Ride to San Francisco de Asís. Tell the governor that we need him at once.
The next morning, Don Diego rode awkwardly back to Rancho Pulido. Though he had been rather swayed against the marriage, he felt it best to conclude things in person. The ride was arduous, but luckily the sun had not yet risen too high.
Don Diego, you have returned. Did you speak with Capitan Ramon?
I'm afraid so. It seems he believes you're in league with the masked Zorro.
I will not deny it. It would be unfair to you. I have pledged my heart to him. Does this anger you as it did the Capitan?
Diego thought for a long moment, shuffling onto the porch to sit next to her. Esperanza was slightly afraid, unsure of what he would do next.
Señorita, you've done me a great service. If the pueblo knows that my proposal was rejected because you were in love with another man, then they will pity me and no longer wonder at my lack of passion.
I don't think I ever could have imagined such a response. You are a unique man, Don Diego.
I leave you to the management of your household. May you continue to prosper.
Thank you, Don Diego. Do you think me mad for loving one such as Zorro?
He is a man of passion, a man of action. Your love for him makes perfect sense. But we must hope it does not lead to your downfall.
If it did, I would not feel sorrow, for I would know I had been true to my heart.
It is you who stands unique among women. There are few left in the pueblo with such principles.
Esperanza smiled at this. Perhaps there was some poetry in the dawn after all. She was moved to say something, but held back, remembering her promise to Zorro. Instead, she watched as he mounted his horse and trotted glumly down the road.
I do hope I didn't upset him too much, but he's better off this way. He is content on his own.
As Don Diego rode stiffly back toward the pueblo, he was passed by a group of soldiers on horseback, led by Captain Ramon. The men flanked a military carriage with iron bars on its windows. When they turned toward Rancho Pulido, Diego pulled up on his reins and spurred his horse to follow. He was within earshot when Captain Ramon shouted for the lady of the estate,
Senorita Esperanza Pulido, you are under arrest.
Coming up, Ramon imprisons Esperanza. Now back to the story. Don Diego was still a short distance from Rancho Pulido when he saw Captain Ramon and his men dismount at Esperanza's front steps. Diego spurred his horse to a gallop when he heard the captain order her arrest.
On whose authority?
The governor's. He rides to town this very moment and will be here in but a few hours. Tomorrow, you will stand trial.
Ramon, serpiente, what did you tell him?
The simple truth that you cahort with Zorro, a known enemy of California, and are thus plotting against His Excellency. Men, take her.
Two soldiers came forward, grabbing her by the arms.
Unhand me! Unhand me!
It was at that moment that Don Diego arrived, wincing and sweating.
Move along, Don Diego. This does not concern you.
I should think it does. This woman has done nothing wrong.
When we spoke before, I thought that you posed no threat to the governor. But now you defend this traitor? Do not give me reason to doubt you.
The soldiers continued to wrestle with Esperanza, loading her into the carriage. Before Diego could say any more, they took off down the road. Ramon lingered for a moment on his horse, grinning smugly at Don Diego.
Hasta luego, Don Diego. When we meet next, it will perhaps be as equals.
He spurred his horse, galloping to catch up with the soldiers and his prisoner.
Yeah!
Don Diego hurried back to the pueblo and sequestered himself in his mansion. He was writing letters to his fellow dons when he heard the governor arrive. He looked out his window to see an ornate carriage of purple and gold clattering across the tiled courtyard. There were 20 men guarding it, all armed with swords, pistols, and muskets. Towed behind all of them was a heavy iron cannon.
Saints! He means to do what Capitan Ramon cannot. Kill Zorro.
As the governor dispatched his men around the pueblo, Diego trudged across the courtyard and extended his hand in greeting.
Bienvenidos, Governor. You grace Pueblo de Los Angeles with your visit.
Up close, Diego saw the man's face was haggard, and not just because of the swollen, scabbed-over Z cut into his cheek. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in a fortnight.
I wish it were under better circumstances, Don Diego. It is lovely this time of year. Alas, it falls on me to put an end to Zorro and sentence the Senorita Pulido.
Ah. The mention of her name reminds me that I must say a few words.
Oh?
It is annoying, but my father has demanded that I find a wife within the year. I've spent a good few days attempting to woo the Senorita Pulido for precisely that purpose. Now she has been arrested.
It desolates me that you have been annoyed, but you should be grateful that things did not go any further. She is an enemy of the state.
So I have been told. But will it be popular? Arresting someone of noble blood?
What is popular is of no consequence. I should hope that you would want to see the enemies of California punished.
All real foes of the state should receive punishment.
I am glad that we agree. Now, seeing as your proposal was never accepted, I do not think it impugns your honor that Senorita Pulido now sits in cárcel.
Cárcel? You put her in jail?
But of course, a fitting place for one who cavorts with criminals. Now, let us speak on it no more. Please tell your father hello for me. I am to visit him when I finish this cursed Zorro business.
I will leave you to it then.
Diego bowed and took his leave. That night, Diego and a faction of other dons gathered secretly at Rancho Pulido. They were outraged that the governor would dare to place a noble in jail before she even stood trial. After much discussion and wine, the men couldn't decide on a course of action. Even though they were wealthy titans of California, no one wanted to be the first to stand up to the governor. So the debate and drinking continued late into the evening. After a while, Don Diego could barely keep his eyes open. He retired to one of the upstairs bedrooms, while the men continued to quarrel. The arguments stopped suddenly as a shadow passed over the room, causing the candlelight to flicker. There, in the blink of an eye, at the head of the table, appeared Zorro.
Dons of Pueblo de Los Angeles, hear me. You sit here and cluck at each other like gallinas, while the fairest among you sits in a jail.
Many took offense to this, some even drawing their swords, but Zorro stood firm.
Do not raise a hand to me, but to the one who insults your very breed, the noble blood that runs in your veins. A league of you, standing together, could bring the governor to heel. He would not dare go against so many powerful families.
This gave some of them pause, but they still hesitated. Several glanced amongst each other, looking for someone to lead them. Zorro shook his head in frustration.
I will lead you. I have a plan. Just be ready for my signal.
While the men saddled their horses, they forgot all about Don Diego sleeping upstairs. They were too excited by Zorro's plan. It was the first time the Dons were united, and they were ready for action. Meanwhile, the masked man galloped back to the pueblo, arriving in the shadows. He crept over to the mansion of Don Juan Estado, who had agreed to house the governor during his stay. There were soldiers posted around the perimeter. Zorro shook his head. That wouldn't do. He undid his purple cloak, fastened it about Tornado's saddle, then he whistled.
Adelante!
Tornado raced along the wall of the mansion, Zorro's cloak flapping behind him. As Zorro hoped, the guards gave chase, hollering that they had Zorro on the run. With the perimeter clear, Zorro scampered over the back wall, up a trellis of bugambillas, and through a second-floor window. Once inside, he tiptoed to a vantage point at the top of the grand staircase. From there, he could see Don Estado, the governor, and Captain Ramon seated around a table in front of a crackling fireplace. Zorro cocked his pistol and leapt down to spoil their evening.
Heavens! Animal!
Su Excelencia, I have no quarrel with Don Estado, and so if he sits quietly in the corner and behaves, then no harm shall come to him. There are some truths that need telling.
You dare!
Capitan, though I wish to fight you fairly in a duel, it would give me no small pleasure to fill you with hot lead. Kindly keep your mouth shut until I am finished. Now, Governor, I believe you have been told a version of events that is not entirely accurate. Though the Capitan did encounter me and the Senorita Pulido in her garden, we weren't conspiring together. Rather, I came across this scoundrel forcing himself on the lady. Liar! I said to keep quiet. However, now I wish you to speak. Tell the truth. If you do not, I will let loose my pistol.
Ramon hesitated, looking anxiously between Zorro and the governor.
Well, Capitan?
Very well, yes. He speaks a certain truth.
You swine! I'll allow no such man to serve me.
Then you will free the senorita.
I think not. She has still spoken against my rule many times, and in favor of your thievery. I'll have her name in the dirt next to your corpse.
I am sorry to hear you say it. But for now, let us end this talk. Your Excellency, I will have you sit over there, next to the Don. Now, as for you, Capitan, you insulted a pure and innocent girl. My shoulder is healed now, and you wear your blade by your side. Such a man as you is not fit to breathe God's pure air. This country is better for your absence. On your feet, senor, and on guard.
Captain Ramon was white with rage. He knew that he was ruined. He had been forced to confess that he had lied. He had heard the governor remove his rank, and this man before him had been the cause of all of it. He sprang from his chair, drawing his sword in furious attack.
I will have your head, curse of Capistrano!
Zorro gave ground before this onslaught. He was skilled with a blade and had fenced for his life many times, and he knew the danger in the attack of an angered man who did not fence according to the code. He also knew that such anger is spent quickly, and so he retreated step by step, guarding well, parrying vicious strokes, alert and waiting. The governor and Don watched from the corner.
Run him through, Ramon, and I'll reinstate and promote you.
Zorro knew that he had lost to Ramon once before and did not wish to give his opponent any advantage. The pistol he had in his left hand was weighing him down just enough to slow his parries, and so he cast it into the fire. The gunpowder popped, and the metal and wood groaned. Zorro pressed forward.
Fight, insulter of women. Fight, man who tells a falsehood to injure a noble family. Fight, coward.
Captain Ramon winced at the stinging barb. The tide of the battle had shifted, and Zorro was no longer giving up ground. The bandit's blade darted around his own, searching for an opening, and Ramon was growing tired. Bullets of sweat ran down his brow. His breath came heavily from between his parted lips. His eyes were bright and bulging. He knew he had to end the fight quickly. Captain Ramon summoned his last bit of strength and attacked again, fencing with what skill he could command. He lunged forward and stumbled a fraction of an inch further than he'd intended. Zorro saw the error in an instant. Like the tongue of a serpent, his blade shot in. Thrice it darted forward, and upon the brow of Ramon, just between the eyes, there flamed suddenly a red, bloody letter Z.
The mark of Zorro. You wear it forever now, Capitan.
Zorro's blade shot in again and came out dripping red. The captain gasped and slumped to the floor.
You have slain him. You've taken his life, wretch.
Zorro looked down at his fallen foe. He regarded the governor a moment, then wiped his blade on his sash before returning it to its scabbard.
My night's work is done.
And you shall hang for it. What was that?
I sent a signal, Your Excellency. My horse, Tornado. You see, the rumors that I had a band of compañeros at my beck and call were entirely false. Before. But you and your Capitan here have drove me to consider that I might have use of such friends.
The doors to the front of the mansion crashed inward, revealing a band of caballeros dressed in masks and cloaks, exactly like Zorro.
Impossible!
The caballeros entered, blood on their blades and soot on their shirts. Then the crowd parted, and Esperanza emerged.
Zorro!
She raced forward and he took her in his arms.
You will forgive me, señorita, that I could not come to your rescue in person. I felt that my place was here, avenging your honor.
She looked down at Ramon's corpse on the floor.
Avenged indeed. I cannot say I will miss him.
It was your love that gave me strength.
I am glad to hear it. And if this is the end, I am happy to be here, by your side.
The end? None of these caballeros have anything to say about it. What say you all?
At first, the men looked at each other anxiously, but then, one by one, they removed their masks. The governor gasped. He recognized many familiar faces from the noble families of Pueblo de Los Angeles, powerful men he would not dare to cross. It seemed that his grasp on the state was not nearly as strong as he'd supposed.
Caballeros, you are in league with this bandit? But why? What did I ever do to deserve your wrath?
It is you who is the bandit. You beat and stole, lied and cheated, hurt our native servants and behaved sacrilegiously toward the frailes. And then you put this remarkable woman in carcel. Carcel!
If I had known that my actions were being perceived this way, I would have... I might have...
The time for excuses has passed. What will you do about the present situation?
What would you ask of me?
A pardon for the señorita, and of course for all of us here. And a promise that you will be fair in your dealings going forward.
You have it, of course. All of it.
The noblemen Esperanza and Zorro all cheered.
And now, Zorro, surely there is no need to continue wearing your mask. I know who has beguiled me these long weeks since you first struck in Capistrano.
I am sure you would, but I will keep my secret, so that you might always know that Zorro is out there, waiting to return should you not keep any of your promises. Should you ever threaten California again?
Fine then, Senor Zorro. But if I keep my pledge, you must pledge to no longer steal and maim.
Give me no cause to, and all will be well.
You have me at an impasse. We shall have to see who between the two of us breaks his promise. It will not be I.
With that, the governor strode from the hall, heading out the broken front doors.
Where are my men? I will return to San Francisco de Asís at once. And I am not paying for this door.
The caballeros made various gestures and curses in his direction, then turned their attention back to Zorro and Esperanza.
But, my love, would you not show me who you really are? I would know who it is to whom I pledged myself.
Señorita, that I cannot do. Though you should never doubt my love, understand that it means I cannot put you in any danger. Which is to say, you could never know who I am, unless the information make you a target for one of my many enemies.
No, I cannot bear it.
But you must. A masked bandit is no kind of man for a lady such as you. You must let me go. Find love in another man's arms.
Never. As I have said, a Pulido loves but once.
If you love me, then you will find it in your heart to love twice. And now I must leave you. I leave all of you to remember what you did here today. You are stronger together than apart. Never allow the men of Europe to dictate your futures. Viva California! Viva Pueblo de Los Angeles!
The caballeros shouted in praise and followed Zorro out into the courtyard. He summoned Tornado and climbed into the saddle. Every citizen in the courtyard waved in admiration, save for Esperanza, who was heartbroken.
Adelante! Yeah,
Zorro raced out of the pueblo and toward the setting sun. This was not to be his last adventure in California, far from it, but for now the people were safe. It would take many years before they won their independence, truly uniting as a people. But from this day forward, they knew, wherever injustice reared its head, Zorro would be there to punish it. Today's episode is a close adaptation of the original Curse of Capistrano story. We've streamlined it and tweaked some characterizations, but the basic structure is the same. The novel holds up extremely well, considering it was written over 100 years ago for a cheap adventure magazine. It's no wonder that Zorro went on to become one of the most iconic characters in popular culture. By 1920, the story was being adapted into a Hollywood film starring Douglas Fairbanks. Since then, Zorro has been featured in hundreds of novels, comic books, TV shows, and films, and has gone on to inspire the creation of even more masked crime fighters like Batman. This makes sense, as many of the themes present in The Curse of Capistrano are timeless: treating your fellow man with respect, keeping your word, working together toward a common goal, and, of course, the power of true love. For as excellent as the action in The Curse of Capistrano is, it's the romance between Zorro and his love that really makes the story sing. The noblewoman forgoes any sense of decorum, any prejudice, and pledges herself to the man who does what is right. Perhaps such an accepting attitude can be extended toward your own loved ones this Thanksgiving. Thanks for listening. Just kidding. We've got time for one more chapter. One day, not long after the dust had settled in Pueblo de Los Angeles, a carriage arrived outside the mansion of Don Diego Vega. A servant opened the carriage door, revealing Señorita Esperanza Pulido as beautiful as ever. She was welcomed into the home, but Esperanza was surprised not to see the Don. She wandered the halls until she found him in the study, reading poetry of all things.
Senor?
Senorita, I did not hear you come in. To what do I owe this visit?
I hope this does not sound too callous of me, but I thought perhaps we might give our courtship another chance. I know I told you my heart belongs to Zorro, but I realize now that he is betrothed to another.
Really? That scoundrel! Who is this mystery woman?
California, of course. His first and true love.
Ah, then he is a fool.
Senor?
Diego closed his book, standing up and taking Esperanza by the hand.
Any man who would choose this wild, unkept territory over one so perfect, so kind, so impossibly generous as you is, well, forgive the expression, estúpido.
Do not insult him. He is our savior. You do not have the right.
Oh, I think I do.
Leading her by the hand, he took her across the study, and then, strangely, he pressed against the side of a bookcase. The bookcase slid to the side, pulled by some invisible mechanism. Behind it, a set of stairs led down into a dark cavern.
Senorita, I have something I wish to show you. Would you accompany me?
They traveled down into the darkness. Just when Esperanza was sure Don Diego was leading her into some kind of trap, a flame bloomed in front of her. Don Diego held a torch. He touched it to a nearby brazier, which engulfed a crescent of oil, filling the cave with brilliant light. In the center of the cavern, on a wooden platform, stood a mannequin sporting three things: a wide black sombrero, a face mask, and a purple cloak. Esperanza's eyes widened at the sight.
Senor! You are... But how?
10 years ago, I was but a boy of 15. I already saw how the men of the Spanish crown mistreated my native friends of the Franciscan frailes. My father always encouraged me to stand up for what was right. He was never afraid to voice his displeasure with the governor and the crown. And so, I started to train. learning riding and fencing from the best teachers in España. Then I returned here to California, playing the fop so that no one might expect that I was Zorro.
To hear you say it, my heart is. Well, Diego, I do not know what to think. You have been toying with me.
I regret doing so, but I've had to think quickly in the last few days. Once my father commanded me to marry, I was faced with a conundrum. For what woman could I trust with such a secret? And so I sought to test you. And to my great astonishment, you readily accepted the brave Zorro over the wealthy Don Diego. Not only that, but you taught me to appreciate poetry and music, the things that make life worth living. To my great shame, I had to rebuke you in front of the Dons that fateful night in the Pueblo. I dared not allow any to think that you belonged to the bandit Zorro, lest you become a target for his enemies.
I can accept this. And I understand that it is no small thing for you to trust me with your secret. But if we are to love, there can be no more secrets between us.
On my honor as a caballero, there never shall be again.
Then, caballero, I believe I am owed a kiss.
Indeed? Then by all means.
The couple embraced, and there was suddenly a new source of heat in the cavern. Thank you for listening to our podcast Thanksgiving special, Zorro, The Curse of Capistrano. You can find more episodes of our many Spotify originals from Parcast available for free exclusively on Spotify. Happy Thanksgiving. Nos vemos la próxima vez. Mythology is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive produced by Max Cutler. Our head of programming is Julian Boireau. Our supervising sound designer is Russell Nash, with Nick Johnson as our head of production and Trent Williamson as our senior production specialist. Ryan O'Leary Jones is our supervising editor, and Derek Jennings is our writing lead. This episode of Mythology was written by Greg Castro, edited by Adam De Silva and Andrew Kelleher, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Adriana Gomez, produced by Freddie Beckley, and sound designed by Brian Golub. It stars Tommy Arciniega, Joe Hernandez, Melissa Medina, and Charlie Wess. I'm Vanessa Richardson.
Hold up.
What the hell?
Set that.
What are those things?
Does your Uncle Bob keep any guns?
What?
In the cabin. Are there any weapons in the cabin?
What are those things? They look like giant apes.
That's basically what they are.
But they're driving snowmobiles.
Sleds.
And they clearly got rifles strapped to their backs.
Which is why we need a rifle too. Do you have one?
Why do we need a rifle?
Because the Simeone are hunters. You only send them on dead or alive missions.
So who?
The Simeone. Them. The 7-foot-tall bipedal apes.
Do you hear yourself? You're describing. They can't be.
Go ahead and say it. There are Sasquatches on snowmobiles outside.
You've got to be kidding me.
Now, focus. Going to need a gun. We have a chance.
Right. Check the closet.
Right. What are you going to do?
Check these dressers for shells. You never keep the shells and the rifle in the same place.
Okay.
Hey, it is. Besides,
I can't find anything.
these are shotgun shells. Look for a shotgun.
I still can't. Where is it?
You're looking in boxes. It's a shotgun beam. It's not going to be in a shoebox.
Well, I didn't know.
Here, top shelf, right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't take gun safety.
Clearly. All right, what are we doing here?
We need to get to the sled and get away.
Great plan, Eisenhower. That takes care of everything but how.
How many are there?
4, I think.
Wait, I see 3 out there now.
I sworn I saw 4.
Yeah, I thought so too. Unless. Crap! One of them's in the house.
Oh my gosh, what is that smell?
Hide! is he.
That's an interesting sound.
What is he saying? I'm totally sure, but I think it's put down your weapon and I won't kill you.
Well, tell him he can put down his weapon.
I think he understands now.
Okay, so this then.
You shot him!
Run!
He's blocking the door.
Get down!
Apparently, you only wounded him.
Jeez, how many pellets will this thing take before it goes down?
Did you hit him, though?
It's kind of hard to miss.
We can get by him one more shot.
Great. I need shells.
What?
The shells. It's a double-barrel shotgun. I've shot twice. I need more shells.
Well, I don't have them.
What? You were in charge of the shells.
You never told me that.
I can't do everything, Dean. I can't handle the gun and carry the... Never mind.
What are you doing?
Stand back.
What was that?
My Uncle Bob's engine lighter. He's gonna kill me.
Why did you do that?
Because it's full of kerosene.
Mel,
Yes, Dean?
there's a flaming Sasquatch on the lawn.
You see that? Yes.
Support for This American Life comes from Intuit. Why is Intuit Enterprise Suite a better solution for growing businesses? It provides powerful financial management and accounting capabilities integrated with payments processing, payroll, HR, marketing, third-party apps, and more. Through powerful automation and insights, it helps you manage one or more businesses in one place. Visit intuit.com/enterprise to learn more. Money movement services by Intuit Payments Inc., licensed by NYDFS.
WBEZ Chicago, This is American Life.
It's so embarrassing. I don't want to get upset, but like, he's a car. So the last time I saw him on purpose was just in the car in front of my house. And I don't know, it's just bad.
Bad, like when you walk out of your house, you think like there his car was.
Yeah, I still look for it. It's crazy.
Okay, now we're about a block from your house.
Like I'm not in front of that building, right there. It's like a churchy looking building. That's where we were parked. When we first had the conversation when we decided we were going to be exclusive. Which was a joke. Like I don't really date around, and I don't think he does either. But you know, it's like kind of a big conversation. But yeah, we were parked in the middle of that block, right where that white car is.
And so every time you walk down the street, you'll think like, oh, yeah, there's the spot.
I don't walk down the street. I just don't. But like I haven't even seen him for a month. You know what I mean?
When I walked around Lauren's neighborhood with her, it had been 2 months since her boyfriend broke up with her. We've gone up to about 10 months before that. She was incredibly nice to let herself be taped in still a pretty raw state. But even in the middle of that raw state, she was acutely aware and said herself that everything she was going through was a cliche that she was forced to live through.
That's the crazy thing about it is breaking up with someone is literally the most common thing. Like everyone you know broke up with everyone they ever dated until maybe the person they're with right now, if they're with someone right now. But when it happens to you, it feels so specific. Like it's, you know, and it's, I don't want to say I can't get over it, but like in like a flippant way, like you kind of can't get over it. Like you're like, what? This is what's happening? It's so shocking.
If I had to say one thing about Lauren, it's that she was full of feelings that completely contradicted each other, which I guess just comes with this territory. Like, she emphatically did not want him to call, but also, maybe a little bit, wanted him to call. She missed him, and she didn't want to stop thinking about him. But she also did all this elaborate math to calculate the day that she would finally be over him and not thinking about him and with somebody else. We get to an area where she had been on walks with the ex-boyfriend. There were benches on the sidewalk on the road.
I don't know. We used to just, not that we took a ton of walks, but we took some walks.
And what happened down here?
You know, I can't say that anything of substance happened. It's not like any one specific thing. It's
It's just, I don't know.
It's just that there was an us.
I know, there really was. That's the thing that's so weird. It's like, you put so much energy into something, and then one day it's time to stop. I don't know.
During a breakup, you just stare at what happened. There's a before and there's an after, and you just can't believe it. Lauren says she still doesn't even understand what went wrong between her and him. And that's part of it too. But we got the idea for today's radio show from an email that a listener sent. It says, here. Dear This American Life, I'm suffering from a gut-wrenching breakup with my former boyfriend, and I searched your site for shows about breakups and general heartbreak to commiserate. To my surprise, I didn't find many stories specifically regarding the act of breaking up. I hope you consider it. Show like that will really cheer me up. And so, with that in mind, we devote our show today to breakups. Probably today we have an anatomy of the completely contradictory feelings that are part of the breakup. I think that's what makes it such a special and particularly cursed state. And we have stories today about people trying in some very unusual, very resourceful ways to make themselves feel better during the breakup. Keyword there will be trying. Our show today in 4 acts. In Act 1, Starlee Kine heads out on a breakup mission unlike any we have ever heard of. In Act 2, an 8-year-old heads out into the world to get some answers about her parents' breakup. In Act 3, a man who has turned his back on the ways of his people in this case being divorce lawyers. In Act 4, General Marco knows one possibly overlooked way to mend a broken heart, and it involves a soggy plastic disky thing. You just have to trust me on that one. Stay with us.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Sapa, maker of quality, handcrafted mattresses. Founder and CEO Ron Rutson shares one of their core values.
At Sapa, we believe sleep does unlock a superpower. When you wake up and you're totally refreshed, you go after things more. And it all starts with being on the right mattress. And that's what Sapa has been inspired by from the day that we started.
Save up to $600 through President's Day at saatva.com/NPR.
Support for This American Life comes from GoodRx. More than a third of Americans are living with a heart condition. If you're looking to save on heart medications, GoodRx offers 30 popular heart medications, all under $30. GoodRx compares prescription prices at over 70,000 pharmacies and finds discounts of up to 80%. Even if you have insurance or Medicare, GoodRx may beat your copay. For savings on heart medications plus everyday medications, go to goodrx.com/TAL.
At Code Switch, we're interested in how race and identity shape your world in real and confusing and sometimes funny ways. From riots to race science to the rise of the BBL, Code Switch is a place where we think out loud about how race and identity are connected and how our lives are made richer by it all the time. Come work it out with us together on the Code Switch podcast from NPR.
This is American Life. Today's show is a rerun. Act 1, Dr. Phil. When one of our regular contributors, Starlee Kine, was in the middle of getting over a breakup, she tried to feel better in a way that few people ever tried, and that maybe even she should know. Here's Starlee.
Before I explain why I decided to write and record a breakup song, even though I have no musical ability and can't play an instrument of any kind, I should probably explain a bit about the breakup itself. It was only after Anthony broke up with me that all the warning signs I had missed came sharply into focus. Like the time he told me he didn't like taking pictures with girlfriends because it was a downer to have those photos around once the relationship was over. I'd had a crush on him since the day we met, but he always had a girlfriend in Canada. Then she broke up with him, and we got together. A week after that, he told me I was the one, which, in retrospect, was probably the biggest warning sign of all. It was hands down the corniest relationship I've ever been in. And by corniest, I mean greatest. We'd pass entire evenings just complimenting each other. We took hand-holding to new heights. And we listened to hours and hours of music, teenager style, playing one song after another while smiling a lot. I don't quite remember how our Phil Collins phase began. I think it was one of those things that started off ironically, with Anthony lip-syncing, adorably, to Against All Odds one night. But over time, it became less and less ironic, until one day we were actual fans.
How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath, you're the only one who really knew me all.
I liked how honest and sad it was. How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace? You're the only one who really knew me at all. We picture Phil Collins at the piano, writing it, the tears running down his face.
I wish I could just make you turn around and see me cry. There's so much I need to say to you, so many reasons why.
Anthony broke up with me on New Year's Eve. I told you, corny. I didn't really see it coming, and I definitely didn't want it to happen. He said, "You're going to be okay." I just cried and cried. I wanted to stop it, to fix it. I searched deep inside myself for the right words to say, and out of my mouth popped this. How can you just let me walk away? I'm the only one who really knew you at all. And I meant it. In fact, I go so far as to say that in that moment, no one could have conveyed how I was feeling better than Phil Collins.
You coming back to me is against all odds. It's the chance I gotta take.
If I thought I'd been in the Phil Collins phase before, it was nothing compared to what came next. I was no longer listening to his songs for pleasure, but for pain. They were breakup songs, and hearing them was the only thing that made me feel better. And by better, I mean worse. There's something so satisfying about listening to sad songs. They're like how you would actually be spending your day if you were allowed to just break down and sob and grab hold of everyone you met. They make you feel less alone with your crazy thoughts. They don't judge you. In fact, they understand you. A breakup song won't ever suggest you start online dating or that you're better off without them. They tell you that you're worse without them, which is exactly what you want to hear because it's how you feel. I didn't want to be cheered up. I didn't want to bounce back. I didn't want to meet someone new. I wanted to wallow, big time, deeply, and with the least amount of perspective possible. And the only way to do that was by turning off my phone and turning up the sad, sad music. Like this song that I love by the band The Magnetic Fields.
Guess I could take a sleep in the bed, sleep in the bed, not have to go through what I go through. I guess I should take Prozac right just to smile all night and see like you. Somebody not too bright, but sweet and kind, who would try to get you off my mind. I can leave this agony behind, which is just what I'd do if I wanted to, but I want to get over you.
It's great because the lyrics perfectly articulate this feeling you didn't even know you had. Then there's the Bonnie Raitt song, I Can't Make You Love Me.
I close my eyes, then I won't see. Love you don't feel, you're holding me.
The song was written by Mike Reed and Alan Shambaugh after they read this little article in the newspaper about a guy who'd gotten drunk and shot up his girlfriend's car. At his sentencing, he was asked if he learned any lessons from what he'd done, and he said yes. You can't make a woman love you if she don't.
I can't make you love me. You can't make
breakup, I had no idea how much breakup music was out there. For example, every song ever written, or at least every third. But once you're heartbroken, you notice it everywhere. You find yourself in the supermarket, listening to a song you've heard before, never really heard, thinking to yourself, it's just so true. Not just that you overlook the cheesiness, you embrace it. You do want to know what love is. There's nothing restrained or subtle about being crushed by the person you care most about in the world. It's big and gaudy, and so it only makes sense that songs about it are too. It was after listening to all these songs for months that I knew what I had to do. I had to write one myself. I needed to take charge of my fate. I needed to take wallowing to the next level. It wasn't enough just to be lying on the floor in my pajamas, listening to these songs during the afternoon. I wanted to be the songs. I wanted to be the pain. I wanted to be inside the stereo speakers, to be the sound waves coming into my own head. I wanted to be the thing creating the feeling I was feeling. And I knew just what kind of breakup song I would write. The torch song. Torch songs are about the most pathetic, desperate, and lonely part of yourself. The part you'd never admit to your friends. The part of you that knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that you would take him back. Not only that, he wouldn't have to beg or even apologize. Dusty Springfield made a whole career out of these songs. I just can't make it alone. I only want to be with you. All I see is you, losing you. Or this one, which might be the most pitiful sentiment ever uttered out loud.
You don't have to say you love me, just speak close and hand. You don't have to stay forever, I will understand. Believe me, I can't help but love you, but believe me, I'll never tie you down.
It's just so pathetic. And deep down, that's how I felt too. And it felt good to have someone just come out and say it. There are some words you can never speak, but somehow you can sing. So I knew what kind of song I was going to write, but I had no idea how to go about writing it. I needed some advice. And out of thousands of musicians who write about heartbreak, there was only one I cared to talk to.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, darling. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Phil Collins, of course. What? Is that weird? I got it into my head that it'd be great to ask Phil Collins how to write a breakup song. The same way you might think to yourself, I'd really love to talk to Michael Jordan about free throws. I never thought it would actually happen. Then, against all odds, it turned out I had a friend who was on the road with Phil Collins, on his Genesis reunion tour shooting footage for the DVD extras. He gave me his contact info, and I sent him an email. Dear Mr. Collins, I have a rather unusual request. Then I waited, refreshing my inbox every 3 seconds. When his email finally appeared, he was friendly and casual. We set up a time to talk. In my mind, he was already so intimately involved in my breakup that it seemed crazy that he didn't actually know about it. So I told him. Well, I'm gonna tell you the whole story of my breakup and stuff. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, it's your 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, it also involved you. So I was dating my boyfriend Anthony, and he kind of broke up with me on New Year's Eve.
Oh, nice.
Whereas before it was Anthony and I talking about Phil. Now it was Phil and I talking about Anthony. Actually, pretty tidy when you think about it. And at one point, I turned to him and it just flew out of my mouth. I just looked at him and I was like, I can't believe you're just gonna let me
walk away.
Yeah. Before long, Phil Collins and I were finished writing about heartbreak, and she also went through recently.
I mean, I've just been through a marriage breakup, and you're talking about New Year's Eve. I mean, my divorce was final on my birthday.
Oh, really?
And I didn't want it at all. So that's something that, you always remember these things, like, you'll always remember New Year's Eve, and I'll always remember my birthday.
I know. It makes you want to skip those days, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Up until this conversation, I never thought I had much in common with Phil Collins. He started playing in Genesis at the age of 18. I didn't. He performed in Live Aid, while I only watched it on TV. He was in the movie Buster, which I never actually saw. The talking to him was easy. He told me that when he was in Genesis, he just played drums and sang. He didn't write. Against All Odds was one of the first songs he wrote himself, and he was working on his first solo album.
That song particularly was written during my first divorce.
Mm-hmm.
My first wife and the kids had gone, and I was just left there. So it was written totally out of experience as opposed to this is a what-if song. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Do you think you could have written that song if you hadn't gone through, if your wife hadn't left?
Probably not. I mean, frankly, if that personal stuff had not happened to me at that time, I probably would never have made an album. And if I was to have made an album, eventually, it would have been more of a jazz rock thing, because that was what I was actually, that was my output. Apart from Genesis, I was in a band called Brand X. And that's, I was a player. So, no, without that stuff, I wouldn't have felt the things I felt that made me sit at a piano night after night, day after day, writing stuff, yeah.
Did it help?
Well, it helped in as much as, it was kind of, well, when she hears this, it's all going to be okay,
Really? Is that what you thought?
I did, yeah. Foolish, huh? But, I mean, I did.
Did you get over it?
There's various people in your life that you never quite get over. I mean, that's kind of the cliche. And then, sometimes, I mean, with me, for example, because of children, you are morally obligated, and you need, because of you want to be with the kids as much as possible, you have to be in touch with this person that's really hurt you. So it's not like, you can just walk away and leave without a trace, because, in this instance, there's a couple of little guys that are looking up to you saying, what am I going to do, Dad?
Okay, there are so many crazy things about this. First of all, even Phil Collins can't help but quote Phil Collins. Second, if it hadn't been for his wife leaving him in 1979, Phil Collins would never have become Phil Collins. Heartbreak turned a jazz rock fusion drummer into an international pop icon. But the other crazy thing was how honest and normal he was about it. Once again, Phil Collins put into words what I was feeling. There was a part of me, and it was not a small part, that wants my ex Anthony to hear the song I wrote and asked to come back. I told Phil that I'd been trying to write my songs, but they just didn't feel right. They were too wordy or something. But when I tried to consult songs that I loved to see how it was done, even the lyrics to the best songs looked flat on the page. I wanted to know how to transform cliched sentiment into a song that captured the entire range of human emotions. I wanted to know how simple sentences like love hurts, love scars became.
Love hurts, love scars, love wounds, and love.
Most of the time, it's the direct. I mean, if it's a good song, that's what makes it good. It's the fact that it's, so many people try to fluff things up or disguise them, or make them a little bit too clever. But sometimes it's the simplest thing that actually reaches people.
It actually looks corny when you look at it on the page.
But then you see that's what becomes important then is the way that it's sung.
Yeah.
Because you get, otherwise you get, and I don't mean any disrespect, but you get into sort of Michael Bolton territory. And I don't know, I'm just using him as an example. I'm sure people would use me as an example of something that, like gets overblown and polished, as opposed to a simple idea simply sung, and obviously sounds like it's sung with conviction.
Now I had the advice, I had the pain. It was time to start writing. It was pretty terrifying at first. Every single word I put down seemed wrong, even the ones that seemed like they had to go in, no-brainers. I typed the word love, then erase it, and then type it again. Then, one day I was waiting for the train, and I started thinking about how that train reminded me of Anthony, and then how our love was sort of like a runaway train. Oh, that's good, I thought, and scribbled the line down the back of my gas bill. Suddenly, heartbreak was flowing out of the cracks in the sidewalk, and it was up to me to transform it into song. The next problem was, and it felt like a small problem really, was my complete lack of musical ability. So I asked a guy named Joe McGinty for some help. He's a New York musician who has played with everyone from the Ramones to Ryan Adams to Ronnie Spector. He was into psychedelic furs. He has a million songs. More importantly, for my purposes at least, Joe is a man who understands heartbreak. Here's one of his songs I really like.
This song is 3 weeks old. Guess I should sing it happy birthday. And your image, it still holds. A happy accident. I can't seem to shake you from my mind.
I met up with Joe and also Julia Greenberg, a musician and songwriter who plays with Joe a lot. I'd written about a dozen songs, some of them more finished than others. When I printed them out, I had 6 freshly typed pages of lyrics, and then about 15 crazy-looking pages, with a few lines here and there separated by random spaces. I had sent these all off to Joe and Julia before our meeting. Here's Joe reading the one I thought was farthest along.
Okay, imaginary boyfriend. I can't help but think this all could have been prevented if I'd just gone to a small liberal arts school, because then I would have met my imaginary boyfriend at a stand-up comedy open mic. It was love at first eye roll. He said he drew comic books like David under his head.
Wow. I thought I'd been working on a song, but I don't even know how to describe what that was. A creative writing class essay, maybe. It was clear that I'd ignored Phil Collins' advice. Keep it simple, not clever. Joe and Julia agreed.
I think like David on Roseanne, I can't turn it into a song.
Then Julia pulled out her favorite of my songs, from the very bottom of the stack. I'd been so sure it wasn't a contender that I'd almost not included it at all.
You had the lyric, it doesn't do me any good, in fact it does me bad. Then it kind of seems impossible to me that hasn't been in a pop song before, but like that's a classic kind of pop song. Yeah, that's a classic pop song line.
I have to admit I was skeptical. That lyric was from the crazy part. Just note for an idea I had for a torch song. I tried to think of the most pathetic scenario I could. What I came up with was this. Anthony goes back to his ex-girlfriend. But rather than letting him go, I agree to be this awkward third wheel, as long as it means still getting to see him occasionally. The lines were literally, I liked you, and you liked her, and I sort of liked her, because you liked her. Julia had run with the idea, with one minor change.
You know that you had it all like, and I changed it to love. That was the biggest.
That makes, I feel like there's something really deeply, there are like even more issues that I have to work with out with myself that I put like in that love. It didn't even occur to me.
Julia had been so sure of an actual song that she'd gotten to work before our meeting. She'd sketched out a melody and sung it to Joe on his answering machine. He played it for me.
Yeah, all right. This is going to be a rough rendering of that.
I loved you, and you loved her, and I sort of loved her, 'cause I love everything you love. And then she stops loving you, and glory, hallelujah, somehow you start loving me, and I don't know why I just do. I really do. Doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad. And you're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad.
But yes, in theory, I knew all this. Music was important. It transformed words and unites the universe together. But I'd never actually seen it happen in front of me.
Come up with some more interesting.
I cannot believe that's the one that you choose. But then when you were singing it, it was like the words were like flying off the page, and there was like pixie dust on them or something. Like a magic spell had actually tapped it on. And it makes total sense now after hearing it that should be the one. So now the three of us had written a song about the other three of us. Over the next week, we finessed the lyrics, tweaked the melody, and recorded the song. It seemed obvious who should get the first listen. No, I don't mean Anthony. He'd be crazy. I mean Phil Collins. Can I play my song for you? Is that okay? I don't want to put you on the spot.
No,
You don't have to.
I would like to hear it.
Really? Okay, cool. And you just be honest.
Okay.
Okay, here it goes. So I played in the song. I'll skip the part you've already heard and the bridge and jump right to the end.
Now it's just the three of us. The names may have changed, but the sorry facts remain the same. That I love you and she loves you. I'm okay with second best, just love her more and love me less. I don't know why I love you, I just do. I really do. It doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad. 'Cause you're oh so gone, oh so sad. You're oh so gone, oh so sad.
Well. There's some great stuff in there. You know, I really like. What's the line again about doing me no good? In fact, it's doing me bad.
It doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Really?
And afterwards, the line is, then you're oh so gone. I laughed when I heard that. You're oh so gone, and I'm oh so sad. I mean, it's just really smart.
I can't believe it. That's so nice of you. I can't. This is like.
It's not being nice. I just like it. I mean, I would easily have said, hey, it's not for me, you know. But I heard it, and I thought it's very funny.
Thank you. Well, that's what I mean though about how, like I told you, I was trying to write all these like crazy concepts and conceptual ideas, and then the one that seemed to work was just the one that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll come back?
I hope so, because you obviously do feel a lot for them. So.
Do you think I'll ever stop feeling the way bad like I am now?
Well, but you kind of, you know, you kind of like feeling bad, don't you?
Oh yeah. Well, it's something.
Yeah. So I don't think you really want to get over it. I think you're kind of enjoying it. So that's kind of the dilemma you have to sort out.
I really haven't okay. It feels like important or big or something. Like it feels like I felt really like I felt so much for him when I was with him, and the only way to still feel like that strongly about something is to not let it go. I would love to be the person who would just like he meant nothing to me, but instead I'm the person who's like, okay, I'm gonna write a breakup song and play it over the airwaves, and you know, like it's so I've like lost all my cool.
Well, you know, I don't say it like that. No,
Really?
I mean, you're just addressing something you need to address, and it's just getting, amongst other things, getting it out of your system. You know, you've had the satisfaction of actually getting something tangible that you can play.
Yeah.
You know, out of this relationship.
That's true. But I don't know, you sometimes wonder, like, is it better to have the song in the end or the relationship?
Oh, no, it's probably better to have the relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That you don't have the choice.
Now that the song is done, it's really hard not to wonder if Anthony is going to hear it. I'd like to say I've gone back and forth on whether I even want him to, but the truth is, of course I do. Everyone I talk to, from my best friend all the way to Phil Collins, says he'll listen. And yes, if the roles were reversed and it were me, I definitely would. But I know Anthony. If anyone could resist listening, it would be him. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. Which doesn't mean I think he'll never hear the song. I can see him keeping a copy of it in some box stuffed with mixed tapes and copies of SAT scores so that he can listen to it one day when he's ready. I picture him 40 years from now, an old man living in some house that I'll never see, which breaks my heart. In my head, he doesn't look like a real old man, but like a young one wearing stage makeup. I imagine him sitting down to finally listen. On the CD player that people make fun of him for still having. He loads it in and hits play. He listens to the entire song from start to finish, and when it's over, he plays it again and again, until the tears are running down his face.
Starleaf Con. You can hear more stories from Starleaf Con, podcast, mystery show. Coming up, a big city mayor, an 8-year-old girl, and a dog weigh in with their solutions to getting up to the next breakup. It's in a minute. From Chicago Public Radio. Wonderful.
Support for This American Life comes from NetSuite. What does the future hold for business? Can someone invent a crystal ball? Until then, over 41,000 businesses have future-proofed their business with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one platform. With real-time insights and forecasting, you're able to peer into the future and seize new opportunities. Download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning for free at netsuite.com/TAL. Support for This American Life comes from Your Part-Time Controller, a nonprofit accounting specialist. For over 3 decades, YPTC has provided customized financial management to nonprofit organizations with their US-based staff. From bookkeeping to financial reporting, budgeting, cash flow management and dashboards to CFO-level strategy, YPTC takes care of the numbers so nonprofit leaders can focus on what matters most, your mission. YPTC will help maximize your impact. Learn more at yptc.com. Support for This American Life comes from the Financial Times. Why are some people more confident than others in expressing their opinions? At the Financial Times, their goal is for you to form your own opinions with conviction, based on unbiased and trusted reporting. Whether you're exploring unique data journalism that asks what makes the U.S. truly exceptional, or an explainer on the first 100 days of the Trump administration, visit ft.com/thisamericanlife to read free articles and save 40% on an annual subscription.
This American Life from our class. Featuring on our show, of course, we choose a theme, bring you a variety of different kinds of stories on that theme. Today's show, breakup, stories from inside the vortex of shockingly contradictory feelings that happen after a breakup. We're at Act 2 of our show, Act 2, but why? After a relationship ends, you can puzzle for years over why things went wrong and did they have to. And you yearn for a simple story that explains it. And that's not just true for the people in the relationship, it's true for the kids. And now, with that thought, let's flip on the radio time machine.
Reforming welfare this half hour. This is Garett.
And I'm Renee Montaigne with All Things Considered.
The welfare reform that they're talking about here is that of President George Herbert Walker Bush. The day that this aired, February 11th, 1987, I was one of the lower level producers at All Things Considered. But that day I got to work on this story about breakups that I still think about. A story about somebody who is wanting to understand a breakup and reaching out to various people out in the world to do that. In a way like Starleaf did. So, okay, all you need to know is it's 1987. Edward Koch is the mayor of New York City. Noah Adams is one of the hosts of All Things Considered at the time, and he does the interview.
Betsy, tell me your full name, please.
Betsy Allison Walter.
Betsy Allison Walter, and you're 8 years old?
Almost 9.
And you live in Manhattan?
Mm-hmm.
In your house studio in New York. I appreciate you taking some time to come in and telling us the story. You wrote a letter to the mayor of New York, Mayor Koch.
Right.
Tell me about that, please.
Well,
I wrote to him because my parents are getting divorced and I really don't know who to turn to. And I just told him that my parents are getting divorced and my dad is with somebody else and I was just getting used to something and now this and it's really kind of hard on me and I like an opinion.
Why did you write to Demir Khan?
Because he's somebody who I thought he's really good to us, I guess, because he's the mayor and he knows a lot of things, and I thought he would know about this too.
Did you get an answer back?
Yes.
What did he say?
It's very short. Thank you for the letter. I was saddened to learn of the difficult times you are experiencing now. It is important for you to share your feelings and thoughts with someone during this time. I wish there was an easy solution to these problems, but there is not. Please remember that you are loved and that people care about you. All the best. Sincerely, Edward Koch.
Nice. Was that reassuring to you in a way?
No?
No. Did you have any thought in your mind that perhaps he could actually do something about it? For example, call your father and get your mom and dad back together?
No.
No, you just wanted some advice.
See, I tried to sometimes, cause I had a dance recital one day, and I invited them both, but I wanted them to sit next to each other, but they didn't.
Yeah. What other advice have you been able to come across, to find?
Well, the guidance counselor, she said that a lot of kids have the same problem. Say there are 400 in school, and 300 of them have the same problem.
Sure. You know, most people you talk with will have parents who are divorced.
Oh.
Yeah, most people. It's kind of a sad thing, but most people get through it all right, too. That's my advice for you.
Thank you.
You wrote another letter to somebody who had written a book called The Boys and Girls Book of Divorce?
Yes.
A psychologist?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that person tell you?
Well, he said that I should try another of his books to find out how.
Oh, he wanted you to go out and buy his book, did you?
Well, we had the one he recommended.
And how did that go? What did you think of that one?
Well, the problem is he puts things in a way that I can't really quite get it through me, that I already know, and I want some real advice that my questions really are, not just answers that people keep telling me over and over again.
Can you give me an example, Benson?
Why they get divorced, what happened.
Do you think that the parents sometimes don't think children are old enough to understand or can't handle it, and so will hide some information?
Yes.
Not that they have to say everything, but you think there ought to be a little bit more sharing of information.
Yeah, that's what my mom said.
Yeah. And in terms of their own divorce, do you understand it better now?
No.
Why? What don't you understand about that?
Well, why did they have to go off and do it? And see, the most painful part is when I saw my dad packing up, and I really don't understand because, it's hard because they won't tell me what happened to them, and I really want them back together, and I don't understand why they can't.
Yeah. What do you think you learned from this? Do you think if somebody else in school, for example, told you that their parents were getting divorced, how do you think you could advise them?
Well, I read a book, and I think I would say the same information that I said.
You wrote a very small book?
Yeah.
Do you have it there?
Mm-hmm.
Could you read some of it for me, please?
Alright, let me get it. It's called A Book About Divorce. Should I read the whole book? It's short.
Sure.
It's not your fault when your parents get divorced. Why does it have to be you? Because mommy and daddy don't love each other anymore. Remember, it's okay to be sad and cry. Tell someone about your feelings. That's it.
That's nice. Listen, Betsy, thank you for talking with us. I appreciate it, and I wish you the best. I hope things go well for you.
Thank you.
And maybe this is the beginning of a writing experience for you, and you can go up to be a writer.
I don't want to, but I want to write like one book that would make it, but not a whole series,
You just want to write a book and make a lot of money.
No, not money, just famous.
Okay. Okay, Betsy, thank you. Good night.
Okay, good night.
that's the tape from 20 years ago. You're in the studio with us now. Tell us your name.
Betsy Allison Walter.
How old are you?
I just turned 29.
And you're working?
I am. I have been a elementary school teacher for the past 7 years.
How many times over the years do you think you've heard this taped interview?
Probably 12, a dozen. Because I didn't hear it for a while. I think I heard it again when I was about 22, 23. Every time I've had a boyfriend, I've played it for him.
And each time it's got to be different. How's it been changing?
Recently was the first change.
Really?
I used to only hear it with my exact inner monologue from when I was there in the studio. And when I heard certain things, I can still remember the exact thoughts running through my head. I remember it very clearly. I remember thinking that you were just another grown-up, offering your advice. All these grown-ups kept telling me things, but I felt like I knew what they were going to say. They were going to say, it'll be okay, and people fall out of love, but that wasn't what I wanted to hear. Like, it's just, I remember everything. It was, I don't know how. And then recently, I think it was probably when I graduated college when I heard it again. I heard it as an adult, and it was so heartbreaking. I didn't think it was sad when it was me. It was just what was going on. And it made me sad to hear pain in my voice, confusion. And now I hear it even differently as an educator. I hear it as, what would I say to her?
And looking back at that moment, did you really want the truth? Or did you want things to be well again, whole again?
I don't believe that I wanted what the truth really was, but I wanted what I had created the truth to be in my head. I wanted them to say something to the fact that, oh, we just needed time apart, and of course we'll come back together. I wanted what I thought the truth was. If I had heard the real truth, I think that it would have been devastating.
Your dad was fooling around?
Mm-hmm. And my mom did an amazing job of never, ever putting any blame on him, of always being supportive of us having a relationship. But if she had said the truth, I couldn't have a relationship with him. I would have been too angry.
Okay, let's imagine this. Your advice just to that 8-year-old, Betsy, who was you.
I do grapple with this. It's hard because I know exactly what I wanted to hear when I was 8. I think I would tell her that, you know what, I would actually say, this is probably how your life is going to be. Your parents made this choice for you. And now, instead of questioning and wondering for so long why this choice was made, how are you going to live your life now knowing this is your life? I think I still know myself, and I would have been persistent wanting answers regardless. But I do think that I needed to feel less helpless.
Well, we first broadcast today's show in 2007. Betsy Allison Walter is now Betsy New Schneider. She's now been teaching elementary school for 25 years. She has 3 kids of her own. Act 3, let no court put asunder. Now we have this example of somebody trying to make breakups less horrible than they are. Barry Berkman used to be like Henry Horsewood. He fought for his clients, he tried to get them into settlements. But he came to believe that what he was doing actually was not so good for most of his clients, which, was kind of a big problem. Here's the kind of thing he would see. Guy comes in, ready for a divorce.
His wife had a lot of money. They had worked out a deal, but they did it on their own without seeing lawyers.
What would they decide?
And what they decided was that in order for him, he was a musician, didn't have that much money, but in order for him to live close to her and to be able to see the kids, which they both wanted, she was going to give him enough money to purchase a small co-op. And it was great. They were both happy as could be. They were ready to do it. They were told to see lawyers. He came to see us. We were fine with it. We said, sure. This looks good. You did a good job.
She went to see a lawyer. No way. How can you give him that much? It's not right.
That's what her lawyer was saying.
Absolutely. For the lawyer, it was too much because he had an argument which could theoretically end up giving her the greater part of her separate property. And she ended up listening to the lawyer. We ended up with a custody fight as well as a divorce fight.
Wait, and is that because the money fight got so bitter at that
Exactly.
point? Really?
Yeah, then we started fighting over the kids, which they hadn't fought over at all.
Well, wait, how did that kick in? Like what was the moment where it went from being just about money to being about the kids too?
What happened was the parties got so angry at each other that they started quibbling about everything. So, if he had a gig and couldn't be home on time one evening, she decided he was an unfit parent. If she was spending too much time with her new boyfriend, which this guy decided wasn't appropriate, she became an unfit parent. So the parties ended up fighting not only about money, but about the kids. Used up a good bit of her vast inheritance in the case. And in the end, she ended up buying in the same, or similar co-op in similar neighborhoods that when she would have in the first place. But it took a couple of years and embittered everyone. And you had to think, was this worthwhile? Did it have to happen?
Adversarial style divorces make up a ton of all divorce proceedings around the country. I felt like most of those cases ended up like this one. Incredibly expensive, taking a huge emotional toll on everybody, damaging children. So after 15 years of doing these cases like this, he started looking for a different way. And he found something called collaborative divorce. In collaborative divorce, each spouse gets a lawyer. And the spouses and the lawyers sit down in a room together to work out some kind of agreement. But under the rules of collaborative divorce, if one of the lawyers thinks that the other side is being intransigent or unreasonable, not only can he not threaten to go to court, if it does go to court, he has to give up the case. He has to give the case to another lawyer to do. So the lawyers have an incentive to work everything out. So, okay, they all sit down together, the spouses and the lawyers. And Barry Brickman says that even though the spouses enter this situation with good intentions of working everything out, the biggest obstacle he has is something very simple.
I think often what happens is couples in conflict lose the ability to listen to each other.
And so you find yourself very often saying to your own client, no, listen to what they're saying.
Absolutely.
And so one
Not
of the
to
things,
agree with it, but at least to understand it.
right?
That's the whole question. To recognize that your point of view doesn't necessarily invalidate your spouse's point of view.
You're saying the most important thing people need to do is simply just listen to each other and try to get along.
I would say listen to each other. Yeah, I don't know about getting along.
So you don't have to try to get along.
Certainly listening doesn't.
Do things get so reasonable that you get people listening to each other well enough that people eventually just get back together?
I've had that happen once.
What happened?
What happened was we had people who simply couldn't listen to each other. He became very, very busy in his own law practice. She felt she was losing him. Part of it was they couldn't find the time to talk to each other.
But this collaborative divorce process makes you actually show up to meetings with your spouse and your lawyers and start talking. And as these two people talked, they started to see each other's side of things. Maybe he hadn't been around enough. Maybe she could have been more supportive.
I think the turning point came when we were talking about what to do with the house. And each one kind of recognized that they didn't really want to be able anywhere without the other person.
Usually, of course, the spouses do not get back together. When the process works, Barry Brickman says, that we stand up feeling a little better about each other. People who say at the end of this process, they appreciate your help and they're glad for the results, but they're still full of pain.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to get rid of the pain. The pain is there. Long marriages, the pain is there. I think going through this process enables people to get in touch with that pain and the real sadness that they're experiencing, which is sometimes covered up by their anger.
You're saying that at the end of this process, actually just going through the dividing of assets, which is really all you're trying to do, actually makes people's anger dissipate when you do it this way.
I think going through the process where we reach, and it's not just the assets. The assets are usually relatively easy. Don't forget we have the kids, and, parenting, and decision making, and that's often a lot tougher. I think going through the process where people reach points of understanding, or maybe for the first time get a glimpse of where the other person is coming from. And so all of a sudden they realize, you know what, it's not necessary to demonize this person anymore. And when they have those moments of understanding, it goes a long way toward helping them get on with the rest of their lives, actually.
Barry Berkman is a lawyer in New York and member of the New York Association of Collaborative Professionals, which helped found. Collaborative divorce, by the way, was invented by a Minneapolis lawyer named Stuart Ware. At 4, divorce is rough. We close our show today with this vignette of just how lost you feel when you lose somebody from Meryl Marco, who put it on stage at Uncabaret in Los Angeles.
Today, our friend Paul came to the house in a near dissociative state of panic. Suddenly and without warning, it appeared that his marriage was unraveling. He sat down on the big red couch in the living room, and I offered him a vodka as he started detailing his anguish. Up until yesterday, if you'd asked me if my marriage was a happy one, I would have said yes, he said, choking back tears. And then last night, out of the blue, my wife comes in and tells me she wants a divorce. As Paul spoke, Andy's dog, Puppy Boy, a skinny brown and black Tijuana shepherd, approached with his mouth full of a large, black, completely deflated soccer ball. He placed the flat, wet piece of rubber gently on Paul's knee, and then sat down right in front of him to wait for the games to begin. Paul was too upset to notice. She told me she wants to start seeing other men, Paul said, tears welling up in his eyes. And that's not even the worst of it. Today I found out from friends they've already seen her around town with another guy. They didn't want to say anything to him now. He began to cry. And as he did, Puppy Boy attempted to apply a little additional pressure by picking up the deflated piece of rubber off Paul's knee and moving it to a new spot, a little further up Paul's leg. But Paul had the bad manners to be completely preoccupied by his own tragedy. I have no idea what I'm going to do, he said, as Puppy Boy moved in a little closer and began staring a little harder, his eyes going intently from the black, flat rubber thing that was now balancing on Paul's thigh to Paul's face, and then back to the flat, black rubber thing, as if to help Paul out in case he was having trouble locating it. It's been just emotionally devastating, Paul continued. Everything I've worked for has fallen apart. And what happens to me now? Am I going to lose everything? My house, my cars, my savings? He broke down and began to sob, the only time I've ever seen this incredibly stoic man cry, which was a signal to Puppy Boy that the game was finally about to get going. So he picked up the deflated soccer ball off Paul's thigh and moved it to the most conveniently located spot of all, the very center of Paul's lap. Then he sat back down in front of Paul and resumed his intense staring. So he kept doing this for the whole 2 hours that Paul was at our house. Later that night, after Paul had gone home to pick up the pieces of his shattered existence, I began to wonder what Puppy Boy might have to say to him for himself about this behavior. So I asked him. Puppy Boy replies, "Hello, new-seated person. I am Puppy Boy, and I can see that you are very upset for some reason, but I have something on my mind. I'm going out on a limb here and tell you that it is the most important thing I have ever had to say. And it is this. I have placed a thing on you that you must throw." If you look down now, you will see it. It is that large flat thing that is balancing on your knee. Please listen to me when I tell you that this is an opportunity you cannot pass up. By the way, you have noticed that your knee has a good flat, wet thing balancing on it, haven't you? Or are you so busy sobbing and weeping and talking about yourself that you are having trouble seeing it? Here's a hint. I'm staring at it right now. So if you can imagine a laser beam coming from my eyes and then follow it down to the spot on your leg where it is focused, it'll lead you right to it. The only other possible explanation for your puzzling lack of interest is that you are purposefully ignoring me. And why would you do that? especially since you are really hurting yourself more than you are hurting me. Because let's face it, you're the one who's passing up a great opportunity. And by a great opportunity, I'm referring to the chance to have the kind of fun that everyone dreams of having. I speak of the chance to throw a big, flat, stretchy, wet thing. And guess where it is right now? Throw it now or live a life of regret. I mean, I can't stop you if you'd rather just listen to yourself talk. Wife, she did this, she did that. Really fascinating. For Christ's sakes, look into my eyes and play along. Pick up the big, flat, wet thing. Pick it up the big, flat, wet thing. Pick it up the big, flat, wet thing. Can you hear me okay? Pick up the big, flat, wet thing. Are you even listening? You know, maybe if you had listened a little better during your marriage, your wife wouldn't want a divorce. Did you ever think of that? It wouldn't surprise me if you never threw the thing she brought you either. Thank you.
Meryl Marco, and I'm Cabaret in Los Angeles. Meryl's most recent book is a graphic novel, We Saw Scenery. She's also in the upcoming season of the TV show Hacks. Thanks to Wade Miller on Cabaret.
I sort of love him because I love everything you like. Then he stopped loving you. Glory, hallelujah, somehow you stopped loving me. Don't know why I love you, I just do. I really do. Doesn't do me any good. In fact, it does me bad. Cause you're oh so gone and I'm oh so sad.
Overhead was produced today by Robin Semyon and myself with Alex Bloomberg, Jane Marie, John Jeter, Sarah Koenig, Lisa Pollock, Alyssa Shipp, and Nancy Updike. Our senior producer for today's show is Julie Snyder. Production up from Seth Lind, Olivia Navarro, PJ Road, and Alvin Meleth. Music up for today's show from Jessica Hopper. Help on today's rerun from Angela Gervasi and Stone Nelson. Special thanks today to NPR. Noah Adams' interview from 1987 was originally broadcast on National Public Radio's All Things Considered, where I was a proud staffer and was used with permission of NPR. Thanks to Ellen Weiss. Thanks to the musicians who played Starley's song in Act 1, Joe McGinty on keyboard, Jeremy Chatsky on bass and electric guitar, Julia Greenberg on vocals and acoustic guitar, and Natalie Weiss sings backup, Starley Kine on tambourine. When we first ran the show, we invited listeners to take the raw tracks of Starley's song and mix their own versions. The response was kind of incredible. 129 entries. You can hear the winners of our breakup song contest, including the version you are hearing right now by We Were Pirates, at our website, thisamericanlife.org. This American Life is delivered to public radio stations by PRX, the Public Radio Exchange. Thanks as always to our partner's co-founder, Mr. Corey Malatia, who's been listening to the show over the phone this week, and he has some thoughts.
Well. There's some great stuff in there.
I'm Ira Glass. Back next week with more stories of This American Life.
Because you're oh so gone and I'm oh so sad.
Support for NPR and the following message come from IXL Learning. IXL Learning uses advanced algorithms to give the right help to each kid, no matter the age or personality. Get an exclusive 20% off IXL membership when you sign up today at IXL.com/NPR.
It was a hot, arid day in Pueblo de Santa Barbara. The governor was making a visit to a local mission, one that had refused to give more lumber when he demanded it. After whipping the friars and taking their entire supply of lumber, he and his retinue now traveled on the road back to San Francisco de Asís.
'Tis a beautiful land, this California. Ours it will be once it is free of Indians and Franciscans. What on earth? Driver, did I give you my permission to stop? What is going on out there? Someone, update me at once!
As the unnerving silence pressed in around him, the governor's outrage faded to concern. What had happened to his men? As if in answer, the door to his carriage swung open. Standing in front of him was none other than the masked bandit, Zorro.
It's you! The man who forced the shopkeeper in Capistrano to give his goods away to the natives! Scoundrel!
Su Excellencia.
What have you done with my men?
They are mostly fine, but I'm afraid none will be of service for the rest of this afternoon.
If you kill me, you will bring the crown's wrath down upon your head.
No, nothing like that. I simply wish to right a wrong.
And what would that be?
This lumber, you stole it from Los Frailes.
I didn't steal from the friars. California and her resources are mine to command.
The Frailes cut the timber, carried it down from the mountains. It is your right to ask for a portion, your tax, but no more.
Perhaps I acted rashly. You may return half the lumber to the mission.
Of that you can be sure. But there is another matter. Los Frailes, you had them whipped.
They spoke back to their governor.
They spoke up for what was right, and you whipped them. Sin compasión.
This is ridiculous. I will not sit here and listen to...
There is only one way to make this right, senor.
Don't wait.
In one quick movement, Zorro flicked his blade across the governor's cheek, slashing a Z into the flesh.
Patron! Bendito!
Zorro tipped his hat, jumped from the carriage, sauntered past the unconscious and injured soldiers, and took the reins of the timber cart.
Tornado, vaya conmigo, a Santa Bárbara.
Zorro drove the cart back in the direction from which it had come, his trusted black steed following closely behind. Hello and welcome to the Parcast Thanksgiving special, Zorro, the Curse of Capistrano. This special is galloping into both the mythology and haunted places feeds for the holiday. Zorro is a beloved pop culture hero in Latin America. He's a colonial Robin Hood, taking from the corrupt Spanish governors and giving to the native Californians and Catholic missions. In the original version, he wears a wide sombrero, black face mask, purple cloak, and rides a miraculous horse named Tornado. We've yet to feature Zorro in a Parcast episode, and Thanksgiving seems like the perfect time considering his giving nature. Zorro was created by author Johnston McCulley for the serial magazine All Story Weekly. The original Zorro story, The Curse of Capistrano, was published in 5 parts in 1919. It's a thrilling and romantic narrative that immediately captured the imagination of its readers. Today's episode is an adaptation of that story. As a native of Colombia, I'm especially excited to bring you this Latin American tale, which was also written and researched by Latin American podcasters and features Latin American voice talent. Join us as we journey back to California in the 1820s, when the indigenous people and Franciscan missions gave way to encroaching Spanish soldiers. Only one man is brave enough to stand up to them. But who is Zorro behind the mask? Listen on to find out. Coming up, a beautiful woman receives an unexpected offer. Now back to the story. Señorita Esperanza Pulido sat on her porch looking out at her family land. It had once stretched to the horizon, but now only a meager tenth of that remained, the bulk of her estate having been usurped by the governor after her parents' tragic deaths. As she contemplated her future, she was surprised to see someone approaching in the distance. She stood up, A striking figure, despite her diminutive size, she shielded her eyes and focused on the approaching figure. She was pleasantly surprised to see that it was Don Diego Vega astride a beautiful black horse. Its saddle was lined with jewels and golden thread. While the stallion cantered effortlessly, Don Diego did not look comfortable. One arm trembled, holding a parasol above his bowed head. The other struggled with the reins.
Buenos dias, Don Diego. Come, come. You must take shelter from the heat.
It took everything I had to get here.
But what would bring you to my humble home? Surely it does you no good as one of the wealthiest men in the land to associate with one such as I.
My lady, you are of the finest blood in California. No misfortune can change that.
You are kind to say so, sir. I only wish the governor saw it the same way. Since my parents died, he has taken so much of our lands.
Perhaps I might be of some use in that regard. You see, now that I am 25 years of age, my father has declared that I must waste no time in finding a wife.
Indeed. You make it sound a chore.
Is it not? To play the guitar beneath some señorita's window and speak poetry to her? What a silly waste of time.
My, that is quite a point of view.
I thought you would see it just so. It is settled then.
Senor?
We are to be married. I trust you to make the proper arrangements. Contact the mission in San Gabriel and let me know the date and time you decide upon.
Senor, there will be no wedding. I am not livestock to be purchased at a market.
Have I offended? I would have thought my proposal quite pleasing.
As pleasing as a piece of stale bread. You may not care for guitar or poetry, but a woman cares for such things. Without them, you're just another man who thinks he can take whatever he wants.
I have erred terribly. Still, I cannot quite bring myself to do those things you ask, to prostrate myself like some hero from a song. But I am quite tired from the journey. I feel a faint tickle in my throat. Perhaps some water?
No, be gone. Go back to the pueblo and find some other woman to sit bored in your home.
You would make me journey all the way back without even a drink or a smattering of food. Well then, señorita, I shall take my leave of you.
Esperanza shook her head in disbelief, turning back to her porch. Later that day, while Esperanza was working in her kitchen, she was annoyed to hear a knock on her door. What was it now? 2 visitors in one day? She directed a servant to answer it, and her feelings of displeasure melted. Before her stood the captain of the local guard. He was handsome, over 6 feet tall, with dark skin, wavy hair, and deep brown eyes.
Ah, Capitan Ramon.
Senorita, forgive the late hour. I am here on the governor's orders. He wishes that all of Southern California be on alert for the masked bandit, Zorro.
Who is this masked man?
He is a scoundrel. Just yesterday, he robbed the governor of his timber, harming his excellency and several of his men.
Que horror. The governor, is he?
He is fine, just a bit shaken. Senorita, you have all of your servants here to protect you. Perhaps you would be safer in the pueblo, under the watch of my men?
That is kind of you, senor, but this is my home. I've already lost much. I will not leave it.
Entiendo. Pero I have another question for you. Would you not, that is, could you find your way to the pueblo if you chose to become my wife?
Senor.
I admit it is sudden, but we have always gotten along well. I may not come from noble blood, but I have achieved a station for myself. I am in the governor's favor.
I would need more time to think on such things. We would have to take in the air together more often. Don Diego came to me earlier today with an equally abrupt proposal. You men have no taste for wooing these days, it seems.
Not so. Con su permiso. Aquí.
Ramon withdrew a folded bit of paper from his coat.
Un poema para Esperanza y Ramón. Mi corazón is like a plate of beans, full of protein and fiber. Only the protein is love, and the fiber is lust. My trousers are...
Ramon, this is very sweet. Your poetry is unique, to say the least, but perhaps you had best attend to your duties.
You will think on my proposal?
I shall.
Ramon smiled and gave a quick nod before turning back into the night. Esperanza shut the door behind him, rolling her eyes. Were there no regular men in Pueblo de Los Angeles? She decided to retire to her garden and think on her suitors. Outside, she sat by her fountain, watching as the ripples refracted the moonlight at pleasing angles.
Ay, Dios, why is it my lot to suffer at the hands of callous men? If it isn't the governor taking my father's lands, it's Don Diego presuming I'd marry him. My poor Ramon is sweet, but he knows only horses and combat.
Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the bushes. Esperanza turned to see a masked, cloaked figure emerge.
Senorita, forgive the intrusion.
You are Zorro, the man Capitan Ramon is looking for.
The very same. And you are Senorita Esperanza Pulido, the most beautiful woman in all of California.
Do not attempt to flatter me, bandit. I know you're kind.
It is not flattery to speak the plain truth, though I fear the governor's men may have painted an unflattering picture of me.
They say you attacked the governor.
This is true, but he did the same to Los Frailes. I was only punishing the unjust.
Then you must go. Soldiers are about. You daren't let them catch you.
You would not be so cruel to rob me of this moment, to send me into the harsh night away from the shimmering radiance of your beauty.
That is kind of you, but I have had quite enough proposals today, gracias.
Oh? And who has asked for your hand?
Don Diego Vega, though he certainly lacks your pasión.
Is there something wrong with the man? Is he ill? He surely must be to feel nothing at the sight of you, Bella Dama.
Am I only my beauty?
I have heard much of the unwed senorita who manages her late father's estate. Seeing you in the flesh, it is plain to me now that there is no woman in the province with a keener mind, a sharper tongue.
Oh, that is, well, but still, Senor Zorro, this is not proper. Capitan Ramon was just here, and he proposed to me as well.
The Capitan? Well, that is a fine man. I suppose you will return his affections?
Let us just say that his mind is sharp, but his tongue is dull.
A dullard, eh? Well, some things cannot be helped.
Por favor, for the love of the saints, you must go.
Your hand?
Senor? Oh, fine.
Annoyed, Esperanza held out her hand. Zorro lifted up the bottom of his mask and kissed it. In that moment, Esperanza felt her heart soar as no other man had ever given it cause to. Zorro smiled, tilted his hat, and with a flash of his cloak, disappeared into the bushes. But the day was not quite finished for Esperanza, for no sooner had Zorro left her garden than Captain Ramon appeared once again.
Capitan!
Senorita, we have finished our search of your rancho. We see no sign of Zorro. So I thought to see you once more before I bid farewell.
Thank you, Capitan. Buenas noches.
You would send me away so quickly? Have you thought more on my proposal?
It was not even an hour ago.
Is that not enough time?
Not at all.
A look of annoyance spread across Ramon's face. He moved closer, causing her to retreat.
You have the ill will of the governor. You should be proud to marry me. I may intercede with him on your behalf.
This is all wrong. You approach me here without a servant or chaperone. You demand my love. Buenas noches, I said.
As she moved past him toward the house, he grabbed her arm, causing her to yelp in pain.
Senor!
You will marry me, of course. You'll be a loyal wife and accompany me to many balls and ceremonies.
Marry you? I would rather die. I'll marry a caballero, a gentleman, or no man, which you most certainly are not.
Ha! I see. You would rather sell yourself to Don Diego for a heftier sum.
Like a flash of lightning, her hand went forward and came against Captain Ramon's cheek with a crack. Esperanza sprang backward, but he grasped her arm and drew her toward him.
I shall take a kiss to pay for that.
She fought him, striking and scratching at his breast, for she could not reach his face. But he only laughed at her and held her tighter until she was almost spent and breathless. Finally, he threw back her head and looked down into her eyes. Just then, they heard a voice from the darkness.
Unhand her, Capitan. Who said that?
None other than Zorro emerged into the garden.
You.
Coming up, Zorro and Captain Ramon cross blades. Now back to the story. Zorro, the masked hero of California, watched from the shadows as the corrupt Captain Ramon clumsily flirted with Señorita Esperanza Pulido. But when Ramon tried to force a kiss on her, Zorro could not just stand by and watch. He emerged from the shadows, announcing himself and drawing his sword. Upon seeing this, Ramon drew his own sword. The two men jumped at one another, blades rapidly crossing in the moonlight.
I see you are every bit the bandito the governor said.
Bandit I may be, but I respect women.
Ramon was a skilled swordsman. He and Zorro danced around the garden, narrowly dodging each other's strikes, until Zorro was backed against Esperanza's rose bushes. If he sidestepped, Ramon would slice the delicate flowers. Zorro could not stomach such an insult to the lady, and so his feet remained rooted in place, allowing Ramon to pierce his shoulder.
Senor Zorro!
Well struck, Capitan. You are an excellent swordsman. But let's see how you fare on the back of a steed.
A shimmering black stallion appeared at the edge of the garden. Zorro vaulted over the hedge and onto the black saddle, all the while nursing his shoulder.
You would abandon the senorita.
Would you abandon your chance of catching me, the governor's most wanted?
Soldiers! Men! My horse!
Ramon raced from the garden to the front of the house, rallying his men to give chase. In the garden, Esperanza noticed blood seeping through Zorro's cloak.
You are injured.
But your roses are safe, my lady.
You let him stab you to protect my roses?
Senorita, I will protect the tiniest blade of grass if it were yours. I will yet ensure that he pays for his grievous insult to your honor.
I do not doubt it, senor.
She dashed over, and Zorro leaned down out of the saddle toward her.
I offer freely the kiss that he would have taken.
Their lips pressed together for a breathless moment. Then Zorro readied to flee.
You have my love, from now until the end of time.
Senorita, that is a whim. I do not lead a safe life. You must find someone else.
The women in my family do not love twice.
Then I will fight ever harder to rid California of this scum. And saints willing, one day I will return to you.
They were both startled as Captain Ramon and his men came tearing down the road toward the garden.
Go! Go!
Yeah! Tornado! Yeah!
Zorro shot out from the garden with a dozen men in pursuit. Esperanza could only watch as they faded into dots on the horizon. Zorro rode Tornado into the night. They easily outpaced the soldiers, but they were outnumbered. Ramon's men fanned out across the desert, flanking him on both sides. There was nowhere to go but forward, into a narrow canyon and a dead end. It was then that a fantastical idea struck him.
We make our own road today, Tornado. Adelante!
At the back of the chase, Ramon and his men watched as Zorro disappeared into the distant canyon.
Perfect. He will be trapped. Do not let him escape.
They spurred their horses toward the narrow crevasse and plunged in after him. The towering sandstone walls blocked out the moonlight, making it even harder to see, and the canyon was a maze of twists and turns. Over and over, the soldiers encountered a new blind corner or switch in the trail. One bend, two, three, then...
Aha!
Zorro surprised them, appearing suddenly from around the next bend. He kicked one soldier from his saddle, then struck the next one over the head with his sword hilt. By the time he reached the rest of the men, they had already drawn their own blades. Zorro raced between them, seemingly unfazed. He was so fast they barely raised their sabers in time to block his strikes. He zigzagged through the throng until he was finally free, bursting past Ramon and out of the canyon, back into the desert. As Zorro traveled up the trail to San Gabriel, he sheathed his sword and stroked Tornado's mane, though they kept up their rapid pace.
A good trick, Tornado. But let's not do it again.
The next day, Don Diego was at his mansion at the center of Pueblo de Los Angeles. He sat in his library, poring over a volume of romantic poetry.
Lips of a crimson apple, drumming in the twilight. If only I could muster the courage to say such things to the Señorita Esperanza. I would feel, well, ridículo.
Don Diego was interrupted by a frightful knocking at the mansion's front door. He bid a servant answer it and was shocked when Señorita Esperanza came storming into his study.
Señorita, but I thought you were quite through with me.
I thought perhaps, senor, you would be interested to know of a terrible injustice that has befallen the object of your, well, if not affections, then ambition.
But of course, Señorita, if you speak of yourself, then I can but listen.
It is the Capitan Ramon.
Yes, we are well acquainted. A fine fellow, if not of noble blood.
He is a monster, a brute who entered my garden and tried to force a kiss upon me.
By the saints, that is distressing.
Is that all you have to say? You wish me to be
The
a
domestic
wife and
terrorist
threaten my
upstairs,
dignity and honor?
I believe, just passively suggested that they've got some threats for tomorrow.
Would march out to the Presidio and avenge me.
I just got up.
Avenge is such a
Start the next
strong
live
word.
stream.
But perhaps I could speak to him on your behalf.
That is the least you could do.
Very well, then. So I shall.
And the guy upstairs said,
Does
"Fuck."
this mean you are reconsidering my proposal?
Why was that?
Well,
Because you guys
I very much appreciate the suggestion. As I said, a lady's heart must warm up to such things. Perhaps we could go for a walk later.
And that's the
I doubt I
answer.
will have enough vigor after my walk to and from the Presidio. But it is a nice start. Perhaps I could send one of my servants.
One of you. Senor, forget it. I will be on my way. But if you would speak to Capitan Ramon, I would be grateful.
She left the room, leaving Diego as confused as ever. The Don kept his word, making the journey across the courtyard to the fort where Captain Ramon presided over his men and the jail. It was there he found Ramon furiously scribbling a letter in his office.
Capitan Ramon, 1,000 pardons for interrupting.
Ah, Don Diego. I admit, this is not the best time, but what brings you here?
I'm afraid it is a rather awkward thing. You see, the Senorita Burrito came to me. She claims that you made a pass at her in the garden last night.
Huh. Now she seeks to impugn my reputation after damaging her own.
How do you mean?
I was in the lady's garden because I found her there with none other than Zorro, the very demon we have been trying so hard to track down.
Indeed. Well, I must say I'm shocked.
As was I. It seems she was enamored with him. Can you imagine?
So that is to whom her heart belongs. You know, I proposed marriage to the woman thinking it a sensible match.
And now she has scorned you. To cast aside such a worthy suggestion in favor of tarnishing her blood with that of a common criminal.
I have a mind to completely forget your alleged insult.
I should hope so. Knowing that I did my duty and drove the beast from the senorita's home, I had nearly slain him when his posse arrived, making good his escape.
It seems I owe you an apology, senor, to ever think that you would harm the senorita. And I also owe you thanks for warning me of her proclivities. I bid you good day.
Diego bowed and left him. Once the door was closed, Ramon smiled to himself, then began to laugh.
I have soured him on the senorita, I think. I must amend my letter to the governor. I was going to throw Don Diego under the wagon with her, but he has not enough spirit to be a traitor.
After finishing his letter, he made himself a copy, putting it in his uniform jacket. He left the original on the desk to be mailed in the morning. Later that night, Ramon left his office and went to sleep in his room a short distance down the hallway. As he did so, he failed to notice a shadow glide through the barracks and into his office. The candlelight flickered for but a moment as Zorro appeared at Ramon's desk. He rifled through the captain's papers until he found something of interest, a letter to the governor. It told many lies about Zorro's exploits and defamed the Senorita Esperanza almost discourteously. Beneath his mask, Zorro gritted his teeth in rage. He held the sheet of paper to the nearest candle and watched it burn.
That's official name. Bandito.
So the time and the day, it is February 16th, Sunday, 2:36 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Shout out to the Nerd Squad. Just like they said, and I relayed about 7 or 8 hours ago on this live stream.
And strolled cautiously toward Captain Ramon.
The live stream has finally not been terminated. Why? Because of the FBI.
Lay down your weapons.
The men and women in Unit 207 are 100% responsible for everything you should be able to see, I think, maybe. In that chat on the right, as was addressed like an hour or two in, and also at the beginning of the chat, the woman who did most of that typing
I only care about stopping you.
is one of the women the FBI is excited to put in prison. And yesterday, the woman that they're most excited to put in prison was upstairs and wasn't too thrilled with everything that she wrote as it was so incriminating. So in an attempt to, once again, retroactively create a non-existent defense, she has typed all the shit on the right-hand side that wasn't there when I went to sleep like over 7 hours ago. And bear in mind, as I stated earlier in this live stream, the unassisted suicide, that's the name of the user, the FBI had stated when they subscribed to my channel that that was the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters and Domestic Terrorists, et al., the aggravated criminal conspiracy, the criminal enterprise, the domestic terrorist organization.
It is a fair fight.
And that was prior to the activity since February 11th.
There are too many of us. No puedes ganar.
And so looking at the right and knowing their pattern of criminal conduct, I think that it's fair to assume that they are stating that Monday, tomorrow, they have plans to perpetrate some more crimes. I mean, that's speculation. I'm not going to throw it in the update because I have orders and instructions that I have to follow. And I also was told that I needed to push the button on here that I think is specific for live chat, and I have never kept the live chat on my video for the whole video and then ended it. So I don't really know, does it show up under the video like a regular comment when the live stream is over? Does it disappear because the live stream is no longer live? Either way, it's sort of irrelevant. But as I stated in the beginning of the live chat, and you can see if you scroll way up prior to all of their ongoing cyber stalking and harassment,
especially when the sound of the alarm emanated from above.
At the very beginning, I said, "Hi, domestic terrorist of Unit 207. How's the second floor?" Yeah, the reason why I said that is because that YouTube user, again, didn't subscribe to my channel until, at some point in, like, I want to say the last month, may have been the last 6 weeks. Can't remember the exact day. I just know that the day that they did it, the FBI informed me, as I stated like an hour or two into this video, that account was one of many of the fraudulent accounts used by the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers to terrorize me via their aggravated criminal conspiracy / domestic terrorist organization. And also want to remind everybody, you may be inadvertently, passively, and manipulatively attempting to threaten me for tomorrow, Monday, and that's fine. But I just want to remind you that the FBI had me tell you that all of you who are going to prison are very pissy this week, grumpy. This week starts Monday, that's tomorrow, or if you're Jewish like me, it starts today, Sunday. So you may be right, it may be over short order because you're soon to be detained. You can go to jail next month, like the FBI had me file that they planned to do. And they had me file that can change based on your actions. And your actions since the 11th have done nothing but show that you don't want leniency. You want to obstruct and tamper and intimidate. You want to be arrested sooner than much and arraigned and handed your indictment.
Diego, you have returned. Did you speak with Capitan Ramon?
I'm afraid so. It seems he believes you are in league with the masked Zorro.
I will not deny it. It would be unfair to you. I have pledged my heart to him. Does this anger you as it did the Capitan?
Diego thought for a long moment, shuffling onto the porch to sit next to her. Esperanza was slightly afraid, unsure of what he would do next.
Senorita, you've done me a great service. If the Pueblo knows that my proposal was rejected because you were in love with another man, then they will pity me and no longer wonder at my lack of passion.
I don't think I ever could have imagined such a response. You are a unique man, Don Diego.
I leave you to the management of your household. May you continue to prosper.
Thank you, Don Diego. Do you think me mad?
So this live stream has been running for 11 hours, 35 minutes, and 26 seconds. Again, why? Because I followed the FBI's contingency plan provided to me
I would not feel so
of what to do if the criminal conduct of the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, the North Everett Precinct of kidnappers, stalkers, child abusers, thieves, fraudsters, and domestic terrorists, former officers, et al. Let's not forget all of the other individuals, like, the attorneys the FBI is looking forward to federally disbarring because of their involvement.
Instead, she watched as he mounted his horse and trotted glumly down the road.
I do hope I didn't upset him too much. But he's better off this way. He's
And also, like the FBI said, they said that I wouldn't have to worry about this live stream being shut off. And I believed them, which was the correct thing to do because unlike the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, the FBI is a real professionals. Not professional domestic terrorists, professional child abusers, professional stalkers, racketeering, facing RICO charges. In one instance, facing an indictment that is so lengthy it could literally be published as a chapter book.
You are under arrest.
But remember, guys, it is February 16th. And if you missed it, in December, the FBI had me inform the judge and commissioner, who already know exactly when you're going to be detained if you don't break in a third time, in your downward spiral, in your cycle of subterfuge. In December, they had me file that you were going to jail in March. And then when they had me file repeated documents from February 4th to February 8th, those were intended explicitly to put those who have blown the whistle and were going to be given 100% immunity for their testimony on notice of things like there will be no leniency for those who tamper, obstruct, intimidate. And then after that, you guys criminally and illegally did what you knew constituted as numerous crimes with every illegal termination of my live streams. Why did they do it? The FBI said it's a variety of reasons, but the primary legal tactic is they want me out of this house because they know that they're going to be paying far more than they thought. And they know that some of them are literally thinking, oh no, I might get written up. You're not getting written up. You're going to prison for the rest of your life.
The soldiers continued to wrestle with Esperanza.
But again, that trip for you can start this month, or like the FBI would like, it can start next month on an unspecified date at some point after March 10th. After March 10th. Isn't that nice? See, I'm telling you, at some point after March 10th on an unspecified date, you'll be arraigned. Or you'll be unable to control yourselves, and you'll be detained and arraigned sooner. Now this video maxes out at like 12 hours exactly. It's been running for 11 hours and 39 minutes. I'm gonna keep rolling before I attempt to initiate a new one because I am expecting that there could be an issue. The FBI didn't tell me that all of the live streams in the future are going to be free of your criminal activity. But remember, they did say you did a lot for them evidentiary-wise from February 11th to this very live stream, including the whole chat side, which I orally stated out loud in the video. And then after going to sleep, that domestic terrorist upstairs wrote all of the extra stuff, trying to cover their ass and pretend like they were having a conversation with me that they weren't having, and to covertly threaten me for Monday, obviously.
Up close, Diego saw the man's face was haggard, and not just because.
Anyway, I'm not concerned about Monday because, again, let's rewind. What did the FBI say last week? That's right. Everyone that's going to prison is going to be capital G grumpy this week. Yeah, capital G.
Alas, it falls on me to put an end to Zorro and sentence the Señorita Pulido.
The mention of her name
Real
reminds
talk,
me that I
brought
must
to you
say
by
a few
Mr. Quinn.
words.
Also,
It is
you owe me another
annoying,
$100,000
but my
as
father
of
has
midnight.
demanded that I find a wife within the year.
You may be
I
wondering
spent
why
a
a
good few
police
days
report
attempting
hasn't
to
been
woo
filed
the
and neither has
Señorita
another
Pulido for
addendum.
precisely that purpose. Now she
As
is
I
out.
told you guys,
It desolates me that you have been annoyed. But you should be grateful that things
the
have
answer
not
to that
gone
is
any
because
further.
the FBI told me a
She's
specific time to
enemy
file it,
state.
and it
So
was
I
not
have been told.
yesterday.
But will it be popular? Arresting someone of noble blood?
What is popular is of no consequence. I should hope that you would want to see the enemies of California punished.
All real foes of the state should receive punishment.
I am glad that we agree. Now, seeing as your proposal was never accepted, I do not think it impugns your honor that Señorita Pulido now sits in cárcel.
Cárcel? You put her in jail?
But of course, fitting place for one who cavorts with criminals. And now, let us speak on it no more. Please tell your father hello for me. I am to visit him when I finish this cursed sorrow business.
And also, just to be clear, you may be wondering, well, why did you send that SOS to everybody? Now you look crazy again like we wanted. You're wrong. I sent that because the FBI instructed me to.
That night, Diego and a faction of other dons gathered secretly at Rancho Pulido. They were outraged that the governor would dare
Because it's
place
going to be
Noble
used
in
against
jail
your
before she
domestic
even stood
terrorist
trial.
organization,
After much discussion,
your
Plan
aggravated
won.
criminal
The men
conspiracy,
couldn't decide
your
on a
criminal
course of action.
enterprise,
Even though they were wealthy titans of California, no
your
one wanted to be
concerns
the
about your
first to
career,
stand
your
up to the
reputation, and
governor.
your income
So the debate
are the
and
least of your
drinking
concerns.
continued late into
You
the
should
evening.
basically be concerned about the
After a
fact
while,
that
Don Diego
this
could
year,
barely keep his eyes open. He retired to
2025,
upstairs bedrooms while
is
the
the
men
start
continued to quarrel.
of
The
your
argument stopped
convictions.
suddenly as a shadow passed over the room,
And for many an
causing the
individual,
candlelight to flicker.
it's the beginning of when you're going to spend the rest of your lives in a
Then,
federal
blink of an
penitentiary.
eye, at the head of the table appeared Zorro.
And for those who have blown the whistle, which again, remember guys, if you were involved in the crime spree and didn't listen to the FBI's numerous warnings provided to you, again,
Many took offense to this. Some
from
even
February
drawn their
11th to your
swords,
criminal
but
conduct of this
Zorro
very
stood
live stream,
firm.
Do not raise a hand to me, but to
the
one who
reason
holds your
why it
power
was
away.
allowed
The noble blood that runs in your veins.
was for the substantial evidentiary value
Bring the governor to heel.
that your
You would
actions
not
have
dare go
provided.
against so many powerful families.
This gave some of them pause, but they still hesitated.
But
Several
the
glanced almost
whistleblowers
each
who
other
have
as
been
someone
blowing the
to lead
whistle,
them.
remember,
Zorro
according to the
shook his
FBI,
head in
as
frustration.
of
I will lead you.
the night before yesterday, before you illegally and criminally prevented me from sending those offline videos to the FBI, huge no. Huge criminal charge right there. Anyway, those of you that have been blowing the whistle, even though the FBI said there will be no immunity for those who follow unlawful directives anymore, nor in the future, they did say that everyone that had been blowing the whistle up until the night before yesterday was in good standing with the FBI, i.e., during your crime spree since February 11th, certain individuals who are very much victims, just like myself, who are going to be paid for their hostile working environment and who, according to the FBI, are 100% at risk of retaliation that is severe and violent, who've been blowing the whistle. Anyway, they're in good standing with the FBI. Now, is that still true after yesterday and you guys deliberately and intentionally preventing me from sending an offline video to the FBI and all of the other crimes you were guilty of? I don't know. I haven't heard it again since. But prior to that huge crime in of itself, again, the crime of preventing me from sending an offline video to the FBI yesterday morning. That was the situation. Previously, the night before, those who were blowing the whistle were in good standing.
Heavens! Animal! Su Excelencia, I have no quarrel with
The
your
night
son.
in days before.
He sits quietly
That
in
is
the
to
courtroom
say,
and is the no
let's put it
harm
another way, there's more than one individual
You dare!
who's been blowing the whistle.
Though I wish to fight you fairly in a duel, it would give me no small pleasure to fill you with hot lead. Kindly keep your mouth shut until I am finished.
More than one that's been blowing the whistle. That's going to be testifying against those of you who truly thought that it was a good idea to perpetrate the over 180 separate criminal counts that you've perpetrated
However, now I
from
wish I
February 11th
tell the truth.
to February
If not,
15th.
I will let
That's
loose
how
my
many
pistol.
criminal counts.
Ramon hesitated, looking
Over
anxiously between Zorro and
180.
the governor.
Well,
Remember, each live stream that you criminally and illegally terminated, that one action is a series of criminal acts. Like the FBI had me orally tell you and had me write and file
she has still
months
spoken
ago.
against my rule many times and in favor of your thievery. I'll have her
So why was it allowed?
to
Again,
your corpse.
per the FBI, it was allowed because it provided substantial evidentiary value.
Your Excellency, I will have you sit over there.
It was awful for me.
Now, as for you, Capitan.
It was awful for me because I was like, oh my gosh, why are they allowing this?
Now, and you wear your blade by your side.
But when the FBI told me that this live stream would not be terminated by you imbeciles upstairs,
This country is better for your absence. On your feet,
and then I went and finally got to get some good sleep. Not even great sleep either, but I slept for a solid, uninterrupted 5 hours. I did get up multiple times to come out here and make sure the live stream was still running. Anyway, it is what it is.
He sprang from his chair, drawing his sword in furious.
And Unit 207 is still full of domestic terrorists and stalkers. They still got people coming on the exterior trying to record me and stalk me, you know, to do all of the things they've been doing that have done nothing other than guarantee their lives will largely be spent in a federal penitentiary in some instances, and in others, the remainder of their lives.
According to the code, he also knew that such anger is spent quickly, and so he retreated step by step, guarding well, parrying vicious strokes, alert and waiting. The governor and
The men and women upstairs are already actively attempting to terminate the superseding live stream. So I think that now would be a good time to tell you that I've got quite a few instructions from the FBI to follow. And one of them includes, can you guess? Can you guess what one of them includes? Unit 207, especially the men and women upstairs right now and the one that's actively viewing this live stream. Don't worry, you don't need to guess. You can already see my laptop. You can see the parts of my laptop that the FBI has allowed you to see. So look on the left and follow along.
Zorro was no longer giving up ground. The bandit's blade darted around his own, searching for an opening, and Ramon was growing tired. Bullets of sweat ran down his brow. His breath came heavily from between his parted lips. His eyes were bright and bulging. He knew he had to end the fight quickly. Captain Ramon summoned his last bit of strength and attacked again, fencing with what skill he could command. He lunged forward and stumbled a fraction of an inch further than he'd intended. Zorro saw the error in an instant. Like the tongue of a serpent, his blade shot in. Thrice it darted forward, and upon the brow of Ramon, just between the eyes, there flamed suddenly a red, bloody letter Z.
The mark of Zorro. You wear it forever now, Capitan.
Zorro's blade shot in again and came out dripping red. The captain gasped and slumped to the floor.
You have slain him. You've taken his life, wretch.
Zorro looked down at his fallen foe. He regarded the governor a moment, then wiped his blade on his sash before returning to its scabbard.
Men and women in Unit 207, have you guessed what the FBI's first instruction was to me that I told you were about to see? Why it is I may have stated to you to look on the left-hand side of your screen. Did you guess? Did you guess the right guess? Here's the first guess. Bye, domestic terrorists.
The doors to the front of the mansion crashed inward, revealing a band of caballeros dressed in masks and cloaks, exactly like Zorro.
Impossible.
The caballeros entered, blood on their blades and soot on their shirts. Then the crowd parted, and Esperanza emerged.
Zorro!
She raced forward, and he took her in his arms.
You will forgive me, senorita, but I could not come to your rescue in person. I felt that my place was here, avenging your honor.
Unit 207 has manually overrode the
Avenged indeed.
instructions to erase
I can't say
the
I will miss it.
live chat replay. I just
That gave me strength.
got rid of some more evidence
And
of
this is the
Unit
end.
207's
I am happy to be here by your side.
domestic terrorist organization.
None of these
The
caballeros
chat that
have
was
been
available,
the
I
same.
don't believe will be visible now because I've now disengaged the live
At
chat
first,
replay per the
they
FBI's
looked at each other
instructions.
anxiously, but then, one by
Um,
one, they removed their
It is
masks.
2:58 a.m. PST,
He
Sunday,
recognized many familiar faces
February
from the
16th,
noble
2025.
families of Pueblo de los
I'm ending this
Ángeles.
live stream. It's been running for 11 hours and 52 minutes. Following the FBI's instructions here, I'm taking a screenshot before I end it to show the runtime and the date. And a new live stream should be initiating in 90 seconds or less.
It is you who is the bandit. You beat